Graduation assessment. The art of multiple clones. The content of the graduation examination consists of the clone technique and combat skills. Now, we shall commence the drawing of lots for grouping. Within the hallowed halls of Konoha's Ninja Academy, Irika announced the details of the assessment before taking his seat among the examiners, with Mizuki, the second examiner, stationed beside him. Seated in the bleachers, Uchiha Chiya displayed an air of tranquility that starkly contrasted with the palpable tension radiating from the other students. Beside him, Naruto fidgeted restlessly, as the clone technique was his Achilles heel. Though Chiya appeared composed, inwardly he was brimming with excitement. Today marked a pivotal moment, for upon successfully passing this examination, he would be rewarded by the system with a substantial boon, the Saiyan physiology from Dragon Ball. Moreover, should he attain a combat power level of 200 and complete the upgrade tasks, he could ascend to the first tier of Super Saiyan. The thought of wielding such formidable power within the ninja world sent shivers of exhilaration down his spine. However, this examination posed a considerable challenge for him. It was not combat skills that were at stake, but rather the clone technique. After 12 years in the world of Hokage, he had honed his abilities through system tasks to the level of a typical jonin. Yet due to the incompatibility of his chakra, he could only employ taijutsu. It seemed he would have to resort to that one technique. As he pondered Goku's use of the afterimage technique, Naruto's anguished voice jolted him back to reality. Chiya, what are we going to do? Neither of us excels at the clone technique. What are you worried about? I'm the one who should be concerned. I can't even use chakra. Just focus a little harder, and you'll be fine, Chiya reassured him. Sharing a bond of camaraderie due to their mutual struggles with ninjutsu, Naruto and Chiya often found themselves in mischief, such as defacing the Hokage rock, only to face the wrath of their elders for their antics. In this world, Naruto's growth was aided by Chiya's presence, allowing him to navigate the trials of adolescence with greater ease, sparing him from the relentless ridicule he faced in the original storyline. Yet, because of their close friendship, Chiya also endured humiliation, often being told that without chakra, he could never be a ninja, and that chakra-less ninjas were worthless. Nevertheless, Chiya's spirit remained unyielding. He firmly believed that only strength could validate one's worth. Even through taijutsu, one could still attain the pinnacle of prowess within the ninja realm. It was during this period of affirmation that a system known as Dragon Ball achievements activated within him, setting him on an irrevocable path toward the supremacy of taijutsu. Next, Uchiha Sasuke, with Irika's call, Sasuke, exuding an air of arrogance, sauntered up to the examiners with his hands in his pockets. Hand signs, clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. 3 identical figures of Sasuke appeared before the audience. Impressive, as expected of a Uchiha genius, Mizuki remarked, nodding appreciatively as he began to formulate new schemes. His thoughts turned sinister, to abduct Uchiha Sasuke and deliver him to Lord Orochimaru. Sasuke is so cool. Sasuke, I love you. In an instant, Sasuke's performance elicited a chorus of shrieks from the female students, with Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino being the most vocal. Chiya often marveled at how liberated the girls in this era were. Then there was Hinata, so shy and demure, though at this stage, she bore some baby fat, rendering her less visually striking than the other two. Sasuke, upon hearing the cheers, couldn't help but smirk, casting a disdainful glance at Chiya and Naruto in. The cornered one student after another took the stage for their assessment. A myriad of expressions, joyful and anxious, filled the room. Finally, it was Naruto's turn. Naruto, Irika called out, sigh. Naruto sighed heavily, rising from his seat to approach the examiners. The moment Sasuke laid eyes on Naruto, a contemptuous smile crept across his lips. It was clear the underdog remained the underdog. Naruto, his face flushed, formed the hand signs and shouted, "Clone technique!" Poof! A pitiful, deflated imitation of Naruto, resembling a wilted eggplant, lay sprawled on the ground, much to the amusement of the entire class. Laughter erupted, and Sasuke wore a look of superiority, casting a derisive glance at Chiya, knowing he too would fail in ninjutsu. His fixation on Chiya and Naruto stemmed from a shared background as orphans, with Naruto often engaging Sasuke in sparring matches. Uzumaki Naruto disqualified, Irika announced with regret. The graduation examination required passing the clone technique to be eligible for the combat skills assessment. This stipulation had been instituted by the third Hokage to enhance the survival capabilities of the new generation. Unbeknownst to anyone, this rule had been tailored specifically for Chiya, as the old man frequently observed him, both to monitor his close association with Naruto and to discern whether this boy, who could only perform taijutsu, would follow in Guy's footsteps. Next, Chiya. Irika continued. Chiya approached Naruto and gently patted his shoulder, sensing the disappointment and frustration within him. Don't worry, I'll practice with you tonight. Okay. Naruto nodded slightly and returned to his seat, watching Chiya's assessment with keen interest. Although he understood that Chiya was likely to face the same fate, he still hoped for his success, as Chiya's circumstances were less fortunate than his own. While Naruto received an allowance from the third Hokage, Chiya had to work odd jobs to make ends meet. Having endured the rain himself, Naruto wished to offer Chiya a protective umbrella. Hence, he often treated him to instant noodles. Chiya, are you ready? Irika inquired that I'm ready. However, as soon as Chiya spoke, jeers erupted from the classroom. Teacher, are you serious? Allowing a ninjutsu failure to take the exam? Is this some sort of joke? Exactly. Just fail him outright. He's bound to be disqualified, just like Naruto. Isn't that right, everyone? With these provocations, the classroom erupted in laughter once more. Naruto suddenly felt responsible, believing his presence was the cause of Chiya's ridicule. Fat tiger. What are you trying to do? He leapt up, glaring at the loudest instigator, a hefty boy. What? Am I wrong? The boy in a yellow hoodie stood up defiantly. The two glared at each other, tension crackling in the air as if a fight could break out at any moment. Silence. This is an examination. Everyone sit down. Irika commanded. TCH. Naruto shot a defiant glare at Fat Tiger before sitting down, still wishing to show respect for Irika-sensei. Chiya cast a brief glance at the boy, Fat Tiger, whose demeanor resembled that of the character from the beloved series, as his family's business afforded him a sense of entitlement at school. That it was said that 1/3 of the ninja academy's funding came from his family, so the faculty and administration dared not provoke him lightly. Fat Tiger stuck his tongue out at Naruto before taking his seat. Once the classroom settled down, Chiya began his performance, determined to prove his detractors wrong. After all, was the clone technique such an insurmountable challenge? With a swift motion, he clenched his fist, placing it at his waist. The astonishment of all present, several identical figures, 8 or 9 in total, began to materialize beside him, each indistinguishable from the original in appearance and demeanor. Impossible. Witnessing this spectacle, Sasuke stood in shock, disbelief etched across his face. How could Chiya perform the clone technique? Wasn't he incapable of ninjutsu? Fat Tiger's jaw dropped in astonishment, as if he could fit a light bulb in there. Not just the two of them, but the entire classroom was left dumbfounded. Sasuke's ability to produce 3 clones was already considered the pinnacle of their level. Yet Chiya, astonishingly, had conjured 9 at once. What on earth was happening? Shui? Mu was utterly astonished, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Could it be that this is the shadow clone technique? No, it is the multi-shadow clone technique. He exclaimed in disbelief. This was indeed a moment of great joy. For Lord Orochimaru, if he could offer both Chiya and Sasuke to Lord Orochimaru, he would undoubtedly acquire unparalleled power. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze towards Chiya transformed from one of shock to one of insatiable greed. This young lad truly astounds. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage was observing Chiya and Naruto through a crystal ball. Upon witnessing Chiya execute the shadow clone technique, he was taken aback, yet he quickly discerned that this was a technique wherein Chiya created an illusion of himself through rapid movement, thereby achieving the effect of cloning. This skill was one that even Guy had not mastered, as it demanded extraordinary explosive power and speed. It appears that this young fellow is destined for greatness. The Hokage now eagerly anticipates his future development. Meanwhile, in the examination classroom, Mizuki's exclamation of multiple shadow clones left everyone speechless. While the shadow clone technique allows for the creation of several clones, the multiple shadow clone technique indeed necessitates immense chakra and precise control to execute. Irika, displaying a look of satisfaction, nodded and announced, Chiya has passed the assessment. Under the wide-eyed gaze of his peers, Chiya calmly returned to his seat. As soon as he sat down, Naruto dashed over and eagerly inquired, Chiya, what just happened? You can perform the shadow clone technique and didn't he tell me? Chiya smiled and replied softly, it's not the shadow clone technique. In a few days, I will teach you this technique. But whether you can learn it will depend on your own talent. Really? Naruto's eyes sparkled with anticipation upon hearing this. Chiya nodded. Have I ever deceived you? Haha, truly. You are my good partner. Naruto laughed joyfully. However, upon seeing Naruto, Mizuki conceived a bold idea that he felt compelled to try. After the first round of assessments concluded, the second round of combat techniques took place on the playground. All students who passed the first round drew lots to select their opponents. By mere chance, Chiya found himself matched against Sasuke. Naruto rushed over, took a look, and upon seeing Sasuke, exclaimed, Chiya, beat him. Wipe that smug grin off his face. It's infuriating that Sakura likes him. It's utterly vexing. Chiya chuckled and patted Naruto on the shoulder. As you wish, I will relieve your frustrations. In truth, Chiya was also seeking an opportunity to spar with Sasuke, as the system had assigned him a task, to defeat Sasuke and earn the reward of the atmosphere clone technique. As the name implies, this technique allows the user to utilize air to achieve the effects of a chakra clone. Although Chiya lacked chakra, he possessed an abundance of air, a gift from the system. However, this was not the sole reason. Another was that Sasuke was indeed insufferably arrogant. Not confronting that arrogant brat would leave him unsatisfied. Subsequently, students who did not pass the first round were allowed to return home and rest, while those participating in the second round stood solemnly on the playground. Chiya had expected Naruto to remain and witness his impending victory over Sasuke, but to his surprise, Naruto mentioned a supermarket selling limited edition instant noodles and hurried off, completely forgetting about the showdown with Sasuke. Chiya could only shake his head in disbelief. Under the blazing sun, Chiya observed the rounds of competitions unfold. Interestingly, there exists no clear distinction between victory and defeat. As long as one meets specific criteria, they pass the examination. The very individual who had just mocked the overweight tiger was effortlessly defeated by Ding Xiai, left in a state of utter disarray. Nonetheless, the overweight tiger still managed to pass the assessment. Next group, Chiya and Sasuke. Iruka announced. As Chiya approached the arena, he was taken aback to find that Mizuki was not by Iruka's side. Instead, it was someone he did not recognize. Iruka-sensei, where is Mizuki-sensei? Chiya inquired. Oh, Mizuki claimed he had a stomach ache, Iruka replied. What a feeble excuse, Chiya thought, though he could surmise Mizuki's whereabouts. According to the unfolding narrative, it was during these days that Naruto would pilfer the sealed book. Among the tasks assigned to him by the system was one that involved assisting Naruto in stealing the sealed book with an enticing reward, the Kamehameha wave. Therefore, Mizuki must have gone to comfort Naruto. All right, prepare to begin, Iruka declared. Chiya observed Sasuke striding towards him, hands in pockets, still bearing that haughty demeanor. Sakura and Ino remained in the crowd, cheering him on, while the overweight tiger exuberantly shouted for Chiya's downfall. Truly, it was rather juvenile, Chiya thought, bemused. Seeing Chiya's expressionless gaze, Sasuke felt an urge to laugh. How could a bottom-tier ninja dare to challenge him? Was there any chance of victory? It would be better to conclude this swiftly, as it seemed quite pointless. The battle commenced. With Iruka's command, Sasuke launched the first attack. In this match, the use of non-lethal ninjutsu, such as the Great Fireball technique, along with shurikens and kunai, was permitted. However, Sasuke, in his arrogance, chose not to utilize any techniques. Charging directly at Chiya, convinced that such a weak opponent did not warrant any such effort. To Chiya, Sasuke's movements appeared as sluggish as a duck's. When faced with Sasuke's onslaught, he merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading the attack. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, astonished that he had failed to land a blow. As he turned to assess the situation, he found Chiya's fist swiftly approaching his face. Startled, he executed a series of backflips to distance himself from Chiya. Upon halting, he realized he had broken into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Chiya appeared as if he had not moved an inch. What on earth was happening? Sasuke could not comprehend it. What is wrong with Sasuke? Why did he suddenly retreat? Sakura asked. I don't know. It's quite strange. Wasn't he attacking? Ino shook her head. It was not just them. Everyone present, including the two examiners, failed to discern Chiya's movements. After all, Chiya's actions were exceedingly swift and minimal in range, Truthfully, even a special jonin would struggle to detect Chiya's motions without careful scrutiny. Hey, are we still fighting? Are you afraid of me? Chiya taunted, aiming to provoke Sasuke. Indeed, Sasuke was incited, charging at Chiya once more. Truly, he lived up to his reputation as the Uchiha prodigy, Chiya thought, chuckling inwardly. However, this time, Sasuke did not recklessly rush in. Instead, he ran while forming hand seals. Then he proclaimed, fire style, great fireball technique. Suddenly, a scarlet flame erupted from Sasuke's mouth, hurtling towards Chiya. This scene astonished everyone present. They had not anticipated that Sasuke would employ a C-rank ninjutsu, the great fireball technique. Typically, such techniques are not taught in ninja academies. Only after graduation and under the tutelage of a mentor can one learn them. Thus, in the preceding battle, aside from Choji's singular use of the multiplication technique, the others had engaged in combat solely with kunai and shuriken. However, to Chiya, Sasuke's great fireball resembled a mere flicker produced by a lighter, something he could extinguish with ease. Yet, he refrained from doing so, opting instead to leap out of the fireball's range and await Sasuke's subsequent attack. As anticipated, the moment Chiya halted, Sasuke launched 3 shuriken that flew towards him with precision. Chiya executed a backflip to evade the shuriken, and upon landing, he found Sasuke already before him, quite swift indeed. Sasuke, wielding a kunai, lunged toward Chiya's abdomen. Irika, believing Sasuke was intent on delivering a lethal blow, moved to intervene, only to witness Sasuke seemingly struck by a heavy blow to the head, causing him to be propelled backward. What on earth was happening? This spectacle left everyone in a state of shock, their minds unable to comprehend the unfolding events. All they could see was Sasuke on the ground, clutching his forehead and glaring fiercely at Chiya. He yearned to continue fighting, yet his head spun, rendering him incapable of standing. Nonetheless, that moment was indelibly etched in his mind. Even if no one else had perceived it clearly, he could not have missed it, for in that fleeting instant, he had activated his Sharingan. Just as his kunai was about to pierce Chiya's abdomen, Chiya had inexplicably crouched down, an act that seemed impossible. Having just landed, how could he have crouched so swiftly? Yet, Chiya had indeed accomplished it, and then he raised his right hand, striking his forehead with a swift and forceful gesture. Sasuke's body was unable to keep pace with Chiya's astonishing speed, and he was sent flying. How infuriating! Sasuke slammed his fist into the ground, bewildered as to why someone so seemingly inept could possess such strength. Meanwhile, Chiya stood still, glancing at his right hand, pondering whether he had been too forceful. Had he rendered the fool even more foolish? Irika, though equally perplexed, recognized Sasuke's loss of combat capability and announced, Chiya wins. At the same time, Sasuke had also achieved graduation eligibility. Ding. Reward acquired. Shadow clone technique. Unbeknownst to Chiya, his actions and performance had drawn the attention of the higher-ups in Konoha, particularly the 3rd Hokage and Danzo, in pursuit of acquiring high-quality members for the Root organization. Danzo had placed several operatives within the Ninja Academy to scout for promising students, subsequently seeking them out for recruitment. This instance was no different. Danzo had already learned of Chiya's impressive display in the match against Sasuke and was preparing to approach Hiruzen regarding him. A talent like Chiya, with such potential, must not languish within the confines of the Ninja Academy. He needed to be personally mentored by Danzo himself. The graduation assessment had concluded. In the entire Irika class, only 3 individuals failed the assessment, and Naruto was among them. He was aware that he would not pass. His true desire was to witness the battle between Chiya and Sasuke. Yet, deep within, he yearned to be the one facing Sasuke. Though he found some solace in Chiya's prowess, nevertheless, a sense of disappointment lingered. After purchasing the limited edition instant noodles, he trudged homeward, his spirits low. At that moment, a large hand firmly rested on his shoulder. Startled, Naruto turned to see Mizuki, his eyes widening in surprise. Mizuki-sensei, what are you doing here? Mizuki had arrived to execute his plan, and seeking out Naruto was the first and most crucial step. Naruto, I have a way for you to graduate. Would you like to know? At the sound of Mizuki's words, Naruto's face lit up with excitement, and he eagerly nodded, yes. What is it, Mizuki-sensei? Observing Naruto's reaction, Mizuki recognized the viability of his scheme and adopted a serious demeanor. To put it simply, graduation hinges on survival in future battles. Strength is paramount. In the Hokage's office storage room, there exists a scroll known as the Book of Seals, which contains numerous powerful jutsu. If you master these, graduation is assured. The name Book of Seals echoed in Naruto's mind, the first time he had ever heard of it. But don't tell anyone that I informed you, Mizuki added before departing. Naruto lowered his head in contemplation, recalling Sasuke's taunts, the disdain of his peers, and Iruka-sensei's disappointment. With Chiya already graduated and himself having repeated the year thrice, he realized he could not continue down this path. He must grow stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he catch up to Chiya and attain the title of Hokage. Resolute, he decided to steal the Book of Seals that very night. Meanwhile, as Chiya exited the ninja school gates, he spotted Mizuki hastily approaching, a smug expression on his face. Quickly, he concealed himself behind a wall to avoid a direct encounter. Could it be that Mizuki had already conspired with Naruto? Frowning in contemplation, Chiya resolved to seek out Naruto first to ascertain his plans. For only then could he assist Naruto in acquiring the Book of Seals. On his way to Naruto's home, he glanced at his unfinished tasks, which totaled 2. Main Quest 4. Assist Naruto in stealing the Book of Seals. Reward, Kamehameha Wave. Main Quest 5. Defeat Mizuki. Reward, Ki Blast. He also reviewed his current abilities and skills. Name, Onichiri Chiya Energy, 1 ton skills, Shadow Fist, Ki Clone Dragon Ball Power Level, 50 Hokage Level Strength, Early Chunin with a power level of merely 50. Chiya was uncertain if this aligned with the early Chunin rank in the world of Hokage. However, he was acutely aware that Master Roshi, at a power level of 200, could obliterate the moon with a charged Kamehameha, while Kagaya Otsutsuki in her Rinne Sharingan mode could cleave the moon in two with a single strike. Thus, it seemed that the 6 paths might indeed correspond to a power level of around 200. In this context, a combat strength of 50 corresponds to the early stages of a jonin, which seems quite reasonable. Both anime series exhibit a significant inflation of power in their later arcs. Soon, he arrived at Naruto's home and knocked on the door. Who is it? Naruto's voice came from inside, indicating he had not yet left. It's me, Chiya. With a creaking sound, the door swung open. Upon seeing Chiya, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement, and before Chiya could react, he was abruptly pulled into the house. What on earth are you doing? Chiya exclaimed, taken by surprise by Naruto's sudden action. Listen, Chiya, I have a way to graduate, Naruto declared with enthusiasm. In this world, he trusted only 3 individuals, Chiya, Iruka, and the 3rd Hokage. Thus, upon learning of the existence of the Book of Seals, his immediate impulse was to share this good news with Chiya. Although he understood that such information should not be shared indiscriminately, Chiya held a special place in his heart. Chiya paused, realizing how effortlessly this information had come to him. Naruto was remarkably carefree. Although he already suspected the content of Naruto's revelation, he feigned curiosity and asked, Really? Please tell me more. Are you aware of the Book of Seals? I've heard that it contains numerous powerful jutsu, and if I master the techniques within, I can graduate. The Book of Seals? Chiya feigned confusion and inquired, Who told you about that? I had no idea it existed. Oh, don't worry about that. I'm planning to sneak in tonight to steal the book. Will you join me? While graduating is indeed a good thing, do you even know where the book is? Chiya asked. It's in the storage room of the Hokage's office. I need you to provide cover while I make the heist, Naruto replied. Scratching his head and pretending to contemplate, Chiya nodded. All right, as long as you can graduate, I will assist you. I knew you would help me. You truly are my best companion, Naruto exclaimed, retrieving 2 buckets of instant noodles from the cupboard, elegantly packaged in white, giving them an air of superiority despite being mere instant noodles. This is my most treasured possession, limited edition, platinum instant noodles. I have been reluctant to eat them until now, but I'll prepare some for you. Just a moment. Chiya smiled, remaining silent. He had not anticipated his significance in Naruto's eyes, considering he initially approached Naruto solely to complete a task. His first mission after activating the system was to sign in with Naruto, with the reward being the activation of the Dragon Ball energy attribute. That connection allowed him to spend time with Naruto. Despite being shadowed by Umbu and having his home investigated numerous times, fortunately, without dire consequences. Yet now, witnessing Naruto's busy demeanor, Chiya suddenly felt that Naruto was genuinely kind, trusting him so completely. Despite being scorned by the villagers throughout his life, Naruto bore no resentment. Was this what it meant to be the protagonist of a Hokage? Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage was engaged in conversation with Kakashi. Kakashi, are you aware of Chiya's performance at school today? The 3rd Hokage inquired. his expression solemn as he regarded Kakashi. Kakashi nodded, acknowledging, "I have heard, Lord Hokage. To be able to stand toe-to-toe with the genius of the Uchiha clan is indeed a remarkable talent." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the third Hokage shaking his head. "No, that young Uchiha is no match for Chiya. This little fellow, much like Guy, is naturally devoid of chakra, yet possesses an innate talent for taijutsu. You, who know Guy best, and have considerable prowess in taijutsu yourself, should take charge of him after Chiya graduates. Especially since Guy is currently absent from the village." Nani? Kakashi was somewhat taken aback by this. Although he did not fully grasp the Hokage's intentions, he nodded in agreement to take Chiya under his wing, driven by a curiosity and anticipation for this boy who excelled solely in physical techniques. Perhaps due to his connection to Guy? Just then, the door to the Hokage's office was forcefully flung open. A stern voice echoed from outside, "Danzo, hand over Chiya to me." It was the voice of Danzo. "Lord Hokage, I shall take my leave," Kakashi stated, and after a slight nod from the third Hokage, he vanished in an instant as Danzo entered. Although Danzo caught sight of him, he paid it no heed, as it was not the reason for his visit. "Danzo, I demand that you hand over Chiya for my training." The third Hokage had anticipated Danzo would come seeking the boy, especially given Chiya's extraordinary performance earlier. He remained composed in his chair, observing Danzo, whose face was nearly obscured by bandages, with a tranquil expression. "I have other arrangements for Chiya." "What?" Danzo was taken aback, having arrived first, only to discover that plans had already been made. "Have you entrusted him to Kakashi?" he inquired, remembering he had indeed seen Kakashi moments earlier. The third Hokage nodded, "Precisely. It is prudent to assign exceptional individuals to equally capable mentors. Is there an issue with that?" "Absolutely not." Danzo slammed his cane against the ground in anger, exclaiming, "A talent like Chiya must be personally trained by me for optimal development. It is not inconceivable for him to become a weapon of Konoha akin to the Nine Tails in the future." Witnessing Danzo's fury, the third Hokage would not indulge him. He stood up, his expression tinged with irritation. "Chiya is a ninja of Konoha, belonging to Konoha. I will not relinquish him to you. Remember, I am the Hokage." Danzo was momentarily stunned, his eyes filling with rage at the realization that the Hokage was using his title to exert pressure on him. The position of Hokage rightfully belonged to him. Enraged, he chose not to respond further and turned to leave, casting a final remark. "You will regret this, Hokage." With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut. The third Hokage, gazing at the now closed door, let out a soft sigh, knowing he could only protect Chiya in this manner. He could not hand him over to Danzo. Just as he lit his pipe, a shadow from the umbu suddenly appeared in the office. "Lord Hokage, trouble is brewing. Naruto has stolen the Book of Seals." "What?" The third Hokage nearly choked on the smoke, overwhelmed by the influx of calamities. How could Naruto be so troublesome? Having successfully stolen the Book of Seals, Naruto and Chiya leaped through the forest, fleeing from the village of Konoha, fully aware that a considerable number of pursuers would soon be on their trail. "Chiya, I truly appreciate your help. Without you, I might not have even located the storage room," Naruto remarked. "Haha, I was just fortunate," Chiya replied with a smile. Though his mind was preoccupied with the newly acquired reward, Kamehameha, Turtle School Wave. The Kamehameha, its power varies based on the charging time, with a minimum consumption of 1 kilogram of chakra required for a single release. He had not anticipated such a significant chakra expenditure. He was curious about the magnitude of this 1 kilogram's potency. Perhaps he could test it on Mizuki shortly. Just moments ago, after Chiya donned a mask to divert the guards outside the storage room, Naruto had slipped inside with ease. The operation had gone remarkably smoothly, which puzzled Chiya. Perhaps no one had expected a genuine attempt to steal the Book of Seals, leading to lax security. Or it could have been that the commotion between the third Hokage and Danzo had drawn the majority of attention away. In any case, the book was now in their possession. As dusk settled in, visibility in the forest began to wane, with only fragments of moonlight filtering through the treetops to illuminate their path. "Chiya, where shall we go now?" Naruto inquired. "Let us first remove ourselves from the vicinity of Konoha. Being caught with the stolen book would surely incur punishment. Perhaps we could find a secluded spot to peruse the techniques within the book. We are far enough now," Naruto suggested before leaping beneath a large tree, where he opened the Book of Seals under the moonlight. He had been eager to explore its contents since the moment he acquired it, but Chiya had previously restrained him. However, Now that they were relatively safe, he eagerly unrolled the scroll. Chiya, unable to prevent Naruto from opening it, approached him. Intrigued to discover what forbidden jutsu were recorded within the Book of Seals, undoubtedly inventions of the second Hokage. As he neared Naruto, he observed him scratching his head in distress, muttering, Why is the first technique Shadow Clone? I am least proficient with Shadow Clone. Chiya chuckled. This was indeed reminiscent of the original tale, albeit this time with his presence alongside Naruto. Just as he was about to speak to Naruto, two shurikens suddenly whizzed towards him from behind, aimed directly at his back. Sensing the imminent danger, Chiya instinctively tackled Naruto to the ground, narrowly avoiding the incoming projectiles. Believing they were aimed at him. What happened? What is going on? Naruto asked, alarmed as he noticed Chiya's serious demeanor. Facing them were two ninjas adorned with ENBU masks. Have we been found? Naruto exclaimed in shock. Chiya did not respond directly but instead urged, You must leave. I will hold them off. No way. We leave together. Naruto immediately retorted. Go now? If you don't, the reinforcements will arrive, and none of us will escape. Do you not wish to graduate? This statement momentarily bewildered Naruto. Indeed, he still had to graduate, and if he were captured here, all their efforts would be in vain. Resolving his thoughts, he stood and said to Chiya, You must be careful. He swiftly departed from the scene. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have certainly stood alongside Chiya, but remaining here now would only lead to the obliteration of their prior efforts. After Naruto left, Chiya continued to confront the two individuals before him. Perplexed by the absence of only Mizuki, how had these two Umbu found this location? Moreover, the murderous intent emanating from them suggested they were not merely intent on capturing him and Naruto alive. Could it be that these two were imposters masquerading as Umbu? Generally, the strength of Umbu lies between that of a Chunin and a Jonin. Thus, it was prudent to test their capabilities. With this thought, Chiya initiated the offensive, and the two Umbu responded in kind. He charged toward the first Umbu, deftly evading a kunai aimed at him, seizing the man's arm that wielded the weapon, and delivering a powerful knee strike to his chest. A resounding thud echoed as the man was propelled backward, collapsing to the ground and clutching his chest, unable to rise. How weak, Chiya mused. This level of strength barely qualified as Chunin. Could there be such feeble individuals among the Umbu? The second Umbu, witnessing this spectacle, momentarily froze. A flicker of fear flashing across the eyes behind his mask. How could this boy possess such strength? Wasn't Mizuki's claim that he was merely a student who had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy? This power defied logic. Moments ago, he had failed to perceive Chiya's movements, only to witness his companion being sent flying. Stop dawdling. Who are you really? Why are you wearing Umbu masks? Just as he became distracted, Chiya's voice suddenly pierced his thoughts. Regaining his focus, he leaped away from Chiya without a hint of hesitation. In midair, he formed a series of hand seals and shouted, Wind release, vacuum wave. Immediately, his cheeks puffed out as he unleashed a swirling, colorless sphere of wind, hurtling towards Chiya. To his utter disbelief, Chiya did not even flinch but charged straight ahead. Was this fool unaware that the vacuum wave could cleave him asunder? Yet, in the next instant, his eyes widened in shock. Chiya casually waved his hand and effortlessly dispersed the approaching wind sphere. How is this possible? The Umbu could not fathom it. He was a Chunin, and unless faced with a Jonin, it was inconceivable that anyone could so easily dismantle his jutsu. Could it be that this boy's prowess had already reached such heights? As he grappled with this astonishment, Chiya had already closed the distance between them. Can't you at least employ a decent jutsu? Even the vacuum continuous wave would suffice, Chiya remarked, tinged with a hint of exasperation. What? The Umbu gasped. The vacuum continuous wave. How could I? But before he could finish his exclamation, his words were abruptly silenced as Chiya delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. The force sufficient to render him unconscious. Considering Naruto's situation, Chiya did not linger. He swiftly incapacitated the first Umbu ninja with a kick before departing from the area. A nagging feeling loomed over him. The narrative had shifted, and things had grown increasingly complicated. Where exactly had Mizuki gone? Had he anticipated that Chiya would act alongside Naruto? Let me go? Within the Uchiha household, Sasuke lay bound tightly on the floor, struggling desperately against his restraints. Standing beside him were two ninjas, both clad in dark masks of the Umbu. What a farce, a genius of the Uchiha clan reduced to such weakness. One of them mocked as he approached Sasuke. Slowly crouching down to grasp his hair, lifting him up to meet his gaze. With a mocking laughter, he exclaimed, "Is this the Sharingan? I've heard that the Sharingan possesses 3 tomo. How is it that this one has but a single eye?" Upon hearing these words, Sasuke was instantly consumed by rage and humiliation. This eye was born from the sacrifice of his entire clan. How could he endure such disgrace? "Who are you? Let me go? Have the courage to face me directly." In response to Sasuke's furious outcry, the mocker delivered a swift kick to Sasuke's abdomen, smirking disdainfully. "A mere child who is not even a genin dares to challenge me? Let us not even speak of it. I might accidentally kill you in my overwhelming power." With that, he burst into laughter. "Let me go?" Sasuke screamed in fury. "Enough. It's time to take him away," said another member of the Umbu. Following his lead, he struck Sasuke with a palm, rendering him unconscious, and hoisted him over his shoulder as the two departed from the scene. Meanwhile, Chiya had arrived at Naruto's location. He perched upon a tree, observing the unfolding situation below, and it was far from optimistic. The narrative here mirrored that of the original story. Iruka had found Naruto, but he was gravely injured, leaning against a tree, on the brink of collapse. In a desperate bid to protect Iruka, Naruto summoned all his strength to create hundreds of shadow clones to battle against Mizuki. However, in this iteration, the plot took a drastic turn. Naruto did not emerge victorious against Mizuki. Instead, he succumbed to exhaustion, his strength and chakra depleted. Chiya furrowed his brow, a blend of astonishment and confusion washing over him. This was not how the story was supposed to unfold. What was happening? Could it be that his presence had altered the course of events? Just as Mizuki prepared to eliminate Naruto and Iruka for good, Chiya was about to intervene when suddenly, 2 shadowy figures appeared before Mizuki. Upon seeing these 2 individuals, Chiya's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sasuke? Why was Sasuke here? Who were these 2? Their attire was strikingly similar to that of the 2 imposter Umbu who had attacked him moments ago. Could it be that these 4 were allies summoned by Mizuki? The deviation from the original plot left Chiya perplexed, and he resolved to observe the situation, curious about Mizuki's intentions. "Sasuke, why are you here? What do you intend to do?" Upon catching sight of Sasuke, Naruto regained his senses, struggling to rise from the ground, panting heavily. His body was battered and torn, his face bruised and swollen, trembling as he stood. Frankly, even standing required all his strength, and taking a single step felt like an insurmountable challenge. The individual carrying Sasuke glanced at Naruto, chuckling as he addressed Mizuki. "Hey, you couldn't even handle a bottom-tier student. Mizuki, you're truly pathetic. Stop the chatter." Shuemu was somewhat exasperated. He had indeed been startled by Naruto just moments ago. The sight of him in such a disheveled state had been witnessed by both Naruto and Iruka. After finally managing to defeat Naruto and intending to tidy up the situation, these 2 had suddenly appeared. It felt akin to a moment of anticipation when someone unexpectedly flings open the door, only to find it all gone. Shuemu glanced at the unconscious Sasuke and inquired, "No one has discovered our presence, have they?" "Rest assured, this fellow lives alone and has been ranting for quite some time. Purely impotent bluster," came the reply. "That is reassuring. I will finish up here, and then we shall seek out Lord Orochimaru together." As Shuemu spoke, a thought struck him, and he turned to the other individual. "By the way, have you found any trace of Onichiri Chiya?" The other person shook his head. "No, we have no idea where that little brat has run off to." "Do you think our activities might be exposed?" Shuemu shook his head. "Impossible. Everyone here is loyal to Lord Orochimaru. It seems we must guard his residence. That boy is a genius, and if we could present him to Lord Orochimaru, we would undoubtedly gain even greater power." However, just as Shuemu finished speaking, a melodious voice suddenly echoed from above them. "You lot, do you still think you can abduct me? Who is it?" The 3 were startled, scanning their surroundings. The forest was filled with numerous gaps, making the light exceedingly dim, and the voice reverberated through the woods as if it were accompanied by an echo. "Surely not. You wish to capture me, yet cannot recognize my voice. It's Chiya. You little brat, where are you? Show yourself." Shuemu was the first to react, genuinely taken aback that Chiya would appear here. No sooner had he called out than he saw a gray shadow seize Naruto and leap to Iruka's side with remarkable speed. How could this little one move so swiftly? Shuemu was utterly astonished, realizing he had not caught sight of Chiya's actions. It was not just him. His companions were equally oblivious. "Chiya, you are alive?" Naruto exclaimed, a flicker of hope igniting within him, as he had feared that Chiya had perished while attempting to save him. What? Do you truly think those two inept ones could kill me? How absurd. I am Chiya. Chiya chuckled lightly, placing Naruto next to Iruka. Chiya, you must leave at once. All three of these individuals possess strength surpassing your own. You cannot face them alone. Quickly, seek reinforcements. Iruka urged urgently. Do not worry, Teacher Iruka. Since I am here, I will certainly ensure we all escape together. Never abandon a comrade. That is my ninja way, Chiya declared, his confidence shining through as he turned to face the approaching trio led by Shuimu. Absolutely not. You must flee. I will hold them off. Iruka, summoning every ounce of strength, rose and drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, positioning himself defiantly in front of Chiya, his gaze fixated on Shuimu. Despite his body protesting against the strain of battle, Teacher Iruka, Naruto called out in concern. As a teacher, it was his duty to protect his students. Without hesitation, Iruka charged toward Shuimu and his companions, determined to buy Chiya and Naruto the time they needed to escape, even if it cost him his life. Chiya, you must take Naruto and go. You overestimate yourselves. Since you have come, you shall all remain. Shuimu sneered coldly as he and his companions surged toward Iruka. Just as the four were about to clash, a gray shadow appeared beside Iruka. Suddenly, the sound of three powerful thuds echoed in the air. To Iruka's astonishment, he witnessed Chiya effortlessly send Mizuki and the others flying with a combination of 2 punches and a kick. Teacher, if you're injured, please rest well. Don't worry, I'm fine, Chiya declared, relentlessly pursuing his opponents, determined to bring them down. How dare they attempt to kidnap me without considering their own capabilities? Iruka stood frozen, watching Chiya engage in a fierce battle against Mizuki and the others, astonished that one individual could hold his own against 3 Chunin in close combat. Is this truly the Chiya I know? He has concealed his strength so well. Indeed, both he and Naruto are individuals of remarkable potential. Naruto, too, was taken aback by Chiya's prowess. The very person he could not defeat, Chiya, was managing to take on 3 foes simultaneously. He vowed to catch up to Chiya. How infuriating. Is this boy truly of genin caliber? The one who mocked Sasuke was sent stumbling back by a single punch to the abdomen from Chiya, clearly recognizing that Chiya's strength far exceeded that of a mere genin. Even a Chunin would struggle to contend with 3 in such a manner, unless he were a Jonin. But how could a mere child possess Jonin-level power? It was utterly absurd. Zhongxing, what are you dawdling for? There are 3 of us, and only one of him. Let us finish this quickly before reinforcements arrive, Mizuki shouted while engaging with Chiya. Oh, right, there are 3 of you, Chiya mused, suddenly recalling his newly acquired skill. The shadow clone technique. According to the system's skill description, this technique allowed him to create clones with equal strength to his own, albeit with a time limitation. He could only maintain them for 3 minutes. Each clone required 1 kilogram of chakra, which was quite substantial. Presently, he could create a maximum of 9 clones. Similarly, each clone would only possess 1 kilogram of chakra within them. As Mizuki and his companions prepared to launch another assault, they were taken aback as Chiya leaped backward, out of the combat range. Mizuki, thinking Chiya had backed down, scoffed. What's wrong? Are you scared? Weren't you just acting tough? Come on, let us keep fighting. We 3 are in this to the end. Chiya found their pride amusing. You 3 against me, and yet you feel accomplished? What are you so proud of? Please, get this straight. You are 3 Chunin, and I have yet to officially become a Genin. Did you purchase your Chunin status? How can you even show your faces in public with such weakness? Don't get too cocky, Mizuki retorted, furious, while the others flushed with anger at Chiya's scathing remarks. The trio charged at Chiya once more, intent on tearing him to shreds. However, just as they closed the distance, they abruptly halted, astonished. 2 identical Chiyas had appeared beside him. Mizuki, didn't you say this kid couldn't use ninjutsu? How could he possibly perform the shadow clone technique? One of them questioned. Do not be afraid. This fellow merely possesses the ability to create illusions, all mere phantoms. Charge forth. With a resounding shout, Mizuki propelled himself into the fray, as though rallying his own spirits. Illusions? Perhaps not, as Chiya's lips curled into a subtle smile. As the true body advanced, 2 shadowy duplicates surged forth, targeting Mizuki as companions. The 6 combatants soon became engulfed in a fierce melee. Yet, with 3 individuals previously unable to contend against a single adversary, How could they possibly hold their ground in a one-on-one confrontation against Chiya? Before long, Mizuki's two allies succumbed. Unable to withstand even 2 minutes against Chiya's shadowy forms, ultimately rendered unconscious. Mizuki, witnessing this, wore an expression of disbelief, questioning Chiya, "How can you utilize shadow clones? I thought you were incapable of ninjutsu." Chiya replied with a smile, "Indeed, I cannot perform ninjutsu. This, however, is not ninjutsu. Not ninjutsu. Do you take me for a fool?" Mizuki seethed in frustration, realizing the urgency of their predicament. With 2 of their trio already incapacitated and unaware of the fate of Naruto's 2 assailants, who likely fell to Chiya as well, he began to contemplate retreat. Suddenly, he leaped backward, creating distance between him and Chiya, swiftly forming hand seals, his cheeks puffing out. Water release. Water chaos wave. A torrent surged forth from Mizuki's mouth, hurtling towards Chiya. Perceiving the lack of potency in this ninjutsu, Chiya chose not to evade. It was an opportune moment to test a new skill. "Chiya dodge." Irika shouted anxiously. Yet Chiya merely shook his head, lowering his body into a crouch, fingers interlaced with palms facing each other, forming a flower bud shape, and positioning it at his side. He felt the energy within him flowing, rapidly concentrating at his palms, and a pale blue orb of light materialized beside him. The energy swirled, as though the very winds around him were stirred by its presence. Irika, intending to push Chiya out of harm's way, was taken aback by the sight. Even without chakra, he could sense the immense energy contained within the orb, which continued to swell. Naruto stood, equally astonished. They both understood that this was no mere ninjutsu. As the energy reached its zenith, Chiya declared with formidable intensity, "Kamehameha." With the final syllable resonating, he thrust his hands forward with great force. In an instant, a blinding beam of light erupted from his palms, colliding with the oncoming torrent of water. Swish! Mizuki's water stream shattered upon impact with the radiant wave, as if struck by a stone. How is this possible? Mizuki gasped in shock, helplessly watching the colossal beam race toward him, too swift for him to evade. The light wave struck him directly, inflicting excruciating pain as if his skin were being torn apart, prompting an involuntary scream. Oh! Boom! The light wave tore through dozens of trees before crashing into a massive boulder. As the brilliance faded, Mizuki was embedded deep within the stone, unconscious. His garments tattered and in disarray. The battle has concluded, and Senya let out a deep sigh of relief. The power of the 30 was indeed quite exhausting. In this instance alone, it consumed 3 kilograms of his energy. Were it not for the necessity of Suemu, he would have truly considered unleashing his full power to deliver a 1-ton Kamehameha. "Victory!" Irika exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he shouted that Senya had truly triumphed. Indeed, they had won. Irika wore a gratified smile, gazing at Senya with confidence that this young man was destined for remarkable achievements. At that moment, numerous Umbu and Konoha ninjas, drawn by the blinding light, arrived on the scene. They stared in shock at the devastating sight before them, unable to fathom that all of this had been orchestrated by Senya. Yet, both Senya and Naruto were still apprehended for an investigation. The third Hokage, having witnessed the entire ordeal, was left wide-eyed in disbelief, still reeling from the shock. This was neither ninjutsu nor the atmospheric pressure akin to Gai's techniques. What could it possibly be? As a ninja instructor proficient in nearly all forms of ninjutsu, he found himself unable to recognize such a skill. Senya. This individual was indeed a surprising enigma. Once he regained his composure, he realized he must protect these 2 rascals. As for the roots of this incident, let Danzo and Suemu take the blame. At that moment, Senya received a notification from the system. Main Quest 5 completed. Reward, Energy Sphere. Congratulations, host, on graduating from the Ninja Academy, achieving the rank of Genin, and receiving the reward, Saiyan Physique. Just as the third had anticipated, the higher-ups of Konoha initially sought to impose severe consequences on Senya and Naruto, but under the third's protection, the matter was ultimately resolved without further incident. They sealed the matter, forbidding any mention or dissemination of it, with the penalty of expulsion from Konoha for any violators. Suemu and his accomplices were apprehended, and no one could have anticipated that Suemu's testimony was, in fact, an instruction from Danzo. This entire affair had been orchestrated by the third. He was unconcerned with Suemu's motives for attempting to use Naruto to steal the sealing scroll, as long as Senya and Naruto remained unharmed. As for Danzo, He had already taken on enough blame. Adding one more would make little difference. Danzo felt a deep frustration, aware that this was all part of Hiruzen's grand scheme. As he was not the Hokage, he could not seek redress and could only vent his ire on Suumu. He was actively seeking an opportunity to eliminate Suumu. The following day, all students who passed their graduation assessments were to undergo one-on-one registration with the Hokage and officially become Genin of the Hidden Leaf Village. After Senya registered and exited the classroom, Naruto entered. He was the last of their graduating class. Once Naruto settled into his seat, the third opened the ninja registration book and was instantly filled with dismay. Naruto's identification photo was an outrageous mess, complete with a goofy expression. Naruto, what on earth happened? The third questioned. Did Senya not inform you of the photo standards? His turned out fine, yet yours is like this? Hearing the third's inquiry, Naruto sheepishly scratched his head. I thought that was too boring, so I pondered for a long time before taking it like this. Everyone fell silent. Even Chiya, who was waiting outside for Naruto, felt utterly helpless. Despite his numerous warnings to Naruto that morning, this fellow still ended up in that ghastly predicament. At that moment, he noticed a small figure swiftly darting around the corner of the corridor. It was Konohamaru, the Konohamaru of his childhood. Indeed, according to the storyline, this was the moment when Konohamaru challenged Naruto to a duel. Chiya paid no mind, merely observing, as he also had matters regarding Mizuki to discuss with the third Hokage, alerting him to be wary of Orochimaru. Now that he was at the Hokage's office, it was imperative to rectify past regrets. As long as he was alive, he would strive to prevent the needless sacrifices of the third Hokage, Jiraiya, Neji, and Itachi. Moreover, he was curious to see how the ninja world would transform if these individuals had not perished. It would surely be fascinating. Unfortunately, he lacked the power to traverse time, or else he could have saved Rin, Minato, and others. The events unfolded precisely as depicted in the original narrative. The third Hokage was defeated by Naruto's harem technique. After Naruto departed, Konohamaru clandestinely followed him with a subpar transformation jutsu, irritating Naruto to the point where he felt inclined to deliver a sound thrashing. Naruto, I have some matters to attend to. You entertain him for now, Chiya said before taking his leave. Naruto, exasperated, glared at Chiya, exclaiming, Damn it, Chiya. You just leave me here like this. However, with no alternative, he decided to pass the time playing with this so-called grandson of the third Hokage. Upon returning to the Ninja Academy and discovering that the third Hokage had yet to depart, Chiya knocked on the door to the principal's office. Come in, came the voice of the third Hokage from within. Chiya pushed the door open and said, Hokage-sama, it is I, Chiya. Oh, it's you, Chiya. Why aren't you at home? What brings you here? The third Hokage, seated at his desk and removing his pipe from his mouth, looked at Chiya with a gentle expression. Hokage-sama, it concerns Mizuki. Pray tell. Once he confirmed that there were no eavesdroppers, Chiya began, in truth. Mizuki's theft of the sealing book and our abduction were intended as offerings to Orochimaru, in pursuit of formidable power. This person harbors immense ambition. We could glean some intelligence about Orochimaru from him. Initially, the third Hokage maintained a smile, but upon hearing Orochimaru's name, his expression instantly turned grave. Orochimaru was an S-rank wanted criminal in Konoha, his name and whereabouts shrouded in secrecy. Mentioning Orochimaru necessitated a serious demeanor. How did you come by this information? The third Hokage inquired sternly, realizing he had perhaps underestimated the situation, not foreseeing its connection to Orochimaru. I overheard them conversing. Chiya fabricated a lie, but it was the only plausible explanation. I see. The third Hokage nodded slightly, continuing, Do you have any further intelligence? They mentioned that there is a temporary hideout of Orochimaru's near Konoha, where they have been in contact with him. That is all I know. I was discovered before I could hear more. Upon listening to Chinya's words, the third Hokage furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding, I understand. I will keep a close watch on this matter. You have worked hard. Do not disclose this to anyone, as it is for your protection. I comprehend, Chinya replied. Very well, return home now. Tomorrow is the graduation class assignment ceremony, so be prepared. Yes. With that, Chinya departed. He shared this information with the third Hokage not only to ensure the latter's safety, but also to demonstrate his own worth, making the third Hokage perceive him as a valuable asset. Only in this manner could he secure true safety. His conviction stemmed primarily from the fact that the third Hokage was indeed a good person. The day passed swiftly. After wandering aimlessly for a while, Senya returned home, only to find Naruto waiting for him at the door. "What are you doing here?" Senya inquired, puzzled. "You wouldn't believe it. That kid has been pestering me for ages, insisting that I teach him how to defeat the third Hokage's ninjutsu. I had no choice but to take him to the bookstore for study. And then we ended up at the bathhouse, where I was thoroughly beaten up. It was a struggle to shake him off. And fearing he would come looking for me again tonight, I sought you out, only to find you absent," Naruto babbled, his words spilling out like a machine gun. Once Naruto finished, Senya opened the door and stepped inside. Seeing this, Naruto grew anxious and quickly asked, "Did you even listen?" Yes, Senya replied, feeling a bit nauseated by the repetitive nature of the tale, which echoed the plot of the second episode of the anime. "All right then, what are we having for dinner?" "I want to eat your fried rice." Upon entering the house, Naruto made himself at home, flopping onto the bed. "Hey, get off. Go take a shower first, otherwise I'll have to wash the sheets." Senya hurried over to push Naruto off, feeling a pang of heartache. All the things in his home were hard-earned through labor. Unlike Naruto, who had everything handed to him by the third Hokage. All right. Naruto sighed in resignation and obediently went to shower. That evening, after the two had dined, Senya went to take a bath, while Naruto had already sprawled out on the bed, fast asleep. Just as Senya emerged from the bathroom, the system sent him a new task. Main Quest 6, Steal the Bell. It is not necessary to actually steal it. Merely demonstrating your true strength in front of Kakashi will suffice. Task reward, Key Perception. Naruto, hurry up. We're going to be late for school. Today marked the graduation class assignment day, officially called the graduation briefing. Every graduating student would form a team of 3, with a jonin serving as the captain, primarily responsible for training and assigning missions. Senya rose early, unable to sleep the previous night due to excitement. This was fueled by the prospect of the Key Perception task reward and his curiosity about which class he would be assigned to. Key Perception, as the name suggests, is a capability akin to that found in Dragon Ball, allowing one to discern the strength and position of others through the aura emitted from their bodies. In Naruto, this ability has been enhanced, enabling the perception of not only aura but also chakra and natural energy, as well as foreseeing the skills and actions that others are about to employ. However, the latter requires practice to master. It is reminiscent of the fusion of observation haki from One Piece and Key Perception from Dragon Ball. In the world of Naruto, I possess the powers of both One Piece and Dragon Ball. How could one not feel exhilarated? Moreover, from the mission briefing, it is evident that my forthcoming task involves demonstrating my prowess in the bell-stealing exercise, a unique endeavor solely associated with Kakashi, passed down from Minato. This implies that Kakashi will become my mentor. However, this raises a dilemma. A team comprises only 4 members, and in the original narrative, Kakashi's team consists of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, later transitioning to Naruto, Sakura, and Sai. Yet, if I were to join Kakashi's team, who would be compelled to leave? Would it be Sasuke or Sakura? In Shenya's mind, Sakura has never been particularly esteemed. She often relied on Naruto for assistance and had a tendency to look down upon him initially, only to later exploit his strengths. Although her looks may be somewhat exceptional, she hails from an ordinary family background. Ultimately, she did not express gratitude towards Naruto. Instead, she attempted to feign affection to manipulate him into preventing Naruto from bringing Sasuke back, all the while protecting Sasuke. This characterization embodies that of a green tea bitch, and thus, Senya has always harbored disdain for this character. Since arriving in the Naruto universe, he has not exchanged a single word with her, finding her presence repugnant. Consequently, he harbors a desire for Sakura to vacate the team, knowing that Sasuke will eventually depart, making room for Sai, rendering her unnecessary. Awakened at last, Senya called out to Naruto for a full half-hour before managing to rouse him. After urging Naruto to hasten his morning routine, the two arrived at the classroom just in time. Upon entering, Naruto was met with astonished gazes from all his classmates, as if he were a ghost. Just then, Shikamaru entered from outside, and, upon seeing Naruto, was equally surprised, inquiring, "What brings you here?" With a proud grin, Naruto pointed to the forehead protector adorning his brow and exclaimed, "Can't you see this headband? From today onwards, I am a ninja too." The moment he finished speaking, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the room. Everyone was baffled at how a student who barely managed to pass, one who could not even perform the shadow clone technique, had graduated. However, Only Hinata displayed a look of joy and relief, thinking to herself, Naruto graduated. That is wonderful. Senya surveyed his classmates and glanced at Hinata, fully aware of their current thoughts. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps resonated in the hallway, followed by the classroom door being flung open. Caught off guard, Senya was shoved aside by Sakura and Ino, who were engaged in some unknown dispute, nearly causing him to stumble. What the? Senya was momentarily stunned, thinking, if you two weren't girls, I would VE kicked you. Once again, I win, Sakura? Ino panted triumphantly. What are you talking about? My foot crossed the threshold a centimeter before yours. Sakura retorted defiantly. No way. Are you blind? Ino shot back, observing the two fools bickering. Senya couldn't help but feel an inner turmoil, thinking, what a pair of imbeciles. As he was about to call Naruto to join him at his seat, he noticed Naruto gazing dreamily at Sakura. What the hell? Why is he infatuated with Sakura instead of the esteemed Hinata? How can a girl from an ordinary family compare to a lady of a prominent clan? Goodness. Senya was truly exasperated and thought it best to intervene. So he strode over, grasped Naruto's hand, and said, let us return to our seats. There is nothing worth staring at. Hey, Senya, don't pull me. Thus, Naruto was forcibly dragged back to his seat. As soon as he sat down, Naruto saw Sakura looking around anxiously, seemingly searching for someone. He wondered if it might be him. To his surprise, he then witnessed Sakura hurriedly approach Sasuke. Her face flushed as she stammered, Good morning, Sasuke. Sasuke, still fuming from yesterday's humiliation at the hands of Senya and the subsequent ordeal of being kidnapped, felt utterly disgraced. To add insult to injury, Senya had been the one to rescue him last night, which was infuriating. Moreover, the bruises from last night's altercation had yet to fade, leaving him feeling too ashamed to face anyone. Thus, when Sakura greeted him, he completely ignored her. However, Sakura was enamored with Sasuke's aloof demeanor and paid no heed to his indifference, continuing, may I sit beside you? No sooner had she spoken than Ino approached and interjected. Hey, that seat next to Sasuke is mine. You need to move. First come, first served, right? Sakura retorted angrily. I entered the classroom first. Ino insisted resolutely. No, I did. Sakura countered, her determination unwavering. Their heated argument drew the attention of other classmates, while Sasuke sat there, utterly baffled, growing increasingly exasperated with their incessant chatter. Meanwhile, in the school office, the third Hokage summoned all the Jonin responsible for this graduating class to convene a division meeting. At that moment, his crystal ball reflected Senya sitting in the classroom, observing the unfolding drama. Is this the kid? I heard he defeated the long-reigning genius, Uchiha Sasuke, remarked an unnamed Jonin. Indeed, he possesses great talent and potential, the third Hokage replied. I must take him under my wing, another unnamed Jonin exclaimed eagerly. I have already arranged for Kakashi to mentor him, the third Hokage stated. Nanny? Everyone present, except Kakashi, was taken aback, clearly finding the decision peculiar. Lord Hokage, hasn't Kakashi already taken on 3 students? Adding this one would make 4, Tsunade remarked. The situation is exceptional. Setting a precedent can also be a remarkable initiative. The third Hokage mused with a smile. Naruto could hardly stand Sasuke's popularity any longer. In a fit of frustration, he squatted down in front of Sasuke. Sasuke, slightly taken aback, opened his eyes and was shocked to see Naruto glaring at him from the table. What the hell? Is a dramatic scene about to unfold? Senya sat at his desk, a spectator fully aware of the impending developments. If only this world had smartphones, he would have taken dozens of pictures to later show Sasuke. Then, showing the future children of Naruto and Sasuke their father's first kiss, it was gone just like that. A group of jealous girls spotted Naruto squatting there, locking eyes with Sasuke, and immediately shouted, Naruto, come down. Stop clinging to Sasuke. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, feeling frustrated. He could not comprehend why everyone was so fixated on Sasuke. Even if he was the top, Chiya had defeated Sasuke before. Why didn't they bother Chiya instead? What was so special about that guy? He still bore the scars from yesterday's beating, appearing rather comical. The intensity of their gaze escalated, and Sasuke, under such scrutiny, could not possibly relent. The two glared at each other, hostility crackling in their eyes like lightning. Sasuke, hurry and defeat him. Defeat this underachiever. A chorus of frantic girls urged, eager to see Sasuke bring Naruto down. Chiya sighed in resignation, realizing that, regardless of the world, looks were indeed justice. At that moment, A boy behind Naruto inadvertently bumped into him. As he prepared to apologize, he witnessed, to everyone's astonishment, Naruto and Sasuke actually sharing a kiss. This scene shattered the collective perceptions of those present, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Only Chiya wore a gleeful expression, nodding in affirmation. Yes, just like that. Exactly. Oh. What a pity there's no camera. Naruto and Sasuke's minds momentarily malfunctioned. They quickly turned away, gagging incessantly. That's so disgusting, Naruto thought, while Sasuke seethed internally. I swear I will kill you. Just then, Naruto sensed an overwhelming aura of killing intent and turned to find all the girls glaring at him. Their fierce gazes as if they could slay him at any moment. Ah, this was an accident, just an accident, Naruto hastily explained. You're dead, Naruto. Sakura fumed, her fingers cracking ominously, intent on tearing him apart. The unfortunate Naruto, meanwhile, was observing the classroom situation from the office, his face drenched in sweat, while the other jonin around him appeared equally speechless. Soon after, Iruka entered the classroom. An instant silence fell as everyone returned to their seats. Naruto quietly whispered to Chiya. You didn't see anything, right? Chiya chuckled. I saw everything. So, how does it feel to kiss a boy? Damn it. That was utterly disgusting. He retorted, gagging. All right. Silence. Iruka called, tapping the lectern loudly. Congratulations, from today onwards. You are independent ninjas, yet you are still mere novice genin. The real hardships are just beginning. From now on, you will form teams of 3, assigned to a jonin teacher for missions. As soon as Iruka mentioned teams of 3, Naruto, Sakura, and Ino's minds seemed to be struck by lightning, their eyes wide with shock. Each harbored their own thoughts. I wonder who will be in a team with Sasuke. Ino remarked meaningfully to Sakura. Who knows? Sakura shot Ino a glare, thinking, the one who should be paired with Sasuke is undoubtedly me. Chiya, situated nearby, felt exasperated, primarily wishing to ridicule Ino. Are you oblivious to your own family background? You're a fool. How could the trio of pig, deer, and butterfly possibly exclude you? Lacking any self-awareness, how does your family cultivate its members? Meanwhile, Sasuke scoffed. A trio merely adds more hindrances. He had 2 objectives, revenge and retribution. To avenge Chiya's mockery, and to avenge his clan's annihilation. Who has time to play make-believe with this bunch of fools? Looking over at Naruto, he was daydreaming, thinking, first, I must be paired with Sakura, and the other will be Chiya. At that moment, Iruka continued, to ensure balanced abilities within each class, the school will determine the groupings. I am about to announce them. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. Those aware of Chiya's prowess largely desired to be grouped with him, as such a formidable partner would undoubtedly ease future missions. Hey, Chiya, you'd better not be in my group. Otherwise, I'll make sure to give you a good beating. Came the mocking voice of Fat Tiger from behind. Chiya felt bemused. Why did this guy always seem to be at odds with him? Yet, he was far from intimidated. Responding boldly, let us step outside and test that. I guarantee I won't hold back. Fat Tiger was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit intimidated. He knew he could never defeat Chiya, who had even bested Sasuke. Seeing Fat Tiger hesitate, Chiya snorted lightly. Cowardly dogs shouldn't bite recklessly. If you provoke me further, you'd best avoid walking alone at night. Exactly, Fat Tiger. Don't get cocky just because your family has a bit of money. Believe me, I can take you down in no time. Naruto chimed in, unwilling to let his friend be belittled. Instantly, Fat Tiger shrank back, while he looked down on these 2. He was well aware that each was fiercer than the other, thus he ceased to engage with them. TCH. Naruto scoffed disdainfully. Soon, the moment of grouping arrived for Class 7. Iruka announced, Class 7. Chiya, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno. Before Iruka could finish, Naruto leaped up excitedly, shouting, awesome. He was thrilled to be in the same team as Sakura, and Chiya was also included. Sakura, however, wore a face of disappointment. She wasn't grouped with Sasuke, but instead found herself paired with the very underachiever she scorned. And then there was Sasuke. A comedic scene unfolded as Sakura exclaimed, this is fantastic. Naruto was left in a state of shock. Sasuke, on the other hand, wore an expression of utter dismay. He was frustrated, wondering why he had to be grouped with these 2 arch-nemeses, and both were present. How infuriating. Chiya, too, felt a twinge of melancholy. Wasn't it supposed to be 3 people? Why had it turned into 4? Did Class 7 truly require all 3 of them? Was he merely extraneous? Ah well, at least he could occasionally toy with Sasuke. And then there was Sakura. Oh dear. Truly, she exhibits no semblance of a lady, and the more I gaze, the more I feel a wave of nausea. Teacher, why are there only 4 of us in our class? At this moment, Sasuke rose, utterly unwilling to be grouped with Chiya. Surprisingly, he found that being with Naruto was somewhat acceptable. It was certainly preferable to being paired with Chiya. Oh, this is the school's decision. I am not privy to the reasons, Iruka replied. A sense of helplessness washed over Sasuke, since it was the school's arrangement. He felt powerless to change it. Meanwhile, Hinata stood nearby, her countenance reflecting a hint of disappointment. Not being in the same class as Naruto, and thus separated from the one she cherished, left her heart feeling heavy. Thus, the first 5-member team in Konoha's history was officially formed. Sakura, since we are finally in the same class, let us dine together. Following the conclusion of the briefing, the students would meet their supervising Jonin teacher in the afternoon. Seeing Sasuke walk away alone, Sakura hurried after him. However, upon exiting the school gates, she found herself unable to locate him. Initially, she had hoped to share a meal with him, but now he seemed elusive. At that moment, Naruto caught up to her and invited her to dine. You are so annoying. Upon recognizing Naruto's voice, Sakura immediately displayed her irritation, her demeanor decidedly unfriendly. Why should I have lunch with you? Naruto replied, somewhat timidly. But we are finally in the same class. Don't you find that bothersome? After tossing aside this remark, Sakura turned to leave, calling out Sasuke's name as she departed. Naruto felt a wave of disappointment. He could not comprehend why Sakura treated him this way, especially when he believed himself to be quite remarkable. At that juncture, a warm hand rested on his shoulder, accompanied by Chiya's voice. Let it go. Her heart belongs solely to Sasuke. How can you pursue someone who does not harbor feelings for you? Besides, she already has someone she admires. But Naruto lowered his gaze, torn between understanding Chiya's point and his lingering affection for Sakura, which had endured for many years. Chiya smiled gently and beckoned to a shy figure hidden behind a tree. Then addressed Naruto. There are countless individuals who may appear beautiful on the outside, yet possess an ugly soul. While external beauty is indeed significant, an intriguing spirit is far more vital. Rather than pressing your warm face against a cold shoulder, it would be wiser to set your sights elsewhere. What do you mean? Naruto struggled to grasp Chiya's words, for his academic performance had never been stellar, and her profound expressions only added to his confusion. Yet, Chiya did not provide a direct answer. Instead, she glanced over his shoulder. Naruto paused, then followed her gaze, discovering Hinata standing nearby, her cheeks flushed, head bowed. Unable to meet his eyes. Do you remember this girl? Chiya inquired. Ah, yes, I recall. I once protected her in my childhood when she was bullied by a group. Naruto responded. That is good to hear. Chiya smiled at Hinata. All right, come over. Hinata lingered in place for what felt like an eternity, summoning her courage before taking small, tentative steps toward Naruto, yet still maintaining a distance of over a meter. Hinata, what is the matter? Is there something you wish to discuss? Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Hinata's face flushed a deeper shade, and an invisible steam began to rise from her head as she remained silent for an extended period. Meanwhile, Chiya was utterly bemused. Hinata, dear, you are far too bashful. Clearly, after marriage, you exhibit the fierceness of a strong woman. Sighing, he nudged Hinata once more. Upon learning that you had also graduated, she was elated and prepared a gift for you, right, Hinata? Prompted by Chiya's reminder, Hinata quickly regained her composure, bowed deeply, and presented a small box with both hands to Naruto. Naruto-kun, congratulations on your graduation. This is the gift I prepared, she stammered, hastily thrusting the box into his hands before turning and fleeing without a backward glance. Naruto stood there, bewildered, holding the small box, feeling as though it was the first time he had received a gift from a girl. What was going on with Hinata? He scratched his head in confusion. Chiya, nearly exasperated, smacked Naruto on the head. Are you genuinely this oblivious, or are you merely pretending? You're so fixated on Sakura that you can't see Hinata's feelings for you? Seriously. Upon hearing this, Naruto's mind felt as though it had been struck by lightning, buzzing in disbelief before quickly sinking into a low murmur. Hinata likes me? Ha, don't jest. She is the daughter of a prominent family, while I am merely an orphan. Yet, at the very least, she has feelings for you, which is far better than pursuing someone who holds no interest in you whatsoever. Moreover, you have no idea how poorly you are regarded in Sakura's eyes. Impossible. Naruto immediately refuted, She just hasn't recognized my strengths. Chiya, unwilling to delve further into this, suggested, how about we test this theory? Confused, Naruto inquired, what do you mean? Let us tie up Sasuke, and you can impersonate him to inquire about your standing in Sakura's heart. Only then will you understand the truth, Chiya explained. Naruto fell silent, perhaps due to his pride, but ultimately agreed to the plan, unwilling to accept that he might be looked down upon by Sakura. The two soon located Sasuke in an attic, where he was enjoying a rice ball all alone. Following their plan, Chiya and Naruto proceeded to give Sasuke a thorough beating, after which Naruto transformed into Sasuke's likeness to seek out Sakura. Meanwhile, Sasuke found himself bound and struggling on the ground, his eyes covered by a cloth and his mouth gagged, utterly oblivious to the chaos that had unfolded. Suddenly, he had been struck down without warning. He was left in a state of confusion, pondering what misfortune had befallen him in recent days, wondering why he was being tied up every day. From atop a rooftop, Chiya observed Naruto's movements. His decision to assist Hinata in winning over Naruto and bringing this couple together stemmed primarily from the fact that the system had just issued a long-term mission. The first task, to foster the development of the Naruto-Hinata romantic relationship until Hinata genuinely confesses her feelings to Naruto, thus concluding the mission. Task reward, 50 celestial beans. Activating the exclusive breakthrough mission for the first level of Super Saiyan. This mission can be completed normally even if the requirement of 200 combat power is not met. As Senya stepped out of the classroom, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. He had previously been concerned about what to do if he couldn't reach the 200 combat power threshold, as that standard was already equivalent to the level of the 6 paths. However, the long-term mission suddenly alleviated this worry. Moreover, it was the Hinata route. It is known that, without interference in the early stages, Hinata would confess her feelings to Naruto during Pain's invasion. This meant that even if he did nothing, the mission would still progress on its own. Nevertheless, there remained one day within the mission to further enhance the emotional connection, implying that he would have to take some action. During the time Naruto was pursuing Sakura, Senya intentionally sought out Hinata and inquired if she wished to get closer to Naruto. Hinata, blushing fiercely, was perplexed about how Senya had discerned her feelings for Naruto, as she had never openly expressed them. However, those familiar with Naruto's world knew that eventually, almost everyone recognized Hinata's feelings for Naruto, except for Naruto himself, who either remained oblivious or feigned ignorance, given his difficult family circumstances. Thus, Senya suggested that Hinata prepare a graduation gift for Naruto, with him facilitating the exchange, thereby strengthening their bond. This left Hinata flustered. Though she was more than willing to give Naruto a gift, she had not prepared anything for school. At that moment, Senya noticed the lunchbox in Hinata's backpack and proposed that she give it to Naruto as a token of her affection, emphasizing that Naruto had never received gifts from others. So the sentiment itself was what mattered, and they could consider better gifts in the future. In her desire to foster their connection, Hinata agreed. This led to the earlier scene where Senya encouraged Naruto. Transformed into Sasuke, Naruto listened to Chenya's advice and sat on a bench along the route Sakura would take, anxiously awaiting her arrival. He was eager to know how Sakura perceived him, yet fearful that he would indeed fall short of Chenya's predictions. Several times, he contemplated fleeing the scene, but couldn't muster the resolve. Just then, Sakura approached. Upon seeing Sasuke, she beamed and rushed over, greeting him. Sasuke? So this is where you've been. I've been looking for you. Huh. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, but quickly remembered that he was now Sasuke. After all, it was the first time the goddess had initiated a conversation with him, which made him somewhat nervous. Oh, it's you, Naruto replied in Sasuke's voice and tone, which, while not identical, was remarkably like Sasuke himself. The only flaw was that although his tone was cool, his gaze was fervent. Hey Sasuke, it's great that we're in the same class. Let us go grab a meal together, Sakura suggested. Scooting closer to Naruto, and even leaning in a bit toward him. Let us talk later. I have something to ask you, Naruto said, his heart racing as he spoke. What is it? Sakura inquired. At that moment, Sakura's heart raced with excitement. Sasuke actually wanted to ask her something. Was he curious about her feelings for him? Or perhaps inquiring about her birthday? Or was he wondering whether she liked him and would be willing to be his girlfriend? Oh dear, how utterly embarrassing. If he were to pose such a question, how could she possibly respond? Surely, she would be more than eager to accept. Was there any doubt? What do you think of Naruto? Upon hearing this question, Sakura was taken aback, her heart sinking significantly. Why on earth was Sasuke asking about that fool Naruto? She couldn't comprehend it. Why must he drag that simpleton into their beautiful little world? Yet, since it was Sasuke who was asking, she refrained from showing impatience and answered candidly. Isn't he notoriously known for disrupting others' romantic endeavors? He always finds amusement in my anxieties. Naruto hardly understood her at all. Upon hearing this, Naruto was bewildered. He struggled to grasp what Sakura was saying, but it seemed as though he truly was quite inadequate. Then he heard Sakura continue. He's merely annoyingly straightforward. All I need is Sasuke's acknowledgement. Just the acknowledgement? Naruto felt a bit puzzled. Although he had an inkling of what was happening, he still wished to delve deeper into Sakura's emotions. For that, he would do anything. Sakura glanced at Sasuke, her cheeks flushed, even closing her eyes and leaning towards him. Even Naruto, though not Sasuke, understood what Sakura desired at that moment. A kiss. Though he wasn't Sasuke, seizing the moment was too tempting to resist. And he leaned in as well. But just then, an excruciating pain suddenly gripped his abdomen, causing him to break into a cold sweat. How unfortunate to suffer a stomachache at such a critical moment. Naruto was utterly speechless. He dashed off in search of a restroom. Sakura, her face still flushed, mistakenly believed that Sasuke was merely shy and needed to gather his courage. Meanwhile, up above, observing Naruto, Chiya was seething with frustration. What a splendid opportunity. Wasted due to a stomachache. How infuriating. However, upon reflection, he reassured himself that Sakura's first kiss would eventually belong to him. There were still 4 years until the Ninja World War. He could afford to wait. Yet, to Chiya's surprise, Naruto managed to finish his business without a hitch. The unfolding events in this world diverged from the original narrative, he mused. Then, he noticed Sasuke had freed himself from his restraints and was heading towards Sakura. To prevent Naruto and Sasuke from crossing paths, Chiya intercepted Naruto just as he was joyfully planning to return to Sakura for another kiss. Naruto, wait a moment. What is it? I still want to go back and kiss Sakura. Naruto protested, looking unsatisfied. Forget about that. Sasuke has escaped and is currently with Sakura. What? No way. I can't let that guy kiss Sakura. At this revelation, Naruto could no longer contain himself and sprinted towards Sakura's location. As he approached Sakura, merely 100 meters away, he caught sight of Sasuke passing right before her. In that instant, Chiya swiftly pulled him into the nearby bushes, covering his mouth in the process. Stay still and listen carefully to what Haruno Sakura is about to say, Chiya instructed. Huh. Naruto blinked, puzzled but nonetheless quieted down. The two of them observed as Sasuke walked past Sakura, who called out to him. Are you mentally prepared? Sakura asked excitedly, evidently eager to continue their earlier conversation. I am ready, she replied shyly. However, Sasuke completely ignored her, brushing past without a word. Currently, Sasuke was singularly focused on seeking revenge against his captors, utterly exasperated by the presence of an annoying girl. Yet, he had begun to form a mental shortlist of potential targets, either Naruto or Chiya, as those two were the only ones with whom he harbored a grudge. Nevertheless, he considered that since Chiya had saved him, he likely wouldn't be so petty, making it highly probable that Naruto was the intended target. Naruto, I will kill you. He seethed. Wait, Sasuke. Sakura shouted, noticing his lack of acknowledgement. What is it? Sasuke asked, his expression one of displeasure, startling Sakura, who was bewildered as to how she had offended him. And nothing. Let us just continue with what we were talking about. She stammered, nervously twirling her fingers. Sasuke disregarded Sakura's ramblings and directly inquired, Have you seen Naruto? Oh, let us not talk about that kind of person, Sakura whined. Visibly dissatisfied as she continued, he always clings to you. It's evident that no one has properly taught him. And Chiya is just as bad. Both of them without parents, lacking any upbringing. They act on a whim, constantly causing trouble. Sakura continued, If I were to behave that way, my parents would certainly be upset. Upon hearing Sakura's words and observing her haughty demeanor, Sasuke's expression turned grave, his gaze towards her growing increasingly frigid. Yet, Sakura remained oblivious to Sasuke's change in mood, continuing, Both of them are orphans, having never known parental care, which is why they can be so headstrong. I can hardly stand them. Loneliness. Sasuke interrupted, cutting through Sakura's incessant chatter. Sakura paused, finally noticing the fury etched on Sasuke's face, his eyes frighteningly intense. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? She asked, perplexed. Sasuke turned away, his icy stare fixed on Sakura as he snapped, You're annoying. In an instant, Sakura's pupils dilated, feeling as if the sky had fallen. The world around her dulled to shades of gray. She stood frozen, as if her very soul had been stripped away, watching Sasuke gradually retreat. This farcical encounter had finally come to an end. Chiya glanced at Naruto, who had also managed to regain his composure. From Naruto's eyes, Chiya discerned a profound disappointment towards Sakura, coupled with an air of melancholy. One could only imagine the tumultuous emotions swirling within Naruto at that moment. However, this situation was unavoidable, and it would be wise for Naruto to realize it early on, lest he be frequently exploited by Sakura Haruno. Let us proceed to school, Chiya said slowly. Naruto merely nodded, uttering no further words. Chiya, I must say, Sasuke is actually quite decent, Naruto unexpectedly remarked during their walk to school. How shall I put it? Chiya pondered for a moment. At his core, he is not malevolent. He simply enjoys flaunting his superiority. Upon hearing this, Naruto burst into laughter. Indeed, I cannot stand his pretentiousness. Yet, after a few chuckles, he continued. I never imagined that Sasuke would become angry due to Sakura's words about me. It seems we ought to treat him better from now on. Yes, it is not entirely your fault. We are both orphans, lacking parental guidance. The only distinction is that we have each other, while he is utterly alone. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Naruto turned to Chiya. From now on, let us include him in our activities, since we share a common experience. We ought to support one another. Chiya smiled. Your intention is commendable, but whether he will appreciate it remains uncertain. Regardless, since we are in the same class, we might as well give it a try. Indeed, observing Naruto's joyful demeanor, Chiya felt as though he were taking care of a younger brother. In reality, he was merely a decade older than Naruto, barely qualifying as an older sibling. As fate would have it, the unexpected did occur. By afternoon, Chiya had been waiting in the classroom for an extended period while Naruto grew increasingly impatient. Their Jonin teacher had yet to arrive, and his restlessness was palpable. He alternated between peering out the door and fidgeting at his desk. Sasuke remained seated, resting his elbows on his head, seemingly deep in thought. In truth, he was contemplating whether Chiya and Naruto had conspired against him, but lacking evidence, he chose to remain silent. Sakura leaned against her desk, her demeanor fraught with anxiety as she stole glances at Sasuke. Feeling unsettled, her thoughts were consumed by him, unsure of how she had offended him. Chiya, well aware of Kakashi's habits, had succumbed to sleep on his chair. Kakashi, in his tribute to Obito, had cultivated a penchant for tardiness, and rather than wait idly, Chiya deemed it more prudent to rest. Eventually, Sakura could no longer tolerate Naruto's antics and exclaimed, Naruto, can you not remain still? Why is our teacher so delayed? Naruto lamented. The other classes have all departed with their new instructors, and even Iruka-sensei has left. You ask me, but who should I inquire? Sakura replied impatiently. Then, both Sasuke and Sakura witnessed Naruto wedging the eraser in the sliding door, ensuring that when the teacher entered, he would be struck by it. Hey, Sakura called out. Do not do that. Blame him for being late. Naruto replied, his expression one of triumph. Honestly, although Sakura's face expressed displeasure, internally, she relished the mischief, for she too enjoyed such pranks. Sasuke scoffed dismissively and remarked, how could a Jonin possibly fall for such a low-quality trap? Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when a sharp sound echoed. A chalk eraser had struck the head of a white-haired figure peering in from outside. The atmosphere abruptly turned silent, so much so that the sound of their breaths became distinctly audible. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura found themselves enveloped in a tense responsibility. Naruto was the first to burst into laughter, pointing at Kakashi. You fell for it. Haha, you fell for it. His laughter roused the sleeping Chiya, who rubbed his eyes and immediately recognized the comedic scene of Kakashi being hit by the eraser. Although Kakashi had played into it deliberately, it was undeniably amusing. Sakura, witnessing their teacher being struck, panicked, genuinely believing that a Jonin could not be so easily harmed. Now that their teacher had indeed been hit, her concern was that their prospects might be grim, and she hastily apologized. I'm so sorry, sensei. I tried to stop him. It was Naruto who insisted on this. She quickly turned to throw Naruto under the bus. Chiya shot her a bemused glance. Thinking how hypocritical she was, she had seemed quite pleased just moments ago. Sasuke, equally astonished, glanced surreptitiously at Kakashi, questioning in his mind, is this real? A Jonin truly struck by an eraser? Is he truly a Jonin? Soon, they observed Kakashi picking up the eraser from the floor, resting his chin on his hand, and pondering profoundly as he slowly spoke. Well, how should I put this? My first impression of you all is rather unfavorable. At this, Naruto and the others immediately felt deflated. It was only natural for their teacher to think as such. Meanwhile, Chiya internally scoffed. You, who arrived over an hour late, dare to criticize our impression of you. Subsequently, Kakashi led the four of them to a rooftop, stating that as a new class, they ought to get to know one another. All right, let us begin with self-introductions, Kakashi said while perched on the railing. What should one even say in a self-introduction? Essentially, it involves sharing what one likes and dislikes, dreams, hobbies, and the like. Just as Kakashi concluded his statement, Naruto interjected. I think it would be better if you introduced yourself first, sensei. Kakashi appeared prepared for this, and as soon as Naruto finished speaking, he began. I am Kakashi Hatake. As for what I like and dislike, I prefer not to disclose that. Hearing this, both Naruto and Sakura were taken aback. Their teacher was not adhering to the usual script. Then, they heard him continue, regarding dreams and interests. I have many, and that will be all. In response, Sakura began to critique, saying to Naruto, in the end, all we learned was his name. Naruto nodded in agreement. Now it's your turn, let us start with you. Kakashi directed his gaze toward Naruto. I am Naruto Uzumaki, he exclaimed. What I love is instant ramen, particularly the Ichiraku ramen that Irika-sensei treats me to. What I detest is waiting 3 minutes for instant ramen to cook. My hobby is competing with others to see who can eat ramen faster. Notably, Chiya has never won against me in a ramen eating contest. And my dream? To surpass the Hokage. Therefore, I must earn the recognition of everyone in the village. Naruto declared, his enthusiasm palpable. As Naruto introduced himself, Senya was filled with sarcasm, particularly aimed at Kakashi. Aren't you simply enamored with intimate paradise? What a lecherous fellow. Furthermore, you seem utterly indifferent to your teacher's child. If Minato were to find out, he would undoubtedly come to confront you at night. If one day as a teacher, one is a father for life, then you are nothing short of a disobedient child. And as for Obito, let's not even begin. That guy is nothing but a traitor. After hearing Naruto's introduction, Kakashi's gaze shifted to Sakura. She, being perceptive, immediately smiled and said, I am Sakura Haruno, and the one I like is. Suddenly, she paused, casting a furtive glance at Sasuke. He remained as aloof as ever, exuding an air of indifference, which only amplified her admiration for him. Kakashi instantly understood, but seeing Sakura's mind consumed by thoughts of Sasuke, he could only say, all right, let's move on to the next. I am Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things I loathe, but little that I cherish. And though I do not wish to merely speak of dreams, I must declare, I am ambitious. I will restore my clan and, without fail, personally eliminate that man. Both Senya and Kakashi were acutely aware of what Sasuke referenced, yet Naruto believed Sasuke intended to eliminate him. Despite his desire to foster a good relationship, this was utterly impossible. Indeed, this guy deserved a beating. All right, the last one. At this moment, Kakashi turned his attention to Senya, who stood beside Naruto. To be honest, he held the highest expectations for this student and was quite curious. I am Senya Gishe, a pure taijutsu ninja. I do not practice ninjutsu, yet I aspire to prove to everyone that one can still become the strongest in the ninja world without it. As Senya spoke, Kakashi momentarily saw a reflection of Guy in him. After all, they were both devoid of ninjutsu. He pondered that perhaps entrusting Senya to Guy would be more beneficial. He could not fathom why the third Hokage had assigned him to himself. Finally, once all introductions were concluded, Kakashi revealed the plans for the future. However, his languid demeanor and lack of enthusiasm made Sasuke question the reliability of this individual. Team 7 is officially established from today onward. Tomorrow, we shall commence our missions. Just then, before Kakashi could finish, he was interrupted by Naruto's exuberant voice. What kind of missions? Naruto inquired eagerly. Let us begin with tasks that only the 5 of us can accomplish, Kakashi replied. At this moment, Senya contemplated the nature of such missions. Was he planning to assassinate a leader from another nation? With his current strength, he could confront 2 ordinary jonin head-on and emerge unscathed. Ever since acquiring Saiyan physiology the previous night, he felt his body undergoing a transformative metamorphosis. It is worth noting that during the first series, Goku, with Saiyan traits, was impervious to bullets. When a bullet struck Goku, it was as if clay met stone, resulting in nothing but deformation. Thus, He was certain that his current physical form could not only withstand bullets, but was also more than capable of enduring the lesser ninjutsu unleashed by the Chunin. Kakashi's prowess, standing at the pinnacle of Jonin, allowed him to navigate the latter stages of the ninja world war with remarkable ease. One might ask, which team could boast such a configuration? Yet, this was merely a whimsical thought, for at present, he was merely a genin. What is it? Naruto inquired with curiosity. A survival exercise, Kakashi replied, slightly opening his eyes. After observing Naruto, he took a moment to glance at Chiya and Sasuke, genuinely anticipating the performance of these two individuals in the exercise. A survival exercise? Naruto scratched his head, utterly perplexed by the term. It's a survival exercise, Sakura emphasized, then turned to Kakashi and asked, if it's a mission, why frame it as an exercise? We've already conducted numerous exercises at the academy. In response to this, Chiya felt compelled to remark, if you remain silent, no one will regard you as a mute. Just listen attentively. Why waste time with unnecessary chatter? I'm waiting for the rewards from the mission. However, Kakashi, exhibiting remarkable patience, stated plainly, this is not an ordinary exercise. Then what kind of exercise is it? Naruto pressed further. At that moment, the four seated on the steps witnessed Kakashi chuckling to himself, seemingly amused by something unknown. Sasuke even pondered whether their teacher was of sound mind. Only Chiya understood the source of Kakashi's mirth. He was amused by the certainty that no one would pass this exercise, as none from his previous classes had ever succeeded in the subsequent assessments. Listening to Kakashi's unsettling laughter, Sakura felt a surge of irritation. What is so funny, sensei? No. Kakashi shook his hand with a smile. If I were to disclose it, I would surely frighten you. Huh. Naruto and the others looked at him with confusion. Kakashi then elucidated, out of the 28 graduates, only 10 have been recognized as genin. The remaining 18 will be sent back to the academy. This means the exercise is an exceedingly challenging test, with an elimination rate exceeding 66. Shocked. Upon hearing this, Naruto and the others were astounded. Observing their astonishment, Kakashi smugly remarked, see, were you not frightened? Naruto hurriedly exclaimed, how can this be? I worked so hard for my graduation exam. Why impose another graduation test? Well, Kakashi elaborated, that was merely to select those qualified to become genin. Nani? Naruto exclaimed in disbelief. This is utterly ridiculous. Alright, that will be all for today. Tomorrow at the testing grounds, I will ascertain your qualifications. Remember to bring a full set of ninja tools and assemble at 5 a.m. Now disperse. Oh, and do remember not to eat breakfast, or you might vomit. With that, Kakashi vanished, leaving Chiya and the others staring at one another in astonishment. Is this not the pressure now? Senya, fully aware of the script, felt no anxiety whatsoever. Kakashi had mentioned the elimination of 18 participants, yet the original Naruto series indicated that only 9 could ascend to the rank of genin. This implied that among the 10 positions, he was assuredly included. How fortunate it is to have a script. He felt an overwhelming sense of assurance. However, Naruto was an entirely different story. He trembled with apprehension, utterly unwilling to be dismissed at this juncture. He resolved to perform exceptionally well in the forthcoming examination, determined to earn the acknowledgement of his peers regarding his capabilities. Sakura, on the other hand, was preoccupied with the thought that failing the exam would mean parting ways with Sasuke, a prospect she could not bear. She perceived this as a trial of love. Sasuke, though, concealed his nerves. It would be disingenuous to claim he was untroubled. Senya could clearly observe Sasuke's hands subtly trembling, his expression turning earnest. After Sasuke and Sakura departed, Senya noticed Naruto sitting there, seemingly lost in thought, and approached him, gently patting his shoulder. To his surprise, the gesture nearly startled Naruto out of his wits. What the heck, it's you? Naruto exclaimed, somewhat annoyed. Not me. Perhaps it is your beloved Sakura Haruno? She's off chasing Sasuke now, Senya teased with a smile. Oh, please don't say that. I'm already worried sick. My graduation exam has been such a struggle. If I get eliminated tomorrow, it would be disastrous. Senya chuckled reassuringly. It's all right, worry not, for I am here. I shall ensure you do not get dismissed. Come, let me treat you to ramen. Wait, you're treating me. Naruto paused, realizing Senya wasn't exactly wealthy. Do you even have the money to buy me a meal? It's just one meal. How lowly do you regard me? Senya replied, somewhat exasperated. In truth, Senya possessed a substantial fortune, enough to nearly purchase half of the Hidden Leaf Village. Ever since he acquired the system, he had been assigned tasks for an extended period, laboring diligently for years. The rewards were quite unadorned, merely vast sums of money. Thus, while outsiders perceived Chenya's work as a means to earn a living, only he knew it was solely to obtain rewards. That night, Naruto did not stay in Chenya's room, allowing Chenya to enjoy a restful slumber. At 4 a.m. the following morning, Chenya awoke, freshened up, and had a bit of breakfast to sustain himself before heading to find Naruto, concerned he might oversleep. Although, in the original story, Naruto arrived early at the testing grounds. The narrative in this world diverged in some aspects, so Chenya opted to check on him for safety's sake. Kakashi had stated not to eat, but Chenya paid no heed to such admonitions, prioritizing a hearty meal since he was not worried about failing. Upon arriving at Naruto's home, he was relieved to find that Naruto had risen, though it appeared he had scarcely slept, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes that made him resemble a panda. "Hey, Naruto, are you ready?" Chenya called from outside the window. "Whoa, you're here so soon? Just a moment." Upon hearing Chenya's voice, Naruto hastily began to freshen up. The two then proceeded to the testing grounds, prepared to face the examination. The bell-grabbing battle was about to commence. At 5 o'clock in the morning, before dawn had broken, the four companions arrived at the testing grounds as promised. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura each carried a large backpack, while only Chiya bore a small bag. For he understood that bringing excessive gear was futile. After all, he was not proficient with ninja tools, and thus brought none. The quartet awaited until 8 o'clock, with Sasuke and Sakura standing attentively, while Naruto squatted on the ground, dozing off. Chiya, on the other hand, reclined on the ground and fell into a deep slumber, seizing the opportunity to catch up on rest, knowing that Kakashi would arrive late. As the sun ascended high in the sky, it was already 9:30. Sasuke and Sakura were beginning to feel the strain. They placed their bags on the ground, though Sasuke remained standing while Sakura sat down to rest. At this moment, Chiya awoke, yawned, glanced up at the glaring sun, and then looked at Sasuke, bewildered by the latter's stubbornness in standing for 4 hours without taking a break. "Good morning, everyone." At last, Kakashi's voice resonated from in front of them. Naruto and Sakura, instantly irritable, exclaimed in unison, "Too slow." Kakashi sheepishly scratched his head and attempted to explain, "Well, a black cat crossed my path." However, before he could finish, he noticed the expressions on Naruto and the others' faces, which seemed to say, "We don't believe your excuses." Abandoning his excuses, he cleared his throat and said, "All right, let us get to it." He then produced a clock, set the time, and continued, "I will set the alarm for 12 o'clock. Following this, he retrieved 3 bells tied with red strings and announced, "Your task today is to seize these bells from me before noon. Those who fail to acquire a bell will forfeit their lunch." "Nanny." Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Kakashi's voice continued, "Moreover, those who do not obtain a bell will be tied to the log where the alarm is placed and forced to watch me enjoy my bento." It dawned on the trio that Kakashi had withheld breakfast from them for this very reason, and they were now ravenous. At this moment, Sakura noticed a crucial detail and inquired, "Wait, why are there only 3 bells?" Chiya, exasperated, thought, "Isn't the answer obvious?" Yet he forgot that Sakura and the others were merely 12 years old, still very much children. Kakashi, however, responded gently with a smile, "There are only 3, which means at least one person will be tied to the log due to failing the task and will be sent back to school. At least one may fail, and it's possible that all will. To obtain a bell, one must possess the resolve to take down their opponent. All right then, the pressure is on." Chiya could clearly see that Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were now quite tense. "But this is too dangerous." Sakura voiced her concerns. Indeed. We can hardly avoid even a chalkboard eraser." Naruto nodded in agreement. Chiya sighed, pondering just how underestimated they were of an elite jonin. "Even if the bell is in my grasp, none of you 3 can take it from me. How can you still worry about Kakashi?" This time, Kakashi did not smile. Instead, he addressed them with utmost seriousness. "In this world, those who lack ability tend to boast the loudest. Now, let us disregard the tail end." It was evident to everyone that this statement was directed at Naruto. Momentarily taken aback, even Naruto, despite his simplicity, recognized that Kakashi was referring to him. Tail end. How dare you look down on me? I must seize that bell." Such were Naruto's thoughts. However, only Chiya understood that this was an evident tactic to provoke. As soon as I announced the start, while Kakashi was still speaking, Naruto hastily pulled out a kunai and charged forward. Yet, before he could cover much ground, Kakashi unexpectedly appeared behind him, pressing his hand against the back of Naruto's head while twisting the arm, holding the kunai against his neck. The blade poised perilously close to his skin. In an instant, Naruto was subdued. "No need to rush," Kakashi remarked nonchalantly. "I haven't even said start yet." Subsequently, he released Naruto. "What a trick! I didn't see anything," Sakura exclaimed, retreating a few steps in shock. Sasuke, too, became serious, realizing that he had underestimated Kakashi's prowess. Yet, to Chiya, Kakashi's movements appeared slow, and he was able to keep up with both his eyes and body, recognizing that Kakashi was not truly exerting himself. He eagerly anticipated the forthcoming duel with Kakashi. Kakashi assessed the situation. "But it seems you harbor intentions to eliminate me. What a predicament. I might be starting to like you all a little." With that, Kakashi's expression turned serious. "It's about to begin. Ready, start." The moment Kakashi uttered the command, Chiya and the others leapt into action, swiftly dispersing to conceal themselves. However, Chiya had no intention of joining the fray just yet. He would allow Naruto and the others to tire themselves out before making his move, putting on a show. The fundamental principle of a ninja is to conceal one's presence. Yet, this notion evolves. With sufficient strength, one can sense others through chakra. Chiya, having mastered the perception of energy, could clearly discern the locations of Naruto and his companions. Sasuke was perched in a tree, Sakura nestled in the bushes, while Naruto, unbeknownst to them all, stood boldly as Kakashi praised their efforts to hide. Then, Naruto crossed his arms defiantly, declaring, "Come on, let us settle this fairly." "That fool." Chiya and Sasuke simultaneously muttered. Kakashi was left speechless. There truly existed such a foolish individual. "You have completely failed to inherit your teacher's noble traditions." I must say, do you have a problem?" Kakashi retorted with exasperation. In response, Naruto boldly countered, "Isn't it your taste in hair that's the real issue?" With that, he charged forward, determined to avenge Kakashi's earlier disdain. Before he could approach, the moment he spotted Kakashi reaching into his ninja tool pouch, he hesitated, halting in his tracks, eyes warily fixed on Kakashi. Soon after, Kakashi spoke, "Ninja tactical insights. Firstly, taijutsu. Let me teach you." Naruto paused, contemplating that taijutsu meant direct attacks. However, he had intended to utilize a weapon. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Kakashi surprisingly pulled out a book from his pouch. A rather scandalous one at that, Intimate Paradise. Naruto was utterly bewildered. Who could have anticipated this? Why are you holding a book?" Naruto inquired. "Because the next part is quite significant," Kakashi replied, opening the book and immersing himself in its pages, completely disregarding Naruto's presence. This blatant dismissal ignited Naruto's fury, inciting him to shout, "I will pummel you into submission," rushing forward with a flurry of punches and kicks, all of which Kakashi effortlessly blocked with his hand. Just as Naruto attempted a kick, a legendary moment in the history of Hokage unfolded. Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Naruto, hands forming the tiger seal. Sakura, believing the teacher was about to unleash a jutsu on Naruto, neglecting her own position, shouted urgently, "Naruto, run!" Naruto, taken aback and utterly confused by the turn of events, was met with Kakashi's declaration, "Too late," as he forcefully poked Naruto in the rear. Konoha Ninja Art Secret Transmission. Taijutsu Ultimate Technique. 1,000 Years of Pain. Naruto emitted a heart-wrenching scream, launching into the air before splashing into the river with a resounding thud. Sasuke and Sakura felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. They genuinely thought their teacher was about to employ a jutsu on Naruto. Only Chiya stood there, face flushed, nearly bursting into laughter. Indeed, this scene never lost its charm. He recalled back in middle school when he played with a classmate, executing 1,000 years of pain, only to find that his classmate remained unharmed while his own fingers swelled for days. The ensuing events unfolded much like the original narrative. Naruto utilized shadow clones to ensnare Kakashi, who adeptly escaped using the substitution technique, leading Naruto to mistakenly believe that Kakashi had transformed into his likeness, resulting in a chaotic flurry of blows between him and his clones. Upon dispelling the clones, he found himself battered and bruised, while Kakashi had vanished. At that moment, Naruto noticed a bell lying beneath a tree, presuming it to be accidentally dropped by Kakashi, and rushed over to retrieve it. Then, he was abruptly hoisted into the air by a rope trap. Sasuke could only roll his eyes at such an obvious snare. Indeed, Naruto was a supreme fool. Furthermore, Kakashi was equally foolish, never anticipating that his team would harbor two such imbeciles. Yet now, he was quite curious to see how Chiya would attempt to seize the bell. Observing this scene, Chiya felt a twinge of nostalgia. The substitution technique was nearly an invincible ability, yet it was seldom employed later on, ultimately being overshadowed by Sasuke's heavenly hand strength. To be frank, he has always believed that the technique of body replacement is merely a form of substitution jutsu, albeit one that is so exceedingly intricate that Kishimoto chose to seal it away. Just as Kakashi picked up the bell beneath Naruto and began conversing with him, Sasuke seized the moment, brandishing shuriken to launch a surprise attack. Several shuriken flew towards Kakashi, who, in the midst of his dialogue, was struck down. Naruto, astonished, exclaimed, "You idiot, Sasuke! You've really taken down our teacher." Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when Kakashi abruptly transformed into a wooden figure, vanishing once more. It dawned on them that Kakashi had employed the body replacement technique again. Sasuke, having revealed his position, swiftly relocated. Meanwhile, Sakura, concerned for Sasuke, rushed out to find him, only to soon fall victim to Kakashi's genjutsu. Upon seeing Sasuke seemingly pierced by kunai, blood flowing profusely, she fainted. Sasuke, hearing Sakura's scream, surmised that she had indeed fallen under the illusion, yet he remained confident, muttering to himself, "I am different from them." At that moment, Kakashi appeared beside a tree, leaning against it, and remarked, "Such words are best reserved for when you secure the bell, Sasuke." Upon hearing his voice, Sasuke swiftly turned, on guard against Kakashi, and after a brief moment of silence, charged forward. Kakashi, anticipating a direct confrontation, stated, "A frontal assault is futile." However, to his surprise, Sasuke hurled shuriken to sever the rope nearby. In an instant, a flurry of shuriken rained down upon Kakashi. Just as Kakashi evaded the barrage, Sasuke materialized behind him, delivering a swift kick. Yet, it was thwarted by Kakashi's defense. Nevertheless, in an unexpected turn, Sasuke managed to brush against the bell at Kakashi's waist, and they quickly created distance between each other. It was at this juncture that Kakashi began to take the matter seriously. He had not anticipated Sasuke's cleverness, nor did he have the luxury of reading. Chiya, observing from the sidelines, felt that Kakashi had indeed let his guard down too much. After all, he was an elite jonin, a half-step to Hokage, and yet was caught off guard by a mere genin. Quite frankly, Chiya felt a tinge of disappointment. Just then, he heard Sakura calling out from the other side, "Sasuke, don't leave me behind. Where are you?" Chiya, exasperated, thought, "For heaven's sake, still worrying about your boyfriend?" When he regained his focus, he saw Sasuke beginning to form hand seals. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Fire style, great fireball technique." Immediately, he expelled a blazing sphere of flame. This scene left Kakashi momentarily astonished. He had not expected a genin to possess such ninjutsu, as it typically consumed a vast amount of chakra, which genins generally lacked. Could this be the power of the Uchiha clan? Truly remarkable. Sasuke believed this technique could strike Kakashi, but to his dismay, the flames dissipated, revealing Kakashi had vanished. As he frantically searched, a hand suddenly emerged from the ground, grasping his ankle. Earth-style, searing earth technique. Kakashi pulled Sasuke down into the earth. A piercing scream erupted from Sasuke, and soon, only his head remained above the surface. At that moment, Kakashi stood before him and remarked, "The third insight into ninja tactics. Ninjutsu. How is it? Unable to move, are we?" "TCH. Sasuke scoffed, shaking his head defiantly. "Yet, it was evident that you quickly began to stand out," Kakashi smiled. "Humph." Sasuke clenched his teeth in frustration. However, Chiya had yet to make an appearance. Kakashi surveyed the surroundings, astonished that he had failed to detect Chiya's presence. Where on earth could this kid be hiding? From the beginning until now, he had not shown himself. Was he truly that deep and observant? As the time drew near, Kakashi called out into the void, "You should come out now. Time is running short." Upon hearing this, Chiya glanced at the system clock, which read 10 minutes to 12. Just as well, Naruto and the others had been defeated. It was time for him to shine. He leapt down from the tree, arriving before Kakashi, now less than 10 meters apart. Kakashi was taken aback. He did not expect Chiya to step forward so boldly. Upon seeing Chiya, Sasuke regained his composure, aware of Chiya's strength. Though reluctant to admit it, he recognized that Chiya was indeed stronger than himself. and he was eager to see how Chiya would confront Kakashi. Meanwhile, Naruto sat before the Hokage monument, preparing to devour the 3 bento boxes in front of him, nearly starving and completely oblivious to the ongoing battle elsewhere. Are you also preparing for a frontal assault? Kakashi inquired with curiosity. Chiya scratched his head, appearing troubled. Teacher, I don't know ninjutsu. If I don't go in directly, what else can I do? Well, that's fair enough, Kakashi acknowledged, understanding Chiya's situation. He felt this kid was akin to Guy, who, due to his lack of ninjutsu, could only resort to direct confrontation. However, Guy excelled in taijutsu, giving him the courage to engage head-on, a quality Chiya lacked. Yet Sasuke was well aware that although Chiya could not perform ninjutsu, he possessed terrifying taijutsu that even Konoha had not recorded. Let us commence, Kakashi declared, recognizing Chiya's capability to have defeated Sasuke, and he became serious. I concede. Chiya clasped his fists together and, with a swift motion, vanished from sight. This scene astonished both Sasuke and Kakashi. They had not even witnessed how Chiya disappeared. It was only after regaining his composure that Kakashi barely managed to catch a glimpse of Chiya's movements. He had not anticipated that this kid would spin around him at an extraordinary speed. It appeared he was searching for an opportunity to strike. As his eyes adjusted, he finally discerned Chiya's actions. However, this was precisely what Chiya intended for him to see. The system task was clear: demonstrate strength. Thus, he showcased his speed first, followed by other abilities. Nevertheless, this was not even his top speed. It was merely around 80%. Thanks to the Saiyan physique enhancement, his combat prowess had surged, and the system assessed his strength to be at the mid-level of a Jonin, with a battle power rating of 75. Here I go, Chiya announced, accelerating once more to reach his full speed. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. He quickly realized that this young man was deliberately allowing him to perceive his figure, yet this time, he found himself utterly unable to discern it. Where had he gone? Kakashi suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. Even during his spar with Guy, he had never been this anxious. Yet now, he was gripped by tension. Meanwhile, Sasuke stood in a state of disbelief. From the outset, he had been oblivious to what was transpiring. He had not anticipated the vast disparity in strength between himself and Chiya. There was no choice. Kakashi truly felt the need to train, for he could not even catch a glimpse of his opponent's form. Although he could not see, he knew that this speed was roughly equivalent to Guy's 6th gate. Thus, he pulled his Konoha headband down to his forehead, revealing his left eye, which glimmered with the blood-red 3-tomo Sharingan. He became utterly serious, finally able to discern Chiya's movements. Conversely, Sasuke was left utterly astounded. He had not expected that Kakashi, too, possessed the Sharingan, just like himself. How could this be? The Sharingan was a unique ocular technique of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi was not an Uchiha. How could he possess it? Did Kakashi perhaps acquire the eyes of his clan members? Upon this realization, he was filled with rage and questioned, Kakashi, how do you possess the Sharingan? Kakashi hesitated, recalling Sasuke's background, and explained, this was given to me by a dear friend before his passing. He was an Uchiha, just like you. Shocked, Sasuke was momentarily speechless. This was something he had not anticipated. However, upon further reflection, if Kakashi had indeed obtained the Sharingan through illicit means, he would have long since been apprehended by Konoha. So how could he possibly serve as a teacher? Just then, Chiya's voice echoed in Sasuke's ears, directed at Kakashi, yet he heard it quite clearly. Sensei, could you please take this seriously? I have been running for quite some time. Kakashi offered an apologetic smile and replied, my apologies, please continue. Here I come. Chiya had been explaining to Kakashi while waiting for Sasuke, and he had not expected Kakashi to activate the Sharingan in response to him. It seemed that Kakashi was indeed earnest. As soon as Chiya's words fell, he surged forward from Kakashi's side, moving with incredible speed. Had it not been for the Sharingan, Kakashi might have only realized Chiya's presence when he was right in front of him. Consequently, he leaped into the air, creating some distance between himself and Chiya. However, the next moment brought an unexpected turn of events. He found himself confronted by 7 or 8 Chiyas, all rushing towards him simultaneously. How could this be? Wasn't this boy incapable of ninjutsu? Kakashi was momentarily dazed, utterly baffled. Just as he was lost in thought, Chiya had already reached him. Fortunately, Kakashi reacted swiftly, executing several backflips to distance himself, narrowly evading Chiya's attack. Yet, in that fleeting instant, he finally discerned the technique that Chiya had employed. Through rapid movement, he created an afterimage. However, this requires exceptional physical fitness, extraordinary explosive power, and perfect control over one's body, along with numerous other factors. This is not a technique that a mere genin could master. It is not only jonin who could achieve this. Even Might Guy, a specialist in taijutsu, might struggle to execute such a maneuver. It is uncertain whether the 8 gates can be utilized, but current records do not indicate its application. How on earth did this young man acquire such a skill? If his physical prowess is indeed as formidable as it seems, I must summon all my strength. Otherwise, I may falter here. This suggests that Chiya has already reached the level of a jonin. How is that possible? With this thought, Kakashi's heart sank. He understood that he could no longer regard Chiya as a freshly graduated genin. This fellow might even surpass Guy in the near future. The most astonishing part is that he is merely 12 years old. His potential and future are immeasurable. Lord Third, is this part of your plan? You have truly assigned me a formidable opponent. Given this, Kakashi resolved not to hold back any longer. However, he still intended to refrain from using ninjutsu, believing that his current taijutsu would suffice. Unbeknownst to him, Chiya was unaware of Kakashi's contemplations. After failing to land a hit with his afterimage punch, he initiated another round of offense. The previous burst of speed had drained a significant amount of his stamina. He realized that although he possessed the physique of a Saiyan, his internal energy and endurance were insufficient to sustain the use of numerous techniques. He required extensive training to reach an appropriate standard. Thus, he aimed for a swift conclusion. However, he was uncertain of his ability to defeat Kakashi. Losing here would undoubtedly cast a negative light on him, especially in Sasuke's eyes. Yet, since he needed to showcase his strength, he could not afford a humiliating defeat. He could only do his utmost. With this in mind, he created a shadow clone while rushing toward Kakashi. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. This time, it was not an afterimage but a genuine entity. This kid can actually perform the shadow clone technique. Just like Naruto. Is it possible? Are shadow clones so commonplace these days? Even ninjas without ninjutsu can use them? Surprises kept coming one after another. Kakashi's thoughts were influenced by his Sharingan, which perceived the energy clone and chakra clone as identical. However, the distinction lies in that chakra clones possess lesser strength than the original and vanish upon taking damage, whereas energy clones retain the same strength as the original and only disappear when their energy is depleted or time runs out. Were it not for the cooperative nature of this bell-stealing exercise, Kakashi would seriously consider qualifying Chiya right then and there. He no longer underestimated this young man. Freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy, he regarded Chiya as a genuine opponent. Stepping back, he swiftly formed hand seals, pressed his hands to the ground, and exclaimed, "Earth style, earth flow wall." A tremendous rumble echoed as a massive earthen wall, adorned with a dog's head, erupted from the ground, separating him from Chiya. As Kakashi prepared to ascend the tree for a better vantage point, a gray figure suddenly appeared above him, on the earthen wall. It was Chiya. Momentarily taken aback, Kakashi watched as Chiya leaped directly over the wall. Seizing the opportunity while Chiya was still midair, Kakashi sprang forth and delivered a powerful kick to Chiya. He assumed that Chiya would vanish upon impact, reasoning that Chiya would not be foolish enough to expose his true self in such a precarious situation. Thus, this must be a mere shadow clone. To his astonishment, the Chiya he kicked not only remained intact, but also grasped Kakashi's foot tightly in his embrace. Kakashi was bewildered. Could this really be Chiya's true form? If so, where was the shadow clone? Just as doubt crept into his mind, another Chiya emerged beneath him, raising one hand with the palm directed at Kakashi. Confused, Kakashi pondered Chiya's intentions. This was certainly not how ninjutsu was typically executed, not even forming seals. In an instant, he witnessed several white energy orbs shooting forth from Chiya's palm, hurtling toward him. What on earth? Kakashi was dumbfounded. Despite being adept at copying countless jutsu, he had rarely encountered such an ability, particularly one that required no hand seals. Just as the energy orbs were about to strike him, Kakashi deftly employed the body replacement technique, switching places with a nearby wooden post. The orbs collided with the wood, propelling the Chiya that had clutched Kakashi's foot several meters into the air. In the air, Chiya, holding onto the wooden post, scratched his head in exasperation. This body replacement technique is absurd. Even in the Naruto mobile game, one cannot substitute like this at will. Unbeknownst to Chiya, Kakashi's technique was a rare skill within the ninja world, known only to a select few and demanding a considerable amount of chakra. It was a predetermined aspect of their abilities. Theoretically, Kakashi was at his peak strength during this period. The Chiya on the ground shared in the frustration. How are we supposed to play this game? The airborne Chiya remarked. First, let us complete our mission, replied the Chiya on the ground. Without delay, both Chiyas launched another assault on the fleeing Kakashi. A cold sweat broke out on Kakashi. The disparity in information was staggering. However, he now recognized which was the shadow clone and which was the true form. Determined not to evade any longer, he opted for direct confrontation. The two Chiyas unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, yet surprisingly, none connected with Kakashi. His speed was remarkable, yet the two were puzzled, despite their ability to strike. Why did every blow miss its target? The three engaged in combat for several hundred exchanges, leaving Sasuke, who observed from the sidelines, utterly bewildered. He felt as though his brain could scarcely process what he was witnessing. Was this truly a battle between a Genin and a Jonin? He could not fathom why Chiya was able to hold his ground against Kakashi, and it was evident that Kakashi was not holding back. What an outrageous situation. How could this individual possess such strength? Clearly, he was merely a latecomer. He could not utilize ninjutsu. Why was there such a vast disparity between them? Despite being of similar age? As things stand, how can one seek revenge? It is imperative to demonstrate one's capabilities. How can I merely watch Senya perform alone? With this thought, his fury intensified. He emerged from underground and charged into the fray between Senya and Kakashi. Both Senya and Kakashi were momentarily taken aback. Were they engaged in fierce combat only for him to come forth and offer himself as a mere target? Are you here to assist me? Senya inquired. Humph. Sasuke disregarded him and launched a punch at Kakashi. Soon, the time for Senya's shadow clone technique expired. Only one Senya and Sasuke remained to battle Kakashi. Kakashi, puzzled, noted that he had not heard of shadow clones dissipating without being struck or dispelled. What was happening? Senya, my boy, you are quite the surprise, he mused. However, it appeared that Senya and Sasuke had reached a level of competency. They had begun to cooperate. Senya, with his formidable strength, took on the role of the primary attacker, while Sasuke, although weaker, sought opportunities to snatch the bell. Yet, his aim was not merely to ensure the competence of the two, but rather all four of them must succeed. If only two triumphed. It would be strange indeed if Minato-sensei did not come to inquire about him that night. Thus, he sought to create distance, allowing Sasuke to focus on Senya. Sasuke, flank him and support me with shuriken, while I distract him, Senya shouted, pressing forward. Don't order me around, Sasuke retorted, albeit reluctantly retrieving a few shuriken and launching them at Kakashi from the side. As the shuriken flew towards Kakashi, Senya reached him as well. At that moment, an unexpected incident transpired. Sasuke suddenly cried out in agony, startling Senya, who turned to see Sasuke once again ensnared by Kakashi, dragged underground. Damn it! Sasuke, you fell for that trick twice, he exclaimed. Moreover, when did Kakashi even create a shadow clone without him noticing? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Senya was sent flying by a swift kick from Kakashi, caught entirely off guard. He crashed heavily to the ground, skidding several meters. As he contemplated rising to continue the battle, Kakashi suddenly appeared before him, swiftly pinning him down. He struggled fiercely, yet Kakashi's strength was formidable, rendering him immobile. Eventually, he ceased his resistance and sighed. A teacher is indeed remarkable. Kakashi smiled and remarked, you will undoubtedly achieve greater feats in the future. Your speed, explosive reflexes, and overall abilities are exceptional. However, do you understand why you lost? And why you were unable to strike me during our previous encounter? At this, Senya was rendered speechless. Having pondered the very question, it is because your combat skills are lacking, your experience insufficient, and your attack patterns too predictable, making them easy to read. You rely solely on speed and strength, yet your application of combat techniques is poor. If you were to enhance your skills, even I might find myself at a disadvantage. Hearing Kakashi's words, Senya experienced a moment of enlightenment. So that was it. He had never trained in combat techniques throughout his life, relying solely on instinct in battle. Recalling Goku's training in Dragon Ball, he learned from Master Roshi and Popa, both of whom represent the pinnacle of martial arts. It was through their guidance that he ultimately awakened the advanced technique known as Ultra Instinct. However, just as Kakashi believed the battle had concluded, an unexpected chill crept in from behind him. He was momentarily stunned and turned to see, to his astonishment, another Chinya standing behind him, striking an enigmatic pose. Suddenly, a pale blue orb of light began to materialize between Chinya's palms. Kakashi sensed an impending danger. He realized that the Chinya under his control was merely a shadow clone. Just as he attempted to evade, the Chinya beneath him unexpectedly gripped his thigh tightly. "Chinya, let go! Release me!" Kakashi shouted in desperation. "Not a chance. I must obtain the bell." Chinya retorted. "I'll give it to you, just let go." Kakashi pleaded. "Only if you hand it over first will I release you." Kakashi found himself in a bind. Had it not been for the nature of the exercise, he would have resorted to extreme measures, but since this was merely a drill, he reluctantly surrendered one of the bells to Chinya. Ecstatic with his prize, Chinya waved the bell triumphantly at his counterpart, exclaiming, "I got it! I got it!" However, by then, it was too late. The other Chinya had already shouted the final HA. "Wait! Hey! I got the bell!" He shouted frantically, but the other Chinya, due to the roaring winds of the Kamehameha, could not hear his cries. As the light waves surged toward them, Chinya quickly released Kakashi, and both rolled to the sides just in time. The Kamehameha narrowly missed them, soaring past their bodies. When they stood, they beheld a colossal crater where the wave had struck the forest. Kakashi, taken aback, wore a comically dark expression. "Chinya, do you truly wish to eliminate me? I admit, I did encourage you all to adopt a killer instinct to seize the bell, but this is utterly outrageous." Before the Chinya who had unleashed the Kamehameha could respond, he approached with an awkward smile. "My apologies, Sensei. Once I release this technique, I cannot retract it." Meanwhile, Sasuke stood in shock, gaping at the vast, deep hole created by the wave. It dawned on him that he had severely underestimated this individual. Although he was unaware of the specific jutsu employed, he recognized that had it struck him, he would have met his demise. Thus, the bell-snatching operation reached a conclusion. Among the 4 students, only Chinya proved worthy. Kakashi announced personally, "Ding! Main mission 6 completed. Reward, chi perception." In that instant, Chinya distinctly sensed that his awareness of the surroundings had sharpened. However, he could only discern the positions and approximate strengths of others, unable to identify who they were. Chinya pondered whether this limitation was a shortcoming of chi perception, as he could not sense anyone devoid of chakra. After the battle concluded, Chiya approached Sasuke and extended his hand. Sasuke, still entrenched in the ground, turned his head upon seeing Chiya's gesture and snorted dismissively, "No need." He then pulled himself out of the earth and declared to Chiya, "I know you are strong, but one day, I will surpass you. I still seek vengeance." Chiya, somewhat speechless, sensed that Sasuke was evidently agitated and merely replied, "Good luck," in a subdued tone. With that, he set off to find Naruto. Seeing Chiya's indifference towards his challenge infuriated Sasuke, who began to stomp his feet in frustration, exclaiming, "How outrageous." He realized that Chiya did not regard him as a threat at all. "Damn Chiya, I must surpass you." As the trio arrived at the stone monument where Naruto was, they found Sakura chastising him. "Naruto, we must find Sasuke. I just saw him gravely injured. He might be dying." Sakura shouted anxiously, "Isn't it better if he is dead?" "I'm hungry and want to eat," Naruto replied, preparing to open his lunchbox. Just as he was about to dig in, Sakura rushed over, insisting that he come with her to find Sasuke. However, to Naruto, what did Sasuke matter to him? He was merely a rival. He cared little for it. If it were Chiya, he would have certainly set aside his lunchbox. Sakura berated herself, feeling indifferent, and for some reason, she sensed that her fondness for the girl before her was waning. "Hey, is that your meal? Go ahead and eat," Chiya's voice chimed in from the side. Naruto paused, glancing over, and Sakura turned her gaze as well. Upon seeing Chiya, Naruto chuckled, "I was just going to see if it was delicious. By the way, have you finished? It's already noon, time to eat. I'm starving." Before Chiya could respond, Sakura suddenly screamed, "Sasuke, you're alive." Sasuke's already gloomy expression darkened further as he glared at Sakura in anger, muttering, "You're the one who's dead." "Sasuke, I'm so relieved you're not dead. I thought you were gravely injured." But before Sakura could finish, Kakashi interrupted, "Enough. Gather everyone." He then instructed Chiya and Sasuke, "You two, tie Naruto to the post." "What?" Naruto was bewildered, and by the time he processed what was happening, he found himself already bound to the log. "What is going on? Why are you doing this to me?" Naruto was utterly confused. At this moment, Kakashi began his critique. "Regarding this exercise, I believe none of you need to return to school." Hearing this, Naruto, still complaining, immediately perked up. Really? But I was unconscious the entire time. Is that acceptable? Sakura's big eyes were filled with confusion. Yet internally, she was beaming with joy, exclaiming that love conquers all. Because of this, she could be with Sasuke. They all believed they had passed the assessment. However, Sasuke thought otherwise. Having been thoroughly defeated, how could he possibly qualify? There is no need to elaborate on Chiya. This is the essence of the Naruto storyline. We are once again drawn into the plot. He currently feels as if he is immersed in a game. I believe there may be a misunderstanding. Kakashi smiled and said, what I mean is, the three of you, aside from Chiya, should perhaps reconsider your paths as ninjas. Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sakura widened their eyes in disbelief, as this was a notion they could never have anticipated. What does it mean for us to cease being ninjas? Naruto exclaimed. Moreover, why did we not qualify while Chiya did? Chiya, feeling somewhat helpless, shook the bell in his hand and replied, because I managed to seize it. What? Seeing the bell in Chiya's grasp, Naruto exhibited an expression of utter incredulity, and Sakura mirrored his astonishment, both pondering how Chiya could possibly have snatched the bell from such a formidable teacher. What transpired earlier? Why? How could you have taken the bell? Naruto demanded. Indeed, Sensei, Sasuke, why does he possess the bell? Sakura echoed, casting a glance at Sasuke, who remained unresponsive with a grim demeanor. Because he is exceptionally skilled, Kakashi stated matter-of-factly, this is the truth, and there is no reason to conceal it. Let us momentarily set aside my role. By the way, do you not comprehend why a team consists of 3 members? Our group is unique, as it comprises 4. Chiya spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto were taken aback. Even Kakashi did not anticipate Chiya would articulate what he was about to say. Was this young man being deliberate? Was he attempting to remind everyone of their disunity through this exercise? Otherwise, he would have communicated the objective from the outset. However, it is evident that even if he had, these self-righteous youngsters would not have grasped it. What do you mean? Sasuke inquired first, striving to strengthen himself and retain his status as a ninja. Chiya responded, as a team, the most crucial element is to trust your comrades. During mission execution, for the sake of task fulfillment and personal safety, it is imperative to understand the significance of collaboration. If we had acted together from the beginning, coordinating our efforts, even Sensei could falter, and perhaps at that moment, we could have seized the bell. Yet, none of us proposed this idea. The environment we inhabit is one that our predecessors secured with their blood. Combat is never a solitary endeavor. It is a collective responsibility. If each individual acts independently, Konoha would have perished long ago. Upon hearing this, Sasuke experienced an epiphany. He understood, yet his pride prevented him from conceding. What? Sakura instinctively took a few steps back, completely taken aback, and she had never considered nor desired to collaborate with Naruto and Chiya as long as Sasuke was present. As for Naruto, he remained lost in thought. Well said. Kakashi expressed his approval with a nod and applause, stating, this is the very purpose of this exercise. Hence, I declare that you lack the qualifications to be ninjas. Do not underestimate the life of a ninja. In the future, lives may be lost. You cannot fathom the helplessness and despair of witnessing your comrades perish beside you. Kakashi spoke with a grave demeanor as he approached the stone monument where Naruto had previously sat, continuing his discourse. Behold this, he said, gesturing to the multitude of names etched upon its surface. Do you comprehend what this monument signifies? These are the names of the ninjas revered as heroes within our village. Before he could finish, Naruto interjected. Oh, I see. I've decided that I want my name inscribed here as well. However, before he could complete his thought, Chiya interjected. Naruto, the individuals commemorated here are those who sacrificed their lives while on missions. Naruto paused, musing, sacrifice? You mean dead? Sakura elucidated. In an instant, Naruto fell silent, his expression shifting to one of discomfort. He certainly did not wish for death. Kakashi continued, this is a memorial stone, and the name of my dear friend is also inscribed here. Thus, do not underestimate the life of a ninja. Becoming one entails the constant confrontation with mortality. After this, he turned to see the varied expressions on Naruto and the others' faces, and added, Naruto, you only know how to charge recklessly. And you, Sasuke, consider your companions as mere obstacles, a lone wolf. Sakura, you seem entirely preoccupied with thoughts of Sasuke, neglecting both Chiya and Naruto. The weight of Kakashi's critique settled heavily upon them. their expressions darkening. Sakura even felt a flush of embarrassment as she muttered, "That's not true. You're not helping." Chiya shot her a glance, feeling exasperated. If it were not for necessity, he would prefer not to have someone like Sakura as a teammate, as she often proved to be a hindrance. At that moment, Sakura, feeling indignant, retorted, "But there are only 3 bells and 4 of us. Isn't this exercise designed to incite conflict among us?" Good grief. What an utter fool, Chiya thought. If you remain silent, no one will regard you as mute. Frustration welled within him. Such self-righteousness was all too common among girls like her. Kakashi's ensuing actions took them all by surprise. He turned to Sasuke and remarked, "Do you realize, Sasuke, that in any team, the lone wolf is often the least favored, as they tend to disrupt teamwork, leading to the demise of their comrades? I have always held a strong aversion to lone wolves." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's countenance darkened, and he inquired, "What do you mean?" Kakashi replied, "It implies that even if Naruto proves competent, individuals like you are still unfit." Infuriated, Sasuke, still reeling from Chiya's previous critique, now felt utterly belittled by Kakashi's words. He drew a kunai and charged at Kakashi, intent on delivering a harsh blow. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he found himself pinned to the ground by Kakashi. This is the essence of a lone wolf, too prideful to endure even the slightest grievance, Kakashi stated. "Do not place your foot upon Sasuke." At this moment, Sakura surprisingly became incensed. Chiya then remarked dryly, "Would you prefer I step on you instead?" Sakura was momentarily taken aback, falling silent. Good grief. This is truly vexing, Chiya thought, fully exasperated. "If you're so capable, why don't you take action instead of whining?" Kakashi then declared, "Now, I shall illuminate for you the harshness of reality. This exercise is, in fact, designed to instigate discord among you, with the aim of selecting those who, even at the cost of their own interests, will prioritize collaboration." In truth, a nascent collaboration had already formed between Chiya and Sasuke. Initially, I had no intention of deeming him competent. However, during the preceding battle, it was Chiya who first proposed the alliance to Sasuke. Yet, driven by selfish motives, Sasuke fell into my trap, resulting in his failure to qualify. At this moment, Kakashi's expression suddenly turned fierce as he produced a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Pressing it against Sasuke's throat, he commanded, "Naruto, kill Sakura. If you do not comply, I shall end Sasuke's life immediately." Naruto and Sakura were instantly thrown into a state of panic, unsure of how to respond. Kakashi then rose from beside Sasuke, sheathing the kunai, and remarked, "This exemplifies the lone wolf mentality, which often ensnares teammates in peril, causing harm to both others and oneself. Now, I shall grant you one final opportunity." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, a glimmer of hope illuminated Naruto and the others' eyes. The afternoon would usher in an even more brutal contest for the bells. Naturally, Chiya would be exempt from this trial. Others who wished to challenge themselves should consume their lunch, though Naruto was forbidden from partaking. "What?" Naruto exclaimed. "Why can I eat?" Kakashi replied, "This is your punishment for disrupting the rules and attempting to monopolize. Chiya, you are also prohibited from feeding him. Should anyone among you choose to share food with him, that individual will be immediately deemed unfit. Chiya, you included. Here, I am the law. Do you comprehend?" With that, Kakashi vanished. Sasuke and Sakura wore troubled expressions, utterly perplexed by Kakashi's intentions. Only Chiya grasped Kakashi's true objective. Having a script is indeed advantageous. With a script in mind, one remains as composed as a seasoned veteran. Yet, he could not reveal this understanding now. He must ensure that Naruto and the others genuinely comprehend the essence of unity. Furthermore, this was also a part of their mission. At the moment he was declared qualified by Kakashi, he received a new task from the system. Main Quest 7. Assist Team 7 in establishing trust and friendship. Task reward, 1 ton of energy. Upon seeing the reward, Chiya was momentarily stunned. How remarkable, an outright grant of 1 ton. After 12 years of training, he had only just attained 1 ton, and now, he was being doubled. With this energy, he could wield even more skills. In truth, after releasing the Kamehameha, he had less than 500 grams of energy remaining within him. Had he not successfully executed the surprise attack, he would have been left without options. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Now, he believed that upon receiving this reward, he could certainly employ the Prince strategy, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Each energy blast required no less than 100 to 300 grams of energy, with varying power levels necessitating different amounts. The attack against Kakashi had consumed merely 100 grams of energy. Although Kakashi had departed, Chiya was aware that he had not truly left. The seasoned ninja was observing them from behind a tree. Sasuke and Sakura had already opened their lunchboxes and begun their meal. Both were determined not to forfeit their qualifications as ninjas. They had to participate in the afternoon assessment. Meanwhile, Naruto was bound to a log, his stomach growling audibly. "Even if I don't eat, it matters not," Naruto exclaimed, feeling a bit embarrassed. Just as he finished speaking, his stomach growled once more. Sasuke glanced at Naruto thoughtfully, recalling Kakashi's earlier words. What constitutes teamwork? Even if Naruto desired to act alone, would he, in a moment of crisis, endanger Sakura because of his selfishness? Contemplating this, Sasuke concluded that he ought to share his meal with Naruto. After all, they were part of the same team and needed to look out for one another. Thus, he extended his lunchbox towards Naruto. "Here." "Huh?" Naruto was taken aback, as this was uncharacteristic of Sasuke. Sakura, equally astonished, hurriedly interjected, Wait, Sasuke. Didn't the teacher just say that she only wanted to participate in the assessment to be with you, and that being a ninja was secondary?" She hadn't considered Naruto at all, at least not for now. "It's fine," Sasuke interrupted her, continuing, "That guy isn't here. And this afternoon the three of us will compete for the bells. Naruto, try not to be a hindrance." "But," Sakura hesitated. Meanwhile, Chiya, who had been quietly observing, smiled with satisfaction. She retrieved 2 lunchboxes from her bag and approached Naruto. Sasuke was right, they were a team. Even though she had passed the assessment, she remained one of them. As she opened one of the boxes and prepared to feed Naruto, he exclaimed, "You idiot. You finally passed, and if that guy finds out, you could lose your qualification. I don't want to drag you down because of this." Chiya merely smiled at Naruto's concerns, saying, "Even if I lose my qualification, we can always compete for it again this afternoon. If I manage to secure first place once, I can certainly do it again, but this time, we'll do it together. Besides, if it were you in my position, would you not share your food with me if I were tied up here?" Naruto was momentarily speechless, tears brimming in his eyes. "You fool, you are my good friend. How could I not share my food with you?" "Exactly. I even brought 2 portions, one of which is for you. I knew you wouldn't have brought any," Chiya replied, expertly picking up some food and offering it to him. "Damn it, you." Naruto was thoroughly moved. Indeed, Chiya was the best. Chiya's words echoed in Sasuke and Sakura's minds, prompting deep reflection. Indeed, if it were me, Naruto would certainly share his food. After all, he is an idiot. "If you're still hungry, I'll share some of mine," Sasuke added. "And me too. There's plenty here. I can't finish it all anyway." "I can hear your stomach growling. You must be quite hungry," Sakura chimed in. "That's the spirit." Chiya smiled. "This afternoon, let us all give it our best." "Yay." Naruto instantly perked up. "Let us hurry. We don't know when that guy will return," Sasuke reminded them. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened ominously. Thunder rumbling and lightning flashing. Kakashi appeared before them with a stern expression, questioning, "Is there anything you wish to discuss?" Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were taken aback, rendered speechless. Naruto whispered, feeling quite guilty. "Huh." Kakashi squinted, appearing quite irate. Senya thought to himself, just keep acting. For, in that moment, Naruto found himself at a loss for words. He had thoughts on the tip of his tongue, but could not articulate them. Because we are a team, we cannot stand by and watch our comrades suffer from hunger. If one day a companion is in danger, we will risk everything to save them, Senya suddenly proclaimed. Indeed, we are a 4-person team, Sasuke affirmed. We are united as one. We cannot let Naruto starve, Sakura exclaimed hurriedly. Exactly, that is right, Naruto shouted loudly. United as one? Kakashi lowered himself to stand before Senya, quietly surveying the eyes of everyone present. The hearts of Naruto and the others raced, uncertain of what would transpire next. Suddenly, Kakashi smiled. Qualified? Huh. The 3 were bewildered. Qualified? Why? Sakura inquired. Because this is the test that I set for you. Am I correct, teacher? Senya chuckled. What? Naruto shouted. Did you know from the beginning? Sasuke found himself somewhat admiring Senya now. Senya smiled. I was merely guessing, haha. Kakashi remarked. Indeed, this is your second test. To be honest, you are the first group of students to qualify under my guidance. Had any one of you refused to feed Naruto earlier, I would have deemed everyone unqualified, including you. Senya. Previous students were merely fools who followed my orders blindly. A ninja must be able to see through a ploy in the world of ninjas. Those who break the rules are scum, but those who fail to value their comrades are the worst of the worst. Upon hearing these words, Naruto was moved to tears, and Sakura was stirred with excitement. Even Sasuke wore a smile that was long overdue. Shinya knew that the words Kakashi spoke were reminiscent of what Obito had said. He pondered how Kakashi would react if he knew Obito was still alive. Perhaps he would share that information with him when the time was right. All right. The exercise concludes here. Everyone is qualified. Team 7 will commence missions starting tomorrow, Kakashi declared. Yay! Naruto exclaimed. I want to undertake even more challenging missions. This was already a month after Team 7 had been formed. After completing their tasks, Naruto and his companions arrived at the Hokage's office to submit their reports. Upon hearing that the third Hokage intended to continue assigning them D-rank missions, Naruto immediately voiced his opposition. Every day it's either finding cats, unclogging toilets, or carrying water. What kind of ninja does such menial tasks? To this, Sasuke wholeheartedly agreed. Sakura continued to complain about Naruto's impulsiveness. After a month of working together, the bond among the three had strengthened. Following the third Hokage's explanation of ninja ranks and mission levels, Naruto still aspired to undertake more difficult tasks. The third Hokage, with no other choice, assigned a bodyguard mission to Kakashi. Sea-level escort mission, to accompany the bridge builder from the Land of Waves, Dasna, back to his homeland. The mission from the Land of Waves has officially commenced. Naruto was exhilarated, finally presented with a task of substance. Just as they were about to meet the client, Iruka, who was assisting at the location, noticed that Team 7 was missing a member and called out to Kakashi. Kakashi, where is Chiya? He's currently undergoing special training. Kakashi replied. Special training? Iruka asked, perplexed. Why isn't Chiya joining Naruto and the others on their mission? What could he possibly be training for? Iruka, I will explain this to you shortly. The third Hokage interjected, then addressed Kakashi. Kakashi, you and your team should proceed to meet the client. Understood. Kakashi then led Naruto and the others away. Third Hokage, what is going on? Iruka inquired hastily, as he regarded both Chiya and Naruto as equally important. The third Hokage took a drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling. The situation is as follows. It turned out that a month prior, after Chiya and the others passed their assessments, Kakashi had specifically reported Chiya's performance during the evaluation to the third Hokage. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage was astounded. He had not anticipated that someone so young could nearly best Kakashi. Kakashi's intention in relaying this information to the third Hokage was to propose that Chiya undergo independent training. Given that Chiya was significantly stronger, by dozens or even hundreds of times, than Naruto and the others, participating in lower-level missions with them would be detrimental to his growth. The principle of tailored education suggests that what Chiya needed most at this juncture was combat skills and practical experience. Thus, he advised that Chiya train with a taijutsu instructor, which would substantially enhance Chiya's abilities. The third Hokage naturally concurred, placing great trust in Kakashi's judgment. Consequently, he arranged for a taijutsu instructor to train Chiya exclusively. This training lasted for an entire month. At that moment, Chiya was in the woods of Konoha, performing push-ups. Come on, Chiya. Just 106 more. And you will have completed today's task. Chiya was already exhausted, his clothes soaked with sweat, while the voice of his taijutsu instructor urged him on. He felt frustrated. Why was he being made to train with this instructor, who had never appeared in the anime? Did Kakashi no longer want him? Moreover, what was most disheartening was that throughout this month, the system had not issued a single mission, remaining stagnant at Main Quest Part 7. To make matters worse, this task had yet to be completed. He was bewildered by the criteria set by the system. Nevertheless, it must be said that after a month of training, his strength had significantly increased. The instructor was indeed formidable. While he may not have been on par with Might Guy, he was not far behind, belonging to the ranks of unnamed yet powerful individuals. How is it going? Suddenly, Kakashi's voice resonated from ahead. Chiya momentarily froze, nearly stumbling to the ground. Following the sound, he saw Kakashi standing before him. Kakashi-sensei, you finally came to find me. I thought you had abandoned me. How could that be? Your prowess surpasses that of Naruto and his companions. While I guide you, I must also attend to them, and I cannot devote my full attention to either. They currently require refinement of their foundational skills and teamwork, which differs from your situation, Kakashi explained with a smile. I knew that Chiya would comprehend this. Yet he could discern that Kakashi had something specific to discuss with him since the latter had not visited in a month. His arrival surely indicated an important matter at hand. Consequently, he quickened his pace, contemplating that there must be a task requiring his involvement. And he yearned to showcase the fruits of his recent training before Naruto and Sasuke, to demonstrate the caliber of a combat power rated at 90. The system assessed his strength to have reached the 3rd tier of Jonin. When the system reached this conclusion a few days prior, he was taken aback. He had never encountered this 3rd tier before. Upon reviewing the level descriptions, he discovered that due to adjustments in the narrative of Naruto, the system had also established a new hierarchy. Presently, all combat power levels are categorized into tiers. The Jonin rank is divided into 5 tiers, and he currently resides at the 3rd tier, while Kakashi is approximately at the 5th tier. Above Jonin are the ranks of Kage, Strong Kage, and Super Kage, along with the 6 paths. Each of these latter 6 ranks has 3 tiers. However, the specifics of the system were not displayed. It merely indicated Kakashi's current strength, likely a conclusion drawn from their previous encounters. The teacher accompanying him is at the 4th tier of Jonin. To be frank, in terms of physical techniques, the disparity between the 3rd and 4th tiers is not particularly vast. Therefore, Chiya surmised that once his combat power reaches 95, he would undoubtedly ascend to the 4th tier. This lad has made significant progress. I can scarcely match him now, as our abilities are often on par, remarked the physical techniques instructor, pride evident on his face. What? On par with you? Kakashi was astonished. For a month prior, Chiya's skills and physical techniques resembled childish play, yet he had now received such high praise. Indeed, among all the students I have taught, Chiya possesses the greatest potential and is the most exceptional. Kakashi, even you must be cautious, lest you find yourself at a disadvantage. The teacher continued. Oh, this is certainly something to anticipate, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, though he recognized Chiya's capabilities. Just a month ago, he had nearly faltered. Now, after this passage of time, there was a high probability that he might inadvertently sustain an injury, especially since Chiya possessed techniques he had never encountered before, skills that could not be discerned by the Sharingan or replicated. Despite having scoured every available resource, Kakashi found no record of these abilities, leading him to believe that Chiya's skills were not of this world, which is quite formidable. How about we test him shortly? His training will conclude soon, suggested the physical techniques instructor. Let us discuss this later. I came to take him away for a new mission that requires his involvement. Kakashi stated. I see now. I look forward to this lad's forthcoming development. He might very well become the next Hokage, as he is quite astute. The two individuals gazed at the determined Chiya, who was still laboriously performing push-ups on the ground, and shared a knowing smile. Kakashi-sensei, are you saying that I can accompany Naruto and the others on a mission? After bidding farewell to the taijutsu instructor, Kakashi escorted Chiya to the Konoha bathhouse for a relaxing soak. From the contours of Chiya's physique, Kakashi could discern the raw power and explosive strength embodied in his muscles. Indeed, this marks our team's inaugural venture outside Konoha to undertake a mission, and it is also your first opportunity to collaborate with Naruto and the others, Kakashi remarked. Outside Konoha, Chiya paused momentarily, recalling that Naruto's first mission had been. Realization dawned upon him. This was an escort mission to the Land of Waves, a C-rank mission, yet its difficulty soared to A rank. The mission involved two formidable adversaries, Zabuza Momochi and Haku. When he had watched that part of the story, he had been deeply moved by the bond between Zabuza and Haku, shedding tears for their tragic fates. Although initially excited, the thought of witnessing that harrowing tale firsthand instilled a sense of trepidation within him. What's the matter? Are you not happy? Kakashi inquired, noticing Chiya's troubled expression with curiosity. I'm thrilled. Finally, I can partake in a mission. I've been itching to go all month. Chiya quickly replied. I see you want to impress Naruto and the others, especially since I've heard you've made significant progress this past month. I might even struggle to keep up with you, Kakashi teased. How could that be possible? Chiya chuckled bashfully. Sensei could never be outmatched by me. Perhaps, Kakashi mused. The plan was to depart the next morning. Upon learning that Chiya had returned from his training, Naruto rushed over that night, knocking fervently on Chiya's door, waking him from his slumber. Chiya, bewildered, opened the door to find Naruto barreling in. Chiya, why didn't you tell me you were going to join us on the mission? I was almost dying from anticipation. Chiya's expression darkened. Who the hell was thinking about you? I'm straight. And why are you here at night? Shouldn't you be sleeping? Well, upon hearing you were going on a mission with us, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep, so I came to find you, Naruto replied, making himself comfortable by plopping down on Chiya's bed, continuing to ramble on. You wouldn't believe how I feel about our client for this mission. They don't seem like a good person at all. They totally disregard us ninjas. You have no idea how many times I wanted to punch them today. Hearing Naruto's complaints, Chiya recalled some vague details of the plot. After all, with 720 episodes of Naruto, it was impossible to remember every detail. He could only grasp the general outline. So, are you going to sleep or not? If you're not going to sleep, I still want to rest. I'm exhausted. We can talk about this tomorrow. Chiya yawned, his daily regimen of taijutsu training leaving him utterly drained. Come on. We haven't had a proper chat in a month. Don't go to sleep, Naruto urged desperately. However, Chiya chose to ignore him, feigning sleep. He knew all too well that if he engaged with Naruto, the chatter would be endless. Ignoring him was indeed the wisest course of action. As it turned out, Naruto truly was something else. Upon seeing Chiya peacefully asleep, he refrained from uttering another word, mumbling a few incomprehensible phrases before lying down to rest himself. Whether he actually drifted off to sleep remained a mystery to Chiya. Just as Chiya was on the cusp of entering the realm of dreams, the system sent yet another notification, startling him. What the heck? System, are you out of your mind? Sending tasks at such a late hour. Do you intend to deprive me of my sleep? Yet, the system remained unresponsive, merely a tool devoid of empathy. With no alternative, Chiya glanced at the new task. After all, it was a mission he had awaited for an entire month. However, upon reviewing the details, he was more contemplative than astonished. Main Quest 8. Escort Dazuna back to his homeland, with the option to either eliminate Zabuza and Haku or allow them to escape. Task rewards, one of two choices. Should he choose to kill them, he would receive 50 magic beans. If he opted to let them go, he would gain access to the Dragon Ball King's fist. A decision between life and death, indeed. System, you have presented me with a formidable dilemma. To be frank, considering the greater good, Zabuza and Haku could be spared, as they would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. However, from a national perspective, they were notorious criminals, and releasing them would implicate Konoha, making their demise the most prudent course of action. Moreover, the rewards were undeniably tempting, regardless of whether it was the magic beans or the King's fist. Both were akin to a cheat within the world of Dragon Ball. The magic beans could restore all injuries and stamina, while the King's fist could potentially double his combat power, which currently stood at 90, thus elevating it to 180, reaching the Six Paths realm. Six Paths. At present, in the world of Naruto, such power would render him invincible, though he might falter against Jinjutsu, given that illusions in Naruto are also remarkably overpowered, particularly those wielded by Itachi Uchiha, which are truly unsolvable. Regarding Jinjutsu, he currently had no means to counter it, and was uncertain if he could break free through the Dragon Ball's energy explosion. He had yet to test that theory. Truth be told, he desired both rewards, yet the system only permitted one choice. It was only logical, between killing and sparing, he could only select one. What was he to do? This conundrum plagued Chiya throughout the night, resulting in a restless slumber. Upon awakening, he bore the telltale signs of sleep deprivation, akin to panda eyes. Naruto, puzzled, remarked on Chiya's appearance, having noticed the dark circles despite Chiya having gone to bed later than himself. Chiya, what is up with your eyes? Is it wrong for me to have fair skin? Chiya retorted, rolling his eyes. He couldn't very well admit to having fretted all night, could he? Well, you are indeed quite fair. Damn. That's a comment I never wish to hear from another guy. Chiya felt exasperated, as it seemed Naruto had taken his jest far too seriously. When Chiya and Naruto finally arrived at the gates of Konoha, Kakashi and the others were already present, indicating that Kakashi approached official missions with seriousness, at least not showing up late. Apologies for the delay, Chiya chuckled, acknowledging that if not for Naruto's lingering, he would have arrived much sooner. Finally here. All right, let us set off, Kakashi declared. Upon encountering Sasuke, Chiya was momentarily taken aback at the sight of him. He sensed a profound transformation in Chiya's demeanor. Yet he could not articulate what had changed, only that this individual seemed considerably stronger. To be candid, he harbored dissatisfaction regarding Kakashi's rigorous training regimen for Chiya. But he was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between himself and Chiya, acknowledging that Kakashi's approach was not without merit. For the sake of surpassing Chiya and seeking revenge, He had devoted the entire month to relentless training. He believed that he was now on par with Chiya, or at the very least, not as utterly powerless as he had felt before. After arriving at their destination, Chiya gleaned a general understanding of Sasuke and Sakura's abilities through his heightened sensory perception. Sasuke had indeed grown stronger, albeit marginally, while Sakura had shown only slight improvements. However, Naruto had significantly enhanced his strength, though Chiya understood that Naruto's progress was somewhat hindered by the influence of the Nine Tails within him. And so, their journey towards the land of waves commenced. The group was animated and boisterous as they departed from Konoha, primarily due to Naruto's exuberance. As this was his first time leaving the village after 12 long years, it was only natural for him to feel exhilarated. Yet, the middle-aged man they were tasked with escorting, Dasna, maintained an air of arrogance, frequently engaging in quarrels with Naruto. This dynamic added a layer of amusement to their journey. Not long after setting off, Chiya discerned the presence of 3 ninjas trailing behind them. He recognized them as assassins dispatched by Zabuza, though he was puzzled by the discrepancy, as the original narrative only mentioned 2. Dasna had shamelessly used his lack of funds as an excuse to thrust Naruto and his comrades into such a perilous mission. Had it not been for Kakashi's formidable skill, Naruto would surely have met his demise. Moreover, this man resorted to moral coercion against Naruto. While not inherently malevolent, his actions were undeniably contemptible. "What is it?" Kakashi inquired, noticing Chiya had come to a halt. As the captain, he felt compelled to attend to the well-being of each team member. "Sensei, look at the ground," Chiya murmured. Kakashi, somewhat perplexed, lowered his gaze and observed 3 puddles forming at their feet. He quickly deduced the anomaly. Konoha had not experienced rain recently, nor was there any in the vicinity. How could there be puddles? Realizing the implications, he nodded at Chiya, signaling his understanding, and instructed, "Be ready to act." "And heed my signal." "Understood," Chiya affirmed with a nod. The 2 of them discreetly followed behind Naruto and the others. In the original storyline, it was Kakashi who identified the puddles, but he had merely voiced his observation beforehand. Just as they had moved a few meters away from the puddles, a ninja, adorned with the headband of the Hidden Mist Village and a gas mask, emerged from one of the waterlogged areas. In an instant, he lunged towards Kakashi. Simultaneously, another ninja, similarly attired, leaped from a nearby tree, aiming at Kakashi with a chain adorned with sharp blades. Kakashi detected their presence immediately, but refrained from any action, even taking a moment to quietly instruct Chiya, "Do not move yet." In the next moment, Kakashi's body was ensnared by chains. Kakashi exclaimed, what is happening?" It was only then that Naruto and the others reacted and turned to look. What unfolded before them was a scene that sent chills down their spines. With a sharp sound, Kakashi was instantly shredded by the chains. Everyone was taken aback, their eyes wide with horror. Senya sighed in resignation, realizing that this person had once again resorted to the substitution technique, that notorious cheat move. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto shouted urgently. As soon as he called out, the 2 rogue mist ninjas suddenly appeared behind Naruto. He quickly turned, but the 2 enemies were already upon him, leaving him no time to evade. The second one of the rogue ninjas whispered before launching an iron chain, attempting to ensnare Naruto as they had Kakashi. At that moment, Sasuke reacted swiftly, leaping into the air to strike the airborne chain with a shuriken, pinning it against a nearby tree with a kunai. It won't come loose. The 2 rogue ninjas exclaimed in shock. Sasuke then stood on their backs and forcefully kicked off, striking their heads. Incredible. Naruto was astonished. He never anticipated that Sasuke had become this formidable. The 2 assailants, struck by Sasuke, instinctively dropped their chains, opting not to engage with him further, and turned to dash towards Dasna. Their objective was to assassinate Dasna. Faced with the terrifying onslaught, Sakura was paralyzed by fear. Yet her mind echoed with the mantra, I must protect. I must protect. Sakura, Naruto shouted. His voice snapped Sakura back to attention as she drew a kunai and positioned herself in front of Dasna, exclaiming, "Uncle, step back." Though terrified, she understood the necessity of safeguarding this individual. As the enemies approached perilously close, she dared not open her eyes to witness the confrontation. Sasuke too was momentarily stunned. The distance was too great for him to reach in time. Even if he could, it would be too late to respond. Damn it. Yet he chose to charge forward regardless. Just then, there was a resounding boom, with 2 deafening crashes, to the astonishment of Sasuke and Naruto. The two adversaries suddenly veered towards Sakura's side, only to be met by a dark figure. Upon recognizing the silhouette, Naruto exclaimed with joy, "Chinya! It's Chinya!" Sakura jolted awake, her eyes snapping open to see Chinya standing before her. Did he just protect me? She pondered, having missed the details of Chinya's actions due to her closed eyes. This scene once again highlighted the gap between Sasuke and Chinya. Damn, how can he be this strong? Sasuke was filled with disbelief. Moments ago, Chinya had effortlessly appeared before Sakura, and with seemingly unremarkable punches, sent the two enemies flying. Looking at the assailants now lying unconscious on the ground, Sasuke realized that while he struggled to keep up, Chinya had managed to surpass him. Is this the prowess of a taijutsu ninja? Are you alright? Chinya softly inquired, naturally addressing Sakura, for she was still his teammate. No, it's nothing. Thank you, Sakura replied, somewhat at a loss for words. However, before she could finish her sentence, a dark figure leapt down from the tree behind them, wielding a kunai aimed directly at Dazna's back. Chiya, be careful, Naruto hastily warned. From Chiya's perspective, the shadow was already known to him. What appeared to be swift movements to Naruto, and the others seemed to him as slow as a snail. He could have eliminated this foe at any moment. Nonetheless, such a display was better left to Kakashi. What? Sakura gasped, turning to look. Just as the kunai in the assailant's hand was about to pierce Dazna, a resounding thud echoed through the air. A green figure appeared in their line of sight. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura exclaimed in surprise. Kakashi had gripped the enemy's neck with one hand and forcefully slammed him to the ground, rendering him unconscious. Sensei, you're alive, Sakura said, her voice filled with joy. Kakashi was at a loss for words, after witnessing so many instances of the substitution jutsu. How could these individuals still be unaware that what they saw was merely a diversion? However, from the earlier encounter, he had discerned the enemy's intentions and the current state of the students in his class. I apologize for not being able to rescue you sooner, Kakashi explained. Then turned to Naruto. Naruto, I'm sorry you got injured, but I didn't expect you to remain so still and just shout from here. Here we go again. The provocation tactic. Chiya stood to the side, an expression of exasperation etched across his face. Kakashi seemed to have an incessant penchant for this method, perhaps born out of frustration. Dazna, it seems we have been saved. Dazna exhaled deeply, having been on the brink of panic moments ago. Chiya, Sasuke, both of you performed admirably. Your reactions were swift and your actions decisive, as was Sakura's, Kakashi commended. Upon hearing these words, Naruto stood frozen, his pupils trembling. He glanced at Sasuke, who, though facing his first real battle, appeared unfazed and composed, his attire remaining unsoiled. Naruto didn't he wish to compare himself to Chiya, as he was a dear friend, and he felt genuine happiness for his friend's praise. Yet, he regarded Sasuke as a rival, and seeing his opponent excel only served to highlight his own inadequacies. At that moment, Sasuke flashed a confident smile in Naruto's direction. Coward, is your wound all right? Though slightly taken aback by Chiya's prowess earlier, he thought that if he hadn't intervened to save Naruto, he could have reached the scene in time. Considering Chiya's speed was nothing extraordinary, he believed their strengths were quite comparable. What's that? Naruto roared in anger, shouting, Sasuke. He was about to charge at Sasuke to give him a good thrashing. Naruto, stop your futile shouting and take a look at your wound, Kakashi interrupted. Naruto, those claws are poisoned. If not treated promptly, it could pose a grave danger to your life. So, refrain from anger, as it will only hasten the poison's spread to your heart, leading to a quicker demise, Chiya advised. Currently, the main mission 7 issued by the system remained unfulfilled. Chiya pondered whether it was essential to maintain the emotional rapport between Naruto and Sasuke, thus opting for a non-intrusive observational stance for the time being. As the narrative unfolds, the bond between Naruto and Sasuke is destined to reach new heights through the influence of Haku. However, Naruto need not fret. A brief delay will allow his injuries to heal. What? Really? Upon hearing Chiya's voice, Naruto was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the back of his hand, bewildered as to when he had sustained the injury. By the way, Mr. Dazna, I have a question for you. Kakashi suddenly addressed Dazna. What? Dazna felt a surge of anxiety. There are matters I wish to discuss with you, though the time is not yet right. After Kakashi spoke, he instructed Chiya and Sasuke to bring the other two adversaries over, binding all three beneath a large tree. These individuals should be Chunin from the hidden mist, likely defectors. Kakashi remarked. The Hidden Mist is notorious for harboring rogue ninjas, as these individuals are renowned for their relentless fighting spirit, regardless of the cost. How could they discern our movements? One of the captives inquired. Ah, that, Chiya responded. We Haven tea had rained recently. Do you really think it reasonable to find a puddle on the ground? Upon hearing this, Sasuke was momentarily stunned, astonished. Could it be that Chiya had known from the very beginning? How astonishing. Indeed, that is precisely the case, Kakashi affirmed with a nod. You were well aware. Dasna shot Kakashi a glare and asked, why allow children to engage? As long as I choose, these individuals could be eliminated at any moment. However, one thing eludes my understanding. Who are these people targeting? Is it you, or someone among us? Now, I comprehend, Kakashi said, casting a sidelong glance at Dasna. Yet Dasna feigned ignorance, retorting, what do you mean? Previously, we were unaware that you were being pursued by ninjas. The attacks from this armed group constitute an A-rank mission. Merely claiming responsibility for your protection until the bridge's completion is insufficient. Had the enemy been ninjas, we would have unhesitatingly classified this as a high-stakes A-rank mission. Listening to Kakashi's earnest words, Dasna felt a pang of guilt, lowering his gaze. However, Kakashi did not press further and continued, you seem to harbor unspoken concerns. Yet a false commission complicates matters for us. What must be done now exceeds the scope of our mission. At that moment, Sakura interjected. This mission is too premature for us. We should withdraw. With a sigh, she concluded. It was indeed true. A-rank missions were typically assigned to Jonin and Shunin, while they, as freshly minted genin, were ill-equipped for such challenges. In this regard, Chiya concurred, for A-rank missions could easily lead to death if one were not cautious. In essence, the reward for such missions was tantamount to risking one's life. Naruto is injured. We need to isolate the wound to expel the poison and require anesthesia. We must return to the village for medical attention, Sakura continued. Kakashi cast a resigned glance at Naruto, muttering to himself, this burden has now fallen upon us. Let us tend to Naruto's wounds and return to the village. Kakashi's intentions were benevolent, yet to Naruto, those words pierced his heart like a venomous arrow. He did not wish to become a burden to the team, nor did he want his own shortcomings to jeopardize the hard-won mission. He recognized that all of this was his fault. Had he been more diligent, such a situation would not have arisen. It was merely a matter of bloodletting, after all. With this thought in mind, he raised his kunai, poised to pierce his hand, when a powerful grip seized his wrist. There's no need for such drastic measures. Are you truly intent on puncturing your own hand? Came Chiya's voice from beside him. Naruto's actions startled everyone present. Chiya, let go of me, Naruto shouted. I cannot be a liability to the team. I have been trying so hard, training diligently every day. I understand your situation better than anyone. But there is no need to endure unnecessary suffering. Your predicament is quite manageable, Chiya replied, taking the kunai from Naruto's grasp. Extend your hand. Though Naruto felt a twinge of discontent, he complied. Chiya, don't. If something goes wrong, Naruto could be in grave danger. Sakura urgently interjected. Yet, Chiya paid her no heed. He turned to Naruto and said, just bear with it. It will be over swiftly. He then gently pierced the blade into Naruto's hand, making a swift incision to extract the poisoned blood and finally bandaged the wound. The entire process was fluid and efficient, leaving Kakashi and the others momentarily dumbfounded. Chiya, I never expected you to possess such skills, Kakashi remarked. Naruto braced himself for excruciating pain, only to find that it was over in an instant. When I was young, I lived alone. I lacked the means, the money, and even food, so I hunted in the woods, enduring injuries daily. Treating such wounds has become second nature to me. Chiya's words, though delivered lightly, carried a pang of sorrow that resonated with the others, particularly with Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke, who all shared the experience of being orphans. Sasuke felt a flicker of empathy, thinking, this guy, though annoying, is quite decent. Chiya. Naruto's eyes brimmed with tears, moved to the point of overflowing. Meanwhile, Sakura wore a somber expression, acutely aware that her family background was the most privileged within the team. Yet she had accomplished nothing, and had even looked down upon Chiya and Naruto. At that moment, Naruto suddenly declared, Kakashi-sensei, I no longer wish to wait for others to come to my rescue. I will not be discouraged, nor will I evade responsibility. And I refuse to hold the team back any longer. I do not want to lose to Chiya, nor to Sasuke, so please, let us continue the mission. I will prove myself. Kakashi couldn't help but feel a twinge of affection for Naruto. Just because of Naruto's stubborn declaration, he had resolved to proceed with the mission. As Kakashi agreed, Chiya noticed the corners of Tazuna's mouth nearly curling into a smile. This was the outcome he had desired. They rented a boat at the border of the Land of Fire, as Tazuna was acquainted with the boatmen, both hailing from the Land of Waves. Due to the circumstances surrounding the Land of Water, the Land of Waves was also shrouded in thick fog. The five of them boarded the boat, navigating through the mist to arrive beneath a grand bridge in the Land of Waves. Naruto seemed to be somewhat seasick, and boredom weighed heavily upon him. After all, they had to evade the watchful eyes of the nefarious individuals controlling the Land of Waves, resulting in a rather quiet journey. As the boat glided through the water, an unfinished bridge gradually came into view. Upon seeing the bridge, Naruto's spirits lifted instantly. "It's enormous," he exclaimed. "Shoo, quiet down," the boatman cautioned. "I only ventured out in this thick fog by shutting off the engine and paddling with my hands. Do you wish to endanger us?" Naruto was taken aback and quickly covered his mouth, having forgotten about the precariousness of their situation. At that moment, Kakashi felt it necessary to inquire about certain matters from Tazuna, as they were crucial to their forthcoming actions. If the mission was merely to escort Tazuna to shore, their task would be deemed complete. However, if there were additional threats, clarity was essential. "Mr. Tazuna, before we reach the dock, I must ask you something," Kakashi whispered. "Who attacked you and why? Otherwise, our mission may very well conclude the moment you set foot on land." Tazuna, anticipating Kakashi's questions, furrowed his brow in contemplation. He sighed in resignation and slowly replied, "It seems I must divulge this information." "No, please, you must listen. As you have surmised, this job likely falls outside your typical assignment. In truth, my life has long been targeted by a truly terrifying individual." "A truly terrifying individual?" Kakashi echoed, puzzled. "Who is it?" "You must have heard of him, the magnate of a shipping company, Kato." The mere mention of this name caused Tazuna to break into a cold sweat. "What?" Kakashi exclaimed, taken aback. "Kato? The one from the Kato Company? I've heard he is one of the wealthiest tycoons in the world." At this point, Naruto, filled with curiosity, interjected, "Who is he? What is going on?" However, he did not catch the subsequent conversation, as he pondered the extent of this tycoon's wealth. Was it greater than his own? He glanced at his system's balance, filled with zeros, uncertain of the disparity. If only he could rob the rich to aid the poor. That would be an endeavor worth pursuing. Then, he heard Tazuna continue. "On the surface, he is the owner of a shipping company, but behind the scenes, he employs criminals and ninjas to engage in drug trafficking and smuggling, even involving the sale of children. Ultimately, he seeks to usurp other businesses and nations. That is his ambition. What a despicable wretch," Chiya exclaimed, reflecting on the narrative he barely remembered. Yet, if such a person truly existed, they deserved nothing less than a fate of utmost severity. Indeed, about a year ago, this scoundrel set his sights on the Land of Waves. With his financial power and brutality, he brazenly monopolized maritime trade and transportation. The Land of Waves is impoverished, and for small islands like ours, control over the seas equates to a stranglehold on our very existence, Tazuna elaborated. Now, the only thing Kato fears is the completion of the bridge that has been under construction for some time. Thus, my return serves that very purpose. Then it follows that I shall become an obstacle to Kato, Sakura pondered. The ninjas we encountered last time must surely be Kato's lackeys, Sasuke concluded. At this moment, Kakashi remarked, "I find it hard to comprehend why you would conceal the truth, especially when the adversary is a perilous figure capable of mobilizing even ninjas." Dasna, lowering his head with a sense of guilt, replied, "It is because we lack the funds to afford missions of B rank or higher. It is not just me, but the feudal lords as well." He then continued, "If you cancel the mission after we reach land, I will undoubtedly be killed before I return home. Well, there's no need to dwell on it. Even if I perish, the only one who would mourn would be my adorable 8-year-old granddaughter, while my daughter would harbor a lifelong resentment towards the Leaf Ninjas. What a moral coercion." Suddenly, Chiya, unable to contain himself, expressed his outrage. He had been incensed by Dasna's attempt to elicit sympathy through his own misfortune, finding such moral manipulation utterly nauseating. The usually reticent Chiya's outburst momentarily stunned Kakashi and the others, who had not anticipated such a statement from him. Just as Naruto was about to call out to Chiya, he noticed Kakashi raising a hand to stop him, indicating that Chiya must continue speaking. After all, Someone had to play the villain for their own benefit. What do you mean? Dasna inquired, somewhat taken aback. Humph. Chiya scoffed disdainfully. Naturally, we will conclude the mission once we reach land. Your demise is of no concern to us, and your granddaughter is a matter for you to ponder. As for your daughter, given your character, one can only imagine her own. We are indifferent. Bringing you this far is already an act of kindness, so I advise you not to overreach. Chiya, you have gone too far. Sakura, unable to hold back, stood up in protest. Chiya glanced at her with a smirk and calmly replied, "Let me ask you, did he ever consider our feelings when he concealed the truth? Did he care for our lives? We are ninjas, indeed, mercenaries, but we are also living beings, with blood that runs warm. If it had not been for Kakashi-sensei, if it had been left to you alone, you would surely have been killed by the assassins. Naruto is already injured. Are you blind? Have you considered Naruto, or are you only focused on your precious Sasuke? This is not merely a financial issue. There are myriad ways to resolve such matters. The situation in the Land of Waves, if reported to the higher-ups in Konoha, I believe the third Hokage would not turn a blind eye. This represents a splendid opportunity for diplomatic relations between the Land of Fire and the Land of Waves. Wouldn't that be a far better solution? As an adult, resorting to moral coercion to elicit our sympathy, did he ever think of our feelings? Who knows what kind of enemies we may face next? Moreover, if it had not been for Kakashi-sensei's strength, had it been another team, it is highly likely that he would have perished on this mission. These are our comrades. Chiya articulated his thoughts candidly, leaving no room for Dasna to respond and offering no kindness to Sakura, for this was the unvarnished truth. It is certainly not due to the fact that his parents perished while executing a mission in this world, but rather a matter of objective circumstance. Upon hearing Chinya's words, everyone fell into deep contemplation. Sakura ceased her speech and lowered her head, truly taken aback by these revelations. Yet, Chinya understood that it was not entirely her fault. After all, he possessed the mental maturity of an adult, while Sakura was merely 12 years old. Naruto was aware of this, empathizing with the sentiments surrounding Chinya's parents' sacrifice during a mission. Sasuke, too, found himself in agreement, recognizing for the first time that Chinya was indeed correct. Kakashi, recalling Obito, sighed slowly and, once Chinya finished speaking, turned to the silent and downcast Izuna, saying, "Well, that is the reality. However, out of humanitarian concern, I believe we shall not let this scoundrel escape. As my student has pointed out, this represents a rare opportunity for diplomatic relations between the Land of Fire and the Land of Waves. Wouldn't you agree, Chinya?" Kakashi glanced at Chinya, who nodded in affirmation, prioritizing the greater good. Izuna remained silent, internally acknowledging that he could no longer underestimate this seemingly 12-year-old ninja. Kakashi developed a newfound understanding of Chinya. This individual possessed profound insight, unyielding courage, and a palpable disdain for evil, advocating for justice, a quality that Naruto lacked, as Naruto's actions were often motivated by self-promotion. In contrast, Chinya genuinely cared for others, even contemplating the welfare of their village and nation. Simultaneously, Sasuke's perception of Chinya began to shift, as Chinya's significance in his mind grew. Although Chinya had mentioned himself while discussing Sakura, Sasuke too found her somewhat bothersome, hoping this situation would finally cause her to cease her incessant entanglement with him. Naruto, without needing further elaboration, felt that Chinya was right. Though he did not fully comprehend, he staunchly supported him. As for Sakura, her expression was a blend of dejection and dissatisfaction. Her heart was tumultuous, recognizing the gravity of the situation but struggling to understand why Chinya had spoken so harshly of her. She found him utterly intolerable. Thereafter, silence enveloped the group as they continued their journey. Upon crossing into the Land of Waves, a breathtaking southern water city, reminiscent of a picturesque landscape painting, came into view. Yet, even amidst such beauty, Naruto felt no excitement. Had it not been for Chinya's earlier words, he would have undoubtedly exclaimed in awe at the sight. The group disembarked from the boat and pressed onward. Kakashi's thoughts turned to the impending encounters, certain that they would not be facing mere Chunin, but rather Jounin. This contemplation weighed heavily on him, not out of fear of their strength, but rather the inconvenience it would bring. Truth be told, even without Chinya's prior remarks, his character would have compelled him to escort Izuna home. The moral obligation was indeed daunting. At that moment, Naruto suddenly dashed ahead, scanning the surroundings with keen interest. "Naruto, what is it?" Kakashi inquired. However, Naruto paid him no heed, fixating on a patch of grass, exclaiming, "Over here." He then produced a kunai and hurled it forward. Everyone was taken aback. What on earth was he up to? Only Senya comprehended that Naruto was once again seeking to showcase himself. Could he not remain quiet? What a surprise. It turned out to be merely a rat. Naruto, convinced of his own coolness, confidently rested his forehead on his hand and spoke. Everyone around him fell silent in disbelief. "What are you trying to show off for?" Sakura retorted. Perhaps due to the earlier attack, Tazuna was quite frightened. Believing the enemy had returned, his heart raced until he realized it was merely a misunderstanding. He immediately exclaimed, "Hey, you brat, stop doing things that could be misconstrued." However, Naruto remained indifferent to their comments, engrossed in his own antics, shifting from one side to the other without a moment's pause. At that moment, Chiya suddenly sensed a powerful chakra approaching nearby. In the world of Naruto, unless one possessed exceptional concealment skills or the ability to suppress their own power, it was relatively easy to locate someone based on the chakra emanating from their body. This was akin to Dragon Ball, where Goku and others could retract their energy and appear like ordinary people, undetectable even by power sensors, only to reveal their true strength upon unleashing it. Yet, due to the scarcity of sensory ninjas in Naruto, very few practiced such techniques, and thus, it was not a common pursuit. Chiya was certain that Zabuza had arrived. Noticing Chiya's grave expression, Kakashi inquired, "Is there something unusual?" In his mind, Chiya had already become the backbone of their team, deserving of the title of vice captain, as his strength and intellect were commendable despite his youth. After all, he too had entered the Umbu at a young age, rising to the rank of squad leader. "Teacher, someone is coming, and they are strong," Chiya whispered. "What?" At that moment, Kakashi detected an unfamiliar presence nearby. Just as Naruto hurled a kunai into the thicket he was observing. Rushing towards the area, Naruto was taken aback, exclaiming, "What the heck? It's just a rabbit." At this point, Sakura could no longer contain herself. After Chiya's earlier remarks and now witnessing Naruto's antics, she needed an outlet for her frustration. She marched over and struck Naruto on the head. "Naruto, can you please stop causing trouble?" In pain, Naruto replied innocently, "But I really felt someone was here." Kakashi approached, and, upon seeing the terrified rabbit startled by Naruto's kunai, fell into contemplation. "This is a snow rabbit. It shouldn't be here. It is a type of rabbit used specifically for substitution techniques." Realizing this, Kakashi abruptly turned his gaze upward to a large tree and asked, "Has he made his entrance so soon?" He then instructed Chiya, "Make sure to protect everyone." Chiya nodded in agreement, but out of consideration for Naruto and Sasuke's bond, he decided to play along, ready to intervene if necessary. Judging by the chakra, he knew that Zabuza was certainly no match for him in hand-to-hand combat. Perched in the tree, Zabuza observed Kakashi's form. Initially curious about how his dispatched men had met their demise, he now understood it was simply a matter of strength disparity. However, due to insufficient intelligence and his underestimation of Chiya, he did not regard him as a significant threat, merely seeing him as a lowly genin. With this in mind, he unsheathed his beheading sword and hurled it forcefully towards Kakashi and the others. Everyone down. Kakashi was the first to sense danger and noticed the enormous blade. But due to its overwhelming speed, he could only react in a limited manner. Hearing his voice, the others also took notice, immediately dropping to the ground. Kakashi managed to pin the unsuspecting Dazna to the ground, thus saving his life. However, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. A resounding bang echoed as the massive blade was unexpectedly kicked away mid-air, striking a large tree with considerable force. "Nanny!" Zabuza's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the blade he had hurled being diverted from its trajectory by a mere child. "Are you all right, Chiya?" Kakashi inquired hastily. Chiya shook his head. "I'm fine. What about everyone else?" "I'm okay," Naruto responded. "Me too," Sakura added. Sasuke, however, cast a questioning glance at Chiya, pondering just how much stronger he had become. After all, he himself had refrained from confronting the swiftly approaching blade. Yet this young boy had merely kicked it away with ease. At that moment, adhering to the principle of ostentation, Zabuza leaped onto the blade. His back turned to Chiya and the others. He coldly remarked, "The little brat from Konoha has some interesting skills." Kakashi momentarily froze upon recognizing Zabuza, but quickly regained his composure. Naruto, observing the bare back of their adversary clad in cow-patterned arm sleeves, felt a surge of anxiety. Having allowed Chiya and Sasuke to take the spotlight previously, he felt compelled to showcase his own prowess this time, to alleviate the tension among Naruto and the others. Kakashi feigned indifference and stepped forward, stating, "Ah, is this not the rogue ninja from the mist, Momochi Zabuza? Rogue ninja?" The group was filled with curiosity, as this term was unfamiliar to them. Chiya, noticing Naruto's naive eagerness to charge forward, quickly intervened. "Don't go. He is exceptionally strong. If you engage him, it could be fatal. He is several times stronger than the ones we faced earlier." Naruto was taken aback. He understood that if Chiya deemed someone strong, they must indeed be formidable, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Humph. Zabuza glanced at the Konoha Jinin, Chiya, with a hint of appreciation, then remarked, "Not bad. You possess quite an astute awareness. Naruto, do not act recklessly. This individual is not to be underestimated," Kakashi cautioned. As he spoke, Kakashi pulled his forehead protector up once more, revealing his blood-red Sharingan, a necessity in facing Zabuza with utmost caution. Zabuza, turning around, adopted a more serious demeanor. His attitude noticeably softened. He had no desire to engage a formidable opponent, merely wishing to make a living. "Apologies, but please hand over the old man to me." Sharingan. "What is that?" Naruto asked, perplexed. Sasuke had seen it before, yet was still struck by its awe-inspiring nature. After all, Kakashi possessed the rare three-tomo Sharingan, which was predominantly found among the Uchiha clan, with the three-tomo form being exceedingly scarce. The fact that Kakashi, not an Uchiha, wielded such power left him baffled. "You lot. Protect Mr. Dasna. Chiya, take up the rear." Kakashi spoke solemnly. "Do not engage in this battle. It is perilous." The Sharingan, a sight to behold for the first time, commanded his full attention. Zabuza, gazing into Kakashi's eyes, felt a surge of excitement. This was his inaugural encounter with the Sharingan. Just moments ago, they had mentioned it repeatedly. What exactly was it? Naruto inquired hastily. Sasuke explained. The Sharingan derives its power from one's gaze, enabling the user to perceive and counteract all illusions, physical techniques, and ninjutsu in an instant. It is a unique ocular ability possessed by the practitioners of ocular jutsu, yet its capabilities extend far beyond mere perception. Indeed, it is not limited to that. Zabuza interjected, "More terrifying is the fact that this I can not only see through an opponent's techniques, but also replicate them." As he spoke, a thick fog began to envelop the forest, shrouding their surroundings in obscurity. "Prepare yourselves, protect Mr. Tazuna," Chiya urged, promptly positioning himself behind the elder. What? What is happening? Why is it foggy?" Naruto exclaimed, a hint of panic in his voice. "This is his ninjutsu. Come quickly," Chiya urged. "What?" Sasuke was taken aback and rushed to Tazuna's side, followed closely by Sakura, while Naruto was the last to arrive. Although they were unaware of the full situation, they trusted that Chiya would not deceive them. Suddenly, Zabuza erupted into laughter. "Kakashi, your Leaf Village brats are quite amusing. Their perceptiveness is astonishing. To be honest, I am equally surprised," Kakashi replied, though their banter did not diminish their vigilance. "During my time with the Mist Assassination Squad, I came across your dossier, which stated, a man capable of copying over 1,000 ninjutsu. The copy ninja, Kakashi." Sakura was taken aback. She had not anticipated her teacher possessed such formidable abilities. Realizing the fog had thickened, Zabuza continued, "Let's set aside idle chatter. I must swiftly eliminate that old man." At this, Naruto and the others grew alert, drawing their kunai. "However, Kakashi, it seems I must first deal with you." Before his words faded, Zabuza leaped from the tree, landing on the surface of the water, raising his left hand while forming seals with his right. Hidden mist technique. With a surge of chakra, the water erupted in splashes. Gradually, Zabuza's figure vanished from the sight of all. Even Kakashi, equipped with the Sharingan, could not discern Zabuza's location. Yet, Chiya, with his keen sense of chakra, was acutely aware of Zabuza's movements. He could pinpoint Zabuza's exact position, knowing that two clones had emerged, hidden within the mist. In truth, he could easily expose Zabuza's ruse if he wished, for under the influence of his chakra-sensing ability, concealing oneself through chakra release would prove futile. "Stay alert. He will likely target me first," Kakashi advised. "Who exactly is he?" Sasuke inquired. In the midst of the hidden mist's dark domain, the infamous assassin Zabuza Momochi, renowned for his mastery of silent killing techniques, loomed ominously. Kakashi remarked, My Sharingan has yet to reach a level of complete control, so do not let your guard down. Yet, he added nonchalantly, in the worst-case scenario, death is the only outcome. How casually he spoke. Sakura, taken aback, thought to herself that she had no intention of perishing. Her desire was to accompany Sasuke. The mist thickened until Kakashi's figure became indistinguishable. Where's our teacher? Sakura gasped. Naruto and Sasuke, too, were gripped by a sense of urgency, aware that they were dealing with the specter of death itself. At that moment, Chiya declared, Naruto, do not worry. No matter what occurs, I shall protect you, even if it costs me my life. No, if we are to die, let us die together. Naruto fervently shook his head. Fool, if you die and I die, what significance does my death hold? Chiya retorted, exasperated. Just then, Zabuza's voice echoed through the dense fog. The 8 vital points: throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Which shall I choose? The pressure was palpable. Instantly, the group felt a surge of overwhelming anxiety. Sweat poured down their backs, and they dared not breathe, uncertain of where the enemy might strike. It felt like an infernal descent. Yet, only Chiya understood that Zabuza was maneuvering through the mist, utilizing 2 shadow clones along with his own form to create the disorienting echo that instilled fear. Realizing that Naruto and the others could not withstand such pressure, Kakashi began to weave hand seals, gathering chakra. A fierce blue aura erupted, dispersing the surrounding fog. The intense killing intent caused Sasuke's pupils to tremble, fear flooding his heart as he recognized the imminent danger, realizing Kakashi's true strength. Though often appearing listless, his prowess was undeniably formidable. Was this the nature of battles among Jonin? The sensation of one's life hanging by a thread. In that tense atmosphere, thoughts of death flitted through Sasuke's mind. Perhaps death was the only escape. At that juncture, Kakashi reassured him, Sasuke, rest assured, I will risk everything to protect you. I will not allow my comrades to perish. As he spoke, he turned and revealed a comforting smile. His expression alleviated some of Sasuke's tension. Can it truly be so? Suddenly, Zabuza's voice resonated behind Chiya. In that fleeting moment, Chiya shouted, everyone, get down. As they all dropped to the ground, a sharp sound sliced through the air. A vivid spatter of crimson arced above. Chiya! Kakashi cried out, his voice drawing the attention of the others. The scene before them left them all in shock. They beheld Chiya's head soaring through the air, blood gushing from the severed neck. Chiya was dead. With a thud, his decapitated body collapsed to the ground. It was only then that the others began to comprehend what had transpired. Chiya! Naruto bellowed, his pupils quivering uncontrollably. Sakura stood frozen, her eyes vacant and pale. Completely paralyzed by terror, her mind repeating a single phrase. Is it true? Chiyo is dead, truly dead. Only Sasuke remained composed. He had witnessed the demise of many. Yet the sudden loss of a companion left him momentarily at a loss. A cold laugh escaped Zabuza as he stood over Chiyo's lifeless body. This boy had potential. He managed to push this old man aside in an instant. Alas, he encountered me. He then turned his gaze toward Dazuna, who sat trembling on the ground, paralyzed by fear. Damn it, I must avenge Chiyo. At that moment, Naruto, consumed by rage, charged at Zabuza, his eyes ablaze and his features hardened. A faint crimson chakra emanating from his being. Sasuke, take Naruto away. Kakashi's commanding voice rang out, his Sharingan momentarily locking onto Zabuza before he lunged forward with remarkable speed. Zabuza barely had time to react before Kakashi delivered a powerful elbow strike to his abdomen. Simultaneously, Sasuke had already whisked Naruto and Sakura away from the scene. Let me go, Sasuke. Let me go? I must avenge Chiyo. He was my dearest friend. Naruto roared in fury, struggling against Sasuke and Sakura's hold. Unbeknownst to them, his eyes had transformed into those of a fox. Chiyo is gone. With our current strength, we cannot defeat him. Charging in would be futile. Do you wish for Chiyo's sacrifice to be in vain? Sasuke reasoned. But he was my best friend. Naruto, at this point, could not hear Sasuke's words. His mind solely focused on avenging Chiyo. Just as he was about to break free from Sasuke and Sakura's grasp, a sharp slap landed on his face. In that instant, Naruto was stunned, his eyes reverting to their normal state. Listen, Naruto, I understand your feelings. I am all too familiar with the anguish of losing a comrade. I witnessed my own parents and clan fall in a pool of blood. I know your pain all too well. However, we cannot squander their sacrifice. We must survive. Grow stronger. and only then can we seek vengeance. The enemy is too powerful, far beyond our capabilities. To charge recklessly would only lead to our demise. Look closely. Even Kakashi struggles to cope. The three of us could not even grasp a single bell from him. Have you considered the magnitude of our disparity? Chiyo's death will not be in vain. This debt must be repaid. Sasuke's words finally quelled Naruto's fury, making him realize that Sasuke, too, bore the weight of sorrow. Sakura understood Sasuke's thoughts. Witnessing Chiyo's death had left her in shock, and she could only imagine the despair that young Sasuke felt when he lost his loved ones. The three remained rooted in place, numbly observing the fierce clash between Kakashi and Zabuza. Initially, the battle appeared evenly matched, yet the tides soon shifted. Kakashi, due to a misstep, was kicked into the water by Zabuza. Zabuza sought the opportunity to eliminate Tazuna, only to discover that Kakashi had strewn the ground with iron spikes, rendering his passage impossible for the moment. Reluctantly, he plunged into the water to conceal himself. Kakashi was proving to be quite the nuisance. He needed to be dealt with first. As Kakashi emerged from the water's surface, puzzled by the heavy dampness on his body, Zabuza appeared behind him, swiftly forming hand seals. Foolishness. This is the water prison technique. The instant Kakashi heard Zabuza's voice, he attempted to flee, but it was too late. Zabuza had completed the seals. Suddenly, a blue water sphere ensnared Kakashi within. This was troublesome. Hiding underwater had proven to be a miscalculation, Kakashi lamented. It was an inescapable prison. You are quite the bother. So you might as well stay put, Zabuza declared. Well then, Kakashi, I shall settle accounts with you later. First, I must deal with those other fools. With that, Zabuza, maintaining control over the water prison, formed hand seals with one hand and created a water clone. How infuriating. I never anticipated he would be this formidable, Kakashi thought. His body utterly immobilized, firmly locked in place. What could he do now? If only Chiya were here, there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, as he glanced towards Naruto and the others, he suddenly noticed something peculiar about Chiya's corpse. Though lifeless, there seemed to be a flow of chakra within. What could this possibly mean? In an instant, Kakashi grasped the truth. At that moment, Zabuza's water clone began to rise from below, addressing Naruto and the others, who now bore expressions of terror. Do you truly believe that donning a headband makes you a ninja? The world of ninjas is merciless. The death of your comrade is a stark reality. A true ninja emerges from despair, fighting their way through. If you lack such resolve, you might as well return home to your mothers for comfort. As the words left his lips, Zabuza's water clone executed the mist concealment technique, suddenly appearing before Naruto and kicking the headband off his forehead. Kakashi, witnessing this, shouted, "You must help Mr. Tazuna escape. You stand no chance against him. I remain trapped here, thus he cannot leave. This clone will dissipate if it strays beyond a certain distance." No way. Naruto scrambled to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips, declaring, "Chiya is dead, and our teacher is trapped here. How can we possibly leave?" "Exactly. From the moment you were ensnared. We lost that option," Sasuke echoed. "If we flee now without you, we will inevitably meet our demise. You two are infuriating." Kakashi was on the verge of exploding, unable to comprehend their stubbornness. Sasuke launched the first attack, hurling a flurry of shurikens and kunai towards Zabuza's water clone, calling out to Naruto, "Stop dawdling. We must rescue Kakashi. As long as he is here, we still have a chance to avenge Chiya." Zabuza's water clone merely swung its sword, deflecting all the incoming shurikens. At that moment, Sasuke leaped into the air, aiming a kunai directly at Zabuza. However, the disparity in strength was starkly evident. Before he could fall, Zabuza's hand seized him by the neck, lifting him effortlessly into the air. With a swift motion, he hurled Sasuke down, who crashed heavily onto the ground and skidded several meters. "Sasuke!" Sakura gasped in shock, momentarily frozen, murmuring to herself, "How could this be? Sasuke is utterly outmatched. What a nuisance!" Naruto exclaimed, striking the ground with his fist, the pain in his left hand dispelling his confusion. Gazing at his fallen leaf village headband beneath Zabuza's feet, memories flooded back. Irika-sensei, Chiyo, Kakashi-sensei, and the events that had transpired before. He could not betray them. He understood that he must rescue Kakashi-sensei and avenge Chiyo. With this resolve, he forced himself to stand and charged recklessly towards Zabuza's water clone. This scene left the onlookers astounded. "You fool!" Kakashi shouted. "Naruto, don't do it!" Sakura cried out in alarm. Yet, At that moment, Naruto had made up his mind, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground by Zabuza's water clone, blood splattering. What were you thinking, rushing in alone? Sakura lamented. Even Sasuke couldn't prevail. We, as Genin, have no chance. Sasuke, it's always about Sasuke. Have you forgotten that Chiyo saved your life? She was our comrade. Naruto retorted angrily. But she is dead, and her body lies over there. Sakura fell silent, momentarily stunned. In her peripheral vision, Chiyo's lifeless form remained, while both Sasuke and Naruto fought fiercely for her revenge, yet she had only voiced her complaints. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Naruto shakily rose, clutching his headband, which he had just seized from beneath Zabuza's clone. He looked defiantly at Zabuza's clone and shouted, "Hey, you with no eyebrows, write my name down in your notebook. Remember this name of the man who will one day become the Hokage of the Leaf Village." With that, he placed his headband back upon his forehead. "I am a Leaf Village ninja, Uzumaki Naruto." This declaration incensed Zabuza, who was not only insulted but also infuriated that Naruto dismissed him entirely. He was determined to dismember this insolent brat. Naruto then called out to Sasuke, "Sasuke, come here." "What is it?" Sasuke inquired, puzzled. "I have a strategy," Naruto replied. Sasuke paused, thinking to himself, in such a situation, this guy can still devise a plan. He had indeed underestimated Naruto. "You actually understand teamwork," Sasuke admitted, impressed. After Naruto outlined his strategy, he gazed confidently at Zabuza, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Now, let us commence our battle." "You fools, run. Our mission is to protect Mr. Tazuna," Kakashi shouted, genuinely concerned for their safety. Naruto turned to Tazuna, who suddenly said, "I apologize. I never anticipated my stubbornness would lead to the sacrifice of your comrades. This is an outcome no one desired. I know that whatever I say now is too late, but at this point, please do not worry about me. Fight with all your might, for your comrades, for your teacher." Naruto smiled and replied to Kakashi, "Indeed, that is the way." At this moment, Kakashi found himself at a loss for words, fervently hoping that the insufferable brat would make his appearance soon. However, before they could initiate their plan, Zabuza's water clone suddenly revealed a vicious glare. In the next instant, with a resounding crash, Sasuke was sent careening through the air. The tiresome farce was about to come to an end. With a fierce bellow, Zabuza struck Sasuke's abdomen with an elbow as he lay on the ground. "Ah!" Sasuke cried out in pain, spitting blood. "Sasuke!" Sakura shouted in distress. "Is this what you call strategy?" Zabuza's water clone scoffed disdainfully, pressing down on Sasuke's abdomen with a foot, grinding it mercilessly. Sasuke was powerless to resist. "Prepare to meet your end. Your companion awaits you," the water clone declared as it drew a massive blade from behind. "Damn it!" Naruto exclaimed upon witnessing this, beginning to form hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, countless Narutos surrounded Zabuza's water clone. The clone, intrigued, remarked, "Oh, shadow clones," and quite a number of them. Soon, all the Narutos charged together, pinning Zabuza down. Yet, in the next moment, Zabuza's water clone let out a thunderous roar, sending all the Narutos flying. The clones crashed to the ground in disarray, one of them retrieving a wind shuriken from its pouch and tossing it to Sasuke. As Sasuke caught the shuriken, he immediately grasped Naruto's intent and swiftly opened it, aiming with a cunning angle towards Zabuza's clone. "A shuriken is of no use against me," Zabuza's clone declared confidently. However, just as it prepared to evade, it realized that the wind shuriken was not aimed at it, but rather circled around to target Zabuza's true form. "So that's it. It's aimed at the original," Zabuza mused. Taken aback, as the shuriken flew closer, he grasped it with his left hand. At that moment, another shuriken hurtled toward him from an unexpected angle. He then understood. It was the shadow shuriken technique, where a shuriken's shadow concealed another. As the second shuriken inched closer to Zabuza's true form, the tension among the onlookers mounted. To their astonishment, Zabuza leapt into the air, evading the second shuriken, which whizzed past beneath him. "Humph, how naive," he chuckled. Yet, the situation took another unexpected turn. The shuriken that Zabuza had dodged transformed into Naruto's likeness before the eyes of all. Shock rippled through the crowd. With a thunderous shout, Naruto cried, "Over here," as he forcefully hurled a kunai towards Zabuza's true form. Zabuza, taken aback, watched as the kunai soared closer. Everyone believed that this time success was imminent, and Kakashi would finally be saved. Suddenly, a gray figure darted towards Zabuza's true form at breakneck speed. With a resounding crash, The metallic clash echoed. Once again, astonishment enveloped the onlookers as Naruto's kunai was deflected. The one who had intervened was none other than Zabuza's water clone, having swiftly arrived at this critical moment. How could this happen? Sakura, in a state of utter despair, knelt on the ground and lamented. Indeed, defeating him is an utterly impossible task. Soon, a chilling scream pierced the air. She hastily lifted her head, and the scene before her sent a shiver through her mind. Naruto was ensnared by Zabuza's water clone, one hand gripping his head while the other rained down furious blows upon his abdomen. Naruto's cries of agony echoed as blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. "Naruto!" Sakura shouted. "Damn it, let him go." In response, Sasuke leaped into the water, swimming towards Naruto. As they had yet to master the technique of walking on water with chakra. How amusing. Truly amusing. Zabuza's water clone guffawed, nonchalantly hurling Naruto towards the approaching Sasuke. "Naruto!" Sasuke cried out. With a resounding splash, Naruto collided with him, and both plunged into the depths below. "This must come to an end, Kakashi. Watching your students perish one after another before your very eyes must be quite entertaining," Zabuza's true form remarked. "You will undoubtedly regret this." Kakashi, feeling powerless, had exhausted every method to escape the water prison, but to no avail. "Regret? Once I eliminate that old man and your last student, you shall truly comprehend the meaning of regret," Zabuza's water clone retorted, stepping onto the shore and gradually approaching Tazuna. "Do not come any closer," Tazuna stammered, utterly paralyzed by fear as he backed away. By now, Sakura had lost her will to fight. Her eyes filled with terror as she silently watched the water clone of Zabuza pass by her. "What are you doing? Come protect me," Tazuna screamed in terror. Yet, Sakura remained unmoved, fully aware that if she intervened, her fate would mirror that of Chiya. A decisive choice indeed. "Well done, Sakura," Zabuza's water clone commended, slowly drawing a large blade from behind and casting a cold gaze at Tazuna. Terrified, Tazuna fell to the ground. Facing this embodiment of evil, he succumbed to despair. "It's over." With a thunderous shout, Zabuza's water clone swung the massive blade towards Tazuna. The blade sliced through the air, the sound of the rushing wind unmistakable. Tazuna, gripped by fear, shut his eyes, resigned to his fate. Just then, a startled exclamation from Zabuza's water clone echoed, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. "Bang! Why you? How could you be here? I thought you were dead." Hey, who said I was dead? As a Jonin, you should know that was a shadow clone. You're quite lacking, aren't you?" It was the voice of Chiya. "Chiya." Sakura's expression morphed into one of disbelief, and as she glanced toward Chiya's decapitated corpse, she was taken aback to find it had vanished. Kakashi wore a knowing expression, having surmised earlier that Chiya was likely biding her time for the right moment. And due to his and Naruto's inadequacies, she had to intervene. While this approach was somewhat unorthodox, it was undeniably unexpected. The true form of Zabuza, controlling Kakashi, was equally dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. "You little brat. You." Before the water clone of Zabuza could fully comprehend the situation, Chiya launched a kick, forcing him to leap back several meters to create distance. "Kid, weren't you supposed to be dead?" Dasna exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, I have died once because of you. Do you understand?" Chiya replied with a disdainful expression, for Dasna was unworthy of his respect. Dasna was rendered speechless by Chiya's words, fully aware that everything was his fault. "Chiya, you," Sakura began to speak, but was interrupted by the voice of Zabuza's water clone. "Shadow clone, is it? Fascinating. However, shouldn't a shadow clone disappear if it is attacked? In this world, it is quite normal for events to exist beyond one's comprehension. Just as you are utterly unable to capture me." Before Chiya's words had fully dissipated, he suddenly vanished from the sight of the onlookers. "What?" Zabuza's clone momentarily froze, only to sense an overwhelming killing intent from behind, prompting him to swiftly roll aside. In the midst of his maneuver, he caught a glimpse of Chiya, the impudent brat, materializing directly behind him, throwing a powerful punch. The force was immense, dispersing a significant volume of mist. How is this possible? He's so fast. Everyone was stunned. They had believed Zabuza's speed to be unparalleled, yet now they witnessed Chiya surpassing him with astonishing swiftness. Just as Zabuza's water clone regained its footing, a foot appeared before him, delivering a direct kick. The clone hurriedly drew its blade to defend. The clang of metal reverberated throughout the misty domain, the violent tremor nearly causing the water clone to dissipate. How do you possess such formidable strength? Zabuza's clone inquired, puzzled. Formidable? Your water clone represents but half of your true power. It is only natural that you cannot perceive me. Chiya's voice echoed from all directions, rendering the clone incapable of locating its source. He realized, facing an unseen adversary was a profoundly terrifying ordeal. At this moment, he had no time to spare for Dasna. Against an unpredictable opponent, he had to muster every ounce of his focus. Just then, two shadows of Chiya emerged from the mist, engaging Zabuza's water clone in close combat. This scene completely shattered Sakura's perception of reality. Chiya was holding his own against the water clone, a feat even Sasuke struggled to achieve. Yet Chiya was managing to suppress it, even gaining the upper hand. However, unbeknownst to her, this was merely a water clone, one that Chiya could disperse at any moment. Yet, Chiya was biding his time, waiting for Naruto and Sasuke to resurface. Finally, after hundreds of exchanges in battle, Naruto and Sasuke emerged from the water's surface. They initially believed everything had come to an end until they beheld the figure that was engaging in combat with Zabuza. Simultaneously, their expressions morphed into one of astonishment. Their faces painted with disbelief. Chiya, you're still alive. You actually survived. This is incredible. Naruto exclaimed. Stop with the pleasantries. I'm struggling to keep him at bay. Hurry and rescue the teacher. Chiya was at a loss for words, as this was precisely what he had been waiting for. Upon hearing Chinya's voice, Naruto and Sasuke immediately comprehended his intent and commenced their assault on Zabuza's true form. Unable to move normally, Zabuza found himself forced to evade Sasuke's strikes, prioritizing his escape to avoid injury. After all, there would be ample opportunities for assassination, but sustaining injuries over this encounter would be regrettable. You little brat, who are you? Zabuza's water clone, witnessing Kakashi's rescue, was consumed by indignation. He was a Jonin, a being renowned in the ninja world as the demon of the mist. Yet he was falling prey to these youngsters. Since you have inquired sincerely, I shall generously inform you. Suddenly, a voice echoed from an unknown source, Chinya's voice. The group realized that Chinya had been battling Zabuza's water clone with his shadow clone all along. I am the demon of the night, Chinya, a pure taijutsu ninja. Remember that. No sooner had the words left his lips than a dazzling orb of blue light materialized within the mist. This, Sasuke recognized immediately. He had encountered this skill during Chinya's earlier confrontation with Kakashi. It was a terrifying technique capable of obliterating vast expanses of forest in an instant. Kamehame resonated with Chinya's voice emerging from the fog. Zabuza's water clone was ensnared by Chinya's two shadow clones, unable to extricate itself, while his true form was restrained by Kakashi. Though they were unaware of the nature of this impending threat, an overwhelming sense of peril flooded their very souls. What is this? Zabuza's true form inquired of Kakashi. Who knows? Kakashi replied with a resigned smile, genuinely oblivious. Just as Chinya's HA echoed forth, Sasuke urgently shouted, Sakura, hurry and get that old man out of there. Snapped back to reality from her state of shock, Sakura rushed over, seizing Tazuna and fleeing. The moment she exited the range of the energy wave, a faint blue light nearly grazed her form. Boom! A powerful gust of wind instantaneously dispersed all the mist. Zabuza's water clone, watching the energy wave advance toward him, found himself utterly unable to flee. As the Kamehameha struck, he disintegrated on impact, along with Chinya's two shadow clones. Subsequently, any part of the forest touched by the energy wave was annihilated in an instant, extending for hundreds of meters. What? This scene shattered everyone's comprehension. Such power rivaled that of a tailed beast. Incredible! Naruto exclaimed with awe, knowing that Chinya had undoubtedly grown stronger. Damn it, this guy has become immensely powerful. Sasuke felt increasingly dissatisfied, yet the reality was undeniable. As Zabuza witnessed the destruction of the forest, his mind momentarily faltered, pondering whether this young ninja truly possessed the strength of a genin. How could he feel stronger than himself? How did Konoha cultivate its shinobi with such a stark disparity in power? Realizing that he could no longer afford to linger in battle, he seized the opportunity to slash at Kakashi, who adeptly retreated. In an instant, Zabuza submerged himself in the water, vanishing from sight. He has escaped, Kakashi stated. Teacher, what about the enemy? Naruto inquired, bewildered. It seems he has fled. The situation is unfavorable for him, Kakashi remarked. I see. Naruto nodded. Then his excitement surged. Wonderful. We have won. Chiya is incredible. Just as everyone believed the matter had concluded, Chiya suddenly gazed toward a tree and casually hurled a ki blast in that direction. Chiya, what's wrong? Naruto inquired. However, Chiya did not respond, fixated on the trajectory of the ki blast. At that moment, Kakashi and Sasuke also turned their attention to the same spot. Although the ki blast was deflected, they all noticed a figure standing there, adorned in a mask and kimono, with long hair cascading down. Who are you? Kakashi approached and asked, and upon discerning the mask, he furrowed his brow slightly. This mask is... Suddenly, realization dawned on him. You are from the Mist Pursuit Unit? At this juncture, the figure spoke. Apologies for my tardiness. The voice possessed an ambiguous quality, a blend of femininity intertwined with masculinity, yet predominantly leaning towards the feminine. Who are you? Naruto queried with curiosity. Naruto, you don't even know about the Pursuit Ninjas? Sakura interjected, exasperated. We studied them in school. Naruto stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. In truth, he had not learned anything, as his poor academic performance had earned him the moniker of the bottom of the class. As for Chiya, he had intentionally allowed Naruto to score low. Had he truly applied himself, he would undoubtedly have ranked first. The so-called Pursuit Ninjas are responsible for tracking down rogue ninjas, like Zabuza, who turn against their own ninja village for various reasons, acting as specialized assassins, Sakura elucidated, to prevent them from leaking the secrets of the ninja village. This is common knowledge, isn't it? You ought to invest more effort into your studies, she continued to criticize. Chiya, however, was unaware of Naruto's thoughts and found Sakura's attitude irksome. During the battle, what had she been doing? Merely shouting from the sidelines, contributing nothing, and now she felt superior? Unable to contain himself, he confronted her directly. Do you truly believe Naruto is easy to bully? What were you doing during the fight? Sakura fell silent, her face flushing with embarrassment as she lowered her head, acknowledging her lack of contribution. Chiya, I'm fine. I'm used to it, but I will prove myself. Naruto smiled. You have already proven yourself, Sasuke remarked, seemingly sharing Chiya's disdain for Sakura. His words were clearly directed at her, indicating that Naruto was commendable and she ought to refrain from speaking out of turn. This only deepened Sakura's shame and disheartenment, having been scorned by someone she admired. She felt compelled to prove herself. Indeed, my task is to hunt down rogue ninjas. I am a ninja from the Mist Pursuit Unit. However, it seems I have arrived too late. He has already escaped, the masked figure proclaimed. At this moment, only Chiya recognized that this individual was Bai. According to the original storyline, after Zabuza was defeated by Kakashi, he would come to fame killing Zabuza, but in truth, his intent was to rescue him. Moreover, Bai was male, despite the voice sounding somewhat feminine. Kakashi, while analyzing the situation, deduced from the sound that the individual was likely of an age similar to that of Chiya and his companions. Although he did not dismiss the possibility of encountering a prodigy, he was acutely aware that the pursuing forces would never dispatch a solitary agent. However, considering the multitude of potential outcomes, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Should it indeed be the Mist Village's pursuit team, his suspicions could adversely affect the village's well-being. Thus, he bid farewell. After Bai concluded his remarks, he departed, leaving Zabuza to flee, which eased Kakashi's mind. Once everything was settled, and after a brief respite, Kakashi announced, "All right, we must set forth to ensure Mr. Dazna's safe return home." At that moment, Dazna erupted into laughter, perhaps to lighten the mood, exclaiming, "I sincerely apologize, everyone. Please, come to my home and relax." Chiya and Sasuke exchanged glances, incredulous at his ability to laugh under the circumstances. Kakashi, at a loss for words, could only respond, "Then let us gather our spirits and proceed." Upon arriving at Dazna's residence, Chiya and the others took a moment to rest before convening for a brief meeting. Once Naruto settled down, Kakashi addressed the group, stating, "We are uncertain of what transpires next, but with Zabuza having fled, it is inevitable that he will return to exact vengeance. Therefore, we must prepare ourselves before any crisis arises." "Prepare? What do we need to do?" Naruto inquired. "You must engage in rigorous training. As you have observed, our adversaries are formidable. Even I found Zabuza a challenging opponent. Had it not been for Chiya's ingenuity in concealing himself, catching Zabuza off guard, we cannot fathom the peril we would have faced," Kakashi explained. At this juncture, Naruto curiously asked, "Chiya, weren't you supposed to be killed? Where exactly did you go?" Not only he, but even Sasuke perked up, eager to understand Chiya's perspective. which could potentially aid in his own ascension. Sakura, though presently displeased with Chiya, acknowledged that without him, she might have met her demise. Chiya contemplated, realizing he could not confess that he had merely wished to appear impressive. He finally articulated, for those filled with arrogance, they often become negligent. I recognized Zabuza's strength and understood the necessity of identifying his weaknesses. Initially, I intended to feign death to observe his combat vulnerabilities, but as you are all aware, had I not emerged when I did, the situation could have turned dire. Yet, it is indeed a commendable strategy. However, Chiya, you must provide us with psychological preparation in the future. We were nearly frightened to death, Kakashi remarked with resignation. There was no time for that in such circumstances. Naruto interjected. Indeed, Sasuke nodded in agreement. Kakashi, left with little to say, chose silence. Ultimately, what mattered was a favorable outcome. Now let us discuss training. This meeting's purpose is to enhance your strength. Kakashi finally delved into the main topic. First, let us analyze the recent battle. Without discussing Chiya, I have undeniably observed your progress. However, Naruto has advanced the most rapidly, devising combat strategies in moments of crisis, though he somewhat underestimated the enemy's strength. Such initiative deserves recognition. Upon hearing this, Naruto could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. He realized he must become stronger. Sakura also noticed that Naruto had indeed improved significantly. You finally understand, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Things are about to get much more interesting. Just then, a sudden voice interrupted the meeting. Not at all interesting. Everyone paused, turning to the source of the voice. A child wearing a hat stood before them, seemingly irked. Chiya and the others were taken aback. Mr. Zabuza, why do you look so serious? Upon returning to Zabuza's hideout, Haku inquired, noticing Zabuza's discontent. That little brat from Konoha is surprisingly strong, far from the typical genin, Zabuza remarked slowly. Haku was momentarily stunned. Is the child who garnered such praise from Mr. Zabuza the one dressed in black, seemingly named Chiya? Zabuza nodded. Haku, that child's strength may now rival my own. In the future, he will undoubtedly be a formidable force, especially with that copy ninja Kakashi by his side. It seems our mission may not be as straightforward as anticipated. Haku remained silent. Lost in thought, he had witnessed the entire confrontation between Chiya and Zabuza. The prowess displayed by a mere genin, capable of suppressing Zabuza's water clones, was indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, Chiya and the others were convening when they were abruptly interrupted by the child's voice. Who are you? Naruto inquired. Inari, where have you been? Tazuna asked urgently. The child rushed to Tazuna, embracing him. Welcome back, Grandpa. At that moment, Tazuna's daughter approached, sternly saying, Inari, you must greet our guests properly. They are the ninjas who escorted Grandpa home. Inari scanned Chiya and the others with a grave expression before declaring, Mom, these guys are going to die. They stand no chance against Kato and his ilk. Before his mother could respond, Naruto could not contain his anger. Hey, what are you talking about, you little brat? Listen well, I am destined to become an extraordinary hero, the Hokage. Kato? I don't fear such a person. Inari's face darkened. What hero? You're just an idiot. Heroes don't exist. What? Naruto, infuriated, was about to confront the insolent child when Sakura intervened. If you don't want to get hurt, you should head home, Inari said, striding towards the door. Chiya and Sasuke exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of confusion in the other's eyes. Chiya was puzzled because he had forgotten this segment of the storyline and was entirely unaware of the reason behind it. Such early, mundane, slow-paced plot points were truly hard to retain. Where are you going, Inari? Tazuna asked. I'm going to the sea, Inari replied before leaving the house. I apologize. My grandson is like this, Tazuna said to Naruto and the others. Kakashi shook his head, indicating his indifference. He had encountered countless children, and this behavior was relatively normal. Due to this brief interlude, the meeting was temporarily halted. Chiya observed Naruto storming up the stairs, muttering, Damn it, that little brat needs to be taught a lesson. Hey, don't bully him, Chiya interjected. How could I? I'm not a child, Naruto replied, speechless. As the two approached Inari's room, they heard the muffled sounds of crying emanating from within. Naruto furrowed his brow. Is he crying? Perhaps the situation is not as simple as we imagined, Chiya suggested. Naruto's expression darkened considerably as he heard Inari sobbing, calling out for his father, which stirred something within him. That day, everyone took time to rest. And in the evening, Chiya noticed Naruto lying there, staring at the ceiling and unable to sleep. She asked, "What's wrong? If you don't sleep now, you won't have the energy for tomorrow's training." "Chiya, do you think his father was mentioned by Kato?" Naruto paused, seemingly reluctant to utter the word. "Perhaps. I believe we should help him, don't you think?" "Exactly. That's what I was thinking," Naruto responded with a smile. "So, we need to become stronger." The following morning, Kakashi led Chiya and the others into the woods for training. "Chiya, you should warm up first. I have a different training regimen for you later," Kakashi instructed. Chiya and the others were taken aback. Naruto immediately asked, "Why, Kakashi-sensei?" "Chiya has finally joined us for training. She won't be using chakra." "Your training task today is focused on chakra control," Kakashi replied. "I see. Then there's nothing we can do," Naruto sighed in resignation. Chiya smiled. "I can grow stronger without chakra. I'll head over there first." With that, she left for a relatively open area, where push-ups would be her initial warm-up. She understood that Kakashi intended to teach Naruto and the others how to control their chakra and attach it to their feet, enabling them to run up tree trunks. Mastering chakra control was a fundamental skill for a ninja, essential for standing on water's surface. Unfortunately, Chiya lacked chakra and thus could not perform such a cool feat. Moreover, the energy from Dragon Ball did not grant her this ability. To achieve such a level, she realized, one would need to master the art of flight. This skill was an application of energy control. She pondered that since the system had not rewarded her with this ability over the years, it might be encouraging her to learn it independently. After all, Goku had learned to fly through self-study, while the Kamehameha was only learned after Master Roshi demonstrated it. Thus, she decided that after warming up, she would attempt to extract energy from within her body, just as she had seen Goku teach Biddy. The thought of this made Chiya smile. During her childhood, she had often practiced the moves and techniques from Dragon Ball, especially the Kamehameha and the art of flight. Sneaking in practice every night. Undoubtedly, anyone who had watched Dragon Ball would have done the same. After completing 10,000 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, he embarked on an exploration of his inner energy. Senya truly yearned to become someone like Saitama, effortlessly breaking through limitations to become the strongest, continually growing stronger each day without an endpoint. However, it seems that apart from One Punch Man, no other anime shares such a premise. Naruto and Dragon Ball are far removed from it. He sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands forming a petal shape before his chest, gradually drawing his energy outward. Having already mastered the energy blasts and the Kamehameha technique, he found this process relatively smooth. Soon, a sphere of white energy materialized in his palm, and he began to manipulate it, causing it to swirl around him. Within a few minutes, he achieved a degree of control over it. He then attempted to let the energy flow through the pores of his skin, a crucial step. To fly, one must master this aspect. Only with proper control can one reach the realm of seamless and free flight. The first step involved directing the energy flow to lift his body, overcoming the pull of gravity. The second step required adjusting the direction and intensity of the energy to navigate through the air and control his speed. The third step was to practice diligently. Through his efforts, Senya demonstrated considerable talent. Within an hour, he accomplished the first step and was now hovering approximately 10 meters above the ground, practicing his movement. It was indeed difficult to control, as maintaining balance in the air required a significant energy flow. Even the slightest breeze could send him tumbling. Senya, practicing alone. Kakashi's voice emerged from the woods, but it abruptly ceased. He stood beneath a tree, his eyes wide with astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. He even pulled up his Leaf Village forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, equally astonished. He briefly thought he must have been mistaken. How could Senya be flying in the air? Rubbing his eyes, he looked again, completely dumbfounded. Senya was indeed flying. What on earth was this kid training in? It is worth noting that throughout the history of the ninja world, only 3 individuals have been recorded to possess the ability to fly: the Sage of Six Paths, Tsuchikage Inoki, and the 4th Hokage. Yet now, a 4th person had emerged. Even more astonishing was the fact that Senya could not utilize chakra. How then? Had he learned the art of flight? Using his Sharingan to examine Shenya's body, he found no signs of chakra flow. However, he did notice something peculiar. Subtle air fluctuations surrounded Senya, and a certain substance within his body flowed rapidly. Could it be that chakra had mutated within Senya? This transformation perhaps rendered him unable to use chakra, while allowing him to harness other abilities, like the light stream he released from his palm. If this were true, Senya might, in the future, surpass even the level of a Kage. Kakashi-sensei, when did you arrive? Suddenly, Shinya's voice interrupted Kakashi's thoughts and astonishment. As I regained my composure, I beheld Chiya suspended before me. Thankfully, it was not nighttime. Had it been, this sight would have surely terrified anyone to death. Although I was already aware of the secret within Chiya, witnessing him levitate so closely was still astonishing. Once I steadied my emotions, I remarked, Chiya, you have truly mastered the art of flight. I am profoundly surprised. Chiya chuckled, scratching his head, and gently descended from the air, wiping the sweat from his brow. I am unsure how it happened. It just suddenly came to me. It is quite peculiar, though I cannot yet control it with ease. And flying consumes a great deal of stamina. I can only sustain it for about 10 minutes at a time. Chiya spoke truthfully. One does not realize the shock of flight until they experience it. Currently, he could only manage straight ascents and descents, which required significant energy expenditure. He calculated that at a normal speed of 60 kilometers per hour, he might only manage to fly for 15 minutes. The reason he informed Kakashi that he could only fly for 10 minutes was not out of deceit, but rather a conservative estimate considering factors such as combat and airflow. Being able to fly is indeed a remarkable advantage. In the world of ninjas, flight alone would give one a considerable edge over most adversaries. With diligent practice, great accomplishments await, especially with the addition of long-range attack skills. Kakashi generously praised Chiya's current abilities, his eyes glimmering with admiration. He even felt that he could no longer instruct Chiya. What he lacked was practical experience. Merely speaking without practice would not elevate one's strength. Chiya, while Naruto and the others are still training, why don't you take a moment to rest? I will teach you some techniques in taijutsu, which may prove beneficial for your growth. All right, Chiya exclaimed, instantly invigorated. Although Kakashi often found many matters tedious, he was indeed reliable when he chose to be serious. At the same time, a short, gray-haired man, sporting sunglasses, approached Zabuza, who was resting. Kato, he announced, seeking to deliver a reprimand. As he entered, he began to mock Zabuza. Oh dear, I never expected you to return empty-handed. The ninjas of the Land of Mist truly are inept. You cannot even clean up the mess left by your subordinates. What a joke. Zabuza offered no response. However, Bai, in the vigor of youth, stood up from his seat and asked Zabuza, are we going to fight? Before Zabuza could reply, Kato stepped forward, sneering, there is no need for silence. What difference does it make to say a few words? Do not speak to Mr. Zabuza with such insolence. Bai retorted angrily, seizing Kato by the throat. Kato, terrified, shouted, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. His two guards, armed with katanas, attempted to rush forward, but suddenly found themselves immobilized. Turning around, they discovered Bai had instantly positioned himself between them, disarming their swords and crossing them against their throats. It dawned on them the vast disparity in strength. Had Bai harbored any intent to kill, they would have perished moments ago, leaving them drenched in cold sweat. In light of this, Kato resigned in defeat. One could only say, next time, if you fail again, there will be no refuge for you here. With those words, he turned away with his subordinates. Once they had departed, Zabuza finally spoke, asking, Bai, why engage in such unnecessary actions? I understand, but it is still too early to eliminate Cardo. Creating a disturbance here would only attract the pursuit of those individuals. For now, we must endure. The individuals he referred to, the Mistumbu, were precisely the reason they had sought refuge in this small nation, easy to conceal themselves within. Ah, indeed, it is time to consider our next steps, Zabuza remarked. At this juncture, Kakashi taught Chiya some combat techniques, including countering moves and how to swiftly subdue an adversary's vital points. Chiya learned rapidly, although fatigued. He found joy in the process. It was Kakashi's first encounter with someone possessing even greater talent in martial arts than Guy, and he was aware that this was not Chiya's limit. As lunchtime approached, he instructed Chiya, go call Naruto and the others to take a break. It's time for lunch. Understood, Chiya replied, stretching his limbs before sprinting towards Naruto's location. Just moments ago, while mastering the air dance technique, the system had notified him of his achievement and issued a dedicated task. If he could complete the aerial assessment, he would be rewarded with an additional ton of chakra and the crane-style martial arts secrets. Upon reviewing the assessment tasks, he discovered 3, to fly 100 kilometers, to pass through 500 aerial rings, and to defeat 30 simulated foes. To be honest, this task was quite unique. and it was the first time he had encountered such an opportunity, filling him with excitement and anticipation to begin the assessment. However, he lamented that his current chakra reserves were insufficient for prolonged flight, and his control over his aerial abilities remained weak, necessitating further practice. Arriving at Naruto's location, he found Sakura panting heavily against the roots of a large tree, looking as if she were on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke continued their training beneath the tree. Ugh, I'm utterly exhausted. How do these two have such stamina? Sakura exclaimed in exasperation. Chiya understood. After all, Naruto possessed the Uzumaki lineage and was the reincarnation of Ashura, while Sasuke carried the Uchiha genes and was the reincarnation of Indra. In contrast, Sakura was merely an ordinary person, making it reasonable that she could not compete with them. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that an ordinary individual achieving such remarkable feats during the Fourth Great Ninja War was no small accomplishment. How is the training going? Chiya's voice drew the attention of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Chiya, what brings you here? Didn't Kakashi-sensei go looking for you? Naruto inquired curiously. He sent me to call you back for lunch. We can continue training this afternoon, Chiya replied. As he spoke, he glanced at the tree before Naruto and Sasuke, which bore numerous marks from kunai. Notably, Sasuke's markings were higher than Naruto's. Is it already noon? Naruto asked. Indeed, it's time to stop training and eat. We need energy to continue practicing afterward. Chiya smiled. Yes, that's true, Naruto agreed. Sasuke felt it was about time. His stomach was beginning to growl, prompting him to rise from the ground. It seemed there was no other choice. Sakura also stood up. As they made their way back, Naruto suddenly approached Sakura, inquiring, please share with me your secret. Sakura was taken aback, never expecting Naruto would seek her advice. She glanced at Sasuke, but decided to share her insights with Naruto, hoping to impress Sasuke, yet he remained indifferent to her efforts. In the following days, Chiya, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura diligently practiced, achieving commendable progress. Particularly, Sakura had nearly mastered tree climbing. Meanwhile, Chiya had fully grasped the art of flight. Not only that, but he discovered that careful control could significantly reduce chakra consumption. Though his overall chakra capacity had only slightly increased, flying for half an hour had become a feasible task. Kakashi couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable talents of his 4 students, predicting they would all achieve considerable success in the future. One day, while Sakura was stationed on a construction site, overseeing security, she noticed Chiya approaching and, curious, asked, "Aren't you training today?" She, along with Naruto and Sasuke, remained unaware of Chiya's training regimen. Kakashi had not divulged any details, and Chiya had kept his methods to himself. Naruto was preoccupied with thoughts on how to control his chakra and surpass Sasuke, while Sasuke was indifferent to such matters. Nevertheless, she remained intrigued, having come to realize just how formidable Chiya was, beyond her expectations. Yet, Sasuke still held the top position in her heart. "My teacher sent me to assist you in guarding this place," Chiya replied. "Oh, I see. But what exactly have you been training in? You've been so secretive." Sakura couldn't help but voice her curiosity. Chiya hadn't anticipated Sakura would directly question him. Although his ability to fly would eventually be revealed, he felt it was not the right moment to disclose it. So he replied, "As a pure taijutsu ninja, my teacher has me engaged in physical training daily. Push-ups, squats, and combat practice. It's becoming rather tedious." As Sakura and Chiya conversed, Dasna passed by, carrying steel bars, and remarked, "What are you two doing here? What is up with that blonde kid and the cool guy?" "They are practicing tree climbing," Sakura replied. "Aren't you two going to practice?" Dasna asked. Sakura almost boasted about her own capabilities, but realizing Chiya was present, she refrained and said, "I've practiced enough." Chiya paused, sensing something felt off about the situation. "Kakashi sent us to protect you," Sakura added. "Really?" Dasna looked at Sakura with skepticism, then glanced at Chiya, saying, "I trust that kid beside you to protect me. But you?" He shook his head. Sakura felt a surge of anger. She was being so openly disparaged. How infuriating. Had it not been for Dasna's role as protector, she would have relished the opportunity to deliver a couple of punches to him. At that moment, she finally comprehended Naruto's sentiments. Indeed, he deserved a good beating. Just then, a worker approached Dasna, his expression laden with regret as he spoke. "Dasna, I've pondered for quite some time and have decided to withdraw from the bridge construction." Dasna was taken aback. "What? Even you?" The worker continued, "Dasna, we have shared many years of camaraderie, and I genuinely wish to assist you. However, if things continue to spiral out of control, we might attract Kato's attention. And if you were to be killed, it would all be in vain. Let us cease the bridge construction here." As soon as he finished speaking, Dasna vehemently rejected his statement. "No, this bridge belongs to all of us. We believe that it can provide the impoverished and resource-deprived land of Ways with essential logistics and transportation, which is why the entire town is committed to its construction. But if it costs us our lives..." The worker began but fell silent, fully aware yet torn within. "It's noon. Let us conclude for today," Dasna stated before departing, burdened with numerous considerations. "Dasna," the worker called after him. Reluctantly, Dasna responded, "Kichi, you need not return any longer. I appreciate your efforts during this time." With that, he walked away. Chiya and Sakura observed the exchange quietly, both understanding that this matter was beyond their current capacity to engage or resolve. Even though Chiya harbored thoughts of eliminating Kato, he refrained from acting impulsively due to the implications of his identity. Chiya and Sakura followed closely behind Dasna, their sole mission being to ensure his safety. Naturally, they would accompany him as he departed. "I say, where are you headed?" Sakura inquired while keeping a watchful eye. "My daughter has asked me to pick up some ingredients for dinner. You growing youngsters eat so much that the previous amount was simply insufficient," Dasna chuckled lightly. "Oh, I truly apologize," Chiya said sheepishly, scratching his head. Due to his Saiyan physiology, he had noticed an increasing appetite, which corresponded with his growing strength. Currently, his food intake was more than triple what it had been before. To be candid, had he not sneaked out each night to forage for food, he would surely have starved by now. As the trio strolled down the desolate streets, they encountered numerous individuals holding signs in search of work. And there were even instances of children resorting to theft. This scene reminded Chiya of his previous world, where similar situations unfolded daily in Africa. They entered a vegetable shop, where they found only a meager selection of wilted produce that appeared to have been there for several days, its quality far from satisfactory. Sakura sighed. "There is scarcely anything here. In comparison to Konoha, this is a world apart." At that moment, a man wearing a hat entered the shop, his gaze scanning the counter before settling on Sakura's backpack. Just as a smug smile crept across his face and his hand reached for the backpack, a firm grip seized his wrist. Suddenly, chaos erupted, and with a thud, he fell to the ground. "Stealing is an ill-advised endeavor," Chiya remarked nonchalantly. "What just happened?" Sakura exclaimed, startled. The recent commotion attracted the attention of the shopkeeper and Dasna. "You wretched little imp. Remember this." The thief, startled, hastily rose and fled, leaving behind a hasty remark. "It's nothing, just a thief," Chiya remarked nonchalantly. However, Sakura perceived the situation differently, believing that the individual was a lecherous scoundrel attempting to humiliate her, and that Chiya's words were merely an effort to safeguard her dignity. Thus began her gradual shift in perception towards someone she had previously found quite detestable. What on earth is happening here? Sakura pondered on her way back. At that moment, a small hand brushed against her rear. Infuriated, she exclaimed, "What now?" Turning around, she discovered a filthy, tattered little girl standing before her, extending her tiny hand with a sweet smile, saying, give me." In that instant, a myriad of emotions surged within Sakura, prompting her to hand over the candies from her pocket to the child. Chiya, too, offered a few biscuits he had on hand. The child beamed with joy and promptly dashed away. Dasna remarked, "Ever since Kato arrived, this place has transformed into this. What a damned situation." Chiya lamented, feeling a righteous anger. Such individuals deserved severe retribution. Dasna, startled, quickly urged, "Shoo, keep your voice down. Most of the local ruffians are his informants." Sakura felt a pang of sympathy for the children here, as tears unconsciously welled up in her eyes. After all, she was merely a 12-year-old girl. "Aren't the adults going to do anything?" she inquired. "Who dares?" Just like at noon on the bridge, the adults have become increasingly spineless. "No one wishes to risk their lives," Dasna replied. "Thus, this bridge is essential," Dasna stated earnestly. "It symbolizes courage. As long as that bridge exists, and if we can successfully construct it, the town will return to its former glory, and everyone will come back." "I understand your resolve," Chiya suddenly interjected. "We will assist, and ensure Kato cannot harm you any further." Both Chiya and Sakura were taken aback, feeling as though these were not words typically spoken by Chiya, but rather something Naruto would say. "So do you have a plan?" Sakura asked. After a moment of contemplation, Chiya replied, "Let's go back and discuss it with our teacher." Due to the need to protect Dazna's family, Kakashi usually remained at home, safeguarding them while also instructing Naruto and Sasuke. The three returned to Dazna's house, where Chiya approached Kakashi first to express his thoughts. Kakashi, taken aback, was astonished that Chiya wished to confront Kato directly. No, absolutely not. We have no idea how many subordinates Kato has. It would be too perilous to act recklessly. Our mission is solely to ensure the safety of Dazna's family. Kakashi firmly rejected the idea. Teacher, have you ever considered that this gives us the upper hand? No one knows what Kato will do next. Moreover, my intention is not to eliminate him, but to monitor him, which will allow us to anticipate his thoughts and prepare accordingly. I fear that even stronger ninjas may come next. Shenya's words plunged Kakashi into contemplation. Indeed, Shenya's assertions held merit. Furthermore, our current priority is to safeguard the Dazuna family. However, merely providing protection here is insufficient. A lack of intelligence could render us quite passive in our endeavors. Shenya continued speaking. Kakashi fell silent, and after careful consideration, he replied, "Very well, I understand. Tomorrow, you will take charge of monitoring Kato. But remember, your safety is paramount. If you are discovered, you must retreat without hesitation. Do not engage in battle. I know you are strong, but there are always those stronger than you. Keep that in mind." Shinya nodded. "I understand, teacher." That evening, Naruto and Sasuke returned earlier than they had in the past few days, when they had practiced late into the night. At the dining table, Dazuna looked around at the crowded table and cheerfully exclaimed, "Ah, how delightful. It has been ages since I dined with so many." However, Naruto and Sasuke paid no heed. Consumed by their meal, they ate with such fervor that they resembled ravenous beasts, as if they had been starved for days. Shinya, Sasuke, and Naruto. Why do they seem a bit strange? Sakura asked weakly. What do you think fuels their stamina? Without ample food, how can they train? Shinya chuckled. Before he could finish, Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously extended their empty bowls, exclaiming in unison, "One more bowl." The two exchanged hostile glances, only to suddenly turn away and retch. Sakura, exasperated, slammed her hand on the table. "If you're going to be sick, then stop eating." "No, we must eat." Sasuke wiped his mouth. "Even if we must endure, we will eat," Naruto added, with tears welling in his eyes. The others were at a loss, completely unaware of the nature of the dispute between the two. "We must become stronger quickly," Naruto declared with fervor. At that moment, Kakashi nodded. "Indeed, however, once you eat to the point of vomiting, that is not acceptable." After finishing their meal, everyone settled down to rest. Sakura approached a worn photograph hanging in a frame in the living room and inquired curiously, "Why is a damaged photo displayed here?" As soon as she spoke, Shinya distinctly noted that Dazuna and Inari's expressions darkened immediately. He felt a pang of exasperation, wishing he could tell Sakura, "Honestly, if you cannot think before you speak, it would be better to remain silent. You keep stepping on landmines. It should be evident that there are issues." Given that she ranks among the top 5 in the entire grade, her life experience is woefully lacking. As Sakura was about to continue, she remarked, "Earlier, Inari kept staring at this photo while eating. The torn section appears as if someone deliberately ripped out a person from the picture." Seeing that Sakura was intent on elaborating, Shinya could no longer contain himself and interjected. "Can you guess why this household has a grandfather, a mother, and a child, yet lacks a father? Could you please think before you speak in the future? You're really digging into sensitive wounds." The words of Chiya caused Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura's pupils to tremble. They faintly grasped the underlying truth. In an instant, Sakura realized her mistake and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, it was my thoughtlessness." "It's all right. What young Chiya said is indeed true. That person is my husband," said Dazna's daughter while washing the dishes. Dazna understood that this matter could not be avoided, and in order to secure Kakashi and the others' assistance, he resolved to reveal the truth. In the past, in the town, a man once hailed as a hero. Over the course of the next hour, Dazna recounted the tale of Inari's father to Chiya and the others. At the onset of Dazna's narration, Inari dashed out of the house. His mother pursued him, grumbling about Dazna discussing his father in front of the child, despite their prior agreement to refrain from doing so. Witnessing this, Sakura felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She was reminded once again of the detrimental nature of her indiscretion. To summarize the story of Inari's father was not biologically related to him. He was his stepfather, yet their bond was exceptionally strong, akin to that of a biological father and son. Initially, Inari was a child who seldom smiled, but after his father's death, he became taciturn. 3 years prior, Inari had been pushed into the water by a group of children and nearly drowned. It was this father who saved him and subsequently reprimanded those bullies. His father comforted him and taught him the ways of survival. His father, Kaisha, was a fisherman who had come from another country. From that point onward, Inari spent much time with Kaisha, and their relationship flourished, in part due to Inari's longing for paternal affection. Gradually, Kaisha became a member of the family and married Dasna's daughter. However, this bliss was short-lived. A torrential rainstorm destroyed the dam of the river. To prevent the town from being devastated, Kaisha risked his life and plunged into the raging waters, and after an hour of struggle, he managed to repair the dam. It was from that moment that Kaisha was hailed as a hero of the town and became a source of pride for Inari. Yet, misfortune soon followed. Kato arrived and captured Kaisha, who was subsequently displayed on a cross in the town square, battered and bruised. This deeply traumatized everyone. Young Inari witnessed Kato's cruel murder of his father, which led to his subsequent silence, and the townsfolk began to fear Kato, losing all semblance of courage. After hearing the entire story, a myriad of emotions swirled within everyone. They were aware of the world's malevolence, but never anticipated such cruelty. After a moment of silence, Naruto stood up, intending to run, but his body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. "What are you doing, Naruto?" Sakura inquired. "If it's training, you should stop for today. Overexerting your chakra will be detrimental," Kakashi cautioned. "In your current state, you could perish." Naruto struggled to rise, declaring, "I want to prove him wrong." Everyone paused in bewilderment. "Prove what?" Sakura asked. "To prove that there are still heroes in this world," Naruto resolutely declared, his eyes brimming with determination. "I must prove it to him." Now, Naruto comprehended why Inari had been skeptical of heroes upon arriving at this household. The death of his father had shattered Inari's adulation and trust in heroes. Thus, this time, he must become a pillar of support for Inari. "In that case, I shall join you." Chiya stood up and proclaimed, "I cannot abide this person. He must be defeated." Sasuke also rose, feeling inexplicably that Naruto was indeed a reliable ally. Oh yes, Naruto beamed with joy. That night, everyone slept soundly, except for Chiya, who remained wide awake. In order to grow stronger, he needed to seize the opportunity to practice the flight technique. He was so close to passing the assessment. For the past few nights, he had been training diligently, often throughout the entire night. The following day, he would need to protect Tazuna, a task that would leave him utterly fatigued. Yet, despite this exhaustion, he was resolute in his desire to become stronger. The Saiyan physique allowed him to restore his energy and heal his injuries after just a few hours of rest. After days of rigorous training, Chiya had flown a distance of 99 kilometers. Once he completed the 100 kilometers, he could proceed to the second phase, which involved navigating through rings, essentially testing his agility. Beneath the luminous moonlight, Chiya soared freely through the sky, the cool sea breeze enveloping him. He had now reached an altitude of 10 kilometers above the ground, no longer fearing detection by the inhabitants of this world. The flight technique was astonishingly exceptional, akin to having superhuman abilities. In most worlds, flight is a rare skill, but in Dragon Ball, not being able to fly was tantamount to being worthless. Finally, he accomplished his 100-kilometer goal. The system sent a notification. "Shall we commence the second task assessment?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chiya selected, "Begin." No sooner had he spoken than the air resonated with his words. Countless golden rings appeared within his line of sight, accompanied by a few purple and blue rings. This struck Chiya with the impression that the system might have borrowed heavily from other realms, as it felt remarkably similar to the flight assessments within them. What was this floating four-pointed star doing in the air? "System, did you really just copy that?" Chiya lamented. Despite not being a native player, he seemed to have been coerced into participating. He first navigated through the initial blue ring, and then the system displayed a countdown timer. Complete 500 targets within 10 minutes to pass the second assessment. 10 minutes should suffice, Chiya thought. However, within just 2 minutes, he realized he had underestimated the challenge. The first 100 were manageable, as he could cope with acceleration and direction changes. But from the 200th ring onward, the rings began to move on their own. Thankfully, their speed was not too swift. Soon enough, he reached the 300th ring. However, by this point, he had already spent over 4 minutes, and the difficulty level had dramatically escalated. The speed of the golden rings has increased more than threefold. Initially, they moved in a linear fashion, but now they rotate with various intricate turns. Senya nearly got twisted into a knot, but fortunately, he maintained his flexibility. Otherwise, he would have certainly faced dire consequences. However, it took him 3 attempts to pass this step. Thankfully, this second assessment allows for unlimited attempts, so he harbored little concern. Upon reaching the 400th mark, Senya beheld a dazzling array of golden rings interspersed with purple ones, plunging him into contemplation. The golden rings could be traversed, while contact with the purple ones would necessitate starting over. Moreover, the speed of their movement and rotation was such that his eyes struggled to keep pace, as if he were caught in a frenzy. To complicate matters further, there were several invisible rings, and those that appeared unexpectedly, along with the purple rings that relentlessly pursued him. Should he pause, the purple rings would inevitably make contact. This was truly exasperating. System, show some humanity. Are you intent on preventing my passage? Fortunately, unlimited attempts meant Senya had died 1,000 times and rested no fewer than 10. Finally, as the first light of dawn broke on the horizon, he managed to clear the second step. Upon reaching the finish line, he discovered the purpose of the raw stone. It was for restoring stamina. Upon touching it, all his fatigue, strength, and energy were completely revitalized. He glanced at the system clock, which read just past 6 o'clock. Thanks to the raw stone, he felt neither tired nor sleepy, and even a tinge of excitement coursed through him, as he was on the brink of receiving the ultimate reward. What kind of game demands such relentless effort? To obtain a flying license, an entire night of trials? Had this been in his previous life, this game would have been mercilessly criticized. Regrettably, his system was merely an unfeeling program, offering no responses. As the system prompted, "Would you like to begin the final assessment?" Senya did not hesitate for a moment and replied, "Commence." With the system initiating the countdown and outlining the battle rules, he learned the following. The battle consists of 4 rounds. The first round features 15 enemies, emerging in 3 waves, each with an average combat power of 50. The second round consists of 10 enemies, divided into 2 waves, with an average combat power of 80. The third round involves 4 enemies, attacking simultaneously, each boasting an average combat power of 100. The final round presents a single enemy with a combat power of 120. There are 10 minutes of rest between each round, during which stamina, energy, and strength are restored. After each failure, there are 3 opportunities for a rematch. What on earth? Senya was utterly dumbfounded. The third round, with an average power of 100? System, are you jesting with me? My current combat power is barely 100, let alone the final round. You clearly do not wish for me to pass the third round. You truly do not regard me as human, do you? Yet, the system offered him no time for contemplation as the countdown continued. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, 15 holographic figures gradually materialized before him. Upon recognizing the identical features of these 15 figures, Senya was left in a state of shock. Goodness, 15 identical dumplings. Indeed, if we were to assess combat prowess, a mere dumpling could indeed match a combat strength of 50. 15 dumplings, averaging a combat strength of 50, pose no significant threat to the current Senya. There exists a principle within the Dragon Ball universe. Once combat strength exceeds 25, it results in an instant defeat. In other words, a combat strength of 50 against an opponent with a strength of 63 would lead to an immediate defeat. To expedite matters, Senya promptly employed the technique of Ki Shadow Clone, manifesting 9 replicas of himself. Since he would revert to his original state post-battle, there was no reason to conserve them. Moreover, each Ki Shadow Clone possessed a strength equivalent to his own, both boasting a combat strength of 100. Thus, when faced with the onslaught of dumplings, he swiftly vanquished all 15 with ease. Upon defeating the last dumpling, the system dispatched a new notification. His status had been restored. He was given the choice to enter the second round, to rest for 10 minutes, or to commence immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Senya resolutely declared, "Let us begin." Still basking in the euphoria of victory, he reveled in the sheer delight of instant defeats. He pondered the sensation of obliterating 6 paths of Beidou and Kagaya after transforming into a Super Saiyan. It undoubtedly promised to be even more exhilarating. No sooner had he finished his thought than 10 holographic figures reappeared before him. Although Senya had mentally prepared himself, he was nonetheless taken aback. It was Tien Shinhan. The reward for mastering the Crane School techniques was indeed to face off against its most formidable disciple. Confronted by 10 Tien Shinhan figures, each boasting a combat strength of 80, Senya felt a measure of pressure. Exceeding 25 mint, he was now evenly matched at 100 combat strength. Tien Shinhan's combat skills were undoubtedly superior, compelling Senya to adopt a more serious approach. With that in mind, Senya summoned 3 key shadow clones, theoretically sufficient to dispatch Tien Shinhan in an instant. However, reality proved otherwise. Tien Shinhan's mastery of ki surpassed his own significantly, and his usage of the flight technique was exemplary. He adeptly employed energy blasts and the tri-beam attack while airborne. Senya found himself struck on multiple occasions. Fortunately, the key shadow clones did not dissipate upon taking hits. Otherwise, he would have been sorely outnumbered. Yet, Tien Shinhan's presence enhanced Shenya's proficiency in aerial combat and the flight technique by several notches. Within 2 minutes of deploying his second set of key shadow clones, he managed to defeat Tien Shinhan. This engagement refined his command of ki and the flight technique, elevating his combat strength to 105. When the system inquired whether he wished to continue battling, Senya opted for a 10-minute respite. This intermission was not merely for recuperation, but rather to contemplate the forthcoming challenges. As he had just experienced, contending with Tien Shinhan's combat strength of 80 proved to be a strenuous endeavor. Ahead lay 4 adversaries, each with a formidable strength of 100. Although his current strength stood at 105, it was evident that he would struggle against opponents of equal might. In terms of key mastery and combat techniques, he was far from their level. Furthermore, the final round loomed ahead, featuring an opponent with a staggering combat strength of 120. There was no question, in his present state, he would inevitably face instant annihilation. After 10 minutes of profound contemplation, he resolved to fully capitalize on the unique characteristics of the Saiyan physiology. Ever since he had acquired this Saiyan trait, he had not had the opportunity to utilize its remarkable abilities. The essence of this trait lies in the fact that the more severely one is injured, the stronger one becomes upon recovery. Moreover, the lower one's baseline combat power, the greater the potential for enhancement. An increase by a factor of 2 is entirely feasible. Although he anticipated the imminent thrashing, which would undoubtedly be painful, this suffering was a necessary rite of passage. For the sake of rewards and future development, he steeled himself to endure. The moment the system notified him that his rest period was over, it offered him no respite whatsoever. For holographic shadows charged towards him without warning. Caught off guard, he quickly discerned the identity of his assailant. Krillin. Goodness. No, it was indeed Krillin. He thought to himself, is this how the system intends to test me? By unleashing the strongest warrior on Earth against me? Yet, upon reflection, he realized that in the first part of Dragon Ball, the ability to fly began with Kairatsu and continued all the way to Krillin, the luckiest man in the history of Dragon Ball, who had also married the stunning Android 18. Upon witnessing this, he felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Thus, he resolved to settle the score. However, he lamented the fact that he was no match for Krillin at that moment. This formidable opponent even employed a bug skill, the solar flare, which was quite extraordinary. Additionally, he was capable of using the Kamehameha. Resigning himself to the situation, Qian Yi found himself battered and bruised, his clothes in tatters, and within 5 minutes, the system declared his challenge a failure. Yet, at the instant the system announced his defeat, his injuries miraculously healed. As soon as he recovered, the system sent an alert. His combat power had reached 120. Astonished, Qian Yi marveled at how enduring a beating had directly increased his power by 15. How remarkable! If he could withstand a few more blows, he would surely soar to new heights. Though painful, the experience was exhilarating. With this thought in mind, Qian Yi gritted his teeth and prepared for another challenge. This time, he resolved to embrace the onslaught without any defensive measures, allowing himself to be relentlessly pummeled. Eventually, after sustaining multiple fractures and spitting blood, the system again deemed his challenge a failure. Upon recovery, his combat power surged to 140. Just after regaining his strength, Qian Yi felt an undeniable increase in his resilience and strength. However, this was merely the beginning. He recognized that he was presented with a golden opportunity to enhance his combat power through the art of injury. He was convinced that ordinary ninja attacks could not penetrate his defenses. Thus he intended to rely on the forthcoming battles to fortify his power, a notion that seemed almost fantastical. Consequently, he continued his challenges, enduring a barrage of blows from Krillin. The agonizing process felt interminable. At last, during his 4th attempt, Qian Yi's combat power reached an astonishing 150. It could be said that, In terms of sheer strength, he had reached the realm of a Six Paths Guardian. Furthermore, observing Krillin's assault, he noted that the attacks were no longer delivered with the same swiftness and had become somewhat sluggish. Not only that, but Krillin's strikes no longer inflicted the same level of pain upon him. Fortunately, these iterations of Krillin are merely simulations. Had they been real individuals, one might have been bewildered by the extraordinary transformation of a person into such formidable strength. Ultimately, he vented his frustrations by delivering a thorough thrashing to the four Krillins, subsequently advancing to the final round. There, he was to confront an opponent boasting a battle power of 120. The moment his adversary emerged, Shenya's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. To his utter disbelief, his challenger was none other than Master Roshi. However, this incarnation of Master Roshi was not the bald sage, but rather the guise he adopted to train Goku, resembling a dragon. Clad in traditional martial arts attire adorned with Chinese motifs, and sporting a gray wig. To the untrained eye, this hunched, elderly figure, who occasionally pounded his back, might seem frail and inconsequential. Yet, Senya, well-versed in the lore of Dragon Ball, recognized the monumental power of this being, capable of obliterating the moon with a single strike. Indeed, the pinnacle of strength in the original Dragon Ball series. Thus, even though Shenya's battle power had reached 150, surpassing Master Roshi by 25, he dared not underestimate him. It is crucial to remember that Master Roshi could activate his cellular potential, significantly amplifying his power, capable of unleashing an attack potent enough to obliterate the moon. As a martial arts master, his combat skills far exceeded those of Krillin. Just moments ago, facing a Krillin with lower power, Senya had struggled to mount any defense. Now, against Master Roshi, it was not merely probable. He was certain he would find himself in a similar predicament. His greatest fear was that the old man might suddenly unleash his full power and deliver a severe beating. "What's this? Aren't you going to attack?" Suddenly, Master Roshi spoke, leaving Senya momentarily dumbfounded. Why is the hologram speaking? None of the previous ones did. To his astonishment, it was indeed Master Roshi's original voice from Dragon Ball. In response to Master Roshi's inquiry, Senya respectfully clasped his fists in greeting, exclaiming, "Master, I humbly accept your guidance." Without delay, he charged forward. Yet, within 3 minutes, he found himself on the ground, battered and bruised, with nearly every bone in his body shattered. The pain was so excruciating that he fainted several times, only to be jolted awake by the agony. I possess speed and strength, yet my technique is woefully inadequate. I must train further." During his final bout of unconsciousness, Master Roshi offered him a candid assessment. In the next instant, Senya awoke with a start, drenched in sweat. To his relief, all his injuries had healed. The system panel before him displayed the option to continue the challenge, with 3 attempts remaining. Reflecting on the brutal encounter, Senya decided to refrain from immediate confrontation, opting instead for a 10-minute respite to contemplate his battle strategy. Upon reviewing his attributes, he was astonished to find his battle power had soared to 180. The injuries he had sustained had granted him a remarkable boost of 30 in power. In the realm of Naruto, this would signify entry into the Six Paths domain. However, within the Dragon Ball universe, such a level remained woefully insufficient. Reflecting on the recent encounter with Master Roshi, he realized that the master executed movements with remarkable precision and strength, exhibiting no unnecessary actions, as if he possessed the foresight akin to a pirate's observation hockey. Anticipating his every move, Senya pondered that this might represent the nascent form of the Ultra Instinct technique, or perhaps the foundation for mastering it. Although Master Roshi's power and speed were inferior to his own at present, his wealth of experience and skill proved overwhelming, compounded by his frequent changes in combat style, rendering Senya unable to exploit any openings in the master's actions. Having devised a strategy, Senya resolved to continue the challenge. It was now 7 a.m. He needed to return before 7:30. "Here we go again," Master Roshi remarked as he emerged, leaving Senya momentarily flummoxed. "No way, he retains memories of our past encounters?" This seemed almost otherworldly. Nevertheless, without hesitation, he addressed the master. "Teacher, I concede." This time, he opted against an opportunistic offensive strategy, choosing instead to meticulously observe Master Roshi's movements and the nuances of his expressions, including the timing of his energy blasts and various techniques. It appeared that Master Roshi understood Shenya's intentions, deliberately allowing him time to react. This time, Senya managed to endure for 10 minutes, Though he once again found himself rendered unconscious, he felt he had gleaned valuable insights. After recuperating, he promptly chose to challenge the master once more. His combat power had now reached 190. With this newfound strength, Master Roshi's movements appeared increasingly sluggish in Chenya's perception, allowing him to react effectively. He began to attempt counterattacks. The two engaged in a fierce aerial duel, yet Master Roshi still landed more hits. However, Chenya's sensitivity to pain had dulled significantly. It was not until he seized an opportunity and landed a punch squarely on Master Roshi's face that the master momentarily staggered backward, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a smile. Not bad. You've made considerable progress, but this is likely not your limit. Upon hearing these words, an unsettling premonition washed over Chenya. Then he witnessed Master Roshi clench his fists at his waist, and with a thunderous shout, a faint white aura enveloped his body. Chenya could distinctly sense the surge of power emanating from the master. Wait, you mustn't. Before Chenya could complete his warning, Master Roshi unleashed a furious cry. Boom. His clothing disintegrated, revealing a physique defined by robust muscles, with prominent veins bulging. Chenya understood that the master was about to unleash his true potential. Through his heightened senses, he discerned that Master Roshi's combat power now matched his own. It's coming, he thought, but before he could fully comprehend, a devastating blow struck his abdomen. Instantly, he expelled a mouthful of bile, his face contorted in agony. The force was overwhelming, entirely on a different level than before. Moreover, the speed at which Master Roshi moved remained astonishing, unaffected by his muscular bulk. Chenya found himself unable to perceive the master's actions clearly, the searing pain coursing through him like a raging fire. Every part of his body ached painfully. Faced with Master Roshi's relentless assault, he found himself nearly powerless to retaliate. All his evasive maneuvers and counterattacks were effortlessly sidestepped by the martial master. The strength of his opponent was overwhelming. He could distinctly hear the sound of his own bones fracturing within him. What was happening? Was he truly going to concede defeat so easily? Master Roshi's voice stirred the fighting spirit deep within Chenya's soul, the primal combat instinct inherent to every Saiyan. Resolving to no longer hesitate, he bore the excruciating pain that penetrated to his very core and began to seek an opportunity to counterattack. He understood that should he lose this time, he would only have one chance left to challenge again. Thus, he must thoroughly comprehend Master Roshi's techniques and fighting style during this encounter. As Chenya commenced his counteroffensive, a faint smile of appreciation appeared on Master Roshi's face, yet his relentless barrage continued, even intensifying in frequency. Chenya could not ascertain how long he had endured. The pain rendered his consciousness hazy and his nerves numb. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. He abruptly grasped Master Roshi's techniques. Yet, just as realization dawned, Master Roshi delivered a swift kick to his head, causing him to teeter on the brink of unconsciousness. In the next moment, he found himself awakening on the ground. Exhilarated as he exclaimed, "I found it. I've finally discovered it. Next time, I will surely defeat you. Congratulations, host. Your combat power has reached 200. The activation task for the first tier of Super Saiyan transformation awaits activation. Activation condition: become a Chunin of Konoha. Upon activation, an upgrade task will be issued." Goodness. Chenya sprang up from the ground upon hearing the system's notification. How could I have forgotten about this? He recalled the earlier task left by the system, which stated that upon reaching a combat power of 200, he could undertake an advancement task. Successfully completing it would allow him to transform into a first-tier Super Saiyan, resulting in a staggering 50-fold increase in combat power. His base power was 200, multiplied by 50, that amounted to an astonishing 10,000. Incredible. A combat power of 10,000. What could possibly challenge me in the ninja world? They might as well surrender immediately. Even a dozen six paths combined wouldn't be able to breach my defenses. Remarkable. This means, as long as I become a Chunin and complete the upgrade task, I would be invincible in the ninja realm. However, a grave concern suddenly struck him. Previously, the system had assigned a long-term task concerning the relationship between Naruto and Hinata, with the reward being 50 Senza beans and an exclusive breakthrough task for the first-tier Super Saiyan. If he were to prematurely achieve Super Saiyan status, would that not contradict the task? He fell into contemplation, calling up the task panel to scrutinize the descriptions therein. The first long-term task read, Facilitate the development of Naruto and Hinata's relationship until Hinata genuinely confesses her feelings to Naruto. Task reward, 50 Senza beans. Activation of the exclusive breakthrough task for the first tier Super Saiyan. This task can be completed normally even without meeting the 200 combat power requirement. As he absorbed the information, clarity dawned upon him regarding the true meaning of this task. The so-called exclusive breakthrough task for the first level of Super Saiyan actually refers to the elevation to the second level of Super Saiyan. The true breakthrough occurs from the first to the second level. How enlightening. I see now. System, you sly creature, how deeply you concealed this. I nearly fell victim to your wordplay. In this moment, Qian Yi felt invigorated, shaking off his earlier fatigue as if he had been rejuvenated by a surge of energy. He promptly addressed the system. System, let the assessment continue. Is the host prepared? This is the final opportunity for challenge. Failure will result in the task's permanent disappearance. Upon hearing this, Qian Yi's expression darkened. Do I have a choice? 10 minutes are almost up. The assessment task resumed. As Qian Yi soared into the sky, he spotted a bald, muscular man with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the horizon where the first blush of dawn emerged. Here he comes. The turtle hermit spoke in a tone devoid of excitement, as if he had been anticipating this moment for quite some time. Here he comes, Qian Yi replied, taken aback that the turtle hermit was already in a state of battle readiness from the outset, leaving him with no time to acclimatize. Nevertheless, his combat power stood at 200, while he estimated the turtle hermit's power to be around 180, granting him a considerable chance of victory, especially since he had discerned the hermit's attack patterns. Let us begin, the turtle hermit declared, slowly turning to assume a combat stance. Qian Yi respectfully clasped his fists in greeting before adopting a fighting posture akin to Goku's. The turtle hermit paused, surprised. That stance. A slight smile crept across his face. Interesting. In an instant, he vanished from view. Almost simultaneously, Qian Yi swiftly sidestepped. A gust of wind sliced through the air before him. It was the turtle hermit's leg. Impressive. You have made progress, the turtle hermit remarked. Thank you for the guidance. Qian Yi responded, launching a punch toward the hermit's abdomen. The turtle hermit countered, seizing Qian Yi's wrist and attempting to throw him backward. Yet, at the very moment of being flung away, Qian Yi delivered a powerful kick to the turtle hermit's neck. With a resounding thud, the impact reverberated. Though it appeared to lack force, the shockwave generated dispersed the surrounding colorful clouds in an instant. The two engaged in fierce combat once more, with Qian Yi gaining the upper hand, steadily landing more blows on the turtle hermit. The sounds of their clashes echoed through the sky, as energy collided and sparked against the backdrop of the heavens. However, none but Qian Yi could witness or hear this extraordinary spectacle, as it was all a simulation. The moment Qian Yi commenced his assessment, his physical form had vanished from this reality. They fought for what seemed like tens of thousands of exchanges, evenly matched. Yet the turtle hermit began to show signs of fatigue, his form noticeably diminished. Sensing the moment had arrived, the turtle hermit swiftly retreated, gathering energy at his right side. Kid, let us see if you can withstand this strike. Qian Yi recognized that the turtle hermit was about to unleash his signature technique, the Kamehameha. This was the technique he had invented. Undeterred, Qian Yi mirrored the hermit's stance. This scene astonished the turtle hermit. You can do it too? Heh, a quick learner. Qian Yi smiled and began to gather his energy. Master Roshi nodded, acknowledging the resemblance to the young lad from years past. Subsequently, the two fell into silence. The energy coalescing in their palms grew increasingly potent, emanating a bright azure glow that intensified. Ultimately, they formed two radiant orbs akin to miniature suns. Haha! They exclaimed in unison, Mehame Ha. At the climactic moment of the final exclamation, both propelled their waves of life forward. The two azure beams hurtled towards each other, colliding with a magnificent explosion, creating a brilliant display that lit up half the sky. As the waves continued to clash, Shinya summoned every ounce of his strength, pushing his light wave further. Gradually, it began to advance toward Master Roshi. What? Master Roshi gasped, I'm actually about to lose. Yet, a grin soon spread across his face. Young one, it seems you are destined for great achievements, much like my little buddy. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. No sooner had he spoken than the wave engulfed his entire being, slowly dissolving into the brilliance until he vanished entirely. Shinya's wave then surged toward the heavens, disappearing beyond the atmosphere. The battle had concluded, and Senya had reached his limit, utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, he solemnly bowed deeply in the direction where Master Roshi had stood, aware that the sage had imparted invaluable lessons, often deliberately holding back in their encounters for his benefit. He felt profound gratitude for Master Roshi, a true master of martial arts. Congratulations, host. You have completed the exclusive task of the void dance technique and received rewards. 1 ton of energy and the ultimate technique of the turtle school. What? Huh? Senya was bewildered. This reward was markedly different from the previous ones. He inquired, System, did you mistakenly provide the wrong reward? Due to the host's battle with Master Roshi, you have acquired the turtle school martial arts, which supersedes the crane school martial arts. Thus, the reward has been amended to the turtle school technique. Ah, I see. Senya chuckled, realizing that the system could not substitute a higher rank with a lower one. Hence it directly bestowed upon him the turtle school techniques. This was indeed quite favorable. After receiving the reward, his body restored to full vigor. Glancing at the time, he noted it had surpassed the hour, now 7:35. Nonetheless, all was well, and he hurried back to Dasna's home. On his way, he encountered a man clad in a kimono with long hair, Haku. This peculiar fellow, despite being male, insisted on wearing women's attire, and his long hair flowing down his shoulders was accompanied by a voice that was distinctly feminine. More perplexingly, his appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of a woman, leading many fans of Naruto to mistakenly believe Haku was female. It wasn't until Kishimoto himself clarified Haku's gender that the truth was revealed, leaving many feeling deceived. Rumor has it that numerous otaku had pursued Haku, and not merely once. Following Kishimoto's revelation, there were even reports of groups plotting to confront him, though nothing ever came of it. Soon, Bai was seen walking towards Naruto's direction. Shinya understood that Naruto had stealthily slipped out at night, and he had emerged only after Naruto had done so. This fellow seemed to have practiced all night, and was now sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. Shinya was well aware of Naruto's predicament, due to the 9 tails. Naruto's chakra pathways were obstructed, preventing him from effectively utilizing chakra and ninjutsu. However, conversely, Naruto possessed remarkable healing abilities, unless he sustained a fatal injury. He could recover within a short period, including regaining stamina. Unlike Naruto, Shinya had the advantage of a system to aid his recovery after training. While Naruto's only boon was the 9 tails, with his Uzumaki lineage being another potential asset, Shinya initially believed that Bai would follow the original storyline and approach Naruto, recognizing him as a leaf ninja whom he had previously encountered and harboring no ill intentions. However, the reality proved to be vastly different. Bai unexpectedly withdrew a silver needle from his sleeve, poised to pierce Naruto's neck. In a critical moment, Shinya suddenly appeared beside Naruto, gripping Bai's wrist firmly, and sternly demanded, "What do you intend to do?" Bai was taken aback, unable to comprehend how Shinya had appeared so swiftly. He struggled to break free from Shinya's grip, but despite its seemingly delicate appearance, it was as unyielding as a vice, rendering him unable to escape. "You are." Bai finally discerned the identity of his captor. Upon recognizing him, his pupils constricted in a moment of shock. This was the person who had defeated Zabuza, having witnessed the entire battle. He was acutely aware of Zabuza's strength. Thus, he understood that he was no match for this individual. Driven by the desire to protect what mattered to him, he knew he could not perish here. Yet, Shinya's subsequent actions bewildered him. Strangely, Shinya released his grip. Why? He wondered, perplexed. "You were intending to perform acupuncture on Naruto, were you not?" Shinya inquired softly. Initially believing Bai intended to harm Naruto, he had only discerned upon closer inspection that Bai's needle was indeed for acupuncture, aimed at alleviating Naruto's condition caused by excessive chakra usage, which had led to a blockage in his internal flow and a flushed face. If not addressed promptly, it could pose a serious threat to his life. Bai paused momentarily before nodding. "Yes. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Thank you for your concern." Trusting in Bai's inherent kindness, Shinya chose to believe in this seemingly benevolent stranger. Bai nodded and resumed his acupuncture, working to restore Naruto's flow, while Shinya remained nearby, concerned about any unforeseen incidents. Following Bai's treatment, Naruto's complexion improved significantly. All right, he should refrain from overexerting himself in training. Moderation is key, Bai remarked as he withdrew the needle into his sleeve and stood up. At that moment, Shinya asked, "Do you know who we are?" Bai turned to face him, shaking his head. "I do not," he replied, constrained by the mask he had worn previously. "But I know who you are. Chinya stated. Bai was taken aback and instinctively leaped back, wishing to distance himself from Chinya. However, he had underestimated the situation. As soon as he landed, Chinya's voice resonated from behind him. Do not be afraid. I harbor no ill intentions. If I did, I would have targeted you just now. Bai abruptly turned around, taking an involuntary step back. How swift. He had not even caught a glimpse of his movement. How had he approached so stealthily? What do you intend to do? Bai inquired, his voice tinged with trepidation, for facing such an elusive and formidable opponent was undeniably daunting. Shall we strike a deal? Chinya proposed. Deep within, he still wished to spare Zaibujan and Bai, not wanting them to perish. A deal? What do you mean? Bai asked, visibly perplexed. I am aware of your past with Zaibujan. To be honest, I feel some sympathy for you. Hence, I intend to assist you in establishing a foothold in this world. Bai was taken aback. He had never divulged his history with Zaibujan to anyone. How could this person possibly know? And furthermore, he was from Konoha. Could it be that Konoha was aware of their affairs? Chinya seemed to have anticipated Bai's thoughts and added, this matter is known only to me. No one else is privy to it. Gradually, Bai regained his composure, recognizing that this youth bore no malice. He then asked, why do you wish to help us? Chinya glanced at the unconscious Naruto before responding to Bai. I need Naruto and Sasuke to grow. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Bai pondered for a moment before inquiring, how do you propose we trade? It is simple. You continue with your plans, but I require you to be ruthless towards Naruto and Sasuke. Only in this manner can their potential be unlocked. Of course, no matter how strong they become, they cannot surpass you and Zaibujan at present. Some events are bound to unfold, though I cannot disclose them to you. However, I implore you to remember one thing. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you must leap into the sea and inform Zaibujan. Only then can I evade their notice and ensure your safety. When the time comes, I shall guide you on your next steps. Bai's face was etched with confusion, and as life and death were at stake, his emotions surged. He rushed towards Chinya, gripping the collar of his attire. What do you mean? What do you know? Chinya chuckled softly. You will soon find out. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. No, you must clarify everything. If you do not explain, I will not allow you to leave this place. Do you believe you can accomplish that? Chinya's eyes narrowed slightly, and an aura of power enveloped him. In an instant, Bai was forcefully propelled several meters back, landing heavily on the ground. At that moment, Chinya's eyes widened in shock, his face a canvas of disbelief. No, it can't be. How could you be a girl? I thought you were a boy. Bai, lying on the ground, glanced at Chinya and then down at herself. Realizing her legs were spread apart, her face flushed crimson as she hurriedly sat up, attempting to cover herself. You saw that? Her voice, delicate as a whisper, confirmed Chinya's suspicions. The Bai of this world was, astonishingly, a girl. No way. As fate would have it, just moments ago, when Bai fell to the ground, the distinctive nature of the traditional Japanese kimono left her unadorned beneath. Thus, the sight was laid bare, revealing the delicate contours of her form. I, Chinya, found myself utterly speechless, at a loss for words. Who could have anticipated that she was a girl? How outrageous. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. Oh no, she wouldn't expect me to take responsibility, would she? According to the storyline involving Bai and Zaibujan, this was indeed the first time Bai had been seen by outsiders in such a manner. What a perplexing reality we inhabit. The previous incident with Shuimu diverged from the original narrative. Now, how could Bai's gender be altered as well? Chinya's concern grew. Would the Akatsuki organization also undergo transformations as a result? He had intended to suggest that Zaibujan and Bai join the Akatsuki. After all, they were a group of well-intentioned individuals. Thus, they both stood silently, rooted in place. Bai, as a young woman, displayed an unprecedented calmness despite being seen by the boys. Honestly, it was the first time she had been exposed in such a manner. Even Zaibujan had never witnessed her in that state. During her childhood, whenever she changed clothes, Zaibujan would always avert his gaze. At last, considering that Zaibujan was still awaiting her, she stood up. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and declared, "He is perfectly fine now. Let us not leave him lying here to catch a chill." With that, she took small, hurried steps away from the scene. However, just as she departed, Naruto stirred awake, groggily perceiving a figure in a pink kimono with long hair slowly retreating into the distance. "You're awake. How do you feel now?" Chinya inquired. Naruto paused, finally noticing Chinya, who had mysteriously appeared at his side. "Chinya, how did you get here?" Naruto asked, perplexed, for he had sneaked out to train. A woman with herbal remedies saw you lying here, and since I was looking for you, she brought me to this spot. Chinya fabricated a small lie. I see, Naruto mused, recalling the girl he had glimpsed. From her silhouette, she seemed to be a great beauty. So, what are you doing here? You vanished early this morning. Chinya, fully aware of the answer, feigned ignorance, intending for someone else to overhear. In truth, I had not left. Instead, she stealthily approached the tree where the two boys were situated, eavesdropping on their conversation. Upon hearing this, Naruto feigned secrecy, saying, I must tell you. Don't share this with Sasuke and the others. As if I would disclose our relationship to him. Chinya replied, somewhat exasperated. Let me tell you. I'm here to train. I must become stronger than anyone, including you. I need to prove to Inari that heroes exist in this world. Seeing Naruto's unwavering determination, akin to a fervent desire to join a cause, Chinya nodded. Although he believed Naruto's aspiration to surpass him was a fanciful notion, he still remarked, the fact that you can secretly train already places you ahead of us. However, I believe that one only grows stronger when they aim to protect something precious, rather than simply aspiring to be strong for its own sake. It may be somewhat idealistic, but I truly believe that is how it should be. Upon hearing Chiya's words, Naruto's expression darkened considerably. He recalled the tale that Dasna had narrated about Inari and his father, who had grown strong solely to protect Inari's spirit. Furthermore, he remembered his teacher Kakashi, who had fought to safeguard them, and Irika-sensei, who had defended himself. It was precisely due to the presence of those they cherished that one could attain such strength. To his surprise, Chiya had already grasped this profound truth. Determined not to lag behind, Naruto jestingly admonished, Damn you, Chiya, trying to act all cool. This is something I definitely know too. With renewed vigor, he declared, All right. I'm full of energy, let's resume our training. I shall show you the fruits of my all-night efforts. Rising from the ground, he clenched his fists and instantly transformed into a figure brimming with fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Bai, perched atop a tree, reminisced about her past. In her childhood, she too had been alone, crouching on a bridge in the midst of a heavy snowfall, clad in tattered garments. It was during that bleak time that she encountered Zabuza, who had bestowed upon her the hope of life and the courage to persevere. To protect those dear to us, she mused to herself, casting a solemn gaze upon Naruto, who was eager to commence training below. She pondered whether these two would indeed grow stronger together. If circumstances permitted, she truly hoped to avoid becoming adversaries with either of them. On her way back, she crossed paths with Sasuke, who was in search of Naruto and Chiya. Sasuke, oblivious to her presence, continued on while she discreetly observed him, sensing that he too had become more formidable. What an impressive team, she couldn't help but exclaim internally. Upon locating Naruto and Chiya, Sasuke immediately surmised that they must be training in secret. Damn it, they've beaten me to it, he exclaimed. Why are you two up so early? Skipping breakfast? Naruto paused, glancing over. Sasuke, you're here too. Come train with us. I must inform you that I am significantly stronger now. I trained all night long. Huh, and what of it? I'm still stronger than you. Their rivalry reignited. Sparks seemed to fly between their gazes as they prepared for a new day of training. Chiya stood to the side, exasperated, thinking, you told me not to inform Sasuke. Yet here you are, spilling the beans yourself. Nevertheless, it appeared that the bond between the two had deepened during this time. This development could facilitate the completion of his seventh main quest. Yet, the task remained unfulfilled, and uncertainty loomed. Surely it wouldn't coincide with Sasuke's defection? Speaking of which, with the plot having taken such a turn, would Sasuke still choose to betray them? Early in the morning, Kakashi and Sakura awoke to find both Chiya and Naruto missing. And Sasuke had mentioned going for a stroll before vanishing as well. Concerned for their safety, they set out to search for them, particularly since none had eaten breakfast. For a ninja, breakfast was essential. It provided the necessary energy for training and executing missions. Indeed, where have they all gone? Naruto is one thing, but even Chiya has vanished without a trace, Sakura lamented as she searched for her companions. Kakashi, taken aback, pondered when Sakura's bond with Chiya had grown so profound. Yet, observing Sakura's demeanor, it seemed she herself was unaware of the significant place Chiya held in her heart. Regardless, the harmonious dynamics within the team were a most favorable outcome and development. A cohesive unit would undoubtedly foster positive interactions in both their missions and daily lives. paving the way for future progress, an advantageous situation for the team. As for Chiya and Naruto, Kakashi felt little concern. His primary worry lay with Sasuke. But it appeared that under Chiya's and Naruto's influence, he was gradually starting to integrate into the group. After a month of team formation, this could be considered a considerable improvement, quite promising. As Kakashi and Sakura continued their search, Kakashi suddenly recalled something and smacked his forehead. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten? Sakura looked puzzled. What do you mean, sensei? Yesterday, I assigned Chiya a new mission, and he set off early to carry it out. Sakura paused for a moment. Her face clouded with annoyance. Sensei, you should have informed us. I've been worried sick. Kakashi sheepishly scratched his head. My apologies, my apologies. I shall make sure to do so next time. After walking several hundred meters deeper into the forest, they suddenly heard a series of chuckles emanating from above. They looked up, nearly stunned to find Naruto perched on a branch of a large tree, grinning down at them. Is this a joke? Can Naruto really climb to such heights? Sakura was taken aback, although Kakashi felt a measure of surprise as well, compared to the astonishment Chiya had given him earlier. This seemed trivial. If only they knew Chiya could fly, that would be a genuine shock. Then they heard Naruto shout, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, look at me. Isn't this impressive? I'm already up this high. Oh, and Chiya mentioned he had a mission and left just now. Yet, as the law of 3 seconds of flamboyance dictates, the moment Naruto stood up on the branch, he lost his balance and tumbled down. Kakashi and Sakura gasped, and just as Kakashi prepared to intervene, they saw Naruto unexpectedly performing a handstand on the branch, still laughing. Just kidding. You fell for it. You fool, Naruto. Sakura exclaimed, genuinely frightened. What a false alarm. Kakashi took a deep breath, equally shaken. However, in his moment of exuberance, Naruto, failing to control his chakra, truly fell from the branch this time. At that instant, a blue figure dashed up the nearby trunk, swiftly ascending and grabbing hold of Naruto's ankle. You absolute dimwit. It was Sasuke, exasperated. As Naruto's attempts at bravado had clearly backfired. Sasuke. Naruto blinked, annoyed that Sasuke had once again stolen his moment to shine. Upon seeing Sasuke, Sakura exclaimed, wow. Just as expected of Sasuke. That is amazing. Kakashi observed with great satisfaction the remarkable growth of his students over just a few days. Smiling inwardly, these young individuals have made significant progress. Meanwhile, at the lair of Zabuza, Haku returned and relayed all that Chiya had just communicated to Zabuza. Upon hearing this, Zabuza's face was etched with confusion, utterly perplexed as to why this individual, clearly an enemy, would offer assistance, particularly with such intimate knowledge of both his and Haku's past. Who exactly is this boy? He had never encountered such a figure before. However, it was fortunate that this young man seemed to align with their interests and even encouraged them to take lethal action against Kakashi and his companions. Why is this the case? Are they not comrades? Or is there a rivalry brewing within? Regardless, the mission he had been assigned must be completed. Yet he sensed from Haku's account that this Chiya was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. On another front, Chiya had arrived at the estate of Kato, a grand mansion heavily guarded by samurai. He stealthily infiltrated Kato's inner chamber, where he found the diminutive Kato lounging with one leg crossed over the other, smoking a cigarette while seated on an extravagant sofa. Beside Kato stood 2 personal guards, one clad in a hoodie, somewhat slender, and the other bare-chested, appearing robust with a traditional samurai haircut. Suddenly, a man rushed in, flustered. Boss. Kato removed the cigarette from his mouth, slightly irritated, and remarked, what a commotion. Think before you speak. The man stood before Kato, took a deep breath, and announced, Boss, it's bad news. That old man is collaborating with the Leaf Ninja to expedite the bridge's construction. If we don't find a way to stop it, we may miss our chance. What? Kato erupted in fury, rising abruptly from the sofa. It seems we cannot let those Leaf scoundrels go unpunished. Summon Zabuza at once. He commanded. Soon, Zabuza and Haku were summoned by Kato's subordinates. Before Zabuza could approach, Kato immediately inquired, Zabuza, when do you intend to take action? The Leaf Ninjas have already begun to protect that old man. Tomorrow, Zabuza replied calmly, having already devised a strategic plan with Haku. Tomorrow? Why not now? Kato demanded sternly. I did not employ you for charitable endeavors. To eliminate the Leaf Ninjas, we must remain inconspicuous. If we attempt to kill them openly, not only I, but you as well, will face relentless pursuit by the Leaf. even to the ends of the earth. Tomorrow, once they are on the bridge, send someone to secure the entrance. This way, their deaths will go unnoticed, and after they perish, simply dispose of their bodies in the sea. Zabuza shared his rationale with Kato, who was well aware of the formidable reputation of the Leaf. As the strongest ninja village in the entire shinobi world, offending the Leaf would undoubtedly invite dire consequences. Acknowledging the validity of Zabuza's analysis, Kato contemplated the implications. Kato had also regained his composure and initiated another scheme. He nodded, declaring, "So be it. Tomorrow shall be your final deadline. Leave now." Without any further protest, Zabuza turned and departed with Haku. Once they were gone, Kato addressed his hooded guard, instructing, "Tomorrow, assemble over 100 men at the bridge. Regardless of whether Zabuza can eliminate the Leaf Ninja, it will surely result in mutual destruction. You must ensure the Leaf Ninja are eradicated." "Understood," the guard responded, then inquired, "Boss, what about Zabuza and that boy?" Kato sneered. "This matter must remain known only to a select few." The guard nodded in comprehension. Hidden in the shadows, Chiya listened intently to the entire exchange. He recognized that Kato would not allow Zabuza to escape unscathed. Kato's words implied a treacherous plan to dismantle the bridge and subsequently weaken Zabuza's hand against Kakashi and his team, ultimately leading to their demise. This would ensure that no one would ever know who had slain the Leaf Ninja. Moreover, Kato's subordinates, particularly those who were not his trusted allies, would likely face elimination afterward. What a scoundrel! Chiya felt an overwhelming urge to crush Kato right then and there, yet he restrained himself. He needed to complete his mission within the system, aiming to elevate the bond between Naruto and Sasuke. Thus, he had compelled Haku to take action, believing that only through this would Naruto and Sasuke learn to cooperate. According to the original narrative, Sasuke would sustain injuries while protecting Naruto, who would then unleash the fury of the Nine Tails chakra. After waiting for a considerable time with no progress from Kato, Chiya decided to leave temporarily. He consulted numerous individuals and eventually located the most renowned doctor in the Land of Waves. The following morning, Kakashi anticipated that Chiya would return with valuable intelligence. However, as the time for Dazna's departure approached, Chiya was still absent. Truth be told, as a teacher, Kakashi harbored concerns for Chiya's safety, even questioning whether sending him had been a grave mistake. Naruto, having trained late into the night, was still fast asleep. Kakashi reasoned that Chiya's delay might indicate that Kato would not make any moves that day, so he refrained from waking Naruto, allowing him to rest. When the time came, he could delay no longer and set off with Sasuke and Sakura to escort Dazna to the bridge, where they would do everything within their power to assist. Upon reaching the bridge, they were met with a shocking sight. All the laborers lay unconscious on the ground, incapacitated by an unknown assailant. What on earth happened? Dazna exclaimed in disbelief. Witnessing this scene, a bead of sweat formed on Kakashi's brow as he pondered, could it be that person? Just then, a thick fog enveloped them, shrouding Kakashi and his team in an ominous haze. Realizing the imminent danger, Kakashi swiftly turned and shouted, "Sasuke, Sakura, prepare yourselves." The four, having encountered similar circumstances before, immediately understood the gravity of the situation and fortified their defenses. Kakashi felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, and concern for Chiya began to creep into his mind once more. The ominous presence of Zabuza loomed, yet Kaguya had not returned. He pondered whether something had indeed detained her. However, he was acutely aware of Kaguya's formidable strength. Even in peril, she could soar to the skies. Thus, it was evident that some unforeseen circumstance had arisen. Nevertheless, this was not the time for such reflections, for Zabuza had arrived. "Teacher Kakashi, is this the technique of the Mist Ninja?" Sakura inquired. A brief stalemate ensued. Though it lasted but a moment, it was excruciating for Sasuke and Sakura, both drenched in sweat from the mounting tension, uncertain of the enemy's impending assault. "Have you waited long, Kakashi?" "Still the same, accompanied by this gaggle of kids." Zabuza's voice echoed from the enveloping mist. "Ha!" Trembling again. "How pitiable!" he taunted, directing his scorn at Sasuke, who recalled the previous encounter where he had been thoroughly bested by Zabuza, a memory that still haunted him. Suddenly, Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply. In an instant, 5 Zabuza figures materialized before them, surrounding the quartet. Yet, Sasuke exhibited a keen glint in his eyes, fixating on the Zabuza before him, asserting, "This is merely the excitement of impending battle." "Engage, Sasuke," Kakashi commanded. The sound of 5 shurikens slicing through the air resonated. In the next heartbeat, all 5 Zabuza manifestations were vanquished, dissolving into puddles upon the ground. Oh, you can see through the water clones, Zabuza's voice, tinged with surprise and urgency, emerged from the fog. It seems that little brat has indeed progressed. As the voice faded, Zabuza and Haku stepped forth from the mist. Although the previous water clones constituted merely a fraction of his strength, it was apparent that Sasuke had significantly improved during this interval. Your opponent has arrived, Haku, Zabuza remarked. Haku, masked, regarded Sasuke and scanned the surroundings. The absence of Naruto relieved her. She was reluctant to engage someone with a similar resolve. Fortunately, Kagaya was absent, which might be the best scenario. Had she been present, their defeat would have been inevitable. After all, Kagaya's pact with them was to eliminate Kakashi's team with full force. It certainly appears so, Haku replied. It seems my conjecture was accurate, Kakashi interjected unexpectedly. What conjecture? Sakura asked, perplexed. That masked individual, Sasuke articulated, is nothing but a grand deception regarding the pursuing mist ninja. I shall handle this one. Sasuke was aware of his capabilities. Zabuza was undoubtedly a challenge for Kakashi. Sakura's task was to protect Tazuna, leaving him to confront the masked adversary. What? Sakura expressed her concern. I detest pompous little brats like this, Sasuke declared, a hint of disdain crossing his features. Kakashi and Tazuna shared a silent exchange, both bemused, as if to say that Sasuke's words were hardly fitting of his usual demeanor. In contrast, Sakura exclaimed, so cool, Sasuke. Kakashi could only think how he would refrain from critiquing Sasuke's remarks. Sakura, on the other hand, seemed to overlook Naruto's comments, revealing a stark bias in her responses. Remarkable indeed. However, I must convey that the water clone I just summoned represents merely 1/10 of my true power, and is 5 times weaker than the water clone you previously encountered. This implies that the one who previously bested you was utilizing only half of my strength. Yet, to Sasuke, this statement sounded akin to a mockery of his own abilities, particularly since Chiya had managed to hold his own against a water clone wielding half of Zabuza's power. If what he just faced was merely 1/10 of that strength, it was as though he were being informed that Chiya far surpassed him in prowess. How infuriating. Sensing Sasuke's emotions beginning to surge, Kakashi promptly interjected, Sasuke, remain calm. This is merely a tactic to provoke you. Sasuke took a breath, replying, yes, I understand. With a formidable adversary before them, he would not allow this to disrupt the cohesion of their team. Nevertheless, while he acknowledged his progress, he considered it to be rather trivial. Let us go, he urged. Before Zabuza could finish his sentence, Haku vanished in an instant, swiftly spinning along the ground like a whirlwind, charging towards Sasuke. Sasuke gripped a kunai in each hand, producing a sharp sound as metal clashed. The kunai met Haku's silver needles with a resounding impact. Oh, you can actually perceive such speed. Kakashi, you've trained a commendable student. Yet, where's that blonde boy? Zabuza inquired. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and instructed Sakura, Sakura, ensure that Mr. Tazuna is safe and stay close to me. I'll leave that fellow to Sasuke. He then turned to Zabuza, stating, best focus on the task at hand, Zabuza. As Sasuke and Haku engaged in combat, exchanging blows for several rounds without either gaining the upper hand, Haku remarked, though I have no desire to kill you, it appears you are equally resolute in your intent. It was at this moment that she finally grasped the meaning behind Chiya's earlier words. Without a determination to eliminate their foes, one could not accomplish their mission. These individuals would fight to the bitter end. Sasuke scoffed coldly, what foolishness you speak. I detest pretentious little brats like you. Haku suddenly chuckled. That remark seems to reflect upon yourself. However, I must inform you that you will soon be unable to keep pace with my speed. Let me clarify. I possess 2 advantages sufficient to ensure your demise. 2 advantages? Sasuke pondered, somewhat perplexed, as he believed his strength to be comparable to that of this youth, suspecting that his opponent was merely attempting to intimidate him. First, the water surrounding you, Haku explained patiently. Second, I have immobilized one of your hands, thus you can only defend against my attacks. Meanwhile, Chiya, who had been observing the situation from above, wore an expression of disbelief. No, my dear, you may fight, but revealing your advantages to your opponent is unwise. If you continue this way, you will meet a grim fate. Though undeniably beautiful, it would indeed be a pity for her to perish. Chiya had only just arrived and had meticulously arranged everything. Moments ago, he had notified Naruto, urging him to return home swiftly to rescue Inari. Now, Chiya resembled a master strategist, bustling about with purpose. Upon confirming that Naruto could catch up, he decided to remain here to avert any unforeseen circumstances. For the narrative of this world has undergone considerable alterations. He was genuinely apprehensive that something bizarre might transpire once more. This time, the transformation of Haku into a female was entirely unexpected. However, it might satisfy some fans' fantasies. Earlier, Chiya had accompanied Kato's 2 personal guards to the home of Dasna. Upon discovering the purpose of these guards, he first sought out Naruto. In this world, Naruto had not noticed the beast that these guards had casually slain along the way. Chiya scribbled a note and dispatched it to Naruto using a kunai. Initially, Naruto mistook it for an enemy attack and remained on high alert for quite some time. Once he realized there was no threat, he opened the note, which left him somewhat puzzled regarding the identity of the sender. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, he decided to return to Dasna's home. Upon arrival, he witnessed Kato's 2 guards abducting Inari's mother, prompting Inari to bravely attempt a rescue. Just as Inari faced a life-threatening injury from a knife, Naruto successfully saved both him and his mother. Initially, these guards had looked down upon Naruto, but mere mortals are insignificant in the presence of a ninja, and Naruto swiftly defeated them within moments. At last, he had fulfilled his dream of heroism, and his excitement was palpable. This incident also fostered a newfound trust between Inari and Naruto, significantly strengthening their bond. After confirming that no mishaps had occurred here, Chiya hastened to the bridge where a battle was underway to assess the situation. Upon arrival, he observed Haku incessantly chattering away at Sasuke. Recalling the age-old adage that villains often meet their demise through excessive talk. With such a bloody history, one would think lessons would be learned. Just as Chiya made this observation, Haku was sent flying by a kick from Sasuke. Let that be a lesson. Chiya was left speechless. Witnessing Haku being bested by Sasuke only bolstered Kakashi's confidence, prompting him to remark to Zabuza, "You always refer to us as kids, underestimating our team. That will prove to be quite troublesome for you." Despite appearances, Sasuke is among the most promising newcomers in the history of Konoha, and Sakura is exceptionally astute. And then there's Naruto, who loves to steal the spotlight, and is the most unpredictable of them all. Of course, I need not elaborate on the last one. You have not gained the upper hand against him either. Upon hearing this, Zabuza and Haku momentarily froze. They understood precisely why Kakashi had chosen to mention that particular individual last, Uchiha Chiya, a youth of terrifying strength. Although they had not formally clashed, Zabuza no longer dared to underestimate this newcomer from Konoha after their previous encounter. Yet, the 2 newcomers before him still failed to impress him. Had Uchiha been present, he might have thought twice before acting recklessly, but their agreement alleviated any concerns. Chiya's continual observation was, in fact, to await Naruto's arrival so that they could confront Haku together. In summary, to him at present, this battle, and even the impending ninja world war, are within his capability to thwart. Perhaps he faces some difficulties when confronted with illusions, a matter that he must prioritize moving forward. Therefore, the focus remains on the mission. Rewards must be secured first and foremost. Initially, he had no intention of letting Zabuza and Haku escape, yet to him, strength encapsulates everything. The allure of 50 fairy beans is undeniable, yet the actual efficacy of the Kaioken technique surpasses it. The Kaioken inherently doubles one's combat power. With his standard power being 200, doubling it results in 400. One might ponder, with a combat power of 400, which is twice that of the Sage of 6 Paths level, he could dominate the ninja world, unmatched by any. The weight of priorities becomes evident. Thus, this is a pivotal reason for his decision to let Zabuza and Haku go. At his current level, the need for allies seems to have diminished. Perhaps he only requires a few subordinates. Upon witnessing Haku's defeat, Zabuza, rather than displaying anger, smirked and remarked, "Haku, do you realize that if this continues, you shall be defeated?" Indeed, Haku rose from the ground, finally shedding pretense. Both Zabuza and Haku have come to a profound realization of why Chiya must take matters into her own hands. Such hesitation is untenable, without the intent to eliminate them. Defeat is inevitable. Although Chiya's intention was far from this, they interpreted it thus. Following Haku's words, a visible blue aura began to surge within her. Fortunately, this is not the Dragon Ball universe. Had it been, Chiya might have perceived this as the aura emitted by a Super Saiyan god Super Saiyan. Sasuke, upon witnessing the spectacle, broke into a cold sweat. What? This resembles cold air. It was his first encounter with such chakra overflow. Yet it did not seem to resemble chakra. Rather, it appeared to be cold energy. Quite absurd. Regrettably, Haku began to form seals. Immediately, the moisture on the ground behind Sasuke began to freeze, gradually taking shape, manifesting as a mirror of ice. Soon, countless ice mirrors surrounded Sasuke. Demonic ice crystal. Haku said nonchalantly. Ah, here it comes, the first bloodline limit from the Hokage series. Ice release. Chiya watched with excitement, akin to viewing an anime. To be honest, if Haku were male, this ice release would seem somewhat incongruous. However, Haku is indeed a girl. In this light, ice release suits her well. Generally, girls wield ice and water, while boys command fire and earth, such is the norm in a fantasy world. Confronted with this scenario, even Kakashi could not help but feel a surge of tension, his expression turning grave. What technique is that? He pondered. Despite having replicated thousands of jutsu, he had never before encountered such a technique. It was a first for him. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, they saw Haku approach the ice mirror. In the next instant, she melded into the ice mirror itself. Her likeness materialized on the surface of the mirror, resembling a true reflection. Soon, her image appeared successively across all the ice mirrors. What on earth is this mirror? When confronted with the unknown, fear often envelopes individuals, and Sasuke is no exception. Faced with phenomena that transcend his comprehension, he finds himself momentarily at a loss. This is dire. Kakashi senses the impending danger and immediately rushes to Sasuke, who is ensnared by the icy mirrors. Yet, Zabuza, unyielding, stands directly in his path, blocking his advance. Your opponent is me, Kakashi, Zabuza declares. If he employs that technique, that boy is essentially doomed. What exactly is that? Kakashi realizes that unless he eliminates Zabuza, he will never reach Sasuke. He can only hope that Sasuke can endure, at least until Chiya returns. Chiya, where have you gone? That is ice release, as you are aware. In this world, only a select few possess such a bloodline limit. Zabuza retorts. What? Kakashi exclaims, astonished. You mean, a bloodline limit? Indeed, Haku is quite exceptional. What is a bloodline limit? Sakura, worried for Sasuke, yearns to assist him but is also concerned for Tezuna's safety, finding herself in a predicament. A bloodline limit is a combination of two distinct chakra types, enabling the use of unique jutsu. While it resembles standard ninjutsu, it possesses extraordinary qualities. Generally, even if one has multiple chakra types, they cannot fuse them together. But those with a bloodline limit can. Moreover, the jutsu released from a bloodline limit cannot be replicated by the Sharingan, Kakashi elucidates. Sakura displays an expression of disbelief, struggling to comprehend, yet it sounds immensely powerful. Chiya, still observing the battle, is left speechless. Kakashi, Sasuke is on the verge of death. And you still have the presence of mind to explain this? Truly, you prioritize questions and answers. Meanwhile, Haku within the mirrors begins to launch an assault. Allow me to demonstrate my true speed. Sasuke cannot monitor all the ice mirrors simultaneously, his nerves taut with tension. Just as Haku's words fade, one of the mirrors sends a silver needle hurtling towards Sasuke. He barely manages to evade it, his sleeve torn asunder. Yet, in the next moment, his left arm is pierced by the needle. Ah! He cries out in pain. Sasuke! Kakashi shouts, alarmed. At that moment, agonized cries from Sasuke echo from within the mirrors. Countless silver needles pierce his body. Despite his efforts to block them, it proves futile. Soon, blood flows incessantly from his wounds. The excruciating pain compels him to relinquish his kunai, resorting to shielding his head for protection. Sasuke! Sakura exclaims in horror. No, Sakura, Chiya is truly exasperated. From the very beginning, you've been shouting for help. Kakashi is present. Zabuza cannot harm him. Why don't you just go? You always profess your affection for Sasuke. Yet every time he is injured, you merely shout from afar. I truly wonder what Kakashi thinks, as he continues to look after you. Perhaps simply because you are a girl? Is this the privilege of femininity? Alas, however, Sasuke is indeed in a dire predicament. Were it not for the demands of the plot, Chiya would have rushed in to save him by now. Fortunately, by utilized ice needles, which did not penetrate Sasuke's body, leaving no remnants behind. Thus, Sasuke currently endured the dual torment of pain and cold. Kakashi could not allow Sasuke to suffer in such a manner. Just as he contemplated a rescue, he heard Zabuza declare, "If you make any rash moves, I will kill those two over there." At that moment, Sakura could no longer contain herself. She was unwilling to remain passive and merely observe. Last time, her hesitance nearly cost Chiyo her life, put Sasuke on the brink, and endangered Naruto and Kakashi-sensei. This time, she felt compelled to take action. Turning to Tazuna, she said, "I apologize, but I must step away for a moment." Tazuna, understanding the significance of her words after everything they had experienced together, regarded his own life as less important and replied, "Ah, go ahead. Good luck." No sooner had he finished speaking than Sakura drew a kunai and charged towards the ice mirrors, shouting, "Sasuke, hold on." Kakashi paused momentarily. Though he was concerned for Sakura, he felt a sense of pride. He recognized her growth and her triumph over her inner fears. Yes, this is how it should be. Well done. Chiyo smiled, knowing Sakura was a girl with great potential. Although he had some reservations about her, her boldness this time filled him with excitement. This is what love should be, is it not? Without action, what does love mean? Sakura realized that Sasuke was unarmed and unable to defend himself, so she leaped and threw her kunai towards him, shouting, "Sasuke, catch!" Sasuke looked up just in time. However, the kunai barely reached an ice mirror when Bai swiftly caught it. A profound silence enveloped the scene. "What the?" A clumsy teammate. Chiyo lamented, feeling exasperated. Kakashi's expression mirrored his dismay. He had certainly not taught her that technique. It must have been Irika's influence. This is a disaster. She's been intercepted. Sakura's face fell in disappointment. "Isn't it obvious? Bai is far superior to you," Chiyo remarked with resignation. At that moment, a stone suddenly flew through the air, striking Bai squarely in the face with a resounding thud. Bai, momentarily dazed, stumbled out of the ice mirror, leaving everyone in shock. "Who did that?" Sakura gasped. Then, a puff of smoke erupted nearby. "Oh, finally arrived, have you?" Chiyo recognized the newcomer. Sasuke, barely clinging to consciousness on the ground, opened his eyes in disbelief at the sight, thinking, "That fool, always seeking the spotlight, has come." Bai slowly rose from the ground, surprised yet already suspecting who it was, and muttered, "The most unexpected, whimsical ninja, I presume?" As the smoke cleared, Naruto struck a pose he deemed cool and declared with pride, "Naruto Uzumaki. Here to join the fray. With my arrival, all will be well." He grinned broadly. "Naruto!" Sakura exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as if she had found a savior. The protagonist of the story typically follows a predictable pattern, swiftly vanquishing adversaries. Naruto declared, gesturing towards Haku, challenging him. His unexpected appearance astonished Zabuza. "Humph. It's that little brat." Sasuke, in disbelief, remarked on his excessive chatter, while internally he thought, "Could you hurry up? I feel like I'm nearing my end." Only Kakashi was left speechless, pondering why one would make such a blatant entrance instead of discreetly rescuing someone. However, at that moment, Chiya contemplated, shouldn't I be the protagonist of this narrative? If I were to intervene now and swiftly resolve this, wouldn't that make me the main character? With newfound determination, he declared, "All right, I'm going in." As Naruto began to weave his hand signs for the shadow clone jutsu, Zabuza preemptively hurled several shuriken directly at him. "Dodge, Naruto!" Kakashi urgently shouted. Indeed, style fades in mere seconds. Caught off guard by the swiftly approaching shuriken, Naruto stood frozen in fear. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded before all. The shuriken thrown by Zabuza were unexpectedly intercepted by Haku's ice needles. What? Zabuza was bewildered, utterly perplexed by Haku's intentions. The others were equally confused, even suspecting an internal conflict, despite everything seeming fine just moments ago. "Haku, what are you trying to do?" Zabuza inquired. "Mr. Zabuza, allow me to handle this child. Let me fight this battle my way. If you please," Haku implored. "What did you say? Do you look down on me?" Naruto exclaimed angrily, feeling belittled despite his grand entrance. After a moment of hesitation, Zabuza sighed in resignation. "So, you mean to say we shouldn't intervene, Haku? You remain as naive as ever." Zabuza was at a loss for words. In battle, if one does not possess the resolve to kill their opponent, they may very well end up dead themselves. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Chiya shared this sentiment, yet he recognized that without Haku's intervention, Naruto would have undoubtedly sustained severe injuries. His entrance had indeed been reckless. It was difficult to determine whom to criticize. "A bunch of fools," Haku murmured, lowering her head, yet she held steadfast to her principles. Amidst this, Sasuke seized the opportunity to recover somewhat. He glanced at his wounds, feeling somewhat exasperated. Haku's attacks had seemingly struck him entirely, yet none were aimed at vital points. Calling her naive might have been an understatement, as he pondered her intentions. Is she planning to torment me to death? The thought made Sasuke grit his teeth in frustration, wishing to dismantle Haku piece by piece. Naruto, equally furious at being underestimated, pointed once more at Haku, declaring fiercely, "In that case, I shall eliminate you first." While the student brimmed with confidence, Kakashi, as the teacher, believed that Haku posed too great a burden for Naruto. He would have to intervene himself. Yet, he could not act hastily, for doing so would endanger both Tazuna and Sakura. What could be done now? However, Zabuza would not afford him any opportunity, as he directly approached and said, "Oh, do not entertain any strange thoughts. If you make a move, you know well what will happen to that old man." Kakashi, feeling helpless, acknowledged this truth. He could not help but think how much better things would be if Chiya were present. Thus, he could only observe how the young ninjas fought. On a different note, had Kakashi known that Chiya was watching from above, he would have been infuriated. "Masked boy, you are indeed in league with Zabuza? You have deceived us." Naruto exclaimed in anger. "I apologize, but deceiving opponents and exploiting their weaknesses is the essence of a ninja. Please do not harbor resentment towards me," replied Haku. Just then, Sasuke seized the opportunity and hurled a kunai at Haku. However, Haku gracefully sidestepped, evading the attack. Sasuke was taken aback, astonished by Haku's cleverness. Then he heard Haku say, "I have not forgotten about you." Upon witnessing the kunai's trajectory, Naruto realized that Sasuke had been ensnared within the ice mirrors, which explained why he had not seen him until now. "Honestly, I had hoped you would succumb to my strength," Haku remarked to Sasuke. "But it seems that is not to be." With a gentle sigh, Haku added, "Let us first resolve your fate." Immediately, he advanced towards the ice mirrors. Naruto called out, "Hey, do not disregard me." "Naruto, I will attend to you shortly," Haku responded before merging back into the mirrors. Naruto stood there, bewildered, utterly perplexed by how one could enter the ice. Sasuke, regaining his vigilance, scanned his surroundings. As he noticed Haku's figure materializing on an ice mirror, he prepared to attack, only to be startled by Haku's voice behind him. He froze, unable to comprehend how Haku had moved from the front to his rear, feeling as though he had teleported. Soon, Haku's presence appeared in every mirror, and before Sasuke could react, countless ice needles surged towards him, piercing his body anew. The combination of old wounds and fresh injuries rendered Sasuke incapable of enduring for more than a few seconds. In a desperate bid for survival, he leaped backward, crashing to the ground, motionless. "Sasuke! Sasuke!" Naruto and Sakura cried in unison. Naruto, astonished, stood closest and had the clearest view. Yet he could not fathom how Sasuke had sustained such injuries, his body suddenly covered in wounds. Sasuke, bewildered, contemplated various possibilities, but nothing seemed to fit. He could not discern the trajectory of the attacks, as if they had materialized from thin air. The only strategy he could devise involved him attacking from within while Naruto struck from the outside. This might potentially disrupt Haku's technique. However, before he could convey this to Naruto, he heard Naruto's voice calling out to him, "Hey, I'm here to rescue you." Sasuke was momentarily stunned, realizing that Naruto had directly come to his side. Now both of them were trapped inside. How could they coordinate their efforts? Noticing Sasuke's bewildered expression, Naruto inquired, "What is it, Sasuke?" The atmosphere fell into silence once more. No longer able to hold back, I must express my thoughts. "Kakashi, is this truly the student you've mentored? It appears they are all cut from the same cloth." Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, Sakura's actions nearly jeopardized Sasuke. Now, this foolish Naruto has recklessly dashed into the enemy's jutsu. It is exhausting. "You absolute imbecile." Sasuke, on the verge of madness, erupted. A ninja must act with greater caution. This was the first time he had displayed such fervor, spurred by frustration. In response to Sasuke's reproach, Naruto, indignant, "Shot back, what? I came to rescue you, and this is your attitude?" Just as Sasuke was about to articulate his thoughts, the pain coursing through his body reminded him that this was not the time for complaints. He had to devise a new strategy, and thus he conceded, "You fool. What do you mean by calling me a fool?" Naruto retorted, angered. Sasuke realized further argument with Naruto was futile, so he endured the excruciating pain and stood up, declaring, "At this point, we can only attempt to shatter the mirror." He then began forming seals, igniting the fire release technique. Unfamiliar with such seals, Naruto inquired. What are you planning to do? Sasuke explained. Since this is a mirror made of ice, it can certainly be melted by fire. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, Fire release, great fireball technique. A roaring inferno erupted from his mouth, directed at the icy mirror. Initially, he believed this would surely melt the ice. However, to his dismay, the mirror showed no signs of melting. Naruto, exasperated, exclaimed, This is utterly ineffective. Haku began to clarify. Such a degree of fire cannot possibly melt my ice. You are too naive. No sooner had Haku finished speaking than he launched another barrage of ice needles. In an instant, Naruto and Sasuke were pierced by a multitude of needles, emitting cries of agony as blood flowed profusely from their bodies. Damn it, from where is this assault originating? Naruto struggled to stand, searching desperately. Where's the real one? Using your eyes to track me is futile. You will never locate my true form, Haku stated calmly. In light of this, our only recourse is to destroy the mirror, Naruto declared, forming seals as he shouted, Shadow Clone Technique. Instantly, a throng of Narutos surged forward. Sasuke attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Haku swiftly maneuvered between the mirrors, and in a flash, all of Naruto's clones were dispersed. Meanwhile, Naruto's original form was knocked to the ground. Witnessing Naruto repeatedly conjure clones only to have them shattered, Sasuke began to faintly perceive Haku's movements. He was unsure how many times Naruto had tried, but he had faced defeat time and again. There is no way I can perish here, Naruto bellowed. I have a dream to become the Hokage, recognized by everyone. I absolutely cannot die here. A dream, you say? Haku's muted voice echoed from above. Perhaps everyone has their own dreams. You have yours, and I have mine. One cannot choose their origins, but one can certainly choose the direction of their efforts. I was taken in by Zabuza, who, like me, possessed the same eyes. In my desire to repay him, his dreams became my own. I too have someone I wish to protect, to safeguard his future. Thus, I have an undeniable reason to prevail. After declaring this, I launched another assault with ice needles. At that moment, Sasuke shouted, Naruto, run outside. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto turned and dashed toward the perimeter of the ice mirror formation. How naive, Zabuza remarked, as he leaped from the mirrors, charging at Naruto. Meanwhile, Sasuke had already discerned Zabuza's movements. Forming a series of hand seals, he unleashed a massive fireball. White momentarily paused, twisting in midair, although she evaded the fireball. The hem of her clothing was scorched. Nonetheless, she delivered a kick that sent Naruto crashing back into the ice mirror formation before retreating into the reflection. What is happening? White pondered, could it be that this boy has deciphered my trajectory? Just then, Naruto seemed to grasp Sasuke's intent and summoned several shadow clones, dispersing in all directions. Naturally, White would not allow his escape and began employing indiscriminate ice needle attacks. Both Naruto and Sasuke were once again pierced by a barrage of needles, crying out in agony. Kakashi could no longer contain himself. He had to rescue Naruto and Sasuke. At that moment, Zabuza suddenly formed hand seals. White is clever, having witnessed the technique once. She can conceive a counter. If you do not intervene, those two brats are as good as dead. There is no way they can overcome White. I found her in the land of water and trained her into a weapon of murder, imparting all my skills and techniques to her. She learned swiftly and even developed her own unique techniques. Ice release, a special bloodline limit. I will not allow you to disrupt her battle. As Zabuza spoke, he muttered, Mist concealment technique. Instantly, the surrounding mist thickened. Kakashi revealed his Sharingan, yet even that could not penetrate the dense fog. Visibility was virtually non-existent. Kakashi called out immediately, Sakura, protect Mr. Tazuna. Understood, Sakura replied, rushing to safeguard Tazuna. However, Zabuza's target was not Tazuna but to ensure White could fight undisturbed. Thus, his sole focus was Kakashi. Kakashi, observing the thick mist, suddenly sensed shurikens flying toward him from behind. He drew a kunai to deflect them, but due to his limited visibility, he failed to see the shurikens approaching from behind. His back was struck by two shurikens. The power of the Sharingan is rather lacking. Zabuza taunted as he suddenly appeared before Kakashi. The Sharingan, once your vision is disrupted, you cannot wield its power. Here it comes, the mist will only grow denser. With that, he vanished again. Kakashi remained on high alert, scanning his surroundings. Zabuza's attacks came in rapid succession, all of which Kakashi managed to deflect or evade. Just then, a louder cry of pain erupted from Naruto and snared in the ice needles. In an instant, Kakashi felt a surge of urgency. Seizing the opportunity, Zabuza struck Kakashi with his blade. Blood splattered. "Oh, sensei." Sakura appeared to see their teacher being struck, her concern prompting her to shout out. Meanwhile, within the icy enclosure, Sasuke had activated his incomplete Sharingan to combat Haku. Empowered by the Sharingan, he could now discern Haku's movements clearly. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Haku believed that Sasuke had awakened the power of the Sharingan during battle. Naruto, having been incapacitated by her ice needles, lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Consequently, she resolved to use Naruto as bait to defeat Sasuke. With that, she redirected the ice needles originally aimed at Sasuke towards Naruto and hurled them swiftly. Sasuke, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. Naruto, exhausted from repeatedly utilizing Shadow Clone Jutsu, had depleted his chakra. He raised his head, his pupils trembling at the sight before him. Sasuke had positioned himself in front of him, his body pierced by numerous ice needles, blood streaming down relentlessly. He could scarcely believe that Sasuke would sacrifice himself to save him. "Sasuke!" Naruto cried out. "You fool, always getting in the way," Sasuke managed to utter, before collapsing to the ground. "Sasuke!" Naruto nearly roared, crawling to Sasuke's side, who had already lost consciousness. "Damn it! How dare you harm Sasuke? I will avenge him." Naruto was engulfed in rage. The crimson chakra of the Nine Tails began to surge forth, his eyes transforming into slits. The whisker markings on his face becoming more pronounced. "What is this?" Haku gasped, astonished by the unfamiliar, red chakra. "Naruto, what has happened to Sasuke? What is going on?" Sakura called out anxiously. Kakashi, hearing Naruto's cries, felt a surge of dread, yet he had no time to attend to that matter. The earlier attack from Zabuza had not struck him, but had instead hit a shadow clone. Now, the two were once again entangled, unable to break free. However, Naruto could no longer hear Sakura's voice. His mind was consumed by thoughts of vengeance. "I must kill him now." Haku sensed the impending threat, retreating into the ice mirrors and launching indiscriminate ice needle attacks. Naruto paused, glancing at Sasuke on the ground before leaping to shield him. "I won't let you harm Sasuke again." Despite the pain that pierced his very bones, Naruto resolutely protected Sasuke, refusing to budge an inch. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness from the agony, a figure appeared beside him. Suddenly, it seemed that no more ice needles penetrated his body. What was happening? He looked up and was met with the sight of a familiar person, tears welling in his eyes. "I'm sorry for being late. You fool. Why did you come now?" Naruto exclaimed with surprise and relief. It was Chiya. Chiya had finally arrived. "Now, leave the rest to me." Standing at the center of the icy enclosure, Chiya emanated a warm steam, causing any ice needles that approached him from over a meter away to melt away. "What? How is that possible?" Haku was taken aback. How could he be here? Had he truly overstepped his bounds? "Naruto, what is the situation inside?" Sakura's voice echoed through. Naruto exclaimed with exhilaration, "It's Chiya. Chiya has arrived. We're safe now. Chiya, it's Chiya who has come." Sakura promptly conveyed the message. Upon hearing that Chiya had arrived, Kakashi finally felt a weight lift from his heart, relieved that Naruto and Sasuke would no longer be in mortal peril. Now, he could focus on confronting Zabuza with peace of mind. "Naruto, quickly check on Sasuke's condition and bring him outside," Chiya instructed. "Oh right." Naruto, having regained his strength, hoisted Sasuke onto his back and dashed towards the exit. "Impossible. Even you cannot escape my ice prison," Haku declared, obstructing Naruto's path to prevent him and Sasuke from interfering in Zabuza's battle. "Haku, since I have appeared, I believe it is time for you to relent. You have all been deceived by Kakuzu. Do not cling to this any longer. And tell me, do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Chiya spoke calmly, appearing behind Haku the moment he materialized before Naruto. With astonishing speed, Haku was caught off guard. However, Chiya did not strike lethally. Instead, he gently pushed Haku, sending him crashing through a nearby ice mirror and tumbling several meters away. This spectacle left Naruto in awe. The formidable adversary that he and Sasuke had risked their lives against was effortlessly dispatched by Chiya with a mere nudge. "Chiya, have you grown stronger again?" Naruto inquired. "Not at all. Perhaps she is simply too weak. In any case, you must get Sasuke to safety. Saving him is paramount," Chiya replied. Right, Naruto, No longer dwelling on the matter, prioritized Sasuke, who had sustained grave injuries to protect him. Zabuza, witnessing Haku's defeat, was taken aback. How is this possible? I had anticipated that Chiya was formidable, but to vanquish Haku so effortlessly. How can this be? Haku is a being that even I cannot eliminate in an instant. It seems my student has outshone expectations, Kakashi remarked. It's not over yet. Who will ultimately triumph remains uncertain, Zabuza retorted with a sneer. Moreover, with this dense fog, even he will struggle to fight effectively without clear vision. The advantage still lies with us. Is that truly the case? Suddenly, Chiya's voice resonated from behind Zabuza. Startled, Zabuza quickly distanced himself from Kakashi, only to find that Chiya had mysteriously positioned himself behind him. Shadow clone, or something else. Zabuza glanced towards Haku, confirming that Chiya was indeed not there, meaning the one standing before him was the original. How on earth did this child manage to appear here in an instant? Teacher, is everyone all right? Chiya inquired, having observed the unfolding events from above, yet still expressing concern. We're fine. How is the situation on your end? Kakashi inquired, his surprise at Chiya's sudden appearance having long since faded, for he was aware that Chiya possessed the ability to fly. Chiya cast a glance at Zabuza before stating, Kato intends to discard his allies after exploiting them. Both Zabuza and Haku have been utilized by him, and now he awaits at the bridge, ready to strike once we have weakened each other, eliminating everyone in the aftermath. What? Kakashi and Zabuza exclaimed in unison, astonished. How could this be? Kakashi questioned. After all, it was merely a contractual relationship. Kato had no desire to become an enemy of Konoha. Therefore, after eliminating us, he would only seek to silence us to prevent Konoha from obtaining any leverage, Chiya explained. Ah, I see, Zabuza finally grasped the situation. This was indeed Kato's modus operandi, to burn bridges after crossing them. Subsequently, Chiya addressed Zabuza, saying, Zabuza, there is no deep-seated animosity between us. On the contrary, we may be able to offer you some assistance. There is no need to risk your life for someone who wishes to see you dead. Furthermore, Haku is unharmed. He merely fainted for a moment. Zabuza fell into contemplation, weighing whether to trust Chiya's words. Understanding this, Chiya added, if you doubt me, you can wait for the mist to clear, and you will see for yourself at the bridge. Chiya, this mist may not dissipate quickly, Kakashi remarked. That is quite simple. Chiya replied with a slight smile, stepping back a few paces and addressing Kakashi. Teacher, please stand back a little. Kakashi was taken aback, as was Zabuza. The mist would not easily disperse. They both failed to comprehend Chiya's intentions. At that moment, Naruto, carrying Sasuke, approached Kakashi's side. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke has fainted. But he should be fine. That masked fellow did not strike any vital points. Kakashi hurried over, and at that moment, Sakura also rushed in. Upon seeing Sasuke, covered in blood, they were both startled. Sasuke! Sakura cried out in concern. Kakashi examined Sasuke's injuries and found them to be minor, reassuring Sakura. There is no need to worry. The situation has not yet reached its worst. However, just as he finished speaking, Chiya's actions astonished everyone present. With fists clenched at his waist, Chiya suddenly summoned a gentle breeze that began to converge toward him. Soon, an area of a tornado formed around Chiya, dispersing the mist surrounding him. Huh! Chiya exclaimed with a mighty shout. The gathered energy surged outward, and a fierce wind roared forth. In an instant, the fog enveloping the entire bridge was swept away, leaving the air as clear as if it had been washed. This spectacle profoundly stunned everyone in attendance. Zabuza's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly baffled by how this remarkable youth could disperse the mist solely with the power of wind. How is this even possible? Zabuza stood frozen in place. Look over there, Chiya directed, and everyone followed his gaze. Their pupils narrowed in shock. At the bridge's edge stood a group of wandering swordsmen, and leading them was none other than Kato. Senya, what on earth is happening? Naruto asked urgently. These individuals are here to kill us, and Zabuza, Senya explained. What? How despicable! Dasna exclaimed. At that moment, Senya spotted Zabuza. What do you say? Shall we cooperate? I believe we have no reason to fight now, he continued. As I mentioned, she wishes to protect you, and deep down, you too desire to safeguard her. You are not so different. When it comes to matters of the heart, there is no need to conceal your feelings, express them freely. Furthermore, after my investigations over the past 2 days, it appears that you are not truly malevolent. Those you have slain were indeed wicked individuals, thus serving to rid the world of evil. Just then, I rushed over, unaware of how Senya had dispelled the fog, mistakenly believing that Zabuza had lifted the hidden mist technique. "Mr. Zabuza, why did you dispel the mist?" Bai inquired. As she finished her question, Naruto exclaimed, "Wow, you are that older sister from before." Although Naruto had not truly met Bai, he recognized her instantly from her long flowing hair and figure. "Naruto, what is going on?" Sakura asked anxiously. "It was this sister. I fell asleep while training that night, and she told Shinya I was here, prompting him to find me," Naruto replied excitedly. "That explains everything," Kakashi said suddenly. Since they had met before, she recognized Naruto as our comrade, thus informing Shinya. Both Shinya and Bai were rendered speechless. Bai shot Shinya a resentful glare, her eyes filled with, "What kind of excuse is that? The situation is not as you portray." Shinya, having caught her look, explained, "Actually, she saw that Naruto had overexerted himself during training, causing a blockage of chakra within him. If not addressed in time, it could be life-threatening. I was treating him with acupuncture when I encountered her, and at first, I thought she intended to harm him." Upon hearing this, Naruto was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. "Wow, Shinya, why did you deceive me? I had been fighting my savior all this time. When it comes to mutual interests, would you stand idly by even if your savior were to be harmed?" Shinya countered. Naruto fell silent. Indeed, he might also engage in battle even against a benefactor. "In any case, it is evident that neither of you are truly villains, and it seems we no longer have a reason to fight," Kakashi remarked. Zabuza sighed in resignation. "It appears so. You are Leaf Village ninjas, and we are rogue ninjas. Let us handle Kato and his men. Naruto, quickly take Sasuke for treatment. I will clear a path for you," I suddenly said. Naruto chuckled. "I knew it. The older sister is definitely a good person. Can I mention that I am only 15? I said, slightly embarrassed. "What?" Naruto exclaimed in surprise. "No way, you look so mature. And you are only 3 years older than me." At that moment, Sakura spoke to Naruto with a hint of irritation. "Naruto, to hastily judge a young lady is indeed a most impolite act. Furthermore, it is perilous not to seek treatment for Sasuke." "Ah, indeed. I must ensure Sasuke receives medical attention," Naruto exclaimed as he hoisted the unconscious Sasuke onto his back and sprinted towards the bridge, calling out, "Big sister. See you next time. Farewell." I nodded slightly. Upon noticing Naruto had run far ahead, Shinya remarked, "Naruto, I have summoned a doctor. They are in that nearby house. Allow me to guide you." With that, he swiftly appeared beside Naruto. "Where?" Naruto inquired, completely taken aback by Shinya's sudden presence. "Just over there." Shinya gestured toward a small house not far to the left. "All right, let us break through," Naruto exclaimed, gathering his strength to charge toward the bridge. "Is this a trick?" "Shinya, how did you arrive at Naruto's side in an instant?" Sakura gazed in astonishment at the 3 figures ahead. As for Shinya's display of prowess, Kakashi, Zabuza, and Bai felt they were beginning to acclimate. Zabuza helplessly stated, "Kakashi, you have certainly trained an extraordinary student." Kakashi sighed. "He has largely taught himself. I have imparted very little. It appears that this ninja named Shinya is destined to leave an indelible mark on the ninja world," Bai mused. Though her mask had cracked when struck by Naruto's stone, it shattered completely when Shinya pushed her aside. At that moment, she fully comprehended the vast disparity in their strengths. Initially, she had assumed Shinya intended to eliminate Zabuza, prompting her to rush to assist him. However, Shinya's actions genuinely astonished her, leaving her quite taken aback. "All right, Bai. It is time for us to get to work," Zabuza declared, drawing his beheading sword. Then addressing Kakashi, "Kakashi, our next encounter should not be so adversarial, I hope." Kakashi chuckled. "Perhaps we could share a drink." "Hee hee, that sounds delightful," Zabuza responded, and in an instant, he and Bai vanished from before Kakashi and the others. Upon witnessing Zabuza's departure, Tazuna finally exhaled in relief and asked, "Is everything truly over now?" "Perhaps," Kakashi replied uncertainly, though based on the information provided by Shinya, it seemed to be the case. Naruto, carrying Sasuke, dared not run too swiftly, with Shinya trailing behind. Hey, no entry beyond this point." They had barely reached the bridge when one of Kato's subordinates, wielding a katana, stepped forward to block their path. Naruto gazed at the throng of rogue ninjas ahead, and at the forefront stood Kato, clad in a suit, wearing sunglasses, and smoking a cigar. His expression darkened suddenly, just as he was about to speak. Bai's voice resonated from behind him. "Keep moving forward, we will handle this." Naruto paused, turning to see Zabuza brandishing his sword alongside Bai, standing right behind him. Big sister. Naruto exclaimed joyfully. I have told you, I am not a big sister, Bai replied, exasperated. I am merely 3 years your senior. If you must address her, you should call her older sister, given your emotional intelligence, Senya remarked with exasperation. Oh, right. Hee hee. Older sister, Naruto corrected himself. Naruto awkwardly scratched his head. At that moment, Kato approached Zabuza, removed the cigar from his mouth, flicked off the ash towards him, and, with a face full of fury, exclaimed, Hey, Zabuza? Why are these people still alive? Do you truly believe I am funding you out of charity? Zabuza sneered dismissively. Then allow me to inquire. What is your purpose here with such a large entourage? Kato replied with a cold laugh. It appears you no longer intend to carry out your mission. Therefore, I can only request that you perish here. Indeed, it seems that a cheap rogue ninja is utterly unreliable. Hiring professional ninjas would require a substantial investment, which is why I chose someone like you. However, I have come to realize that professional matters should indeed be entrusted to professionals. What do you mean? Zabuza's eyes narrowed, and his expression suddenly grew serious. Just then, Kato shouted, Come forth. In an instant, 7 or 8 dark figures surrounded Chiya and Zabuza. Nanny? Who are these people? Naruto hurriedly glanced around. Chiya quietly observed the newcomers' attire, all of whom wore distinctive masks. The pursuit team from the Mist Village, Bai said slowly, his voice barely above a whisper. I never imagined you would hire ninjas from the Mist Village. The latter part was directed at Kato. Kato laughed heartily. Ordinary people cannot hope to eliminate you, but if they are ninjas from Mist who are already pursuing you, that changes everything. Moreover, I provided them with information for a cost far less than what I spent on you. TCH. How absurd. Zabuza scoffed, never expecting Kato to resort to such underhanded tactics. Yet now, the situation had indeed become troublesome. The pursuit team was well informed about both him and Bai, and their strength surpassed that of the Chunin, with the leader undoubtedly being an elite Jonin. Even if he could escape, Bai would certainly be unable to. The circumstances were less than optimistic. Suddenly, a member of the pursuit team taunted, to remain so calm in the face of US, should we call you foolish or naive? The demon, Zabuza. In response to the provocation from the pursuing ninja, Zabuza did not reply. He needed to devise a way to escape with Bai. The Konoha ninjas would undoubtedly be of no help. Should they assist him, it would mean opposing the Mist Village. Kakashi, witnessing the precarious situation, hurriedly instructed Sakura, protect Mr. Tazuna. Do not approach. Understood, Sakura nodded promptly. He then saw Kakashi rushing towards the bridge. Arriving beside Chiya, Kakashi prioritized the protection of his students. Sasuke was still unconscious and required medical attention. Greetings, I am Kakashi Hitaki from the Leaf Village, Kakashi addressed the leader. After repeating Kakashi's introduction, the leader pondered for a moment before responding. Is the Leaf Village planning to assist the defected ninjas of the mist? Kakashi shook his head, not at all. My student is severely injured. Regardless of what transpires between you, I simply wish for my student to leave this place for treatment. Kakashi spoke with unwavering resolve. On this matter, he would not yield. If the opposing party has no intention of allowing Chiya and the others to depart, then what harm is there in a confrontation? Moreover, the Hidden Mist Village has long been an adversary of Konoha, and the disparity in strength is substantial. The leader of the group is quite astute. After all, if he were not clever, pursuing us would surely lead to his demise. He understands that Konoha must not be offended and is well aware of the nature of Kakashi Hitaki. The name of the copy ninja, renowned during the Fourth Shinobi World War, instills fear in the hearts of many. Furthermore, his mentor, the Yellow Flash of Konoha, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is equally formidable. Thus, he comprehends the necessity of maintaining appearances. He stated, Very well, as long as you do not hinder our departure, you may proceed. Thank you, Kakashi replied, turning to address Naruto when he suddenly heard the irate voice of Kato. What are you doing? The money I provided was for you to deal with Zabuza and the Konoha ninjas. Why have you let them go? The leader cast a sideways glance at Kato and coldly responded, Do not misunderstand. We have never accepted a commission to eliminate Konoha ninjas. Your payment is merely sufficient for us to ensure your protection from Zabuza. Should you continue to speak out of turn, the consequences may be dire. Kato was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his face betraying his trepidation, and he instinctively took a step back, stammering in his speech. But He knew all too well that opposing ninjas was a futile endeavor. He was left with no choice. As for Dasna, he would deal with him when the opportunity arose. For now, the pressing concern was Zabuza. He had become aware of Kato's intentions, and if he were not eliminated, Kato's safety would be at risk. Kakashi issued orders. Chiya, you lead the way. Naruto, carry Sasuke behind you. Sakura, escort Mr. Dasna, and we shall leave this place at once. Chiya complied without hesitation. However, Kato's subordinates obstructed their path. Kakashi, noticing this, inquired, Mr. Kato, what is the meaning of this? Do you still intend to harm us? Kato clicked his tongue and commanded, let them pass. Upon receiving his orders, his men finally cleared a path for Chiya and the others. As they walked, Chiya pondered how to save Zabuza. After all, the mission remained incomplete. If Zabuza were to perish here, his own efforts would be in vain. One could not allow a prize to slip away so easily. A foolproof plan was essential, particularly given the intricacies of inter-village relations. He had only taken a few steps when he heard Naruto's voice behind him. Kakashi-sensei, are we really leaving like this? That lady will die? Naruto. Sakura quickly interjected, fearful that expressing such sentiments might provoke Kato and the pursuing forces to reconsider their stance. Kakashi remained silent, continuing to walk, as he sought to avoid conflict with the hidden mist. Konoha was not afraid of challenges, but dreaded unnecessary complications. Suddenly, Naruto halted, turning to gaze at Haku, who stood nearby, and again implored Kakashi, Kakashi-sensei. That lady is a good person. She saved me. I cannot allow her to perish here. Naruto's emotions were in turmoil, and Kakashi understood that silence was no longer an option. He spoke, Naruto, this is their fate, the fate of the rogue ninjas. We cannot intervene, for it concerns their village. Our interference would only disrupt the harmony between the villages. However, Naruto lowered his head, grappling with a profound confusion. He only knew that Haku had saved him, and he could not bear to witness his savior perish before his eyes. At that moment, Zabuza and Haku were on the brink of confrontation with the pursuing squad from the mist. 4 of them were tasked with confronting Zabuza, while the remaining 3 engaged Haku. Zabuza, preoccupied with the assault from the 4 pursuing ninjas, could not attend to Haku's plight. Meanwhile, Haku, having exhausted a significant amount of stamina and chakra in the earlier battle with Naruto and Sasuke, was quickly subdued, her body marred by injuries. Crimson blood swiftly stained her garments. She coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, her once flowing hair now soaked in crimson. She was unable to fend off 3 ninjas of equal rank simultaneously. This scene deeply shocked Naruto and Sakura, among others. Unable to contain himself any longer, Naruto placed Sasuke down and shouted, do not harm my big sister. He charged forward, only to be intercepted by Kakashi. Kakashi firmly restrained Naruto, sternly admonishing him, Naruto, if you assist them, you will be deemed a traitor to Konoha. Your journey is far from over. You cannot sacrifice your future here. Yet Naruto, gazing at the nearly lifeless Haku on the ground, felt helpless tears streaming down his face. Zabuza, upon seeing Haku gravely injured, became a whirlwind of fury, attacking his foes with reckless abandon, instinctively fighting his way through. He had to save Haku. He needed to reach her side and protect her. Haku, Zabuza cried out. At that moment, the 3 pursuing ninjas who had incapacitated Haku rushed towards him, and together, the 7 launched an assault on Zabuza. Under such relentless pressure, though Zabuza managed to take down 3 of the pursuers, he himself bore no unscathed skin. Blood covered his entire body, and his clothes lay in tatters. Suddenly, the lead ninja appeared behind Zabuza, plunging a kunai into his thigh. With a thud, Zabuza collapsed to the ground, now just a few meters away from Haku. He ceased fighting. The pain coursing through his body rendered him unable to rise. He discarded his sword and began to crawl slowly towards Haku. She opened her eyes wide, watching as Zabuza struggled to reach her, extending her hand in an attempt to grasp his. In that moment, she wished only to be with Zabuza before her time was up, to be with the one she longed to protect. Suddenly, snow began to fall, growing heavier by the moment. It landed on the ground, on the sea, and upon Naruto's tear-streaked face. The melting snowflakes mingled with his tears, obscuring their distinction. In May, it was snowing. Sakura lifted her gaze, watching the flurry of snowflakes, lost in silent contemplation. Everyone is aware of the implications of this situation. Even the heavens seem to deem the fate of Zabuza and Haku unjust. The time has come for the ghostly Zabuza to meet his end. At that moment, the leader of the pursuing team issued a command, and the three uninjured pursuers lunged forward, brandishing their kunai towards Zabuza. Suddenly, an unexpected voice pierced through the crowd, halting their advance. Zabuza, if you entrust us with your protection, we can safeguard you and Haku right now. What? Chiya's words reverberated throughout the arena, leaving everyone in stunned silence as their gazes turned toward the composed figure of Chiya amidst the throng. Chiya, what are you thinking? Sakura was on the verge of losing her mind, exclaiming, how can you propose such a thing, just like Naruto? There's no way to make such a request. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? The leader of the pursuing team was equally astonished, unable to fathom why someone would utter such a foolish proposition. However, Chiya disregarded their incredulity, her eyes fixed intently on the prone Zabuza as she declared, time is of the essence. If we delay any longer, Haku will perish from blood loss. Ha ha, and what of it? They were meant to die? They should die swiftly. Do you not fear inciting a war between Konoha and the Mist? Kato jeered loudly. No. Suddenly, Kakashi interjected, all Konoha teams are authorized to accept temporary commissions. What do you mean by that? Kato gasped in shock. He was not alone. The Mist pursuers were equally taken aback. This was the first time they had heard of such a regulation. Their own village certainly had no such provision. Kakashi turned to Kato and calmly explained, in essence, if Zabuza were to commission us to eliminate you right now, we would do so without hesitation, as it adheres to the regulations and would not pose any complications. Kakashi had been contemplating Chiya's proposal and suddenly recalled this particular clause from the ninja handbook. During extraordinary circumstances, Konoha teams were permitted to undertake commissions independently. This extraordinary situation, while broadly defined, lacked specific stipulations, yet the current predicament was undeniably exceptional. He could not bear to witness Naruto's savior being slaughtered in cold blood. The hearts of the young must be protected. In Naruto's eyes, Haku remained his comrade, and it was imperative to safeguard the allies of one's allies. Kakashi, do you truly intend to oppose the Mist? Are you not apprehensive about igniting a war between Konoha and the Mist? Can you bear the weight of such responsibility? The pursuing leader challenged. He understood that if Konoha ninjas intervened, their mission would inevitably fail. A failed mission would be a disgrace. Thus, he could not allow such an occurrence. Kakashi regarded him calmly, responding leisurely, first and foremost, I believe you may have misconstrued a point. We at Konoha are not at all intimidated by your Mist. I trust you are aware of the disparity in strength between Mist and Konoha. Furthermore, the nature of ninjas is inherently adversarial. Should someone commission us to eliminate you, we would act without hesitation. You, Kakashi. The leader fell silent. He recognized that this matter could not be prolonged. If Zabuza were to voice his commission, it would be too late. Now, it is imperative to eliminate Zabuza before he can utter another word. With a commanding shout, the leader urged his subordinates into action. The three pursuing ninjas hesitated no longer and surged forward. At that moment, Zabuza seemed to have made a resolute decision, bellowing, Konoha, lend us your aid. I hereby extend a request to you. At this juncture, dignity was rendered inconsequential. Witnessing a cherished one perish before his eyes would inflict a lifetime of anguish. Thus, Zabuza set aside his pride and honor to appeal to Konoha for assistance. However, scarcely had he finished his plea when the blades of the three pursuing ninjas pierced his flesh. Sakura, overwhelmed with fear, shut her eyes. Just then, a calm voice resonated from above Zabuza. We have received your request. Immediately after, a series of thunderous sounds erupted, bang, bang, bang. In the astonished gaze of all present, they beheld that the boy named Chiya had, in an instant, sent all four pursuing ninjas, including the leader, sprawling away. The leader crashed to the ground and was about to rise and retaliate when he suddenly felt a chill at his throat, accompanied by Kakashi's voice. Do not move. You will die if you do. Kakashi had positioned himself behind him, a kunai poised against his neck. Meanwhile, one of the other three pursuing ninjas lay incapacitated under Naruto's control, while the other two had succumbed to unconsciousness upon hitting the ground. How is this possible? Kato and his companions were left dumbfounded. In merely an instant, all the pursuing ninjas from the Mist Village had been subdued. Infuriated, Kato screamed, fully aware that his demise was imminent, for Zabuza would undoubtedly not spare him. He commanded, charge. All of you attack. Eliminate them. Yet, his subordinates were paralyzed with fear. Who would willingly march towards certain death against such overwhelming odds? Kato, consumed by rage and humiliation, glared at his men, threatening, "If anyone hesitates, they will die now. Your families will perish as well. If I die, none of your families will survive." His words sent tremors through the pupils of his subordinates. At that moment, they found themselves with no choice but to fight desperately. They surged forward, but Chiya would not grant them the opportunity to approach. Instead, he unleashed an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Boom! The atmosphere surged past them. All of Kato's subordinates rolled their eyes back and collapsed to the ground. Sakura and Tazuna stood in stunned silence as they witnessed the crowd before them fall unconscious. Only Kato remained standing, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. This spectacle astonished Kakashi, Zabuza, Haku, Naruto, and the conscious pursuing ninjas. Merely through his killing intent, Chiya had rendered nearly 100 individuals unconscious. How could this be? To what extent did Chiya's power extend? Kakashi felt an undeniable curiosity, for even he could not achieve such a feat. Zabuza had not forgotten Haku. He would never forget. Struggling, he crawled to Haku's side, intertwining his fingers and gripping Haku's hand tightly. "Haku, are you all right?" Haku nodded slightly, but could not muster a sound. At that moment, Kakashi noticed two figures approaching the bridge. One was clad in a white coat, while the other was, surprisingly, Chiya. He was taken aback and inquired, "Chiya, what is happening?" Chiya explained, "I anticipated that this battle would result in injuries, so I summoned a doctor in advance. Now, Naruto, Sasuke, Zabuza, and Haku need not fear for their lives. His medical skills are exceptional, and I have called upon the finest physician from the land of water." As he spoke, he suddenly turned to Kato, who was attempting to flee, and coldly remarked, "Thinking of escaping? Our accounts are far from settled. Murdering a Konoha ninja is a grave offense." Just as Chiya finished speaking, Naruto dashed over and kicked Kato to the ground, indignantly declaring, "Don't move. If you do, I'll make you regret it." With that, the situation seemed to reach a temporary resolution. Kakashi's team rested at the home of Tazuna, primarily awaiting Sasuke's recovery. Naruto's injuries were not severe, and with the power of the Nine Tails, he was back on his feet after a day of rest. Sasuke, on the other hand, lay incapacitated for an entire week before he recovered. Zabuza and Haku had sustained the most serious injuries, requiring a full 2 weeks of rest before they could move about. As for Kato, Kakashi chose not to execute him, but instead compelled him to cover the medical expenses for everyone and demanded that he leave the land of water, nothing more. Kakashi opted to spare Kato because he understood that Zabuza would undoubtedly seek vengeance, thus granting Zabuza an opportunity for retribution. After approximately 20 days of recuperation, the newly constructed bridge in the land of water was completed during this period and was named the Nightingale Bridge, in honor of Chiya and Naruto. To the entire town of Tazuna and the land of water, Chiya and Naruto stood as heroes and benefactors. This bridge served as a tribute to their contributions. Following the completion of their mission, Kakashi's team began their journey back to Konoha. Zabuza and Haku stood upon the Nightingale Bridge, gazing at the receding figures of their former adversaries, their faces reflecting deep respect. "Mr. Zabuza, I believe that when we meet again, we will be good friends," Haku remarked. "Perhaps, at the very least, I no longer wish to battle that Chiya brat. His strength and abilities have surpassed my understanding," Zabuza replied. "Is it truly so? Even you, Mr. Zabuza, feel that way?" Haku expressed surprise. "Is that so unusual?" Zabuza countered. Just then, Haku suddenly recalled something and retrieved a small piece of paper from her clothing. Zabuza looked puzzled and asked, "What is that?" "This was slipped into my clothes by Chiya after he pushed me away. I had forgotten about it until now," Haku explained. Unfolding the note, the moment she and Zabuza read its contents, they were once again taken aback. "This kid is truly remarkable," Zabuza couldn't help but exclaim. "Indeed. He even planned our escape route. So, Mr. Zabuza, shall we go?" "Yes, let us place our trust in this young one for once," Zabuza affirmed. "Indeed," Haku agreed. With that, the two departed the land of water. As for what was written on the note, in truth, it is rather simple. Chiya suggested that Nara and Bai travel to the Rain Village to join the Akatsuki organization, and reminded them that they could place complete trust in Uchiha Itachi. Yet the masked individual known as Obito should be regarded with utmost suspicion. The morning alarm rang incessantly. Chiya lay in bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes, exuding an aura of languor. It has been over a month since his return from the Land of Waves. After Kakashi confirmed that he no longer needed solitary training, he was permitted to undertake missions alongside Naruto and Sasuke. These missions, however, were exceedingly trivial, involving tasks as mundane as locating lost kittens and puppies, picking up litter by the river, or assisting an elderly lady with her gardening, which hardly ignited any enthusiasm. Not only was he disinterested, but Naruto and Sasuke were equally unmotivated. Conversely, Sakura seemed to carry on as if unperturbed. As Chiya rose from his slumber and brushed his teeth, he gazed into the mirror, contemplating how the Chunin exams were approaching, yet there seemed to be no signs of activity. Nevertheless, during the past month, he had not been idle. He orchestrated opportunities for Hinata and Naruto to meet while simultaneously honing his skills. After a month of rigorous training, he finally grasped the technique of the Kaioken and was now endeavoring to unlock the fourfold Kaioken. The Kaioken, once activated, doubled his power, yet it imposed a significant strain on his body. His version of the Kaioken was authentic, unlike some fanfiction renditions that depicted it as devoid of side effects. Thus, each activation was a considerable burden. After a month of practice, his body had begun to acclimate, despite enduring excruciating pain each night, ultimately leading to positive outcomes. Regrettably, his self-inflicted injuries could not enhance his strength. Only damage inflicted by others could lead to improvement upon recovery, a characteristic of Saiyan physiology. Consequently, his combat power remained at a steady 200 points, unchanged. He had attempted further training, yet it seemed he had reached the limits of his physical capacity. He surmised that only by transforming into a Super Saiyan could he break through, enabling further enhancement of his innate abilities. Now, all his primary quests were complete, leaving only two concerning the Super Saiyan transformation. The first long-term task, to foster the romantic development between Naruto and Hinata until Hinata openly confesses her feelings to Naruto. The reward for this task, 50 sins of beans and the activation of a dedicated breakthrough task for the first level of Super Saiyan. This task can be completed even without meeting the 200 combat power requirement. The upgrade task for the first level of Super Saiyan awaits activation, with the condition being to become a Chunin of Konoha. Upon activation, an upgrade quest will be issued. Throughout this month, the system had not assigned any new tasks, likely awaiting the Chunin exams. Reflecting on this, Chiya pondered whether he should remain in Konoha to develop his strength. If following the typical narrative of other novels, he would have already ventured forth to conquer the ninja world. However, due to the arrangement of the system's tasks, he found himself powerless. After all, both Super Saiyans were required to complete their missions exclusively in the Hidden Leaf Village. It seemed that only after the invasion by Pain could he finally depart from Konoha. The forthcoming distribution of tasks by the system remained uncertain. He fervently hoped that they would not be confined to Konoha indefinitely. A journey to the land of water or the land of demons would suffice. The allure of indulging in a harem was tantalizing. To bask in the pleasures of having a multitude of beautiful companions. Unlike others who traversed into the Naruto world or other realms, engaging in romantic escapades with various partners. He had spent 12 long years here without even having the chance to hold a girl's hand properly. But then again, he was merely 12. What harem could he possibly envision when he had not even matured fully? The thought of not experiencing a harem in this alternate world left him feeling somewhat unfulfilled, as if the essence of being a traveler was slipping away. Pondering this, he adjusted his shorts and glanced down. Indeed, he had not yet reached full maturity. In this world, adulthood was recognized at 16. Alas, it appeared that to realize his harem dreams, he would have to wait another 4 long years. Such a drawn-out period. After freshening up, Chiya made his way to the gathering point of Kakashi's team. Aside from their initial self-introductions on the rooftop, they typically convened on a small bridge, which was deemed convenient for travel due to its connections. Upon his arrival, he found Naruto and the others already present. Naruto and Sasuke were as usual, at odds with one another. Naruto had previously informed him that Sasuke had saved him during their last encounter, often showcasing his prowess during missions, which had enamored Sakura to no end. How infuriating. This rivalry was the primary reason for their discord. Although Sasuke had never openly shared his thoughts with anyone, Chiya understood that ever since Sasuke had witnessed such formidable strength, he had realized that there were countless individuals stronger than himself. Yet here he was, engaged in trivial games with no semblance of challenge. He yearned to grow stronger but was at a loss as to how to achieve it, leading to his daily vexation. As expected, Kakashi was late once again. He emerged, perched on the bridge, and greeted Chiya and the others with a casual yo. He then added, I encountered an elderly lady on the way. Naruto and the others had long ceased to believe such tales. Before Kakashi could elaborate, Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in unison, "Hey, do you take us for 3-year-olds?" To be honest, in certain situations, these two displayed remarkable synergy. Thus, they commenced a new day's mission, fetching water for an old man. In his eagerness to race against Sasuke, Naruto, in his zeal, stumbled 3 or 4 times and fell into the river 7 or 8 times. What should have been a task completed in half a day ended up dragging on until the afternoon. Subsequently, Naruto was quite irate, not least because each time he fell into the river, it was Sasuke who came to his rescue, only to mock him each time with, "Super big idiot." Could Naruto refrain from being upset? Sakura, too, expressed her frustrations regarding Naruto's lack of diligence, accusing him of merely seeking attention. In light of this, Kakashi began to ponder whether the dynamics within the team were starting to deteriorate. Senya remarked, "Teacher, since the mission in the Land of Waves, everyone has developed a newfound understanding of strength and desires to become stronger. However, for the past month, we've been engaged in these unchallenging tasks, which is undoubtedly frustrating." Kakashi, upon reflecting, sighed in resignation. It was an unavoidable circumstance, as Genin were only permitted to accept such tasks, per the village's regulations. Following the return from the recent mission in the Land of Waves, he reported the situation to the third Hokage, who subsequently elevated the task's rank from C to A. A-level missions typically require the collaboration of several jonin, underscoring the considerable difficulty of the mission in the Land of Waves, as assessed. After Kakashi detailed the performance of his team, the third Hokage expressed his approval of Senya, Naruto, and Sasuke's efforts, particularly commending Senya. His strength, capabilities, and adaptability were deemed sufficient to meet jonin standards. The third Hokage even contemplated enlisting Senya into the Umbu immediately. However, after considering various factors, he decided to postpone this decision until after the Chunin exams, initially intending to reward Senya. He ultimately felt that Shenya's limited experience warranted a delay in bestowing too much honor, choosing instead to reserve accolades for a future occasion. This juncture also marked the moment when the Land of Waves proposed diplomatic relations with Konoha, a gesture that Konoha gladly accepted, recognizing Shenya's pivotal role in this achievement. The third Hokage was acutely aware of this. Regarding the conflict with the Hidden Mist, he reassured Kakashi that there was no cause for concern, affirming that Shenya's decisions were indeed correct. Konoha would not stand idly by while their savior perished before their eyes. This was the will of fire. Contemplating this, Kakashi felt a wave of weariness wash over him. He glanced at Senya, realizing that this young man appeared far more mature than Naruto or Sasuke, and he began to believe that Shenya's prowess had surpassed his own, leaving him uncertain if he could continue to mentor Senya effectively. With another sigh, he declared, "Let us conclude today's tasks here. I shall report them now. Everyone, you are dismissed." With that, he departed. Sasuke, seizing the opportunity, was approached by Sakura. "Let us grab a meal together," she suggested. However, Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, cast a sidelong glance at her and replied coolly, "I have other matters to attend to. You can go with them. Also, you should train more. Naruto is stronger than you now." With that, he walked away. Sakura felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She had hoped that after working together on missions for over 2 months, Sasuke would finally be moved by her affections. Yet, he remained as indifferent as before. After being rebuffed by Sasuke, she anticipated that Naruto would approach her, suggesting they dine together, providing her with the perfect opportunity to reject him and vent her frustrations. To her surprise, however, Naruto remained silent. She found it perplexing that he would forego such a splendid opportunity. It simply defied logic. Turning to look, she saw that Naruto and Senya had already departed, laughing and chatting as they strolled down the street, their figures quickly fading from view. Left behind, she felt utterly alone. How infuriating. They have all abandoned me. Sakura, infuriated, stamped her feet in frustration. Despite being a stunning beauty, renowned throughout the ninja academy, she found herself in such a lamentable state. Moreover, Sasuke had the audacity to assert that Naruto surpassed him. How could this be? Naruto had always lagged behind. In the Land of Waves, it was only due to her duty to protect Tazuna that she refrained from taking decisive action. Otherwise, she would have vanquished Haku long ago. How maddening. Chiya and Naruto strolled down the bustling street, intending to visit Ichiraku Ramen. Since their return a month ago, the duo had not indulged in ramen together. Just a few days prior, when Naruto had gone alone, the owner of Ichiraku and his daughter Ayame had speculated that a rift had formed between him and Naruto. Given that they were usually inseparable, they had even attempted to counsel him, prompting Chiya to clarify the misunderstanding after an hour of explanation. The tight schedule of their missions had kept them busy, which was why they hadn't visited together. Eventually, they reached an understanding, and on one occasion, they even waived the cost of his meal, which was a pleasant turn of events for Chiya. Currently, Chiya possessed the ability to sense the chakra fluctuations of all ninjas within Konoha who did not deliberately conceal their chakra. By interpreting these fluctuations, he could gauge the emotional states of others. However, given the rarity of ninjas capable of sensing chakra in the Naruto world, it was nearly impossible to hide one's presence unless on a mission. To a certain extent, the intent to kill could also be sensed, which was fundamental training for any ninja. Thus, Chiya immediately discerned that Sakura was on the verge of exploding with anger. After all, the three of them had left her behind, and being the self-absorbed and proud individual she was, her ire was entirely justified. He turned to Naruto and inquired, "Why haven't you invited Sakura to join us for dinner? Didn't you always seek opportunities to dine with her?" Naruto chuckled and replied, "Even if I invited her, she would just refuse. Why bother with unnecessary heartache?" Chiya was taken aback, pondering when this boy had become so insightful. Goodness, in the original narrative, Naruto had only come to this realization during the Ninja War, which was 4 years ahead of time. Surely, this was somehow related to me. I must be a good influence. Chiya reveled in his triumph. After finishing their ramen, they wandered aimlessly, uncertain of their next destination. Suddenly, a yellow box appeared behind them. Following closely, it trailed them all the way. Naruto, exasperated, turned around repeatedly to observe it. Each time he looked, the box halted. When he turned away, it resumed its pursuit. At last, Naruto could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Such shoddy disguise. With those 2 eyes, do you truly think I'm a fool?" No sooner had he spoken than the box erupted with a resounding boom. Following this, they heard Konohamaru's proud voice exclaim, "Huh? I knew you were my rival. I never imagined we would conceal ourselves so well, only to be discovered by you." As the smoke dissipated, Chiya and Naruto beheld not only Konohamaru but also 2 other children, a sniffling Udon and a cute girl with orange hair styled in 2 little pigtails, named Moegi. Udon was mumbling, "Indeed, we used too much explosive material." Senya and Naruto gazed at the 3 little ones, rendered speechless. Once they regained their composure, they struck a pose they deemed quite dashing and exclaimed in unison, "The Konohamaru Corps has arrived." Naruto's face darkened instantly as he shouted, "Are you all idiots?" Suddenly, Meng Huang inquired, "Leader, do you have time for us next?" "Huh?" Naruto was taken aback. "What is the matter? Do you need something?" "I want to train with Chinya," she replied. "What?" Konohamaru exclaimed in shock. "Didn't you say you would play ninja games with us today?" Naruto was momentarily stunned. He had completely forgotten about this arrangement. Chinya quietly asked, "Did you promise them?" Scratching his head, Naruto admitted softly, "I think I did. But spending an entire day playing with them sounds exhausting." "Then what should we do? Run away?" After pondering for a moment, Naruto glanced at Konohamaru and suddenly nodded. "Let us escape." In an instant, the 2 took off, not even glancing back. Big brother, don't run away," Konohamaru shouted as he, along with Meng Huang and Udon, hurried after them. However, Chinya and Naruto had no intention of stopping. Playing ninja games with 3 little rascals would indeed be utterly draining. Chinya had already been pestered by these 3 once before when Naruto was absent, and they sought him out instead. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed behind them. Konohamaru!" Meng Huang cried out. Chinya and Naruto halted, turning around with wide eyes. To their astonishment, Konohamaru was being hoisted into the air by a figure clad in a black jumpsuit, who was carrying a bundle wrapped in bandages. "That hurts. You little brat. Who are you? Let him go," Naruto shouted, unable to bear the sight of his little brother being bullied. Chinya instantly recognized the assailant as Kankuro from Sunagakure, accompanied by Temari, who stood nearby with her fan. Upon seeing these 2, Chinya realized that the Chunin exams were about to commence, and Gaara had yet to arrive. They had come to participate in the exams. Kankuro glanced at Naruto, his gaze landing on the Leaf Village headband on Naruto's forehead, and thought to himself, "So these are the genin from Konoha." With a smirk, he said, "Before the annoying ones arrive, let us have some fun with you." As he finished speaking, Konohamaru struggled and shouted, "Let me go, you jerk. TCH, you little brat. You've got some strength, Kankuro remarked with a glimmer of menace in his eyes. Unable to bear it any longer, Naruto charged forward. I told you to let him go. Didn't you hear me, you jerk? But just a few steps into his run, he found himself inexplicably collapsing to the ground. What is happening? What was that just now? Naruto exclaimed in shock. What? The genin from Konoha are this weak? Kankuro scoffed. At that moment, a cold voice reached his ears. That is not something you should say. Kankuro was momentarily stunned, his body unresponsive as he felt a tremendous impact to his abdomen. With a loud thud, he was sent flying. With a resounding crash against the wall, a fractured indentation abruptly manifested. What? Hanamaru exclaimed in shock, realizing she had completely failed to comprehend the events that had just unfolded. All she witnessed was her companion seemingly propelled away by some unseen force. Now, standing in the place once occupied by Kankuro, was a mysterious ninja with short hair, clad in black attire, and adorned with a forehead protector of the hidden leaf. Konohamaru was startled. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself standing on solid ground. Before him stood a remarkably familiar figure. Elated, he exclaimed, Brother Chiya. Chiya nodded slightly, then fixed a cold gaze upon Hanamaru, stating bluntly, This is the hidden leaf. Not your Sunigakure. I advise you to temper your demeanor, lest you find yourselves facing dire consequences. Chiya's rank was unmistakable. Hanamaru scrutinized him, her mind racing. In her peripheral vision, Kankuro clumsily emerged from the wooden wall. She was acutely aware of Kankuro's prowess. Anyone capable of swiftly defeating him could not possibly be of mere Chunin rank. Kankuro's strength was comparable to that of a Chunin in Sunigakure, with even some Chunins unable to triumph over him. Thus, was he a Jonin? If so, it would indeed be feasible for him to vanquish Kankuro in an instant. Moreover, this individual had just been beside that yellow-haired boy, and in the blink of an eye, had positioned himself behind Kankuro, effortlessly rescuing the scarf-clad brat in the process. There was no doubt he was a Jonin. Realizing they had no chance of victory here, Hanamaru bowed apologetically to Chiya and Konohamaru, then turned to Konohamaru with a sincere expression, saying, I apologize. He has a rather irritable temperament. Are you hurt? Konohamaru, perplexed, thought to himself. Could it be that this group is aware of my grandfather being the third Hokage, hence their sudden change in demeanor? Indeed, they were nothing but cowards, utterly overshadowed by Naruto and Chiya. With that thought, he felt emboldened, stepping forward to point at Hanamaru, declaring, I am Konohamaru, the grandson of the third Hokage. You shall not go unpunished for your audacity within our hidden leaf. Hanamaru's astonishment was palpable. She could hardly believe that upon arriving at the hidden leaf, she had inadvertently offended the Hokage's grandson. Observing the arrogant demeanor of this brat, it seemed he was genuinely intent on exacting retribution. Given this, she realized that their only option was to eliminate these individuals. After all, they had come to the hidden leaf with a specific objective, to launch an assault. Capturing the Hokage's grandson would provide them with leverage, ensuring the hidden leaf would comply with their demands. However, a pressing concern loomed in Hanamaru's mind as she cautiously glanced at Chiya, contemplating the possibility that this Jonin might serve as the Hokage's personal bodyguard, possessing formidable strength. With Kankuro injured, she was certain she would not be his match. Resolving that discretion was the better part of valor, she decided to retreat and reassess her plans. Just as she contemplated how to placate the Hokage's grandson, she witnessed the yellow-haired boy approach and deliver a swift punch to Konohamaru's head. Idiot, you clearly collided with someone, and it's only natural for them to be angry. You even dared to threaten them. Apologize. Handing her frustration, Shikamaru was taken aback, pondering how this grandson of the Hokage could be so pitiful. To her surprise, the grandson indeed bowed earnestly and exclaimed, I'm sorry. Shikamaru thought this was acceptable. At least the mission could proceed smoothly. Just as she was about to reassure him that it was fine, a disgruntled voice from behind interrupted her. Damn it! How dare you ambush me? It seems you need to experience some hardship to realize your true abilities. As he spoke, he began to unwrap the puppet bound with bandages on his back. Shikamaru gasped, shouting, Fool! You can't cause trouble in Konoha. She understood that if he acted, the Konoha Jonin would undoubtedly not hesitate to eliminate them. This idiot was utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. However, in his rage, he was deaf to Shikamaru's warnings. Chiya was truly exasperated. Just as she prepared to teach him a lesson, a stone suddenly fell from the trees, striking the hand of the unwinding puppet. Ah, damn it! Who was that? Grunting in pain, He looked towards the direction from which the stone had come. At that moment, Chiya and the others turned their gaze as well. There sat Sasuke on a nearby tree, toying with a stone, questioning, "What are you doing in someone else's village?" Upon seeing Sasuke, Shikamaru's face flushed slightly. He was simply too handsome, and she mused, "What a fine man. Damn it, another insufferable brat." Kankuro glared angrily at Sasuke. Sasuke regarded Kankuro coldly, crushing the stone in his hand, commanding, "Get lost." At this point, Naruto was on the verge of exploding, cursing internally, "Damn you, Sasuke. Why do you always have to steal the spotlight?" Although he had just been overshadowed by Chiya, he bore no ill will towards her, as they shared a strong bond. "Hey, get down here, brat," Kankuro shouted at Sasuke. "I despise brats like you who only know how to throw tantrums. You need to learn a lesson." As he spoke, he resumed unwrapping the puppet's bandages. Chiya was truly at her wit's end. He was genuinely foolish. If it weren't for the fact that he had some redeeming qualities, she would have loved to knock him out right then and there. Just look at Shikamaru. She was so perceptive. However, it seemed there was no need for her to intervene, as someone else had arrived. Just as Kankuro positioned the puppet before him, a chilling voice emanated from behind Sasuke. "Stop, Kankuro." Everyone was taken aback. Sasuke's pupils constricted as he realized he had not sensed anyone behind him, their speed rivaling that of Kakashi. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a boy with pale skin, carrying a yellow gourd, and a character for love carved on the right side of his forehead, stood upside down on a branch beside Sasuke, arms crossed. "Yes, it's Gaara," Kankuro stated. Upon seeing Gaara, both Kankuro and Shikamaru broke into a cold sweat, and Kankuro's anger evaporated in an instant. Gaara cast a cold glance at Kankuro, devoid of any trace of anger, and remarked, "You are nothing but a disgrace to our village. Do you think we journeyed all the way to Konoha for no reason?" Kankuro, seemingly taken aback, hastily stammered an explanation. His earlier bravado utterly vanished. It was those individuals who instigated the chaos. Suddenly, Gaara's expression hardened, and he coldly interjected, "Silence. I shall end you." Alarmed, Kankuro quickly responded, "I understand. I'm truly sorry." At that moment, Gaara turned his earnest gaze towards Chiyo and sincerely apologized. "I deeply regret this disturbance." After casting a glance at Sasuke beside him, he transformed into sand, descending from the tree to the ground, reverting to his human form. He addressed Temari and Kankuro. "Let us depart. We did not come here for leisure." The trio strolled forward, with numerous thoughts occupying Gaara's mind. He had witnessed everything unfold before him. The ninja clad in black, who had effortlessly sent Kankuro flying with a single punch, was undoubtedly a jonin. For even he had failed to catch the swift movements of this individual, an elegant and rapid display of skill. The ninja in the blue short-sleeve shirt, who struck Kankuro's hand with a stone, was likely a genin from Konoha, and it was apparent that this individual maintained a close relationship with both the jonin and the blonde-haired boy. Moreover, the ease with which he struck Kankuro revealed formidable strength. At that moment, Sasuke leapt down from the tree, observing Gaara's retreating figure, reflecting on the disdainful look he had received earlier, which left him feeling perturbed. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Sasuke inquired, "The Fire Country and the Wind Country are allies, yet the treaty should prohibit ninjas from freely entering each other's territories. What is your purpose for coming here?" Chiyo was taken aback, pondering that the narrative seemed amiss. She distinctly remembered this question being posed by Sakura, not Sasuke. It then dawned on her that Sakura was not present at that moment. "You are utterly unaware?" Temari turned in astonishment to Sasuke. She then produced a card containing her information, stating, "This is our pass. We are all authorized." Sasuke paused, visibly surprised. "We are genin from the Wind Country, Sunagakure, here to participate in the Chunin selection exam," she explained. Naruto, perplexed, exclaimed, "Chunin selection exam? What is that? How could we not know?" He then queried Chiyo and Sasuke. "Chiyo, Sasuke, do you have any knowledge of this?" Sasuke shook his head, remaining silent. Even if Chiyo were aware, she could only respond, "I do not know. The teacher did not mention it." "You truly know nothing at all." Temari laughed. At that moment, Konohamaru remarked, "Big brother, as long as you pass that exam, you can be promoted from genin to chunin." "Is that so?" Naruto exclaimed with excitement. "Then I must give it a try." Gaara regarded Naruto as if he were a fool, unable to comprehend how such an individual could hold the rank of genin. Subsequently, he turned once more with Temari and Kankuro, preparing to depart. At this moment, Sasuke inquired, "Hey, the fellow over there, what is your name?" What? Me? Temari turned around. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. No, the one next to the gourd, Sasuke replied, his gaze not even resting on Temari. Gaara then turned around and said, I am Gaara of the Sand. I find you somewhat intriguing. May I ask your name? Uchiha Sasuke, he stated, his eyes sharpening as he and Gaara shared a silent exchange. What about me? What about me? Naruto began to interject, but before he could finish, Gaara's disinterested reply cut him off. Not interested. As he turned away, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Chiyo for a fleeting moment. A Jonin. Yet he appeared to be of similar age to them. How could someone so young hold the rank of Jonin? It was utterly inconceivable. Moreover, he had never come across such an individual in the Konoha information dossier. Could he have just been transferred from the Umbu? This seemed the most plausible explanation to Gaara, considering that only Umbu personnel had their information concealed from the Sand Village. With various possibilities swirling in his mind, they eventually departed. Naruto suddenly felt a wave of despondency wash over him and shouted at Sasuke, Why? Why did he ask you and not me? Sasuke shot him a wordless glance. Because I am stronger than you. Now let us go. Goodbye. Without waiting for Naruto's retort, he leapt up into the trees and departed hastily. His swift exit was driven by a crucial motive. He needed to train diligently to become a Jonin, to grow stronger, and to eliminate that man. Damn Sasuke, you jerk. Naruto roared in frustration. Man, that's so lame, Konohamaru remarked. Feeling disheartened, Naruto questioned, Hey, Konohamaru, do I seem weak? You're a bit weaker than Sasuke, Konohamaru replied. But stronger than Sakura, he added. Damn it. Sasuke, I will not be defeated by you. I will definitely become a Chunin. Naruto shouted defiantly once more. Chiyo chuckled helplessly, then cast her gaze towards a nearby tree. Up on the branches, 3 figures were visible, 1 seated and 2 standing, consisting of 2 men and a woman. She recognized them immediately. The genin from the Sound Village founded by Orochimaru, Tosu, Saku, and Kin. They had nearly defeated Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura during the second phase of the Chunin exam. With that thought, a bold idea suddenly blossomed in Chiyo's mind. She resolved to seek out Orochimaru to ascertain the precise timing and plan of his assault on Konoha, preparing for the impending sacrifice of the 3rd Hokage. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage was convening a meeting with elite ninja from Konoha. He called Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai to the front and asked, Do you have any recommendations for candidates to participate in the Chunin exam? Formally, any genin who has completed more than 8 missions can be recommended for the exam at your discretion. Iruka was also present, well aware of the strengths of these 3 individuals accompanied by their students, all of whom were graduates from his class. He pondered. Although typically one must double their efforts to gain sufficient experience for participation, it was evident without inquiry that it was still premature for these 3 students. After all, only 2 months had passed. What significant progress could they have made in such a short time? Nevertheless, Iruka held the belief that Chiya undoubtedly possessed the capability to partake in the assessment. Here, he sincerely hoped that Kakashi would grant Chiya an opportunity. If this was not suggested, he resolved to approach Kakashi about the matter, for the future of his students could not be compromised. Upon the 3rd Hokage concluding his remarks, he turned his gaze towards Kakashi and stated, Let us begin with Kakashi. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi declared, I, Kakashi Hitaki, hereby recommend the following members of Team 7 for the Chunin selection exam. Chiya Kicho, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sakura Haruno. What? Iruka exclaimed in astonishment. How could this be? Had Naruto and the others truly matured to the level of Chunin? He understood well the challenges posed by the Chunin exam. Then he heard Kurenai say, I, Kurenai Yui, recommend the following members of Team 8. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame, for the same purpose. Following her, Asuma added, I, Asuma Sarutobi, recommend the members of Team 10, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi, for the same consideration. The moment these 3 spoke, the ninjas standing behind were taken aback. To allow mere novices, who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy 2 months prior, to embark on the Chunin exam was unprecedented and alarmingly premature. However, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma all utilized the oath gesture during their recommendations, signifying unwavering commitment and trust. This cohort of students was truly formidable, many thought. Yet, Iruka, concerned for his students, could not accept this. These 10 were those he had watched grow over the past 6 years. The dangers of the Chunin exam were very real. and he could not bear to witness them in harm's way. Thus, he stepped forward and urgently exclaimed, "Please wait." "What is it, Iruka?" the third Hokage inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Hokage-sama, allow me to speak," Iruka began. He recognized that his words might breach decorum and understood that these 10 were no longer his students, yet as their former teacher, he felt a duty to advocate for their well-being. While the individuals named are undeniably talented, it is still too early for them to participate in the Chunin exam. Iruka asserted they should first accumulate more experience through practical combat before being considered for the exam. Kakashi was aware that Iruka's primary concern revolved around Naruto. Over the past 2 months, Iruka had frequently inquired about Naruto's progress. However, he was unaware that Naruto had significantly matured since returning from the Land of Waves, perhaps even capable of defeating Iruka himself now. To ease Iruka's mind, Kakashi turned and said, "I was younger by 6 years than Naruto is now when I became a Chunin." However, before he could finish his statement, Iruka interjected with a firm demeanor, asserting, "Naruto is not like you." As he stepped forward, he sternly questioned, "Do you wish to ruin that child?" Kakashi, finding himself in a difficult position, replied, "When executing significant tasks, those individuals often complain. It piques my interest to let them endure a bit of hardship. The thought of dismantling them seems rather intriguing." "What did you just say?" Iruka was taken aback by Kakashi's coldness. Kakashi, somewhat resigned, continued, All right, I was merely jesting, Iruka-sensei." Just as Iruka was about to respond, Kakashi interrupted him, adding, "I understand what you want to say. It's natural to feel anger. However, we are both teachers and must be accountable for our students." As Kakashi continued, Kurenai interjected, "Kakashi, please, no more." Kakashi suddenly felt the weight of the situation. Had it not been for his amicable rapport with Iruka, he would not have uttered the next statement, yet he pressed on. "It's futile to dwell on this. Those individuals are no longer your students. They are now my subordinates." Iruka was left speechless, realizing he no longer had the authority to intervene. Asuma, observing from the side, also felt that they were troublesome individuals. The decision to promote them must stem from a belief that they have reached the level of Chunin, he mused. However, the Chunin exams were notorious for their challenges. Just as Iruka attempted to intervene, the third Hokage, who had been silently observing them with a gentle smile, finally spoke. "Iruka, I understand your concerns. Therefore, let us arrange a special preparatory exam for the new genin." A preparatory exam? Iruka was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Not only was he surprised, but the third Hokage's sudden decision also astonished everyone present. Subsequently, the third Hokage outlined the specifics of the preparatory exam. At the same time, at the designated location, the same 3 awaited Kakashi. Chiya was the 4th to arrive and immediately noticed Naruto and Sakura bickering. It was evident that they were complaining about Kakashi's tardiness. The previous night, he had accompanied Toshi and 2 others to Orochimaru's hideout. After gathering intelligence, he returned home, where Kakashi informed him to assemble at 6 the next morning to announce something important. Chiya had assumed it would pertain to the Chunin exams. However, he had not gleaned any useful information from Orochimaru's base. In fact, the sound ninja disguised as the leader had not uttered a single word, leading Chiya to question whether he had pursued the wrong lead. Perhaps he should investigate Tsunegakure instead, considering the assault on Konoha was a joint scheme between Tsunegakure and Otogakure. That night, as he lay in bed contemplating his next move, the system sent a new task. Mainline Task 9. Rescue Tsukiakari Shippu from the clutches of the Tsunegakure Jonin. Makagai, ensuring that he is not killed. Task Reward. Heavenly Locking Moon Cleaver. At that moment, Chiya was overwhelmed, his mind racing with disbelief. Impossible. How could this be? Gazing at the system task panel for a full hour, I finally regained my composure. Was this a jest? The Dragon Ball system, granting the reward of the Tiensua Zhanyu? It was as if they had simply delivered the Reaper Ichigo's sword. Could it be that this reward was bestowed due to the Moonlight Gale's proficiency in the Leaf Village's sword techniques? Ultimately, Senya accepted this reality. With the existence of such a system, the nature of the rewards seemed rather logical. Consequently, I spent an entire night brimming with excitement, unable to sleep. It was not until 5:40 a.m. that I departed for the meeting point. There, Naruto was commiserating with Sakura about Kakashi's habitual tardiness. Upon turning around, he spotted Senya, and upon noticing the deep dark circles under his eyes, burst into laughter. "Ha! Senya, where on earth did you go last night?" At that moment, Sasuke and Sakura also shifted their gazes, trying to stifle their laughter. With a weary tone, Chinya replied, I couldn't sleep last night, for some reason. I just couldn't manage to doze off. Naruto approached and patted Chinya on the shoulder, wearing a knowing expression as he nodded. I understand. Boys have those few days every month, just like girls. Chinya was at a loss for words, wondering what on earth this guy had been reading. Ultimately, Sakura could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward and delivered a solid punch to Naruto's head, exclaiming, Naruto, what on earth are you thinking all day? Naruto yelped, tears welling up in his eyes as he covered his head. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly appeared atop the torii gate, crouching there and greeting Chinya and the others below. Hello everyone. I seem to have lost my way on the path of life. Before he could finish, Naruto and Sakura angrily pointed at him, shouting, You're lying. Kakashi, unfazed, leaped down to their side, stating, All right, the situation is a bit sudden. We held a meeting all night, and yesterday I recommended you all for the Chunin selection exam. Here is the application. As Kakashi spoke, he produced 4 brown papers for the promotion from Genin to Chunin and handed them to Chinya and the others. The Chunin exam? Sakura was momentarily taken aback. She had been unaware of such an event, having only heard others mention it, never expecting it to arrive so swiftly. Kakashi continued, I must clarify that this recommendation is not mandatory. It is entirely up to you whether to participate. However, I believe this is an excellent opportunity for experience. And if you can, do participate. I have faith in your abilities. No sooner had he finished speaking than Naruto, brimming with excitement, lunged forward and hugged him, exclaiming, This is amazing, Kakashi-sensei. I like you the most. Stop it. Back off. Kakashi was momentarily bewildered by the embrace, spinning around in surprise. What a colossal fool. Sasuke's eyes were filled with exasperation. Chinya shared the sentiment, thinking to himself, Isn't it typically girls who express such sentiments? For Naruto, a boy, to say that was utterly repulsive. After considerable effort, Kakashi finally set Naruto down and handed him 4 application forms, addressing everyone. If you wish to participate in the exam, please sign the forms. On the afternoon of the 5th day, gather in classroom 301. With that, Kakashi instructed Naruto to distribute the forms before dispersing the group. On their way back, Chiya and Naruto walked together, with Naruto clutching the application forms, murmuring to himself, Chunin exam, Chunin exam. He then turned to Chiya and exclaimed, Chiya, if we pass this exam, we'll be Chunin, just like Iruka-sensei. Chiya nodded in agreement. Indeed, it will be soon. However, Chiya felt little enthusiasm about becoming a Chunin. With his current strength, he could easily overpower even Kaguya. His primary concern was completing his mission, to prevent Maki from killing Moonlight Gale. He needed to ascertain the time and location of the event. Otherwise, the mission would remain unfulfilled. Yet, once the exam commenced, he would have no time to scout the situation, leading him to ponder the possibility of possessing a permanent shadow clone. Currently, his shadow clones could sustain themselves for a day, but that was far from sufficient. It seemed there was no alternative but to send 1 shadow clone each day to covertly observe Maki's stronghold. During the ensuing 5 days, Kakashi instructed Chiya and the others to train independently, emphasizing the importance of maintaining both physical and mental balance. As the Chunin exam was a significant milestone in their lives that warranted serious preparation, Sasuke, determined to surpass Chiya and confront Gaara of the Sand, arose at 5 a.m. daily to train until midnight, striving to enhance his abilities within the limited time available. In contrast, Sakura fell into a slump, reluctant to participate as she felt inferior to Sasuke and Chiya, even believing she could not compete with Naruto. As for Naruto, he dedicated those 5 days to relentless training. Initially, he desired to train alongside Chiya, but upon realizing Chiya's formidable strength, he feared he might hinder him, so he opted to train alone. Chiya, on the other hand, had been diligently searching for Maki and Orochimaru's location in Konoha since the following day when the lower-ranking ninjas and their leaders from various villages arrived for the exam. On the 3rd day, upon locating them, he established 2 shadow clones, one to monitor Orochimaru and another to keep an eye on Maki. With his enhanced combat capabilities, the shadow clones acquired a new passive ability. A shadow clone could now create a subordinate clone weaker by 50 points, possessing 100 points of combat power. Once this subordinate clone dispelled itself, all its observations and training results would be transmitted instantaneously and without delay to the superior shadow clone, and the original body. Upon its dispelling, the superior shadow clone would regain 50 points of strength. In other words, if the superior shadow clone possesses a combat power of 200 points, upon the division of an auxiliary shadow clone, their own combat power diminishes to 100, while the remaining 100 points are allocated to the subordinate shadow clone. When this subordinate shadow clone dispels itself, it returns 50 points of combat power back to the superior shadow clone, thereby elevating its combat power from 100 to 150 points. Theoretically, the subordinate shadow clone could further create additional shadow clones, maintaining a combat power of 50 points, which qualifies as Jonin level. However, Chiya has attempted this with an approximate success rate of only 20, and failure results in the dissolution of the subordinate shadow clone without returning any combat power. Thus, it appears unwise to pursue this course, leading him to decide that he would limit himself to producing only subordinate clones for the time being. On the fourth day, an event occurred that every Konoha genin would eventually experience. While Naruto was en route to practice in the Konoha woods, he fortuitously encountered Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon on a bridge. Upon seeing Naruto, Konohamaru eagerly suggested that he join them for some fun. Naruto thought to himself that there was nothing pressing at the moment, considering it a chance to relax before the exam, and thus agreed. Just then, a tall man, clad in a raincoat and hat, suddenly appeared behind Moegi and abducted her. Naruto was taken aback, shouting, "Hey, let her go? Who are you?" However, the assailant offered no response, swiftly escaping with Moegi in tow. "Damn it! Chase him! Stop right there!" Naruto yelled, hurriedly pursuing, with Konohamaru and Udon close behind. Meanwhile, Sakura sat on her rooftop, sighing in despair. At that moment, Sasuke arrived on her floor, calling out to her. Startled, Sakura turned to see him, and her sorrow was instantly replaced with joy and excitement. "Shall we take a walk together?" Sasuke proposed. "What? Are you serious?" Sakura exclaimed, her delight evident as she replied, "Wait for me. I'll be right there." She hurriedly prepared herself, knowing that this was her first date with Sasuke, and she wanted to make a good impression. The kidnapper led Naruto into the Konoha forest, binding Moegi to a large tree and threatening Naruto, "Don't come any closer, or she will die." Naruto inquired, "What do you want?" The man replied, "I want you to steal the Hokage's sealing book." Naruto laughed heartily. "What if I refuse?" The man coldly retorted, "Then she will die right now." However, when he turned back, he was stunned to see that Moegi had been replaced by a wooden dummy. He was taken aback, only to hear Naruto's triumphant voice from above. "Ha ha ha, I already rescued her." Moegi, now transformed into a fervent admirer, tightly embraced Naruto, exclaiming, "You truly are amazing, Naruto-kun." Seizing the moment while the kidnapper was distracted, Naruto conjured 7 or 8 shadow clones, who swiftly subdued him. Just then, Konohamaru and Udon arrived. As Naruto was about to comment on their tardiness, he suddenly felt something cold beneath him. Looking down, he realized the bound enemy had turned into a stone. The true assailant was now standing behind a tree, nodding slightly. Simultaneously, Sasuke brought Sakura to the training ground where they had once competed for Kakashi's bells. Sasuke advised Sakura against taking the exam, deeming it far too arduous for her. At that moment, an individual clad similarly to the one who had kidnapped Moyu appeared atop a wooden pillar, coldly remarking, "Are you flaunting your affection in my presence?" Without uttering a word, Sasuke seized a kunai and charged forward. Yet before he could reach his opponent, he was besieged by a multitude of kunai, pinned to the ground like a hedgehog. Alarmed, Sakura rushed over, exclaiming, "Sasuke, are you all right? Please don't die." The assailant approached and declared, "You should forego the exam. You are unworthy of becoming a Chunin." However, to his astonishment, Sakura rose with a hint of mockery in her demeanor, retorting, "Did you truly believe I would say such a thing? I have long seen through this low-grade illusion. Sasuke will not be so easily defeated, nor would he ever invite me out. From the very beginning, I knew you were a fake. Moreover, your true self is not even present. This is merely an apparition." The man sneered, "Is that so? Then let us put it to the test." With that, he hurled an umbrella toward Sakura. Unfazed, she strode forward, her gaze resolute. The umbrella passed right through her, an ethereal shadow. At that moment, the man laughed. "In the true Chunin exam, all of this will become reality." With that, he leapt into the air and vanished. Sakura stood perplexed, utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired. Despite her experiences, she remained doubtful about passing the exam. Simultaneously, in the forest, Sasuke dealt with an assailant attempting to ambush him, who was dressed in the same garb as the foe Sakura faced. He coldly regarded the defeated enemy on the ground, stating, "How trivial of you to resort to such foolish tricks." The man hastily fled, no longer willing to linger. Meanwhile, the scene was quite amusing at Chiya's side. Chiya was training atop Hokage Rock, engaging in straightforward exercises by squatting with boulders weighing dozens of tons on his back. Behind him, two individuals, similarly attired to those encountered by Naruto, trembled at the sight of Chiya. One said, "You go first." The other replied, No, you should go." "I can't. I'm too afraid. This kid is practically superhuman, squatting with boulders that rival mountains with such ease. One step closer, and it's certain death," came the retort. "If you don't dare, shall I?" the first inquired. The second hesitated for a moment. They had been waiting there for quite some time, watching Chiya, who relentlessly squatted with massive stones or performed push-ups, often lifting two equally sized boulders to build his arm strength. They began to question whether he was truly a genin, for his strength surpassed that of most ninjas. Going up is definitely out of the question. With that power, a single punch could send us to our demise, one concluded. Perhaps we should withdraw. With that level of power, he could easily be a jonin, suggested the other. The first nodded. It seems we have no choice. Let us retreat. They then slinked away in defeat. Once Chiya sensed their departure, he finally set down the boulder, sighing, finally, they're gone. He had anticipated the mock exam for today and had specifically awaited their arrival. Initially, he had thought the visitors would be more tenacious. But it appeared that self-preservation prevailed after all. The 5-day preparation period, though seemingly insignificant, swiftly came to an end, ushering in the time for the Chunin examination. Team Kakashi, comprising 4 youthful genin, Kizetsu Chiya, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura, convened at the Grand Bridge, ready to proceed to the venue. Ultimately, Sakura resolved to give it a try, believing that facing the challenge was preferable to evasion. Even if she were to fail, she would still gain invaluable experience. They arrived at the entrance of classroom 301. As previously mentioned by Kakashi, however, a considerable crowd had gathered at the door. Chiya and the others were perplexed and squeezed through the throng to investigate. To their astonishment, 2 slightly older Konoha genin stood guard at the entrance, preventing the applicants outside from entering. With a forceful punch, one of them knocked a candidate clad in a green jumpsuit to the ground, hurling derisive insults. "You little brat, thinking you can participate in the Chunin exam? Go back home and sleep it off." Chiya recognized the fallen candidate, alongside the girl assisting him and the long-haired boy standing nearby, Rock Lee, Tenten, and Niji. These 3 had graduated a year prior and had spent the last year undertaking missions. However, Chiya had never encountered them nor sought them out, as his assignments had not involved them. "Please, let us through," Tenten implored, wishing to engage them in conversation. Yet, the 2 assailants offered no quarter. One of them struck Tenten in the face, sending her sprawling to the ground, unprepared for the attack. "How outrageous!" Sakura exclaimed, her indignation flaring. "How could you do this? You are all ninjas from Konoha. Why treat your comrades this way?" Unable to bear the injustice any longer, Naruto approached to confront them. "Comrades," one of them sneered. "Such weaklings can hardly be considered comrades. Do you even have the right to claim that title?" Fuming, Naruto raised his fist and charged at them, only to find himself outmaneuvered. One of the assailants delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. "Naruto!" Sakura cried, rushing to his aid. "Ha! Such a feeble little child, thinking he can participate in the Chunin exam? You should all just go home." The 2 laughed derisively. "You are 2 against 1. Where's your sense of fairness?" Sakura chastised them. "Fairness?" One retorted. "We embody justice." Witnessing their obstinate demeanor, the onlookers fell silent, none daring to step forward in protest. Chiya glanced at Tenten, uncertain whether it was her traditional attire that made her seem appealing, yet he found her rather beautiful, despite the poor animation quality. The area where she had been struck was visibly swollen, an affliction particularly devastating for a girl. With the crowd now mute, Chiya felt a surge of frustration. Could they not muster a bit of courage? Were they all so fearful? "If you are afraid, allow me to take action." With a determined smile, he stepped out from the crowd, clapping his hands. "Ah, so you presume that your slight advantage in age gives you the right to disregard others? Are you unaware that striking a girl is beyond the pale? You claim to be comrades, yet do you truly embody the spirit of Konoha? I feel utterly ashamed to be associated with you all in Konoha. You little brat, what are you saying?" Upon hearing this, One individual, filled with indignation, rushed over, intent on striking Chinya. With a cold smile, Chinya slowly remarked, "At such a sluggish speed, surely you do not aspire to partake in an examination?" Before his words had fully settled, the assailant's fist had already reached Chinya's face. "Chinya, be careful," Sakura urgently cautioned. Yet, in the next instant, a resounding thud echoed. Everyone was left in a state of shock. The individual who sought to strike Chinya had been launched away, crashing into the adjacent wall, rendered unconscious. This scene instilled a sense of unease among all present. They had not even witnessed the event unfold. The person had simply vanished from their sight. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Chinya in astonishment. One among them recognized Chinya and exclaimed, "Isn't that the infamous Kicho Chinya, who graduated at the top of his class this year?" "What?" The crowd gasped in disbelief. Kicho Chinya, a person supposedly incapable of ninjutsu, had displayed the shadow clone technique in the first round of the graduation examination. A mere practitioner of taijutsu had utterly dominated and defeated the prodigy Uchiha Sasuke. Renowned for his talent, in the second round, a person not yet even a genin had rescued Irika-sensei and Naruto Uzumaki from the clutches of a criminal. Each of these accomplishments, when considered in isolation, might seem inconsequential. However, when all are focused on a single individual, it transforms into something formidable. Although the third Hokage did not disclose the events of that fateful night, when Naruto attempted to steal the Book of Seals, it was a night fraught with turmoil. Hence, the Hokage's office publicly claimed that Naruto had been kidnapped, and Irika had ventured to rescue him, only to be saved by Kicho Chinya. From that moment forth, Kicho Chinya became the envy of many children and families, redeeming some of the unfavorable impressions he had previously garnered. What? Kicho Chinya? The previously silent Hyuga had been observing Chinya and had heard whispers of his reputation. Initially, he had considered intervening, but as a member of the Hyuga clan, he could not create discord in public. His curiosity regarding Chinya's sudden emergence was piqued. He had always heard that the top graduate of this year's class was Uchiha Sasuke, while he had been the top graduate of the previous year. Thus, he had always been intrigued by Sasuke's prowess. However, upon hearing that Uchiha Sasuke had been defeated by a so-called underachiever, he remained skeptical. The top graduates of the Ninja Academy were not to be underestimated, and the notion that an underdog could triumph over the best was utterly absurd. He understood the true strength of a top graduate all too well. Yet today, he found himself reconsidering this belief. Kicho Chinya was indeed exceptional. He had witnessed Chinya's hand move just once, and in that moment, the assailant had been sent flying. If it was indeed Chinya responsible for that feat, the velocity at which he acted was beyond his imagination. It appears that Kicho Chinya could prove to be an exceedingly formidable opponent. Upon reflecting on this, Hyuga sighed inwardly. Standing beside Naruto, Sasuke felt quite displeased upon hearing that so many people recognized Chiya. He was acutely aware that his own failure had inadvertently granted Chiya a measure of fame. Yet, he also understood, without a shadow of a doubt, that Chiya's prowess surpassed his own, a fact that he could not refute. However, he was resolute in his belief that one day he would undoubtedly surpass Chiya. All he needed was to grow stronger. Unfazed by the astonished gazes surrounding him, Chiya stepped forward and gently pushed aside the person still dazedly blocking the door. The individual, genuinely startled by the earlier scene, offered no resistance and was easily shoved aside. Once he regained his senses, he found Chiya had already opened the door. "All right, let us all progress. Such human parasites are not worth our concern," Chiya remarked as he began to push the door. Just as he opened a crack, laughter erupted from behind him. "Fool, do you not realize that door is a fake?" Chiya, fully aware that the door was merely an illusion, smiled lightly and replied, "Do you truly think an illusion conjured by someone as dim-witted as you could deceive me?" With that, he effortlessly pulled the door apart. Bang! He held the two doors in his hands and turned around, displaying a mischievous grin at the two who had just blocked his path and mocked him. "I merely sought two things to strike you with," he stated as he advanced towards them. The two individuals instantly panicked, cold sweat cascading down their faces. One of them hastily exclaimed, "This is a school. Are you not afraid of repercussions?" Chiya chuckled. "Ah, so now you acknowledge this is a school? Were you not so brazen just moments ago? Come, continue your bravado. I wish to see whether your mouths are tougher than this door." "Wait, don't come any closer," they pleaded. Chiya, unperturbed by their cries for mercy, raised the door and swung it toward them. As the saying goes, sometimes a villain needs another villain to teach them a lesson. Such individuals deserve this kind of reprimand. Just as the door was about to strike them, a green figure suddenly broke through the crowd. With a resounding thud, it blocked Chiya's swing with an outstretched arm. Enough. Let us put a stop to this. It was Rock Lee. Is this a joke? Sakura exclaimed in shock. This unassuming, thick-browed individual had remarkably intercepted Chiya's attack with such ease. The rest were equally astonished. This fellow in a green jumpsuit was entirely different from the earlier actions. Chiya let out a soft sigh and said, "Very well, I shall grant you this favor." With the situation resolved, Tintin and the others beckoned Chiya and his companions aside. Only then did Sakura realize that they had been tolerant to avoid trouble. As soon as they were led aside by Tintin and the others, Rock Lee approached Sakura to introduce himself. "My name is Rock Lee. You must be Sakura, correct?" This fellow had been staring at Sakura for some time. And to add to it, he bore a slight blush on his cheeks. Chiya, feeling somewhat speechless, thought to himself, although he knew Rock Lee had a crush on Sakura, there was no need for such blatant admiration. Moreover, it now appears that Xiao Li's appearance is not worth discussing. From his watermelon rind-like hairstyle to his eyebrows thicker than fingers, and even his face shape is rather ordinary. Xiao Ying, on the other hand, is quite the beauty enthusiast. This fellow seems to care about nothing but looks. Have you not conducted any investigation? Most girls who are beauty aficionados are either shallow or insufferable, and some are downright intolerable. Are you not concerned that such girls may eventually betray you? In any case, Senya mused that if he were to seek a partner, he would certainly avoid those who are obsessed with beauty, as such individuals are perilously unpredictable, leaving one to wonder when they might find themselves wearing a green hat. What? Xiaoying was bewildered. What kind of development is this? Please go out with me. Xiao Li beamed with confidence, proclaiming, "I shall protect you until my dying breath." As a beauty enthusiast, Xiaoying squinted her eyes, thinking to herself that not only was this man unattractive, but his attire was also quite unrefined. And yet he exuded such inexplicable confidence. Thus, she promptly replied, "Absolutely not." "Nanny." Xiao Li felt as if struck by a million arrows, his spirits plummeting. "Your eyebrows are too thick." Xiaoying could not restrain herself from commenting. Feeling dejected, Xiao Li lowered his head. Meanwhile, standing nearby, Naruto chuckled heartily. Unable to pursue his own affection, how could he think he could win over Xiaoying? What a delusion. Shortly thereafter, Niji approached Senya and inquired, "Hey, state your name." Senya shot him an exasperated glance and remained silent, bemused by his arrogance, knowing full well that he would soon be humbled by Naruto. He then turned to Naruto and the others, stating, "We should be on our way." "Oh." Naruto immediately perked up. "My apologies." Xiaoying smiled at Tian. Sasuke remained silent, hands in pockets, quietly observing Hyuga Niji. He recalled that this individual was the top graduate of the previous class, hailed as a genius of the Hyuga clan. With that thought, he felt a surge of excitement, anticipating a chance to hone his skills against this prodigious member of the Hyuga family. Subsequently, the four made their way to the true classroom 301. Meanwhile, in the adjacent classroom, Gongzi Tai and Shunyue Kongyu dispelled their transformation technique, sitting on the floor, drenched in cold sweat. These two had just pretended to be villains blocking the door and had been thoroughly reprimanded by Chinya. That little brat is nothing short of a demon. I nearly thought I was going to perish," Gongzi Tai lamented, recalling the recent events with lingering trepidation. "That individual named Guiche Chinya is indeed extraordinary. I could hardly perceive his movements during that punch, and his control over power was impeccable. Is he truly just a newly graduated genin from the Ninja Academy?" Shunyue Kongyu sighed, admitting that had a real fight ensued, he could scarcely believe he would emerge victorious against Chinya. "It seems that Lord Third was wise to send us to assess the situation. Chinya is decisive in action, yet possesses a measured demeanor. He is bound to achieve great things in the future. And the other students appear to be quite intriguing as well," Gongzi Tai remarked. "Indeed, it is time to report back to Lord Hokage." With that, the two vanished. As Chinya and his companions reached the third-floor training hall, a sudden voice from behind interrupted them. "Hey, the one who just took down that thug, wait a moment." They turned around, startled, only to see Rock Lee jumping down from the second floor. Chinya recognized that the young man was seeking him out, though the reason eluded him. "What is it?" he inquired. In truth, Chinya had nearly forgotten the details of the storyline here. He had even forgotten that the two thugs blocking the entrance were transformed by Steel and Kamizuki Izumo, Otherwise, he would have been more forceful in his approach. Such trivial subplots were simply too difficult to remember. It was a miracle that he could recall as much as he did. Sakura, on the other hand, feared that Lee had come to harass her again, her face paling at the thought. "Do you want to duel with me?" Lee asked, then proceeded with his self-introduction. "My name is Rock Lee. I've heard that you are also a taijutsu ninja. There are not many of us here, and I have long been aware of your exploits. I wish to challenge you to a duel. I know you are strong, but so am I. I want to test myself against you, to see how far I've come since I defeated a Chunin 2 months ago." As Lee spoke, his gaze shifted to Sakura. She instantly felt a chill run down her spine, hurriedly retreating behind Naruto. "Naruto, protect me!" she exclaimed. Naruto, bewildered, scratched his head in confusion. "Why? Just protect me," Sakura urged, panic rising as she noticed Lee was showering her with affection, causing her to break out in goosebumps. She couldn't help but mutter. "That guy with the droopy eyelashes, his hairstyle is awful, and his bushy eyebrows are just terrible. Naruto is leagues better than him." "Really? Is that true, Sakura?" Naruto's heart soared at her words, his cheeks flushing as he bashfully scratched his head. "You're an angel," Lee declared, winking at Sakura and blowing her a kiss. Terrified, she buried her head behind Naruto, shouting, "No? Naruto, you have to beat him up. He is so annoying. What do you want from me? This is truly bothersome." Sakura fumed. "Please don't look down on me," Lee replied, feeling dejected once more. At that moment, Naruto could no longer contain himself. Despite his feelings for Sakura, he shouted, "You? Yes, you. Fight me. I'll give you a good thrashing." However, Lee paid him no mind, turning his focus back to Senya. "Go Senya. Let us duel." Senya sighed, raising a hand in refusal. "No, I must decline. If you wish to challenge me, perhaps wait 20,000 years. I will not duel with someone who disrespects my comrades." With that, he exited the training hall. In reality, he believed Lee was simply too weak. If a fight were to ensue and he lost, it would be unacceptable. Yet if he won, it would shatter Lee's spirit. Thus, he preferred to decline, both to foster goodwill with Naruto and the others, and to convey his principles to Lee. "Please, I must prove something," Lee implored once more. Senya, at a loss for words, suggested, "Why not challenge Sasuke instead? In a gathering of individuals bearing the surname Tai, you insist on selecting one named Tai Luo. How fortuitous you are." Just as Senya was about to speak, Sasuke interjected, "Why not engage in a spar with me?" Senya was taken aback, exclaiming, "Sasuke, this is quite out of character for you. What has come over you?" Yet, unbeknownst to them, Sasuke perceived the strength of this individual named Rock Lee and wished to ascertain the extent of their disparity in skill. Seeking to identify weaknesses to ultimately defeat Senya and avenge himself, Rock Lee paused, gazing at Sasuke, and after a moment's contemplation, inquired, "You are the second-place graduate of the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Sasuke, correct?" The mention of being second caused Sasuke's face to twitch with irritation. He clenched his teeth in frustration, thinking that had it not been for Senya, he would undoubtedly have claimed the top spot. Nevertheless, the Uchiha clan certainly had its allure. But today, he was intent on challenging the first place, showing no interest in Sasuke. Unable to contain his anger, Sasuke charged forward, ready to deliver a sound thrashing to this arrogant youth. At that moment, Naruto suddenly positioned himself in front of Sasuke, blocking his path. "Naruto, what do you intend to do?" Sasuke demanded. "Sasuke, I will handle this. I cannot tolerate this individual belittling my comrades time and time again," Naruto declared, stepping in for Sasuke and lunging at Rock Lee. Sasuke was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Naruto would stand up for him, given that they often found themselves at odds. However, it was fortuitous, as Naruto was indeed formidable, and Sasuke was keen to gauge the strength of his opponent. Naruto engaged, but to the astonishment of both Sasuke and Sakura, he was swiftly defeated by Rock Lee within mere 3 exchanges. "What? How is that possible?" Sakura exclaimed, shocked. Sasuke too wore an expression of disbelief. This individual was unexpectedly powerful, surpassing his expectations. While Naruto was only slightly inferior in taijutsu, the fact that Rock Lee had effortlessly triumphed over him suggested that he was indeed stronger. After besting Naruto, Rock Lee assumed a battle stance and proclaimed to Senya and the others, "I hereby declare that you shall never overcome me. The reason is simple. I am the strongest among the genin of Konoha." Upon hearing such audacious words, Sasuke felt a surge of competitive spirit. Even if Lee was stronger, he believed he still had a chance. With an intrigued smile, he replied, Then allow me to test my mettle against you. The tension between the two escalated. At that moment, Sakura realized the registration deadline was approaching and urged, Sasuke, there are only 20 minutes until 3 o'clock. The registration will close. And we might have to wait in line. Sasuke responded with a confident smile. Do not worry, I can resolve this in 5 minutes. With that, he charged at Rock Lee. Rock Lee remained steadfast, his right hand poised in front while his left was concealed behind his back, prepared for battle at any moment. Sasuke advanced, delivering a punch aimed at Lee. Suddenly, Lee vanished from his sight, causing Sasuke to strike air. In the next instant, Lee appeared above him, exclaiming, Konoha Whirlwind. As he swept his leg towards Sasuke's head, Sasuke ducked to evade, but to his astonishment, upon landing, Lee executed a sweeping kick aimed at his legs. Sasuke was taken aback, unable to fully evade the impending attack, and thus raised his arms in defense. However, in the next instant, he observed Lee inexplicably transform his kicking leg into a powerful strike midair. He had not anticipated this, nor was he prepared for it. With a resounding thud, Lee's kick struck him squarely in the face, sending him flying. He skidded several meters along the ground before coming to a stop. Sasuke! Sakura shouted, rushing towards him in distress. Sasuke was bewildered. How could one change the nature of their attack mid-motion? It seemed impossible. If that is the case, then I shall engage you properly, he thought, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. When he lifted his head, his eyes transformed from black to a vivid crimson, one bearing a single tomo and the other two. Sakura's heart soared with joy. She was unaware of when Sasuke had awakened his bloodline limit, but she believed that with this newfound power, he would be able to see through Lee's attacks. She began to cheer for him. Sasuke, you can do it. Lee, too, was taken aback upon seeing Sasuke's eyes. He immediately recognized the ocular prowess of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan. With these eyes, I shall undoubtedly perceive your attack patterns. Sasuke mused, charging once more at Lee. Yet, within mere seconds, Lee delivered a swift kick to Sasuke's chin, sending him hurtling through the air and crashing heavily to the ground. Shocked, Sasuke realized that this opponent's movements were so rapid that even the Sharingan could not discern them. Could it be that Lee's techniques were purely taijutsu, requiring no chakra like Chiya? He recalled Lee's earlier words directed at Chiya, asserting his identity as a taijutsu ninja, which was why he had issued a challenge to the top graduate of taijutsu. I have proclaimed that among genin, I am the strongest. I am a pure taijutsu ninja, devoid of ninjutsu. It is said that the Sharingan can perceive ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu, but I do not believe it. If one is powerful enough, even the Sharingan cannot discern their moves. As Lee declared this, he charged at Sasuke, who was still regaining his footing. The two engaged once more. Yet Sasuke was no match for Lee, suffering several blows without the capacity to retaliate. With a resounding crash, Sasuke was once again sent flying to the ground. Lee continued to explain, taijutsu differs from ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Even if you see through my movements, if your body cannot keep pace, then it is futile. You see, powerful individuals can be categorized as either geniuses or diligent workers. You, like someone I know, belong to the genius category. I have heard of your renown long ago. However, I am the diligent type. I believe that Chiya, also a taijutsu ninja, is of the same ilk. Taijutsu is not achieved in an instant. It demands long-term, arduous training, something you geniuses cannot comprehend. If your Sharingan is a testament to your innate genius from the Uchiha clan, then I am merely a relentless seeker of taijutsu mastery. Unable to endure Lee's words any longer, Sasuke charged forward with clenched fists, only to have Lee deftly evade him. Lee continued, in my opinion, your Sharingan and my ultimate taijutsu are completely mismatched. With that, Lee launched his assault, feigning a punch while preparing to deliver a kick. Sasuke was aware that he needed to defend himself, yet Lee unexpectedly delivered a kick from below, striking him once more on the jaw, sending him flying. While still airborne, Sasuke was startled to find Lee suddenly behind him. What are you doing? He exclaimed. Shadow dance of the leaves. I shall demonstrate that hard work surpasses genius. And I am the mightiest genin of Konoha. Upon uttering this, Lee's bandages began to unravel from his arms. It is I who shall emerge victorious. Just as Lee prepared to ensnare Sasuke with the bandages, a dark figure appeared at his side. A familiar voice, that of Chiya, resonated calmly. Indeed, much of what you said holds truth, but I cannot allow you to harm my comrade. What? Lee gasped, astonished that he had failed to notice Chiya's arrival right beside him. Before Lee could process this, Sasuke's form vanished from the air. Lee was bewildered. Hearing Sakura's voice call out, "Sasuke," he looked down in shock. Chiya had already brought Sasuke safely to the ground. "Chiya, you need not concern yourself with me." Sasuke, feeling defeated, pushed Chiya away. However, Chiya remained unfazed and said, "From here on, I shall handle him. You merely observe." "What?" Sasuke was taken aback, noticing Chiya's meaningful smile. In that moment, he comprehended Chiya's intention to engage Lee in battle while Sasuke observed and learned, thereby progressing in his own abilities. Though Sasuke bristled at this, his strong pride momentarily softened as he recognized that he had no means to retaliate against Chiya's approach, which took his feelings into account. A sense of camaraderie began to blossom within him for this seemingly carefree individual. His pride was robust, yet he was rational enough to realize that he could not possibly defeat Lee at this juncture. It was far more prudent to watch Chiya's fight and glean insights from it, perhaps even deciphering Chiya's movements. At that moment, Naruto rushed over, expressing concern. "Sasuke, are you alright? You were just hit so hard." "Naruto, if you cannot find anything meaningful to say, then remain silent," Sakura retorted angrily. However, Sasuke did not share her ire. He merely shook his head. "I am fine. Let us observe the duel. What follows will be valuable for our learning. And you too. Sakura, if you wish to pass the Chunin exams, it would be wise to pay attention." Chiya regarded Lee as he descended from the air. His dark eyes filled with intrigue. "Now, let us engage in a contest of our diligent efforts, shall we?" Lee, still immersed in the memory of Chiya rescuing Sasuke, did not object to the proposal but instead replied, "That sounds splendid. I originally intended to challenge you. However, I have a question. How did you appear beside me just now?" Chiya smiled slightly. "It is quite simple. I merely moved faster than you." Lee's pupils widened in disbelief. "Are you implying that your speed exceeds mine? What else could it mean? In that case, let us begin. I am the strongest taijutsu genin in Konoha." Lee could hardly accept Chiya's assertion of superior speed and, with that, sprang into action towards Chiya. Senya calmly watched as Lee dashed towards him. To Sasuke, Lee's speed was quite impressive. However, to Senya, it resembled that of a sluggish snail. A fighter with less than 30 combat prowess was utterly insignificant in the face of his own 200. A mere few millimeters could defeat him. Yet, Senya had previously instructed Sasuke to observe Lee's movements and ensure he did not perceive a vast disparity in their capabilities, for such a realization could shatter his resolve. Thus, Senya decided to play along. It was akin to a seasoned master returning to a novice village, surrounded by low-level foes that could be dispatched with a mere breath. Indeed, with his current strength, he could effortlessly extinguish someone with a combat power under 50. Therefore, he had to be exceedingly gentle with Lee. Otherwise, if he were to accidentally cause harm, how could the subsequent training continue? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lee finally reached him, initiating with the Leaf Whirlwind. In the face of absolute numerical superiority, technique proved futile. Moreover, Shenya's combat skills far surpassed those of Lee. He effortlessly evaded Lee's strike, which prompted Lee to launch a relentless series of attacks, hoping to exploit any weaknesses in Shenya's movements. Yet, he was mistaken. Senya had no vulnerabilities. Every one of Lee's attacks was skillfully dodged, not a strand of hair or a thread of clothing grazed. Impossible. Lee was astounded that despite exerting all his effort, he could not land a hit on this individual. This spectacle also left Naruto and others, who were observing, in shock. Lee's speed was remarkable, and his angles of attack were cunning, yet each attempt was deftly evaded by Senya. Furthermore, Shenya's movements were executed with such precision that it appeared as though he had anticipated Lee's actions. Sasuke, intently watching with his Sharingan, gradually sensed that he was beginning to grasp something, albeit vaguely. "If that is the case, I must unleash all my strength," Lee declared, gathering the scant chakra within him. He shouted, "The 8th gate of opening, open." In an instant, his speed surged to a new level. His attack velocity, reaction time, and explosive power all escalated. Sasuke was taken aback. He could clearly see the chakra within Lee was highly active, activating his bodily functions through chakra. "The 8 gates, what are they?" Naruto pondered. Sakura shook her head. "I don't know. I've never heard of it." However, even with this newfound ability, Lee still could not touch Senya. How is this possible? Lee abruptly halted his assault, leaping backward to create distance between them. Senya smiled. "What is this? No more attacks? Why merely evade?" Lee questioned. "Very well, I understand now," Senya replied. After all, even allowing Lee to strike, he could not breach Shenya's defenses. Perhaps it was time to reveal a slight imperfection. He glanced at Sasuke, noticing that Sasuke had begun to ponder, likely uncovering some insights. It was time for him to become somewhat serious. At that moment, he heard Lee exclaim, "The 8th gate of healing, open. Now I must focus." As soon as Lee finished his words, he vanished from sight. What? Where did he go? Sasuke was taken aback, as he had not perceived the presence of Lee at all, a sensation reminiscent of the earlier battle between Chiya and Kakashi. What? Where is he? Sakura inquired, while Naruto scanned the surroundings, pondering whether Lee had fled in the face of Chiya's overwhelming prowess. Sakura, equally perplexed, shook her head in uncertainty, remarking, "It's unclear. He just vanished." At that moment, they witnessed Chiya extending his right arm to block. Bang! Almost simultaneously, Lee appeared beside Chiya and delivered a kick to his arm. "It seems you have no time to evade," Lee remarked. "Indeed, I nearly missed it," Chiya replied. "Now, let's proceed," Lee declared, launching a fierce onslaught. Chiya ceased his evasions and retaliated in kind. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, neither yielding to the other. Lee's punches struck Chiya with tremendous force, nearly rendering him unconscious, while Chiya's hits on Lee felt as gentle as cotton, soft and harmless, even eliciting a chuckle. Nevertheless, Lee continued his relentless assault. Just as Chiya landed a kick to Lee's ribs, sending him several meters away, he prepared to follow up with another attack. Suddenly, a paper windmill soared past his eyes and embedded itself in the wall. Chiya halted his movements, turning to the direction from which the windmill had come. As Lee was about to resume the fight, the voice of Guy reached them from the sidelines. "That's enough, Lee." At this, Naruto and Sakura finally registered the source of the voice, while Sasuke had already taken note. They beheld a red turtle that had inexplicably appeared. Upon seeing the turtle, Lee dashed over and knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Did you see everything just now?" "Huh? A turtle?" Naruto and Sakura were bewildered. The turtle had spoken. "Oh my." Suddenly, the turtle's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Lee panicked, hastily explaining, "Of course, I had no intention of using that." "Wait, could this turtle be the teacher of the thick-browed guy?" Naruto mused, scratching his head. Sakura nodded. "It seems so, but why is his teacher a turtle?" "I have no idea," Naruto replied, shaking his head. The group observed as Lee anxiously apologized, clearly bewildered. At that moment, Chiya approached Sasuke and inquired, "What do you think?" Sasuke flashed a confident smile, "Of course." Chiya chuckled, "That's good to hear. I'm so exhausted. I nearly lost." "TCH." Sasuke scoffed, "I don't believe you. You didn't even exert your full strength. If you had fought with the prowess you displayed against Kakashi-sensei, this guy would have been no match for you. You didn't even use the shadow clones or that remarkable light wave." However, when Chiya spoke of his fatigue, it was truly from the act of performing. As he struggled to regulate his power, he knew he had to devise a strategy. "Fool," the turtle chastised. "Do you think such excuses will work with me? You opened the 8 gates, and you tell me you didn't want to use it? Do you realize what it means for a ninja to reveal their techniques? The child over there has not employed any of his skills. I have been observing him from the very beginning." Indeed, Shaoli was jolted into attention, lowering his head, hesitant to offer even the slightest explanation. "I presume you are prepared for what is to come?" inquired the turtle. "Yes," Shaoli replied, trembling with trepidation. "Then, Teacher Kai, I entrust this to you." No sooner had the turtle's words left his mouth than a loud bang erupted from his back, followed by a cloud of smoke. To the astonishment of Naruto and the others, a robust man dressed in a green jumpsuit, striking an absurd pose, appeared atop the turtle's shell. "How youthful you all are!" exclaimed the newcomer. "No way. Another guy with even thicker eyebrows." Naruto shouted in disbelief. "With those brows and an even more outrageous hairstyle. They are either father and son or certainly master and disciple." Sakura gasped in amazement. Even Sasuke was taken aback, his eyes wide with incredulity. "What thick eyebrows? I've never seen anything like it," Naruto exclaimed, his voice trembling with shock. Unable to contain himself any longer, Shaoli turned to reprimand them. "Hey, don't mock Teacher Kai. You're so annoying." "I won't back down," Naruto retorted, finally voicing his frustrations. "These bizarre individuals, one after another, I don't even know how to react." He bellowed. "What did you say?" Shaoli erupted in fury. At that moment, Kai waved dismissively at Shaoli. "Hey, Lee, don't be like that." As soon as Kai spoke, Shaoli instantly calmed down, turning to reply respectfully, "Yes." Then, much to Naruto and the others' astonishment, Kai unexpectedly punched Shaoli, sending him flying. Idiot. Ah! Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stood there, utterly dumbfounded. What is happening here? Senya had grown accustomed to such antics, but still felt his face twitch in disbelief. After crashing to the ground, Shaoli slowly rose to his feet. Kai then knelt before him, earnestly saying, "Liu, my dear boy." "Teacher," Shaoli responded. With tears streaming down his face, Kai continued, "Teacher, I too, Shaoli," he sobbed. "Enough, Li, do not say anything more." "Teacher," Shaoli cried out, rushing over to embrace Kai tightly. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura rolled their eyes in utter astonishment. What on earth are these two doing? How did this unfold? They wondered, feeling as though they had encountered two individuals with peculiar minds. Sasuke was on the verge of despair, feeling humiliated for having lost to such a character. "Indeed, this is youth, Li," Kai wept. "Teacher," Shaoli stammered through his tears. "Li, one must not resent the follies of youth," Kai advised gently. "So kind-hearted, teacher." Subsequently, Kai pointed towards the outdoors, exuberantly proclaiming, "Now, run 100 laps around the training field towards the setting sun." "Yes, teacher." Yi felt he could no longer bear the awkwardness, declaring, "Let us go, we're going to be late. There are only 5 minutes left before registration closes." His words jolted Sakura back to reality. Glancing at the time, she noted they had 6 minutes left and urgently shouted, "Oh no, we're going to be late. Let us hurry." Just as they were about to turn and leave, Sakura noticed the thick-browed teacher and the burly boy heading towards the playground. She called out, "Hey, what about the Chunin exam if you go running?" Kai paused and turned around. Yes, I almost forgot about that." After clearing his throat a few times, he said to Li, "Li, you've already broken the taboo by engaging in a fight. As a punishment, we'll set aside the consequences for now and continue after you complete the Chunin exam." "Yes, sir," Li saluted. Then, they heard Kai shout, with the roar of youth, 500 laps. Yes. At this point, even Naruto and the others were speechless, and even Chiya felt exasperated. Sakura couldn't help but comment, "How foolish." Naruto, with his bulky frame, pointed at a turtle and asked, "What exactly is that turtle?" Chiya felt like dying. "Seriously, you're worrying about a turtle with only 5 minutes left? Aren't you signing up? That's a summoning beast. Every ninja has the opportunity to form a contract with a summoning beast. Now let us hurry, or we'll be late," Chiya said, turning to leave. Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, similarly turned away. Sakura followed closely behind Sasuke, while Naruto remained deep in thought, pondering what a summoning beast was, having never heard of it. It wasn't he until Sakura called him over, threatening to beat him up if he didn't hurry, that he rushed to catch up. After Chiya and the others departed, Kai gazed solemnly at Chiya's retreating figure. Deep in thought, "Sensei, what's wrong?" Li asked, puzzled, as he seldom saw his teacher wear such a serious expression. "Li, what do you think of this taijutsu ninja named Chiya Kidai?" Kai suddenly inquired. "He is incredibly strong, beyond my imagination. Without opening the second gate, I would be no match for him. Perhaps only by opening the third gate could I hope to defeat him," Li responded. "Fool," Kai suddenly reprimanded. Li was startled, confused. "This kid is formidable. I observed your fight. He never once intended to battle you seriously. That confrontation was merely to help the boy named Uchiha Sasuke learn your taijutsu," Kai explained. Li was taken aback. What? Chiya's strength was remarkable. 2 months ago, he had effortlessly dispatched a Chunin-ranked Mizuki and saved Irika, Naruto, and Sasuke in the process. Over these 2 months, I can sense a powerful force within him. Moreover, the third Hokage holds him in unprecedented high regard. Therefore, Li, Kai said, suddenly adopting a commanding tone. Still in shock, Li stood at attention upon hearing this tone and exclaimed, "Yes. With the fervor of youth, strive hard in your training. There are many strong opponents. Do not be misled by temporary defeats. Even against my rival, the formidable Kakashi, our battles have always been evenly matched. One day, you will surpass everyone and become the strongest taijutsu ninja. Yes, sensei. Now go forth, towards youth, run 1,000 laps." "Yes, sensei." With that, after Li ran off, Kai continued to gaze at the spot where Chiya had left, his expression still heavy with concern. He could clearly discern that this lad, Senya, possessed a prowess that far surpassed that of Shaoli. While others may have overlooked it during their recent confrontation, as a fellow taijutsu ninja, he instantly recognized that Shenya's movements were executed with impeccable precision, devoid of any hesitation. Furthermore, when evading Shaoli's attacks, He merely split the air with a fraction of a second's notice. This indicated an extraordinary mastery over strength, anticipation, reflexes, and speed, coupled with remarkable accuracy and acuity. During their recent match, he even considered that Senya's capabilities were on par with his own, even should Li unlock the sixth gate. It is doubtful he could triumph over this boy, who is merely 12 years old, yet has reached such a formidable level. The future appears bright for him. He felt compelled to consult Kakashi to gain further insight into this young prodigy. If possible, he wished to impart the 8 gates technique to Senya, for with its enhancement, he believed the lad could ascend to even greater heights. At that moment, Senya and his companions arrived at the true classroom 301. However, upon reaching the entrance, they were taken aback to find Kakashi waiting outside. Kakashi-sensei? Sakura exclaimed in surprise. Kakashi, what brings you here? Naruto inquired. I see Sakura is here as well. Kakashi remarked. Sakura's expression darkened instantly. Sensei, do you truly believe I would not participate in the exam? Am I so unworthy in your eyes? Not at all. But now you can officially register for the Chunin exam, Kakashi replied. What do you mean? Sakura was utterly perplexed by Kakashi's words. In truth, this exam initially required teams of 3 to cooperate for participation. However, our team is unique, as all 4 members must participate for formal registration. Conversely, this would increase the difficulty, for if our team consists of 4 and others only 3, it would result in blatant unfairness, Kakashi elucidated. What? But sensei, didn't you say that participation in the exam is a personal choice? Sakura queried again. After hearing her question, Kakashi cast a glance at Senya before responding. Indeed, I did say that, but that statement was not directed at you. What do you mean? Sakura was even more bewildered. I previously mentioned that this is an exam for groups of 3, which means that as long as one among you chooses not to participate, the exam can proceed as planned. However, the non-participating individual must be Senya, Naruto, or Sasuke, Kakashi explained, noticing the confusion in Sakura's eyes. To be candid, during our meeting, we discussed the current strengths of each team member. Sakura, your abilities do not rank at the bottom among the teams participating in Konoha, but they are certainly among the lower tier, while the strengths of the other 3 are well known to you. This is not meant to discourage you. It is merely the truth. I understand that such a statement may seem unfair, but it is the reality. Therefore, for our team, if you do not participate, even if the other 3 do, we cannot officially register, as per the final decision made during the Konoha meeting. Upon hearing this, Sakura felt an overwhelming sense of despondency. Her face clouded with melancholy. Kakashi's words resonated deeply within her. She understood all too well that Sasuke and the others were indeed stronger than herself. However, the notion that her abilities ranked among the lowest in all of Konoha's teams was unfathomable. Yet, recalling the formidable Rock Lee with his thick brows, she was reminded of his prowess, which had effortlessly overwhelmed both Sasuke and Naruto, leaving them with little recourse. Perhaps Kakashi's assertion held some truth. Did she truly possess the merit to partake in the examination? Yet, if she chose not to participate, Sasuke and the others would be unable to as well. If she proceeded, would she prove to be a hindrance? As these thoughts consumed her, Chiya glanced at Sakura. Although this behavior seemed somewhat contrary to his character, he noticed that neither Naruto nor Sasuke appeared inclined to comfort her. He approached Sakura and said, "It's all right, just continue to strive. We are a team, after all." Startled, Sakura turned to Chiya, suddenly overwhelmed by the urge to cry. In that moment, she felt as though Chiya was not quite as intolerable as she had perceived. Then she observed Chiya pose a question to Kakashi. "Sensei, what do you mean by increasing the difficulty? By how much can it be raised?" Kakashi stroked his chin in contemplation before responding. "It will likely be increased by about 3-fold, considering there are 4 of you." 3-fold? Naruto exclaimed, turning to Sasuke. "Sasuke, what does 3-fold mean?" "It equates to the difficulty meant for 9 individuals," Sasuke explained with a hint of resignation. "No way. 9 people? But there are only 4 of us. Isn't this setting us up for failure?" Naruto exclaimed, agitatedly scratching his head. At this juncture, Chiya interjected again. "Sensei, must all 4 of us participate simultaneously? Is there a possibility that 3 could participate while 1 opts out or competes alone?" The moment he spoke, not only were Naruto and the others taken aback, but even Kakashi seemed surprised. "Chiya, what are you contemplating? How could one person possibly face a challenge meant for 3? Sakura protested. "Exactly, Chiya. It's just a 9-person difficulty. I refuse to believe that 4 of us cannot manage it. If we succeed, wouldn't that demonstrate that we are superior to 9? Naruto asserted. Sasuke remained silent, yet his eyes reflected a profound confusion. Kakashi pondered this for a considerable time before finally stating, "That's not feasible. The rules are rigid. Either all 4 must face the challenge of triple difficulty, or one must withdraw, allowing the others to face the standard difficulty." Upon hearing this, Chiya understood and declared, "Then I will apply to withdraw." What? This revelation left even Sasuke momentarily stunned. "Hey, Chiya, are you joking? This is an opportunity we fought hard to secure, the Chunin exams. This is the Chunin exam." Naruto exclaimed urgently. "Chiya, please don't despair. As Naruto said, even if it's a 9-person difficulty, so what? We can succeed together." Sakura quickly interjected. Yet, Chiya merely smiled faintly and replied, "It's decided then. I've heard that the Chunin exams can be perilous, even life-threatening. If it's a 3-fold difficulty, venturing forth might result in a dire outcome, which no one wishes to witness. Moreover, I lack any particular ambitions. Whether or not I become a Chunin is of little consequence to me. However, if that is the case, then I will withdraw. You are undoubtedly more talented than I, and you will surely achieve the rank of Chunin." Naruto exclaimed. Sakura, feeling a twinge of guilt, thought that if she were stronger, perhaps such a situation could have been avoided. Sasuke was somewhat moved by Chiya's awakening, yet he could not bring himself to withdraw. He had his own compelling reasons to become stronger. Chiya turned to Naruto and said, "Naruto, do not forget that your dream is to become Hokage. If you cannot even attain the rank of Chunin, how can you hope to become Hokage?" In that moment, Naruto was rendered speechless. "And Sakura, do not berate yourself. Even fingers vary in length. Your observational skills are remarkable, and you possess healing techniques that these 2 lack. If they were to become injured, you would be able to heal them, so do not dwell on guilt." Chiya continued, "Of course, Sasuke, I am unsure of your thoughts, but you have your own aspirations. Do you not?" With a smile, Chiya added, "Moreover, there will be future opportunities. This is not a one-time chance." With a cheerful demeanor, Chiya encouraged, "Persevere. I believe in you all." After speaking, he noticed the despondency that enveloped everyone, yet he felt powerless as he too had obligations to fulfill. He then turned to Kakashi-sensei and bowed deeply, saying, "Sensei, I am sorry for disappointing you." Kakashi remained silent, his expression solemn as he regarded Chiya. Chiya offered a gentle smile. "Then, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and departed, without a hint of hesitation to look back. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura silently gazed at Chiya's retreating figure, suddenly feeling that this individual appeared remarkably formidable from behind. This guy is just showing off. How infuriating. Sasuke clenched his teeth. But he realized that had it not been for Chiya, the forthcoming events might indeed have unfolded as he had described. He had heard whispers of the Chunin exams and the presence of fatal risks. "Chiya, rest assured, we will attain the rank of Chunin. We will not let you down," Naruto resolutely affirmed. Sakura found herself at a loss for words, only feeling that such a person was indeed admirable, especially since Chiya had saved her several times. Unbeknownst to her, her perspective of beauty was gradually shifting. Kakashi sighed in resignation. He understood that given Chiya's current abilities, participating in the Chunin exams would pose no problem. Yet, Chiya likely feared for the safety of Naruto and the others, as the tripling of difficulty was not comparable to a single increase. Chiya was genuinely concerned about their well-being. His ambitions were truly lofty. Seeing the somber expressions on everyone's faces, he clapped his hands and said, "All right. Do not be disheartened. You must cherish Chiya's sacrifice and strive diligently. You are all my proud students. Go forth and embrace your new challenges." After saying this, Kakashi opened the door. Sasuke was the first to move, declaring, "Let us go. We cannot disappoint him." "Yes," Sakura nodded, following suit. Only Naruto remained motionless, feeling the deepest sorrow as he witnessed his best friend, his companion since childhood, depart. He was overwhelmed with a sense of unease. "Naruto," Sakura called out to him. "Yes, I'm coming." Naruto understood that Chiya was acting in their best interests, so he forced a smile in response. Subsequently, the 3 of them simultaneously pushed open the door and entered the room. Chiya stepped out of the school and first inquired about the surveillance situation of the 2 shadow clones. Currently, there were no abnormalities. Orochimaru and Maki had not revealed any plans to attack Konoha. Thus, he had no choice but to create additional shadow clones to replace the existing two, and then proceeded to the Hokage's office to seek out the third Hokage. In truth, Chiya had been searching for a way to temporarily extricate himself from Kakashi's team. Only by doing so could he have the opportunity to rescue Moonlight Gale and the third Hokage. If he accompanied Naruto and the others to the exam, the difficulty would undoubtedly increase, and if he departed, Naruto and the others would inevitably be in peril. Furthermore, from Kakashi's words, he understood that Kakashi wished to convey that, in principle, one was not permitted to take the exam alone, yet it was merely a principle. Interestingly, while one person was not allowed to take the exam solo, there existed a regulation allowing for teams of 3. This implied that there was indeed a possibility for one individual to take the exam before Naruto and the others. Kakashi could not elaborate too much. Therefore, Chiya realized that he must consult the third Hokage regarding this matter. He certainly could not forfeit the opportunity to take the exam. After all, becoming a Chunin would activate the first stage of the Super Saiyan upgrade quest. This was, after all, Super Saiyan. Not only would he gain striking golden hair, but his combat power would multiply by 50. Currently at 200, that would translate to an astonishing 10,000. How could he possibly relinquish such a splendid opportunity? Thus, he resolved to approach the third Hokage and present his desire to take the exam alone, armed with negotiation leverage concerning Sunigakure. Sunigakure had conspired with Orochimaru to attack Konoha. Although discussions had not yet commenced, the memories received from the shadow clones indicated that Sunigakure indeed harbored intentions to assault Konoha. However, as Orochimaru had yet to make any moves, he could not disclose this information at present. After all, Orochimaru was a disciple of the third Hokage, and their bond was profound. If he recklessly spoke without evidence, it might raise the third Hokage's suspicions and lead him to believe Chiya was attempting to sow discord between master and disciple. Therefore, this sensitive issue was one he must avoid at all costs. In truth, even if questioned, it mattered little. With his current strength, he was invincible in the ninja world, barring powerful genjutsu. However, doing so would undoubtedly hinder his ability to fulfill subsequent tasks. For now, prioritizing the mission was paramount. Chiya arrived outside the Hokage's office, and through his sensory abilities, he discerned that the third Hokage was inside attending to work, with no one else present. He then knocked gently on the door. "Come in," came the voice of the third Hokage. Hearing this, Chiya slowly pushed the door open. Upon seeing Chiya, the third Hokage set down the documents in his hand, removed his pipe, and smiled as he asked, "Ah, Chiya, what brings you here? I recall today is the registration date for the Chunin exam. What is the matter? You didn't go?" Chiya stepped inside, gently closed the door, and respectfully stated, "Grandfather Third Hokage, I wish to participate in the Chunin exam alone." "What?" The third Hokage appeared somewhat astonished, yet Shinya discerned a glimmer of surprise and satisfaction in his eyes. What was the matter? Shinya found himself perplexed. Soon, he heard the third chuckling softly. "So that is how it is." "Indeed, grandfather. I surmise you must have chosen self-sacrifice to prevent Naruto and those two little rascals from falling into peril." Shinya responded with a mere nod, reflecting on their previous discussions during the meeting. Initially, it had been agreed that the examination would consist of teams of 3. However, Kakashi argued that since his team comprised 4 members, it would be inequitable for one to be excluded from participation. Thus, they amended the rules to permit 4 participants, provided they remained a native team, disallowing makeshift assemblies, while also increasing the difficulty to 3-fold to ensure fairness for the other teams. Moreover, Kakashi's team was allowed to compete in groups of 3. Subsequently, Kakashi approached me, presenting a compelling point. What if someone from his team wished to undertake the examination solo? To be candid, I had not contemplated this aspect at the time, but the will of fire compels one to consider the welfare of their comrades. Therefore, I privately agreed with him that if Naruto or Sasuke wished to compete alone, it would be categorically prohibited, with Kakashi resolutely intervening. Conversely, if it were you, we collectively deemed it worth a try. What? Shinya was taken aback, realizing that Kakashi's reticence earlier had been a precursor to this revelation. Goodness, he had been maneuvered. The third chuckled lightly, inhaling a puff of smoke, and continued, "Kakashi reports your progress to me almost weekly. He believes your current prowess is entirely capable of reaching the Chunin rank, if not the Jonin level. Recently, he even recommended you for the Umbu." Joining the Umbu. Shinya was once again astonished. Did this not signify a complete severance from Naruto and the others? Yet, it still belonged to Konoha. And the Umbu had their own operational hours. Was this not an ideal arrangement for him? A chance to pursue his own endeavors while fulfilling missions. Truly a perfect balance. Indeed. The third nodded, taking another drag of smoke. However, I declined his recommendation, not due to a lack of faith in Kakashi's judgment. For he joined the Umbu at the tender age of 6, demonstrating impeccable discernment. My refusal stemmed solely from the fact that the minimum requirement for joining the Umbu is Chunin. Even if you possess the strength of a Jonin, you must first qualify as a Chunin. Therefore, your coming to me is a testament to Kakashi's sound judgment, as well as your absolute confidence in your own abilities. In fact, this regulation was designed with you in mind. We are eager to witness the extent of your potential. Should you participate in the examination alongside Naruto and the others, it would lead me to believe you are ill-suited for the Umbu due to a lack of the spirit of camaraderie, which is the greatest weakness for Konoha. By choosing to compete alone, you effectively embrace a challenge 3 times more formidable. Those who dare to confront challenges often find fortune favoring them. Thus, since you sought me out to express your desire to participate in the examination independently, I have granted your request. Upon hearing this, Senya was elated, never expecting such smooth progress. Initially, he had intended to divulge some information about the Saiyan hidden village, but now it seemed unnecessary. Playing a behind-the-scenes role was quite satisfactory, as it was prudent to refrain from revealing all his capabilities prematurely. Is that true, Grandpa? The third Hokage chuckled. Indeed, however, I have a condition, which will serve as a test for you. What is it, Grandpa? This condition is rather straightforward. You may take the examination alone, but you must follow the complete and formal procedures. You will take the same tests as Naruto and the others. However, should you fail to attain the Chunin qualification, you will forfeit the right to take the examination for life. Conversely, if you succeed in obtaining the Chunin qualification, not only will you be promoted to Chunin, but you will also have the opportunity to join the Umbu, thus becoming a direct member of my team. What say you? Seeing the glint of expectation in the third Hokage's eyes, Senya hesitated not a moment and promptly replied, I agree. His swift acceptance stemmed from his confidence in his abilities, as well as the undeniable advantages of joining the Umbu, which he had just previously analyzed. Noting Senya's confident smile, the third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. Go now. Kakashi is already waiting for you at the academy. Huh? What? Senya was momentarily taken aback. The third Hokage chuckled. Did you think Kakashi would abandon his beloved students? You 4 are the first batch of his students to pass the assessment, and he holds profound expectations for you. By now, he should have already registered your name. The mention of Kakashi left Senya astounded. He had never anticipated that everything would align with Kakashi's foresight. Truly, experience is invaluable, and he realized there was still much for him to learn. Thank you, Grandpa. I shall take my leave now. Please take care of yourself. Go on, go on. The third Hokage responded warmly. After bidding farewell to the third Hokage, Senya hurried back to the academy. The registration had concluded, and all examination teams had disbanded to prepare for the upcoming test. Naruto and the others had also returned home, leaving the academy eerily quiet save for a few teachers on duty. Senya searched throughout the academy, but found no trace of Kakashi. Utilizing his sensory abilities yielded no results either. He began to wonder if the third Hokage had erred or if Kakashi was intentionally concealing his presence and chakra. With no other option, he ascended to the rooftop, the only place he had yet to search. As he stepped through the iron door to the rooftop, he heard Kakashi's voice behind him. I didn't expect you to genuinely intend to participate in the examination alone. Startled, Senya quickly turned to see Kakashi leaning against the wall, holding his beloved book, a smile gracing his face. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Senya scratched his head and replied, because we are a team. I cannot put my teammates in danger. Indeed, Kakashi nodded, stowing his book in his ninja pouch before retrieving a card from his pocket. As anticipated, we did not misjudge you. This is your registration card. I have already enrolled you. Be here at 9 o'clock tomorrow to participate in the examination. Yes, Sensei. On his way home, Senya felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss with the unfolding narrative. Wasn't the first round of examinations supposed to take place this afternoon? Why had it been rescheduled for the following day? This conundrum left him utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, the fact that he could still participate in the examination was a silver lining. In truth, Senya was unaware that this alteration had been orchestrated by the third Hokage from the very beginning, a decision made specifically because of him. pushing the exam to the next day. On the morning of the examination, Senya rose early, having temporarily parted ways with Kakashi's team. He did not reunite with Naruto and the others. He ventured to the school alone, discovering that 3 examination halls had been arranged. The candidates were randomly assigned to these venues. Through his chakra sensing, he discerned that Naruto, Sakura, and Hinata were situated in the 3rd floor hall, while Sasuke occupied the 1st. As for himself, he was assigned to the 2nd floor. It was evident that they had all been separated. To his astonishment, the invigilators in his examination hall were none other than Moonlight Gale, the chief examiner, and Yuhi Kurenai, the deputy examiner, alongside several chunin responsible for monitoring. In total, there were 56 candidates, including Senya. He recalled that originally, there had been 153 genin participating in this exam. If evenly distributed, each hall would contain roughly 51 candidates, making a total of 154, which confirmed his suspicion that some among the examinees were, in fact, disguised examiners tasked with providing answers. The significance of their presence was clear: to offer assistance. Soon, the examination commenced. As Senya had anticipated, the first round was a written test. Upon receiving the test paper, he perused the questions and was immediately taken aback. The material assessed was, astonishingly, vocational testing. This so-called vocational assessment bore similarities to the professional examinations he had taken in his past life, albeit focusing on various aspects of the Naruto universe. As he examined the questions, Senya finally understood why so many had struggled during the Chunin exams. The content was far beyond the curriculum taught in the Ninja Academy. Moreover, the subsequent math problems were thoroughly daunting. Goodness, they had even introduced limits. This was not merely challenging. Even the average person, let alone those of lesser capability, would find it insurmountable. Such questions belonged to the realm of advanced mathematics. After a cursory glance at the questions, he observed his fellow candidates, each of them scratching their heads in utter confusion. Most of them could barely comprehend the questions at all. Senya, however, could not blame them. This was indeed an egregious overreach of the syllabus. For him, the questions posed no significant challenge. Having skimmed through them, he discerned the solutions and answers with ease. After all, he was a top-tier engineering student from a prestigious university, and such matters were no trifling matter. Among the candidates, as previously noted, there were examiners masquerading as students. They meticulously recorded all the answers, waiting to see which candidates could acquire the information without being detected by the invigilators. He understood the true purpose of this first examination: to identify and eliminate those who cheated. Thus, even if one scored 0, they would still pass the assessment. Consequently, Senya decided against writing anything. Instead, he opted to bury his head in slumber. This action left Moonlight Gale and Sunset Red utterly perplexed. While other candidates were diligently attempting to cheat, this individual appeared to be sound asleep. Had he truly given up? The two exchanged glances, each discerning the other's confusion. Perhaps it was true that time spent sleeping passes swiftly. Upon awakening, Senya found that only 3 minutes remained until the exam's conclusion. What could be accomplished in such a brief span? He first took a minute to stretch languidly, then dedicated another minute to inscribe his name on the examination paper. In the final minute, he meticulously gathered his pencils and other stationery, placing them into his pencil case. He surveyed the examination room and noted that a significant portion of the candidates had been disqualified for cheating. Soon, the bell signaling the end of the examination rang out, prompting everyone to rise. Moonlight Gale instructed the candidates to place their papers on their desks, tidy their belongings, and assemble at the physical training hall, announcing that all present had successfully passed the first round of the exam, while also informing them of its purpose. The candidates were taken aback, but having passed, they had little room for protest. Before long, all the candidates who had not been eliminated gathered at the designated location. Senya deliberately positioned himself at the back, avoiding contact with Naruto and the others ahead. It was not that he wished to withhold the news of his participation from Naruto. Rather, he aimed to surprise him and hoped that Naruto and the others would become more united and diligent in their studies due to his absence. Ibiki and Mitarashi Anko observed the students from the corridor above. Once all the candidates had exited, Anko counted them and remarked to Ibiki, 79 candidates remain. Ibiki, there are still 27 teams left. This first examination was rather lenient. Ibiki, who had been monitoring 3 classrooms during the exam, was well versed in the situation of each testing room, and he responded, "This year, there are many outstanding candidates." Given Ibiki's assertion, Anko could not question the chief examiner's judgment. With her hands on her hips, she smiled slightly. Well, it seems this might lead to some interesting developments. Then she spotted Senya standing at the back and continued. Did you see him? This kid actually came to the exam all by himself. Ibiki followed her gaze, and, upon seeing Senya, narrowed his eyes slightly. Aware that this young boy's reputation was already well known among the staff working alongside the Hokage. This boy was none other than Kakashi's prodigy, Senya. Anko nodded. Doesn't he seem rather ordinary? Ibiki smirked coldly. Indeed, but he appears more mature than all the candidates here. Not a facade, but true maturity. However, despite the expectations placed upon him by Lord Hokage and Kakashi, we cannot afford to be lenient. Anko remarked, the second exam presents significant challenges for an individual. I propose we eliminate candidates until only half remain. Having too many is not advantageous. Oh, Ibiki replied with a curious smile. That certainly raises expectations. Subsequently, Hondo addressed the assembled candidates, exclaiming, Hey, you all. Tomorrow's examination shall be arduous. Our objective is rather straightforward. Eliminate half of you from this place. Best of luck. The revelation of having their numbers left the candidates in a state of shock. However, Hondo offered no further explanation nor any opportunity for them to digest the news. Directly stating, details will be discussed tomorrow. The location and time for the examination will be communicated by your Jonin instructors. That's all for today. Dismissed. Following a cacophony of voices, all candidates departed the school. Merely half a day had passed when Senya resolved to seek out Moonlight Shurfeng to ascertain his whereabouts. After all, his impending task was to safeguard Moonlight Shurfeng. Sighing in resignation, Senya lamented, Alas, I have become a mere bodyguard. Yet, with Moonlight Shurfeng currently occupied with grading papers at the school, Senya lingered on the rooftop, apprehensive that his departure might coincide with Moonlight Shurfeng's untimely demise. Although the narrative had not yet reached this juncture, in this fantastical reimagined world, one could hardly predict the unfolding of bizarre events. What? Two papers received a score of 0. Suddenly, an astonished shout echoed from the teacher's office, capturing everyone's attention. 0 points? Ubixi, taken aback, approached to retrieve the two failing papers. One belonged to Naruto Uzumaki, which was unsurprising. However, the other was inexplicably attributed to Kicho Chinya. He could not fathom what this little imp was thinking. Could he have guessed the true purpose of this examination? Subsequently, he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Who would have thought that someone could pass the first round of the exam by submitting a blank paper? Upon hearing this, the other teachers also chuckled, unsure whether they were amused by Chinya's and Naruto's fortunate circumstances or by Ubixi's miscalculation. In any case, this incident would be recorded as a remarkable anomaly in the history of the Chunin exams. After escorting Moonlight Shurfeng home, Chinya left a shadow clone to provide covert protection and subsequently replaced the shadow clone monitoring Orochimaru and Maki. Today, he finally witnessed the initial interaction between Maki and Orochimaru. Facilitated by their intermediary, Kabuto, they planned to launch an assault on Konoha during the third round of the Chunin exam. The rationale for selecting this particular round was the format of one-on-one duels. Thus, Konoha would mobilize a significant force to maintain order in the examination venue, leaving other areas vulnerable to attack. Maki readily agreed to this strategy. Chinya sighed in resignation, lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. If only they could showcase their capabilities, without considering Shikamaru, at least Niji, Sakura, Tenten, and Lee would surely ascend to Chunin status. However, with Orochimaru and Suna's disruption, they would have to wait another year to take the exam. Notably, upon Naruto's return after 2 years of training, he would be the only one left among his peers not yet a Chunin. How amusing. Chinya purchased several buckets of instant noodles to prepare a meal upon returning home. As he approached his doorstep, he noticed a note placed outside. Without a second thought, he picked it up and read, Tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Participate in the second round of the examination in the Forest of Death, location, Konoha's eastern outskirts. Without needing further contemplation, Chinya understood that this message was undoubtedly from Kakashi. At 6 o'clock, after attending to his personal grooming, Chinya reclined on his bed, gazing at the resplendent starry sky beyond the window. Perhaps it was the stillness of the night that stirred his longing for home, as thoughts of his parents and younger sister suddenly surfaced. He wondered how they were faring without him, and surely their hearts were heavy with sorrow due to his abrupt departure. Lost in contemplation, he eventually succumbed to sleep. The following morning, awakened by thoughts racing through his mind, he hastily prepared himself and set off for the forest of death. Upon arrival, he was astonished to find that the others had already gathered at the site. It was surprising to witness such enthusiasm from this group, particularly from Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, who stood at the forefront. Naruto, notorious for his tendency to oversleep, had arrived a whole half-hour early. Clearly, his sudden absence had impacted Naruto more than he had realized. Nonetheless, since they were to face the examination together, he resolved to support Naruto during the trials, especially in the event of an ambush by the Sound Ninjas. As the candidates beheld the imposing sight of a dense forest encircled by rusted iron gates, their astonishment was palpable. The gates were secured with corroded chains, and a wooden sign explicitly forbade entry. Even as participants from the Hidden Leaf Village, they found themselves taken aback by such a daunting spectacle. They had been forewarned during their first year at the Ninja Academy that this was a place to be avoided at all costs, as it posed a significant threat to their lives. Its relative seclusion made it all the more unappealing, even to Naruto, who preferred the thrill of painting the Hokage rock. As the clock struck 6, Mitarashi Anko approached the assembly of candidates with her hands tucked into her pockets, announcing, "Welcome to the venue for the second exam. Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death." Her words sent a fresh wave of shock through the group. Senya discerned that their instructors had never mentioned this ominous name, nor had Kakashi ever brought it up in conversation with Naruto and the others. Kakashi's favoritism could not be so blatant. This implied that the note he had found last night was not authored by Kakashi. But if not him, then who could it be? Was it possible that it was from the third Hokage? Unlikely, given his myriad responsibilities. He wouldn't have the time to concern himself with Shenya's affairs. In truth, the note was penned by Iruka, a fact that Senya would only learn much later. At that moment, Senya noticed a cardboard box stealthily inching towards Naruto's back. It was evident without a doubt that it was the handiwork of the trio. Once Naruto had matured, he had become quite astute to such antics, immediately detecting the moving box. He was exasperated, pondering why they had to adorn a simple cardboard box with rock patterns. He recognized the pranksters instantly and pretended to be oblivious as he took a few steps forward. The other candidates stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding scene. They were utterly perplexed by the spectacle before them. Then, to their astonishment, they watched as Naruto dashed back and forth, the unmistakable cardboard box in hot pursuit behind him. No one knew how many times he had run back and forth. Eventually growing tired of the game, Naruto abruptly halted and turned around. This startled the cardboard box, causing it to halt abruptly. Naruto, witnessing the scene, exclaimed, "Hey, Konohamaru, what brings you here?" Shortly after, a voice emanated from within the box, brimming with inexplicable confidence, "Truly worthy of the man I have chosen. You discovered me." The onlookers were rendered speechless. Was it not abundantly clear? Then, before everyone's eyes, the box radiated a blinding light, followed by a resounding explosion. The crowd was momentarily stunned, engulfed by a tremendous blast accompanied by thick smoke. The trio emerged from the haze, coughing incessantly. "There was far too much gunpowder," Konohamaru remarked between coughs, as he noticed Naruto's embarrassed expression directed at him. Mo Huang was the first to rise, striking what she believed to be an enchanting pose, proclaiming, "The allure of adulthood." The female ninja elder group, Mo Huang. Following suit was Udon, who also struck a pose and declared, "The one who adores factoring, Udon." Lastly, Konohamaru, with renewed confidence, proclaimed, "The village's strongest genius ninja, Konohamaru." The trio unitedly shouted, "The Konohamaru Corps has arrived." Their synchronized exclamation left the crowd once again speechless, feeling as though their worldview was about to distort. How awkward it was. Naruto, unfazed, inquired, "So what are you all here for?" "We're here to participate in the Chunin selection," they replied. "You should hurry back. We have no time to play." Konohamaru immediately countered, "We're not here to play. Indeed, we're here to conduct interviews." Mo Huang added, "Exactly." Udon nodded in agreement. "Interviews?" Naruto questioned, perplexed. Not only he, but the others were equally curious. "Yes," Konohamaru stated earnestly, fixing his gaze on Naruto. "We have been assigned to cover the special report on the Chunin selection for the annual news of the Ninja Academy. Thus, we came to interview you leaders." Mo Huang further supplemented, "Please, lend us your assistance. We beg you," Udon added, bowing with a runny nose. However, Naruto glanced at the side, where Anko was standing. Anko, initially disinterested, had already observed the situation, but as a Konoha ninja and the granddaughter of the third Hokage. She felt compelled to intervene. Yet, with the exam approaching and her role as the chief examiner for the second round, she had no choice but to approach them and ask, "What are you doing over there?" Naruto could only explain, "Well, Konohamaru said they are here for an interview regarding the academic news." Upon hearing this, Anko instantly understood. This was merely the third Hokage allowing his grandson to experience life. Hence, she felt it was only right to give them face. With a smile, she scratched her head, saying, "Ah, the Hokage did mention this to me. I had forgotten." Then she addressed the group, "We will now take a 10-minute break. The exam will commence in 10 minutes. Naruto and Chiya were left speechless. This is what it means to have connections, they thought. Soon after, they heard Anko proclaim, "Those selected for interviews, surrender without resistance and accept the interview graciously." The crowd was once again rendered speechless, so much so that one could almost see the word speechless written on their faces. An examination. How could it be treated so frivolously? Yet, due to the authority of the chief examiner, they had no recourse but to swallow their grievances. Subsequently, Naruto was dragged about by Konohamaru for interviews, while Chiya, frightened, hid away. Once Konohamaru departed, he emerged cautiously, unwilling for Naruto to discover that he too was a participant in the examination. Even now, this place exudes an eerie aura. Sakura gazed into the forest, deep and foreboding, resembling a monstrous beast awaiting its prey. Merely looking at it tightened her nerves. "This is the infamous forest of death. You shall soon experience it," said Akane. However, Naruto appeared utterly unfazed, even mimicking Akane's tone, jesting, "This is the forest of death, and soon you will have the pleasure of experiencing it." Then, with a triumphant grin, he declared, "No matter how frightened I may be, I am unscathed. I am not afraid at all. Is that so? You seem rather spirited." Akane smiled, a glint of mischief in her eyes, as she suddenly produced a kunai and hurled it at Naruto. Caught off guard, Naruto barely registered the kunai as it grazed his face and embedded itself in the ground behind him, where a sound ninja stood. In an instant, Akane reappeared behind Naruto, her voice cheerful as she remarked, "Children like you tend to be the first to perish." Startled, Naruto turned his head. Akane, seemingly gentle, caressed his cheek with both hands. Continuing, "I will spill forth my favorite, bright red blood." Before her words could settle, she swiftly brandished her kunai, anticipating an attack from behind. A long, serpentine tongue snatched the previously discarded kunai, as a sound ninja proclaimed, "Here, your kunai back." Akane, still smiling, replied, "How considerate, thank you." The sound ninja continued to fixate on her. Unfazed, Akane locked eyes with him and slowly articulated, "However, do not stand behind me radiating murderous intent." She then retrieved her kunai from the elongated tongue. The sound ninja responded, "Apologies, I am the sort who becomes excessively excited at the sight of blood. And you just severed my most prized locks, truly exhilarating. My apologies." Akane's sudden action startled everyone present to varying degrees. Hinata was particularly concerned for Naruto, while Sakura pondered the peculiar nature of this examiner. Naruto discreetly scrutinized the sound ninja from earlier, noting the absurdity of his elongated tongue. Akane cheerfully remarked, "It seems this examination has gathered many spirited individuals." Naruto inwardly scoffed, "You are the most spirited one here, aren't you?" Chiya observed quietly from the back, aware that the sound ninja was, in fact, Orochimaru in disguise. Furthermore, he doubted that Akane had not recognized Orochimaru, having been an early subject of Orochimaru's experiments. And relatively successful at that, she had once been inseparable from him. Therefore, he found it hard to believe that she had failed to notice who stood before her. Perhaps it was a truth her heart dared not confront. Subsequently, he observed as Akato approached the gathered candidates, producing a stack of papers as she proclaimed, "Before the second examination commences, I shall distribute this to you. It is a consent form, and those wishing to participate in the examination must first affix their signatures here." "Why?" Naruto inquired. "There may be fatalities," Akato replied with a smile. "It is imperative to obtain prior consent. Otherwise, the responsibility would fall upon me." Her smile, accompanied by her laughter, sent a shiver through all present. "Die? This is merely an examination," they murmured, incredulous at the prospect of such peril. However, they soon recognized that as ninjas, they must be ever prepared for the specter of death. Noticing the calm that enveloped them, Akato continued, "Now, Let me elucidate the details of the second examination. In essence, it will entail a rigorous challenge of wilderness survival. With that, she handed the consent form to Naruto, who took one and passed it to the next, continuing this way until it reached Chiya. Once all had received the consent form, Akato elaborated. Firstly, I shall describe the terrain of this training ground. The 44th training ground is a circular area enclosed by 44 locked entrances. It features rivers and forests, with a tower situated centrally. The radius of the area is 10 kilometers, implying that the distance from the tower to the gates is approximately 10 kilometers. Within this confined zone, a wilderness survival project will unfold. Specifically, it will be a battle for scrolls, where anything may transpire. As she spoke, she unveiled 2 scroll models for all to see. This contest revolves around these 2 scrolls, the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll. At this juncture, Sakura interjected, Examiner. Does that not leave one team short? Akato chuckled. That is precisely what makes it interesting, is it not? Sakura was momentarily taken aback. This meant that in a system of elimination, at least 14 teams would be disqualified, with only half of the participants truly qualifying to advance. The others soon grasped this unsettling reality. An inexplicable pressure began to swell within them. The rules are straightforward, Akato continued. Even amidst the struggle for the scrolls, as long as you possess the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, 3 of you may proceed to the center of the tower together to qualify. Indeed, Akato's words heightened the pressure on the candidates. It became clear why death was a possibility. The struggle would inevitably lead to conflict, and conflict would result in casualties. None wished to perish, nor did they desire elimination. However, you only have 120 hours to contend for a duration of 5 days, Akato added. 5 days, Ino exclaimed. What about food? Choji, aghast, asked urgently, what will we eat? Self-sufficiency is key. The wilderness is a natural treasure trove, and provisions are ample, Akato assured them. However, the pharmacist suddenly spoke, glancing around at the candidates, and continued. Here, ferocious beasts lurk, and venomous insects and poisonous plants are abundant. What? How could this be? Dingzi felt despondent, even contemplating withdrawal. Fool, that is precisely the essence of wilderness survival, replied Jinya. Ningxi began to interpret the rules. 13 teams, 39 individuals must qualify. This is an impossibility. Indeed, the distance to be traversed will increase daily, while the time for recovery diminishes. It is truly a daunting challenge, Shaoli remarked, his expression brimming with determination. Sasuke continued with his analysis. Enemies surround us. We cannot afford to let our guard down, even to enjoy a good night's sleep. Subsequently, Hondo stated, in this competition for the scrolls, injuries will occur, and there will certainly be those who cannot endure the harshness of outdoor survival and choose to abandon the endeavor. At this moment, Shikamaru raised his hand to inquire, is it permissible to withdraw midway? As per the rules, withdrawal is strictly prohibited. Thus, for the next 5 days, you are to spend your time in the forest. Shikamaru sighed in resignation. Is that so? How troublesome. This is clearly aimed at me. Hondo continued. Next, let us discuss the conditions for elimination. First, any team that fails to bring the 2 scrolls to the tower within the stipulated time will be disqualified. Second, any team that loses a member or has a member incapacitated will also be eliminated. Furthermore, an additional rule, the contents of the scrolls must not be viewed before reaching the tower. Upon hearing this, Naruto quickly asked, what if we look at them midway? To which Hondo replied, feigning mystery, then, when you see it, please, let your imagination run wild. If you become a Chunin, you will have the opportunity to access highly classified documents. This is a test to ascertain your trustworthiness. Now, that concludes the explanation. The consent forms and scrolls can be exchanged at the small hut over there, Hondo said, gesturing toward a nearby pavilion. Then, decide which entrance you wish to take, and you will set off together. As she spoke, Hondo let out a deep sigh. Lastly, I advise you all, do not die. These words resonated with everyone, heightening the tension in the air. However, Chinya remained unfazed, having already devised his plan. Should he first deliver a sound thrashing to Orochimaru and seize the scroll? Or perhaps seek a fortunate team to acquire another scroll before engaging in play? If he were to confront Orochimaru now, it would indeed save considerable effort later. Yet this man possessed a formidable intellect. In a world governed by ninjutsu, he was aware that technology could alter destiny. Although Chinya felt invincible in the ninja realm, one could never predict what extraordinary actions this individual might undertake. Therefore, Prudence dictated that he first seek out a fortunate team. Furthermore, he needed to discreetly protect Naruto and the others. In this altered reality, who could foresee the dangers that might arise? As a comrade, he must ensure that Naruto and the others avoided misfortune. Subsequently, when Naruto and the others were not paying attention, Senya retrieved his scroll, which was the Book of Heaven, and noted that he would depart from entrance 30. Once everyone was organized, they would set off in 30 minutes. In the ominous and terrifying Death Forest, where venomous snakes and ferocious beasts abound, Shenyi stepped into its entrance and immediately felt the cool breeze emanating from the depths of the forest. As he traversed the lush terrain, he was greeted by the vibrant foliage, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds and the rustling sounds of small creatures scurrying about. He lost track of time amidst this journey, but soon became aware of an intriguing phenomenon. No ferocious beasts or venomous snakes approached him. Even a massive python, coiling around a tree in front of him, measuring several meters in length and as thick as a barrel, recoiled at his presence and swiftly slithered away. It was evident that the instinct of animals is remarkably keen. Their ability to sense danger is absolute, Shenyi mused. He understood well that these creatures rely on instinct and experience for survival, and when confronted with a more formidable being, their instincts compel them to retreat. Survival is paramount for a future. In stark contrast, smaller animals such as wild rabbits and squirrels clustered around him. Believing that the presence of a powerful human could offer them protection, they felt a sense of safety in his company. Yet, this varies from creature to creature. Animals are instinctively drawn to those who do not exude an aura of danger. Shenyi, possessing a kind heart and emanating a gentle aura, naturally attracted these creatures. Their companionship alleviated the monotony of his journey, creating a warm atmosphere that almost made him feel as though he had returned home. Moreover, he harbored no desire to harm them. Recently, he had discovered that his system possessed a built-in item pouch feature, capable of storing any items aside from ninjutsu and skills, with the stored items remaining unchanged, as if time within the pouch were suspended. Thus, the previous night, recalling his need for sustenance for his outdoor survival, he had visited various shops and restaurants, including Ichiraku, purchasing a substantial amount of food to store in the pouch. This was not intended for Naruto and the others. Rather, it was due to the Saiyan constitution, which required a significant amount of energy daily. His appetite had increased tenfold since his combat power reached 200. If a month ago he consumed 5 pounds of food in a single meal, now he needed at least 50 pounds to sustain himself until the afternoon. Otherwise, he would find himself too weak to fight. Fortunately, he possessed ample funds. Otherwise, he might starve before even encountering an enemy, let alone withstand their attacks. But was there truly an opponent capable of enduring a battle of attrition with him? Glancing at the system clock, Shenyi noted it was already past 10 o'clock. Having pressed onward, he could now vaguely discern the tower's spire in the distance. Generally speaking, remaining here while waiting for other teams to arrive would lead them to exhaustion, presenting an excellent opportunity for ambush. How could Chiya possibly take advantage of others' misfortunes? His presence here is solely to familiarize himself with the terrain and casually explore, as he will soon ascend to the skies. The rules do not prohibit observation from above. Being alone, he need not concern himself with the sentiments of teammates. Most squads, upon entry, gradually navigate forward, simultaneously guarding against beast attacks while seeking to seize scrolls from other teams. However, Chiya requires none of that. He simply follows his own pace. In this examination, both the sound and sand villages harbor ulterior motives, and one cannot predict what other disturbances may arise. Thus, he intends to randomly locate a fortunate team to secure the Book of Earth. Naturally, he has no desire to pilfer from members of the Leaf Village. Through sensory perception, he swiftly pinpointed the nearest team's location. Approaching this squad, he observed 3 young men grouped together. Judging by their forehead protectors, they are likely from the Rain Village, specifically the Hidden Rain Village. The sight of them inevitably reminds Chiya of Zabuza and Haku. He wonders if they have joined the Akatsuki by now. The Akatsuki would surely welcome their addition, as both are adept in assassination techniques, which would be beneficial for numerous missions. His recommendation for them to seek out the Akatsuki stems from the fact that, despite their extremist tendencies and a few with questionable morals, figures like Nagato, Konan, and Itachi possess a sense of greater purpose, at least striving for world peace. Hence, guiding them to the Akatsuki appears to be the most prudent choice. However, reflecting upon it now, The participating genin in this Chunin exam hail from the sand, rain, grass, waterfall, and sound villages. Among them, Orochimaru and his two subordinates have disguised themselves as grass ninjas. With 6 grass ninjas in attendance, it is likely that those 6 have either been eliminated or never arrived at all, their participation being a ruse. The thought sends a chill down Chiya's spine. Orochimaru's plot against the leaf, dubbed the destruction of Konoha, aims to assassinate his former teacher, the third Hokage. The villages represented here, barring the waterfall, all seem to intend an assault on Konoha. It is no wonder that the 5 great shinobi villages, lightning, earth, and water, have not sent their ninjas. They may have foreseen the impending chaos or possessed their own systems for ninja promotion, or perhaps their relations are strained. Yet now is not the time for such musings. Since they are not from the leaf, he may proceed with his intentions. Before that, however, he must inquire what scroll they possess. This indeed represents a significant challenge of the exam. The 3 members of the squad have no idea who among them carries the scroll, necessitating the defeat of all 3 to ascertain its location. With luck, he might discover it upon vanquishing the first, but in the heat of battle, the other 2 would certainly not grant the time needed for such an examination. The scroll in question is random, meaning that after laboriously defeating an opponent, one might find that the scroll they possess is identical to their own, rendering the effort futile. Should fortune not favor them, they may encounter opponents bearing the same scroll, necessitating the defeat of perhaps 13 or even 14 teams. Thus, he now hopes that the team before him will honestly disclose the nature of their scroll. Otherwise, after a brief scuffle, if he discovers they possess the celestial scroll, it would be quite distressing, not for him, but for them. Pray tell, which scroll do you hold? Upon hearing the sudden voice, the rain-hidden team was momentarily taken aback, swiftly falling into a state of alert as they turned their gaze towards Senya. When they beheld the slender figure standing before them, they were momentarily stunned. One among them stepped forward to inquire, "Why are you alone?" Senya, aware that he must not divulge the fact that he is participating in the examination solo, merely smiled and replied, "What do you think? Would you reveal such information to someone who might be your adversary?" The individual chuckled, "Good point. So what scroll do you possess?" "I possess the Earth Scroll." "What about you?" Senya responded. As soon as he finished speaking, he detected a glint of ferocity in the eyes of the 3 before him. In that instant, he comprehended the nature of their scroll. It was not the celestial scroll. He could handle that. "Do not be so fierce. Like you, I possess the celestial scroll," he declared, revealing his own scroll, emblazoned with the character for heaven. This revelation left the 3 rain-hidden shinobi momentarily speechless. "Wait, why would you deceive us? We almost fought for nothing," one of them lamented. "Well then, since it is not the case, farewell," Senya said, promptly disappearing from their view. He needed to locate the team with the Earth Scroll. The trio from Rain Hidden stood dumbfounded, bewildered by his inexplicable demeanor. Subsequently, through his heightened senses, Senya discovered another team. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were the lower-ranked shinobi from the Sand Village. Given their affiliation, Senya felt at ease. The Sand Ninjas had intended to assault the Leaf Village, and eliminating them posed no significant concern. After all, having lived in this world for 12 years, he still held some affection for Konoha, and this was an opportunity to vent his frustrations. Thus, he approached the Sand team, 2 men and 1 woman. It seemed that many teams in the world of Naruto were composed of such a configuration. Perhaps it was due to the fact that females often excelled in healing techniques, making for a more balanced team composition. For example, Naruto's team featured Sakura, who was adept in medical ninjutsu. However, many teams lacked such a configuration. But he thought not of that. First, he needed to seize the scroll from them. Before he could utter a word, the sole female of the Sand team noticed him. "Who goes there?" she exclaimed, immediately on guard. Her voice alerted her companions, who turned to regard Senya with hostility. "A Leaf Shinobi?" she queried, glancing around to confirm that only he stood there. "Where are your teammates?" Upon the sight of the young woman, Senya felt a surge of admiration. She embodied his ideal, possessing an enchanting allure that resonated deeply within him. To be candid, he had a penchant for petite, sweet-looking girls, and this girl epitomized that aesthetic perfectly. However, Senya was not one to allow superficial beauty to sway his principles. Despite her striking appearance, she was still an adversary. He had always maintained that regardless of gender, compassion for an enemy was a cruelty to oneself, especially when facing a foe intent on one's demise. Nevertheless, With the conversation at such a juncture, Senya inquired, "What scroll do you possess?" A male ninja from Sunagakure stepped forward, his demeanor exceedingly rude. "What concern is it of yours? Are you here to seize the scroll?" Senya chuckled. "I assure you, I have no intentions of stealing it. However, if you wish to avoid suffering, it would be wise to relinquish the scroll now, lest you regret it later." "Huh, you think you can snatch it from us alone?" scoffed the male ninja with disdain. "You'd best depart before we're accused of bullying the weak," another male ninja sneered. A female ninja, feeling a pang of sympathy, remarked, "Though I am uncertain why you are alone here, it would be prudent for you to leave. Perhaps your teammates have deemed you a bait or a sacrificial pawn." Senya sighed, recognizing her kindness. Alas, she remained an enemy. Thus, he produced his scroll, the Book of Heaven. The moment it emerged, the expressions of the two male ninjas shifted to one of cold seriousness. "It's the Book of Heaven. It seems we need not expend effort searching for other teams." One of them declared, "If we obtain the Book of Heaven, we can hide for 5 days and pass the examination with ease," the other added. With that, the two ninjas brandished their kunai and charged at Senya. The female ninja hesitated momentarily, then uttered an apology before also lunging at him with her kunai. However, in the blink of an eye, she witnessed her two comrades collapse to the ground, lifeless. Standing beside them was a Konoha ninja, having appeared without her notice. How is this possible? She was struck with terror, realizing she had not even perceived his approach. One moment he was there, and the next, her teammates lay defeated. In an instant, she comprehended the disparity in their strengths. But how could such power belong to a mere genin? She retreated a few steps, trembling, and questioned, "Are you truly just a genin?" As Senya rifled through the pockets of the fallen, he responded, "Indeed, I am not a genin. Am I to be considered a jonin instead?" "What?" The female ninja felt her worldview shatter. A genin from Konoha possessed strength rivaling that of a jonin from her own Sunagakure. Is this the true strength of a Konoha genin? Upon discovering a scroll, the Book of Earth, Senya stowed it away in his system inventory and prepared to depart. Having taken only a few steps, a voice filled with fear and trepidation reached him from behind. You want to kill me?" Senya paused, turning around with a look of bewilderment. "Do you wish for me to slay you?" The female ninja quickly shook her head. "No, I do not." Senya smiled softly. "Then that has settled. You may leave. Your companions are merely unconscious, and you seem to be in good shape. Once they awaken, you can pursue the Rain-Hidden Village's scroll, as they are somewhat weaker." With that, Senya resumed his forward journey. At that moment, he heard the female ninja inquire, I would like to ask, are all the lower ninjas from Konoha as formidable as you?" Senya pondered for a moment before replying, "Their strengths are not to be underestimated." With that, he vanished in a flash. What a peculiar individual. Despite being an adversary, he displays such kindness. Are all ninjas from Konoha like this? It contrasts starkly with what I've heard back in the village, the female ninja mused, before recalling her fallen teammates and hastening to check on their condition. After completing his collection task, Senya decided to find a place to dine, as it was nearing noon. His stomach had been growling incessantly since earlier. Subsequently, he discovered a location far removed from any teams and pulled out pre-prepared ramen and grilled meat from his supplies. Indulging heartily. In truth, had it not been for the concern shown by that Sunagakure kunoichi, he would have surely knocked her unconscious. Yet, he found himself softened. She seemed a decent girl. Although Sunagakure was plotting an assault on Konoha, the demeanor of the trio suggested they were unaware of such schemes. As the saying goes, ignorance is no sin. Thus, Senya secretly hoped that this kunoichi would succeed in her assessment. After all, opportunities like this arise only once a year, and many prepare for years in advance, like Niji and Lee, who only participated in the Chunin exams a year after graduation, whereas his own team under Kakashi was merely fortunate. Once he finished his meal, he ascended into the sky. In the world of Naruto, very few ninjas possess the ability to fly. Notable exceptions include figures such as Mu, Inoki, and later characters like Sai, Gaara, Naruto in his Six Paths form, and Kagaya. Indeed, those who can soar through the skies could be counted on one hand. Thus, hardly anyone would notice a presence above them. Moreover, Senya's position lay well beyond the visual range of most. He relied on his sensory perception to discern the movements of the ninjas below and identify them, making the use of sight unnecessary. Still, it proved somewhat inconvenient. If only I possessed the Byakugan, Senya lamented, regretting that such abilities did not exist within the realm of Dragon Ball. Wait a moment. Suddenly, he recalled that the deities in Dragon Ball, such as the Supreme Kai or Dandy, possessed the ability to observe the earth from miles away. I wonder if the system might reward me with such a skill. Lost in thought, Senya inadvertently cast his gaze downward. Upon spotting a figure standing atop a tree, he froze. Red hair, glasses. The chakra emanating from the individual bore some resemblance to Naruto's. He was struck by an overwhelming sense of familiarity with the girl before him. After a moment of reflection, realization washed over him. Goodness, is that not Kintsuchi? No, wait. Was Kintsuchi even present during the Chunin exams? A wave of confusion swept over him. How could he recall that Kin was absent from the Chunin exams? Was this yet another alteration of the plot, or had he simply forgotten? Kintsuchi, one of the few remaining members of the Uzumaki clan. During the Second Shinobi World War, following the demise of the first and second Hokages, Konoha was thrown into turmoil, leaving the Uzumaki clan devoid of their formidable protection. The Uzumaki clan, renowned for their powerful sealing techniques and vast chakra reserves, became a target of envy among the nations. During the Second Shinobi World War, various nations began to assault the land of whirlpools, leading to its swift annihilation. It was during this tumultuous period that Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki, sought refuge in Konoha. As for Kin, the series provides scant details about her past. Yet it is evident that she was born after her parents fled for their lives. Subsequently, she was captured by Orochimaru for experiments, which adds to her tragic tale. Chiya was not a saint and felt no obligation to intervene in such matters. After all, every individual has their own fate, and at least they were still alive. Were they not? In this world of Hokages, where lineage and strength reign supreme, those who survive are merely fortunate. Thus, Chiya chose to remain uninvolved, opting instead for a philosophy of acceptance. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of chakra emanating from Naruto. Sasuke's chakra, too, was in disarray. Alarm bells rang in Chiya's mind. Could it be that he had stumbled upon the sound ninja? He swiftly made his way toward Naruto and Sasuke's location. Upon arrival, he witnessed Orochimaru assaulting Sasuke. Memories of the plot flooded back. This was the moment Orochimaru cast a curse on Sasuke, intending to seize his body. Meanwhile, Naruto was trapped within the belly of a serpent summoned by Orochimaru. Chiya found himself torn, contemplating whether to intervene. Although the plot suggested that Naruto and Sasuke were not in mortal danger at this juncture, his intervention might prevent Sasuke from being cursed, which could ultimately alter the course of events, potentially keeping him from leaving Konoha. If Sasuke remained, Naruto would not have the impetus to vow to grow stronger. Yet, it seemed that Naruto's true transformation began only after his 2-year training journey. Truth be told, Chiya genuinely wished for both Naruto and Sasuke to become stronger. As he pondered this dilemma, he observed Naruto breaking free from the serpent's belly through the use of shadow clones, racing towards Sasuke's location. In a moment of perfect timing, he thwarted Orochimaru's assault on Sasuke with a shuriken. The ensuing events unfolded in a manner identical to the original narrative, with Sasuke attempting to hand over the scroll to Orochimaru for the safety of Naruto and Sakura. After Sasuke relinquished the scroll, Naruto selflessly leaped from the air to snatch it away, delivering a swift punch to Sasuke while chastising him for being weak, insisting that Sasuke was not so feeble. Yet, deep within Shenya's heart, he understood that when faced with an adversary whose strength dwarfed one's own by several times, fear and trepidation would inevitably arise, potentially leading one to faint. Sasuke had already been intimidated by Orochimaru's murderous aura, nearly losing his sanity and combat prowess. Naruto, in a bout of recklessness, lunged at Orochimaru, only to be struck by the serpent's tail, plummeting to the ground and shattering several branches thicker than his own body. The sight was painful for Senya. Had it not been for Naruto's Uzumaki lineage and the chakra of the Nine Tails, a mere ordinary ninja would surely have perished from such a fall. In a moment of rage, Naruto unleashed a flurry of strikes against the colossal serpent beneath Orochimaru, but to no avail. Orochimaru retaliated with a blast of fire, sending Naruto crashing against a tree. Subsequently, Orochimaru commanded the giant serpent to attack Sasuke, who was already paralyzed by fear, his legs trembling. As the serpent approached, he froze, neglecting to evade. Just as the attack was about to connect, Naruto unexpectedly positioned himself in front of the serpent's head. That singular blow nearly shattered every bone in his body, and it took all his strength to rise. Yet, Naruto managed to jest with Sasuke, asking if he was unharmed. calling him a coward. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, recalling a time during their missions when he had uttered those very words to Naruto. This fearful version of Sasuke was certainly not the one Senya had come to know. Naruto, now incensed, felt his eyes transform into the slitted pupils of a fox. However, the next moment, to Sasuke and Sakura's horror, Naruto was ensnared by Orochimaru's tongue, lifted high into the air. Senya nearly retched at the grotesque sight. It was utterly revolting, nearly causing him to regurgitate his earlier meal. Struggling in midair, Naruto cursed the serpent demon, yet Orochimaru was solely fixated on the nine tails within him, sealing Naruto's leaking chakra with a 5-element seal. Naruto's anguished screams echoed as he rapidly succumbed to unconsciousness. Following this, Orochimaru retrieved the Book of Heaven from Naruto's ninja pouch, and, with a flick of his tongue, hurled Naruto downwards toward a tree. Oh no, Senya gasped, momentarily stunned by the sight of Naruto in peril. A wave of concern washed over him, and just as he contemplated rushing to his aid, he witnessed Sakura launch a kunai, piercing through Naruto's clothing and pinning him against the tree. What the hell? Sister, are you really that accurate? Senya was astonished. Having seen this scene in the anime before, he had not fully grasped its significance until now. After spending 12 years in the ninja world, he understood the exceptional skill involved. This level of precision was something even a jonin might struggle to achieve. Could it be that this was the protagonist's buff? Seeing Naruto relatively unharmed, Senya felt a sense of relief. Then he heard Sakura berating Sasuke. Huh, what? Senya was momentarily taken aback. Wow, Sakura, you're scolding Sasuke? He thought to himself that she had hardly participated in any battles since graduation, often relegated to the role of a mere spectator, yet here she was, chastising Sasuke. Senya was at a loss for words. However, it was precisely Sakura's reprimand that reignited Sasuke's memory of the man he was determined to exact revenge upon, his brother, Itachi Uchiha. The gaze had transformed into a calm and resolute demeanor as he initiated an assault against Orochimaru. However, from this moment onward, the narrative took an unexpected turn. Chiya recalled that it was here that Orochimaru had unleashed the summoned serpent and engaged Sasuke in hand-to-hand combat. Yet, to her astonishment, Orochimaru did not release the summoned beasts. Instead, he conjured 2 enormous pythons to assist him in battle. The fervor that had ignited within Sasuke was extinguished in an instant. He was no match for these 3 colossal serpents, let alone Orochimaru. Sasuke! Sakura cried out in alarm. Witnessing the terrifying figure before her ensnaring Sasuke in a manner reminiscent of Naruto moments ago, lifting him into the air with a flick of his tongue. Hee. Is this all that the Uchiha clan is capable of? You pale in comparison to Itachi. Upon hearing these words, Sasuke, who was struggling in midair, felt a shiver run down his spine, astonished as he asked, You know Itachi? Who on earth are you? My name is Orochimaru, he replied, producing a scroll from Naruto's ninja pouch, continuing, If you wish to see me again, strive to make a name for yourself in this examination. With that, he ignited the Book of Heaven in flames. Sakura gasped in horror, No, the scroll. Let me go? How do you know Itachi? Sasuke shouted vehemently. Hee. If you wish to know, defeat the Sound Ninja Trio in this exam, then seek me out. By then, you will understand. As Orochimaru spoke, his neck elongated suddenly, sinking his fangs into Sasuke's neck. Ah! Sasuke let out a heart-wrenching scream. When Orochimaru withdrew, a cursed seal in the shape of 3 tomo appeared upon Sasuke's neck. Sasuke! Sakura hurled several shurikens at Orochimaru. As he dodged the projectiles, he effortlessly flung Sasuke toward the ground. Sakura rushed to catch him, her heart aching at the sight of his contorted face in pain. What have you done to Sasuke? She demanded of Orochimaru. Orochimaru raised a finger to his lips, saying, This is merely a parting gift. Sasuke will surely require my assistance, for he seeks the power of vengeance, and I can bestow that upon him. TSK, poor Sasuke. I wonder how Itachi would feel knowing his beloved younger brother has fallen under Orochimaru's curse. Chiya observed from above, shaking her head. Now that Orochimaru had departed, it seemed that Mitarashi Anko was heading in his direction. What could she possibly be thinking? Could she hope to defeat Orochimaru with her mediocre skills? If it weren't for Orochimaru holding back, she would have perished long ago. The most prudent course of action would be to inform the 3rd Hokage immediately. Perhaps by doing so, she could prevent the tragic fate that awaited him at Orochimaru's hands. Although I am present, Orochimaru will not succeed. Suddenly, a blinding ray of sunlight pierced Chiya's eyes. He glanced toward the sun setting in the west, astounded to find it had already dipped low on the horizon. Was it already afternoon? Checking the system's time, he realized it was 5:19 p.m. My goodness, time flies. As he contemplated, his stomach began to rumble once more. After all, standing in midair was exceedingly taxing on both his breath and stamina. He cast a glance at the scene below, where Sakura was weeping over a nearly unconscious Sasuke. Hey Sakura, Naruto is still hanging in there. Are you only worried about your Sasuke? He sighed, feeling at a loss for words. Naruto's condition was even more dire than Sasuke's, with nearly every bone fractured, and standing was a monumental challenge. He initially intended to rescue Naruto first, but hesitated, fearing that any sudden movement might exacerbate his injuries. Sakura possessed some healing techniques, so it would be prudent to let her handle it. Just then, Sakura finally remembered Naruto, placing Sasuke in a nearby cave before hurriedly descending to retrieve Naruto from the tree and providing rudimentary treatment. However, the signs of chakra indicated that the situation was far from optimistic. Moreover, the three sound shinobi were lurking nearby, poised to strike at dawn. After much deliberation, Chiya resolved to descend and assist Naruto, driven solely by their camaraderie. Just as he prepared to do so, he suddenly froze upon spotting a green figure approaching. Judging by the aura emanating from him, it was Lee. What is Lee doing here? Is this part of the script? He pondered, momentarily perplexed. However, with Lee's arrival, Chiya felt less urgency to intervene immediately. At least with Lee present, there was no need to worry about a surprise attack from the Sound Ninjas. Subsequently, Chiya moved to a secluded spot and retrieved a substantial amount of food from his pack, indulging in a satisfying meal. After all, these were trials that Naruto and the others had to endure. Only through such experiences could their resolve become more resilient. He considered himself a last resort, ready to lend assistance in the direst of circumstances. By the time he finished his meal, night had completely fallen. Evading Sakura, Chiya stealthily observed Naruto's condition. True to his Uzumaki lineage, Naruto's body still harbored the Nine Tails. Although the seal had been relocked by Orochimaru, the power of the Nine Tails was rapidly rejuvenating Naruto's physique. At this rate, he felt confident that Naruto would be back to his lively self by the following morning. There was no cause for concern. It appeared that Lee was still waiting, though the reason remained unclear. Meanwhile, the Sound Ninjas were also biding their time. It seemed that no unexpected incidents would transpire that night, and with other teams far removed from the area, Chiya decided to rest in the nearby trees, postponing any further actions until morning. Soon, he found a relatively inconspicuous large tree and, using his hand as a blade, carved a nook in the branch large enough for him to lie in, then settled down to sleep. Chiya had recently discovered that his hands were more effective than kunai, proving to be quite convenient. Such was the advantage of possessing Saiyan-like resilience. With that thought, he drifted off into a deep slumber. The following morning, as the first light of dawn began to shimmer on the horizon, Chiya was roused by the sounds of battle erupting below. Senya rose from the tree hollow, stretching languidly as he cast his gaze towards the ground. Initially still somewhat fatigued, his weariness vanished in an instant upon witnessing Shao Li engaged in a skirmish with the three Sound Ninjas. In that moment, Senya comprehended the situation entirely. Shao Li had lingered here with the notion that should Sakura find herself in peril, his intervention would grant him the mantle of a hero, possibly winning her affections in the process. Indeed, this notion, Senya mused, was likely a fantasy entertained by most young men. However, this time, Shao Li's aspirations were realized. Sound Ninjas had assailed Naruto and his companions, and Shao Li bravely positioned himself in front of Sakura. It appeared that an exhilarating spectacle was about to unfold. With a smile, Senya retrieved a bounty of food from his supply bag and began to eat. Skipping breakfast had indeed left him famished. With more excitement on the horizon, he savored the moment. Toss rushed towards Shao Li as he leisurely began to unwrap the bandages from his arms. Suddenly, Shao Li shouted, "Now is the time to protect the most important person." Just as Toss approached him with hostile intent, Shao Li vanished from his sight. In the next heartbeat, he materialized beneath Toss, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen that sent Toss soaring into the air. Subsequently, Shao Li supported himself with one hand and pushed off, swiftly appearing behind Toss. The bandages on his arms seemed to possess a life of their own, tightly wrapping around Toss's body. In the astonished gaze of Sakura, Shao Li clung fiercely to Toss, head down, plummeting towards the ground. "Receive my attack, Tsubaki Lotus," Shao Li bellowed, securing his grip as his body began to spin rapidly, crashing towards the earth. Yet, Shaoli was still inexperienced. He had overlooked the presence of Toss' two companions. Just as Toss was about to meet the ground, Sack swiftly employed Earth Release, rendering the ground soft and yielding. Toss plunged headfirst into the earth, while Shaoli evaded with haste. However, he soon sensed that the texture of the ground was unsettlingly different. Moments later, he witnessed Toss emerging from the mound of soil, shaking his head in disbelief. I never expected that falling onto such a sponge-like surface would still sting a bit. Impressive power, he remarked. But now it's my turn. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Toss rolled back his right sleeve, revealing his weapon, a porous armor, as he charged towards Shaoli. At this juncture, Shaoli, having utilized Tsubaki Lotus, found his body nearly immobile, racked with excruciating pain. Faced with Toss' onslaught, he had no time to react, spotting Toss barreling towards him. With a buzzing sound, he felt dizzy, and at last, his body regained some mobility. Summoning all his strength, he took a large step back, but ultimately ended up half-kneeling on the ground. The exertion from Tsubaki Lotus had nearly depleted his stamina, leaving him with little fighting spirit remaining. "Ah, my ear!" Shaoli cried out in agony, clutching his left ear tightly. A trickle of blood slowly oozed from his ear. Sakura stood frozen, her concern palpable as she cried out. "Shaoli!" With a cold chuckle, Toas declared, "Even the swiftest physical techniques are inconsequential before our sound waves. After all, our assaults are composed of mere sound." He then turned his gaze towards Sakura, stating, "Now, it's your turn." Without hesitation, he charged at her. Just as Sakura found herself unprepared to face the impending battle, a green figure intervened, standing before her. "I will not allow you to harm her." It was Lee, Konoha Hurricane. Yet, Lee had overestimated his own physical capabilities. His body was in such a state that executing any technique was utterly impossible. Observing this, TOS swung his right arm towards Lee. Lee hastily attempted to defend himself with a block, but he was incapable of withstanding the sound wave-infused assault. The piercing sound penetrated his eardrums and bones, causing his mind to blur and his consciousness to wane, leading to a complete loss of control over his body as he collapsed to the ground. "Lee!" Sakura cried out. Just as TOS prepared to deliver a finishing blow to Lee, the previously silent Sakura finally sprang into action. She produced shurikens and hurled them at TOS, exclaiming, "I will not let you succeed." However, TOS effortlessly deflected all her shurikens with the porous armor of his right arm. Sakura was momentarily stunned. Witnessing this, Chiya felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. "You, Lee, against 3 opponents, insist on employing this self-destructive technique. Isn't this tantamount to seeking death?" And Sakura, when Lee was fighting, could you not have offered any assistance? His comrades have not been idle, after all. It truly is a matter of relying on one another. You were so ruthless when reprimanding Naruto. Why not extend the same resolve here? As he pondered this, Chiya directed his attention towards a nearby thicket, where 3 figures, Shikumu, Ino, and Choji, were hidden. They had been observing the scene for several minutes. While Chiya understood their fear, he couldn't help but think that had Naruto been in their position, witnessing his comrades in peril, he would have surged forward without hesitation. Thus, it became evident that Naruto was the true protagonist, while they remained mere supporting characters. Faced with the imminent danger to her comrade, and still preoccupied with her own safety, was this truly the essence of the will of fire? Although the instinct for self-preservation is inherent in humanity, there are times when one must take a leap of faith, determined to protect Sasuke and Naruto. Sakura recognized that she had no other choice. She was utterly alone. She launched several shurikens toward TOS. However, in the blink of an eye, Saku appeared before TOS, extending his hands and using the apertures in his palms to deflect all of Sakura's shurikens. What? How could this be? Sakura was momentarily dumbfounded, overwhelmed by the vast disparity in strength, leaving her at a loss as to what to do. In her moment of hesitation, she cried out in pain as a powerful hand seized her hair. Jean, unbeknownst to her, had already positioned himself behind her. "Your hair shines far more than mine," Jean taunted. "If you have time to tend to your hair, you would do better to devote that time to training." He then delivered a sharp kick to Sakura's abdomen. She gasped in pain, collapsing to the ground, rendered incapable of further movement. Shortly thereafter, Jean placed a foot on Sakura's face, rubbing it vigorously. What a pity for such a beautiful visage. The hammer addressed Sack. "Hey, Sack, Go and eliminate that fellow named Sasuke before this ant who trades on her beauty. Oh, understood, Sak replied, scratching his head as he approached the hollow of the tree. I will not allow you to succeed, Sakura shouted, attempting to rise, only to be struck by a kick from the hammer. Ah! Sakura cried out, spitting blood. Sakura! Lee exclaimed in shock. But he too found himself devoid of the strength to act. All right, it's time to take down Sasuke, Sak laughed heartily, continuing toward the tree hollow. However, after taking just a few steps, anguished cries from the hammer echoed behind him. Damn it! Let go of me! Release me! You wretched ant! Hurry, let go! In the astonished gaze of onlookers, they beheld Sakura gripping the hammer's hand with all her might. The hammer relentlessly pounded Sakura's head with his other hand, spewing invectives. Blood flowed incessantly from Sakura's head, yet she refused to relinquish her hold. She understood that she had to take action. No, I must save them. Ino, seeing Sakura in dire peril, could no longer bear to watch and seized a kunai, dashing out from the bushes. Hey, Ino! Shikamaru, witnessing Ino's reckless charge, felt a chill run down his spine, scratching his head in exasperation. Ah, this is troublesome. With no other choice, Shikamaru pulled Choji along and rushed forward as well. Oh! Finally emerged, Tos and Sak turned towards the rustling bushes from which Ino emerged, positioning themselves between her and Shikamaru and Choji. What is going on? Ino was taken aback. She was not alone, for Shikamaru and Choji shared her astonishment. Hee. Tos laughed heartily. We've known you were here all along. This little performance was merely to draw you out. It seems you are also ninjas of Konoha, Sak revealed with a sinister grin. Damn you. Let go of me. You filthy ant. Curse it. Curse it. Curse it. The hammer continued to pound Sakura's head. Sakura clung fiercely to the hammer's hand. Her gaze fixed on the scene. She saw Ino stepping forward for her sake. Despite their troubled relationship, why would she risk herself to save her? Yet even so, the battle had not improved. It seemed fate was playing a cruel jest upon them. Tos wasted no time with idle chatter, charging directly at them without affording Ino and the others a moment to recover. Ino was momentarily stunned, thinking, so fast. The next moment, she was sent flying by Tos' brutal shoulder charge. First, Tos proclaimed, then swung his right arm towards Shikamaru. What? Shikamaru exclaimed, hastily retreating a considerable distance. Damn it! Do not bully my companions. Choji, witnessing this, attempted to unleash his body blow, only to find himself utterly immobilized. What is happening? He looked down, realizing his feet had become ensnared in the ground. Did you think I was merely a decoration? Came Sak's voice from nearby. What? Choji gasped in shock, discovering that the earth beneath him had been softened during Tos' assault. Second, a fierce voice rang out from in front of him. As Choji turned to look, he was met with a daunting sight. At that moment, Tos' porous armory came hurtling towards him with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to defend himself. Buzz. His face was struck directly by the armory, causing a sonic vibration. Instantly, his eyes became bloodshot. Ah, my eyes, my eyes. I can't see, Dingji cried out. In the next instant, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. Dingji, Shikamaru shouted, taken aback by the unexpected strength of the opponent. Though they were unprepared and caught off guard, their vital combat power had fallen unconscious in the blink of an eye. Just as he hesitated, Tos charged forward without granting him a moment to think. Shikamaru had no choice but to draw out his kunai to defend himself. But his martial arts were nowhere near Tos' level, and each of Tos' attacks was accompanied by sonic waves, occasionally causing his mind to falter. Meanwhile, Ino, just getting back on her feet, was kicked away by Sak and immediately bombarded with a flurry of punches. Ino could only defend herself with all her might. Within less than 5 minutes, the battle had turned overwhelmingly one-sided. Soon, Shikamaru and Ino were left battered and bruised, forced to retreat. Filthy woman. Finally breaking free from Sakura's grasp, the hammer continuously kicked Sakura in the abdomen, her face contorted with rage. It seems that your Konoha ninjas aren't so great after all. Just a bunch of worthless insects. Ino, Shikamaru, Dingji, everyone. Why did you come out? Sakura, clutching her stomach, watched her comrades, who had come to her aid, now reduced to a pitiful state. Tears of pain and helplessness streamed down her face. Who will come? Who will save us? Who can rescue Ino, Sasuke, and Naruto? Sakura yearned for help, knowing full well it was in vain, but all she could do was pray. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from the heavens. Hey, hey, hey! Is it really okay to bully my comrades like this? The sudden voice made everyone present shiver. Under a beam of sunlight slanting down, they saw a dark figure descending slowly from the sky. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the Konoha ninjas widened their eyes in unison. Chiya, they exclaimed almost in perfect harmony. Chiya smiled slightly. All right, since I've arrived, everything will be fine now. Chiya, you, Sakura exclaimed eagerly. However, before she could finish, she saw Chiya raise a finger to her lips, signaling her to be silent. Don't speak. It will worsen your injuries. Just then, the hammer's disdainful voice echoed again. Huh. Another Konoha insect. Earlier, the three of you were defeated in an instant. What can you do alone? This is why Konoha is a village of worthless ninjas, raising nothing but failures. Yet, before her words could fully dissipate, a cold voice interrupted. Unfortunately, this insect can kill you. What? The hammer gasped, turning to react. Bang! In an instant, her body shot out like a bullet, crashing through several trees thicker than herself, and was then deeply embedded in a larger tree, falling silent. What? What just happened? TOS was momentarily stunned, having failed to perceive how his opponent had approached the gold hammer. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he witnessed the gold hammer fly away. Cursed be it. Merely a mere ant from Konoha, Sack shouted, releasing Ino and charging forward. However, as he took his first step, a dark shadow materialized beside him. With a swift motion, a white light streaked across the sky. To the astonishment of all present, they beheld Sack's head being severed in half, blood spraying forth as if it were free. His body collapsed at Chiya's feet, who then stomped down upon him. A thunderous sound resonated as the earth trembled, Sack's entire form being forced into the ground. For a wretch like you, who knows not the value of compassion, this is already a leniency, Chiya coldly remarked, then turned his gaze towards TOS. The murderous intent in his eyes, coupled with a palpable aura of malice, caused TOS to break out in a cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Fear enveloped his very soul, penetrating to the marrow. He recalled the last time he felt such terror was when he encountered Lord Orochimaru. Yet, the fearsome adversary before him now emanated an even greater dread, a pure, unadulterated terror. Ino gazed at Chiya standing before her, his hair swept by the gentle breeze, and in an instant, she found him strikingly handsome. A blush crept onto her cheeks. So, Chiya is this handsome after all. Perhaps it was the first time she had been protected by a man that stirred an unusual feeling within her heart. Meanwhile, Sakura, Shikamaru, and Lee remained engulfed in horror, having never witnessed such a violent and bloody confrontation. Chiya, killing without a flicker of an eye. It's your turn now. Initially, I was not irate, but you have harmed my three companions, crossing my threshold of tolerance. Therefore, I must apologize. I beg for my life, please spare me. I am truly sorry. TOS, terrified, knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. However, Chiya had no intention of granting him an opportunity. He understood all too well that such individuals had been nurtured by Orochimaru. In an instant, he unleashed a ki blast. Boom! The moment the ki blast struck TOS, it erupted in a cloud of smoke. TOS did not even have the time to utter a sound before being obliterated, leaving no trace behind. How could this be possible? This scene profoundly shook the very souls of Shikamaru and Lee. It was then that Shikamaru realized just how formidable Chiya truly was. They were opponents they could never hope to defeat, and Chiya had effortlessly killed with a single technique. This man is utterly terrifying. I must never stand against him. The disparity in power exists in an entirely different realm. Lee, witnessing this spectacle, finally comprehended the foolishness of his earlier challenge. Chiya possessed the power to eliminate him at any moment, yet remained unperturbed by his provocation. What immense magnanimity! In his eyes, this represented the pinnacle of physical prowess, something even Sensei Guy could not achieve, yet Chiya had accomplished it. Is it possible that Chiya is a ninja who embodies both genius and hard work? Ah, how enviable. I must seek his guidance. At that moment, Chiya transformed his expression and smiled at Sakura and the others, saying, "All right, it's over now." He then turned to Ino and asked, "Can you still stand?" Upon seeing Chiya glance in her direction, Ino's face flushed crimson, and she remained silent for a while. Chiya was taken aback, thinking, "Why are you blushing like a teapot? Is it so difficult to utter a word? Hey, I'm talking to you." Only then did Ino snap back to reality, shyly nodding and softly responding with an mm. Chiya was at a loss for words, pondering how the narrative had altered so dramatically, as Ino's personality seemed to have shifted. Earlier, When he noticed Tors and Sak blocking Ino's path, he sensed something was amiss with the storyline. He had initially intended to observe, but upon witnessing the cruelty of Tors and his companions, he could no longer hold back and chose to intervene. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Even now, he struggled to comprehend how the plot had been so drastically rewritten, especially when it had begun so promisingly. Could it truly be due to his presence that things changed? Alas, there was no turning back now. He was already involved and had to join Naruto and the others. Seeing Ino nod, he felt a sense of relief and approached Sakura. Sakura regarded Chiya with a complex gaze, filled with confusion, doubt, and fear. It was her first time witnessing such a ruthless side of him. Despite having a general understanding of Chiya's strength, the recent events made her realize that her knowledge of him was woefully insufficient. Noticing the worry in her eyes, Chiya reassured her, "Don't worry, I won't harm my comrades." "How are you feeling? Can you move?" Sakura hesitated, wanting to prop herself up to respond, but the pain coursing through her body rendered her immobile. It felt as if every part of her was unresponsive. "I don't think I can," Sakura uttered, surprised at her own words. And as soon as they escaped her lips, her face flushed bright red. Chiya was further perplexed. "Goodness, is this how it is with you too? What has happened to both of you?" With a sigh, he approached and gently lifted Sakura into his arms. This startled her greatly, causing her heart to race. "Chiya, what are you doing? If I don't carry you, how will you manage to walk?" Chiya retorted, exasperated. Girls can be such a handful, he thought. Yet he couldn't help but notice how soft Sakura's body was. Was this the nature of a girl's physique? Reflecting on this, he suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Sakura's earlier ordeal. Such a delicate form had endured such torment. Had he known, he would have intervened sooner. Upon hearing Chiya's words, Sakura's face reddened even further as she bit her lip and fell silent. As Chiya passed by Lee, he suddenly called out to him. "Chiya, I never expected you to be this formidable." Chiya smiled gently and replied, "You should refrain from employing such self-destructive tactics in the future. You could have handled those three even with the second gate open, yet you insisted on showing off in front of Sakura." Sigh. With that, he shook his head. Upon hearing this, Shaoli was momentarily taken aback, overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame. Indeed, had he opted for the second door earlier, the current predicament could have been entirely avoided. Furthermore, it would have spared Xiao Sakura from harm. He did not perceive Qian Ye's remarks as mockery, but rather as guidance. With sincerity, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your insight." As Qian Ye made his way towards the hollow tree where Naruto was, he found himself frozen in disbelief. "What? Why are you thanking me? I was just mocking you a moment ago," he exclaimed. Well, perhaps it wasn't entirely mockery. Soon after, Shikamaru and Ino arrived, supporting Ding Xiai as they reached the hollow. Shaoli, of course, had been carried there by Qian Yi. Their conditions were far from ideal. Naruto, Sasuke, and Ding Xiai lay unconscious, while Xiao Li and Xiao Sakura had nearly lost their mobility. Ino had sustained considerable internal injuries during the recent battle and required rest. Only Qian Yi and Shikamaru appeared relatively unscathed. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Qian Yi understood that he must become the cornerstone for these two teams. He also needed to summon Niji and Ten. Otherwise, he feared he would not be able to adequately care for the injured if anything further occurred. "I believe we should unite and gather our comrades from Konoha to complete the exam together," Qian Yi proposed. Upon hearing this, all the conscious individuals were taken aback, for they had never contemplated such an audacious idea. However, upon reflection, it appeared that the regulations did not prohibit alliances. Is this truly Qian Yi? Ino increasingly found him to be remarkably handsome, both formidable and astute. She began to question her previous admiration for Sasuke. Though Sasuke was indeed clever and attractive, his charm differed from Qian Ye's in essence. Qian Yi embodied a rational allure, exuding reliability and a sense of security that enveloped her whenever they were together. Subsequently, she turned to Xiao Sakura and declared, "Xiao Sakura, I have made my decision. I will no longer compete with you for Sasuke." Xiao Sakura was momentarily stunned, perplexed by the sudden declaration, and asked, "What do you mean?" "Just the literal meaning," Ino replied with a smile. At this, Xiao Sakura was even more bewildered. "The most pressing matter now is to provide them with timely medical care," Shikamaru stated. "But none of us possess healing techniques, and their condition is dire," Ino lamented. After pondering for a few moments, Qian Yi inquired, "Which of you can brew medicine?" Both Shikamaru and Ino were taken aback, unable to comprehend Qian Ye's intent. Ino responded, even if we could brew medicine, it would be too late to find herbs in the forest now. Do not worry about that. I have an abundance of herbs and remedies here, though I do not know how to brew them, Senya said, as he summoned an array of assorted herbs and brewing equipment, placing them on the ground before everyone. At this sight, not only were Shikamaru and Ino astonished, but even the conscious Xiao Sakura and Xiao Li were left speechless. Wait, where did you procure all this? It feels as though you conjured it from thin air. Ino asked urgently. After some contemplation, Chiya remarked, you must keep it a secret. I possess the ability to utilize space-time ninjutsu, much like Tenten. Oh, I see. Ino replied, her understanding dawning upon her as she nodded. Sakura and Lee also found it quite reasonable that one could master space-time ninjutsu. However, Shikamaru sensed something amiss. 100 things amiss, to be precise. He had not witnessed the hand seals necessary for performing ninjutsu. Even space-time ninjutsu requires a catalyst. Yet, he chose not to meddle. Finding it bothersome, and questioning Chiya would yield no benefit. Chiya must have had his reasons for such a claim. Despite his aversion to complications, he was acutely aware that he alone could concoct medicine. Their Nara clan had long been entwined with deer, making the recognition and preparation of medicinal herbs an essential skill. With lives at stake, he understood that he must act, regardless of the inconvenience. I shall prepare the medicine, he declared. Shikamaru, you can actually brew medicine? Ino exclaimed, visibly astonished. Shikamaru, with a look of exasperation, replied, Ino, how little you understand me. Without waiting for her response, he began to sift through the pile of herbs that Chiya had brought forth. Thank you for your efforts, Shikamaru, Chiya said before rising to exit the cave. In that moment, Chiya seemed to embody the backbone of their group. The power he had just displayed was sufficient to instill confidence and reassurance in everyone present. Moreover, in the current predicament, they would be ill-equipped to face any adversaries. Observing Chiya's sudden intent to leave, Ino hastily called out, Chiya, where are you going? To gather some firewood. Otherwise, how can we brew the medicine? It's also time for a meal, Chiya replied. At the mention of food, Ino's stomach audibly protested, causing her face to flush crimson, a tomato in hue, as she averted her gaze in embarrassment. She stammered, her eyes darting around, only to find everyone present wearing expressions of disbelief. Deciding to forego further explanation, she retrieved a few rice balls from her ninja tool pouch and said, This is all the food I have left, let us share. Chiya, momentarily at a loss for words, asked, So, you all subsisted on this yesterday? Ino, puzzled, replied, What else would we have eaten? However, we might go hunting this afternoon. With a deep sigh, Chiya glanced at the injured individuals. They needed nourishment. Wait for me to return before eating. It will be swift, he said before stepping out of the tree hollow and soaring into the sky. The sight left Shikamaru, Ino, Sakura, and Lee utterly dumbfounded. In that instant, it felt as though their entire worldview had shattered. No way. Chiya can actually fly. Am I seeing things? Ino nearly shouted in astonishment. Hey, this must be a joke. Shikamaru realized that his understanding was still too shallow. There existed individuals capable of flight. It was astonishing to discover that the pinnacle of physical prowess could indeed lead to flight. How exhilarating. I must ask Chiya to teach me this. Lee exclaimed with enthusiasm, though the pain coursing through his body quickly restored his composure. Sakura remained silent, unsure of what to say, feeling as though her understanding of Chiya was woefully inadequate. Despite being teammates, she knew almost nothing about him. At that moment, Ino crawled over and exclaimed, Sakura, you've been eating so well, and didn't he even tell us that Chiya can fly? What? Sakura was taken aback, bewildered by the comment. Uncertain of what she had consumed, Ino, sensing her confusion, concluded that Sakura too was oblivious to the depths of Chiya's character. He was enigmatic, and from the recent battle, his prowess was evidently among the elite of Konoha. Shikamaru, with a serious demeanor, addressed everyone who had awakened. I must remind you all that what you witnessed today must remain confidential. No one, not even your closest kin, should know anything about Chiya. This is to protect him and ourselves. His ability to conceal his strength surely comes from his own reasons. The group, understanding the gravity of his words, nodded solemnly without further discussion. Meanwhile, Chiya swiftly gathered a pile of firewood and encountered Niji and Tenten, who were searching for Lee. Chiya recognized that the 12 guardians of Konoha were fundamentally trustworthy. Though they appeared to operate independently with little interaction, in times of crisis, they would undoubtedly prioritize their comrades, even at the cost of their lives. Thus, he naturally placed his trust in Niji and Tenten, despite Niji's current air of arrogance, which was not entirely unkind. It seemed feasible to collaborate, especially since Li was with him, providing an opportunity to enlist assistance in gathering firewood. Descending gracefully before Niji and Tenten startled them immensely. In ordinary circumstances, they would have prepared for battle, but this individual, this remarkable figure, descended from the heavens. You are the legendary Chiya. Tenten gasped, astonished. Niji, though equally shocked, managed to maintain a semblance of composure, silently observing Chiya. Let me guess, you're looking for Li? Chiya inquired, causing Niji and Tenten to pause, their expressions turning grave. What have you done to Li? Niji demanded. Chiya, bemused, thought to himself, what could he have possibly done? He was indifferent to the revelation of his abilities. He was already invincible, with or without exposure. Thus, he chose not to linger on pleasantries and stated plainly. Li was gravely injured while protecting Sakura, and he is with us. I came to collect firewood, and I need your help. Without waiting for Niji and Tenten to respond, he turned and headed toward the pile of firewood he had found earlier. Li is injured? What exactly happened? Tenten hurriedly pursued him with questions. Niji, appreciating individuals with character, albeit perplexed, followed Chiya. During their quest for firewood, Senya recounted the recent events involving Xiao Li to Niji and Tian. Soon, the trio arrived at the hollow tree where Naruto and the others were located, burdened with a large pile of firewood. Hey, what's this? You've brought 2 more people back, one of whom is rather troublesome, Shikamaru remarked upon seeing Niji, scratching his head. His familiarity with Niji was significant, given the latter's status as a prodigy from the Hyuga clan. Upon noticing the injured Xiao Li, Tian hastily dropped the firewood and rushed over, only to find Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Choji, and the severely injured Ino lying inside. What on earth happened? She inquired anxiously. Tian, Niji, you're here. I'm sorry for worrying you. Xiao Li replied, managing a brave smile. I was wondering where you disappeared to. With such serious injuries, who can treat you? Tian exclaimed, her concern palpable. Shikamaru said softly, you all have arrived just in time to lend a hand. Follow me to brew some medicine. Oh, all right. Tian responded. Turning to Xiao Li, you must promise not to run around anymore. She hurriedly picked up more firewood and followed Shikamaru to prepare the medicine. Ino, naturally, was tending to the injured, her own wounds preventing her from moving about. What exactly transpired here? Niji asked, clutching the firewood and surveying the area with a grave expression. Since his arrival, he had keenly observed the signs of a fierce battle that had occurred, and he noticed 2 deceased shinobi lying nearby, appearing to be lower-ranked ninjas from another village. Senya sighed in resignation. Come help me with the cooking, and I shall explain everything in due time. He had only managed to share the details regarding Xiao Li, leaving the circumstances of the deaths unaddressed as they walked. As he spoke, he conjured an impressive array of chicken, duck, fish, vegetables, and a large cloth, laying them before everyone. Nanny? The group was once again astonished. Is this not some sort of illusion? No, just now, did he really retrieve such a large quantity of ingredients from thin air? Tian exclaimed in disbelief. You'll get used to it. He produced that pile of medicinal herbs in the same manner, Shikamaru remarked while preparing the medicine. Tian was momentarily stunned. This must be a space-time ninjutsu. I never expected you would possess such a technique, Niji suddenly stated. As expected of Niji. That saves me from explaining, Senya chuckled, and then inquired, can you cook? Niji paused momentarily. I can manage a bit. All right, with so many ingredients. You handle the preparation while I seek out the others, Senya declared, continuing to move outward. Niji was taken aback, asking, what do you mean? At that moment, Ino explained, Senya wants us to unite as the Konoha teams. Although the rules state we must compete against one another, they do not prohibit us from cooperating. There are 4 teams participating from Konoha, and combined, we form a formidable force. Cooperate? Niji frowned, discontent evident on his face. Why should we cooperate with you? Moreover, why should we heed your commands? You may choose not to listen, but no one can guarantee that the Sand Ninja who come to compete will not collaborate with other villages. You are an astute individual. I trust you grasp my implication. A mutually beneficial outcome is indeed the most prudent choice, Senya stated, waving to the crowd before soaring into the sky. How infuriatingly arrogant. Niji thought, his expression sour. A mere genin who had graduated only months prior dared to issue commands to him. He resolved to find an opportunity to teach the young upstart a lesson. Just as he was contemplating this, Shikamaru's voice interrupted his thoughts. Niji, I advise you to abandon such notions. What? Niji furrowed his brow, turning to Shikamaru, who was busy concocting medicine. I am uncertain how he described the battles here. But let me enlighten you. The three individuals who were just here were dispatched simultaneously by him. This man kills without a moment's hesitation. You are undoubtedly aware of Lee's capabilities. He was defeated, Shikamaru explained slowly. Niji was taken aback, and before he could respond, Lee interjected. Niji, do not engage in conflict with Senya. That fellow is extraordinarily strong, far beyond imagination, and he possesses the ability to fly. When will I ever be able to soar through the skies? Lee's words struck a chord with Niji. This individual could indeed fly. Throughout the annals of ninja history, few possessed such an ability, which spoke volumes. Moreover, he was intimately familiar with Lee's prowess. Typically, Lee could single-handedly handle a standard trio of genin. Yet here, the three-sound ninja had easily vanquished Lee, nearly annihilating both Team Sasuke and Team Shikamaru. The emergence of this individual had swiftly led to the defeat, or rather, the demise of their adversaries, an unsettling realization. While Niji believed that Shikamaru and Lee's accounts may have been embellished, he could not deny the truth in Shenya's earlier statement. With 7 or 8 teams from the Sand Village having entered, there was no assurance that they would not join forces. If they did, the three of them stood no chance, especially with Lee injured and in need of Shikamaru's treatment, while he and Tintin were not in a position to assist. The current situation left little choice but to temporarily cooperate. Thus, he ceased his protestations and dutifully set about preparing the ingredients. Feeling somewhat revitalized, Ino joined in to help. I can't shake the feeling that Shenya has come well prepared, she mused, staring at the considerable array of medicinal and culinary ingredients before her, lost in contemplation. At that moment, Shikamaru seemed to recall something and turned to Sakura. Sakura Haruno, I seem to remember your team consisted of 3 members. Did Shenya not forfeit the exam? How did he suddenly appear here? Upon these words, the entire group reacted, pondering the question. Due to Shenya's exploits, the Leaf Village had kept a watchful eye on him. When they learned of his voluntary withdrawal from the exam, astonishment and confusion washed over them. Initially, Niji and Lee had hoped to face Shenya in battle during the exam, but hearing of his withdrawal had left them somewhat disappointed. However, now, this individual unexpectedly appeared at the Chunin exam venue, which implied upon realizing this. Ino's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that Shikamaru also contemplated this possibility? Surely, he wouldn't be alone, would he? Lee was equally dumbfounded. Glancing at Sakura, hoping for a sincere response. Sakura slightly shook her head. I am unsure. I haven't had the chance to inquire, but he should be alone. TCH. This fellow Niji understood everything as well. This guy actually came to participate in the exam alone, facing a test meant for 3. One can only imagine the extent of his confidence in his own abilities. How infuriating. How could I have overlooked this? Only Tintin, with a perplexed expression. Seeing that everyone seemed to grasp the situation, hurriedly asked, what is going on? Can someone please enlighten me? Shikamaru was at a loss for words. This fellow suddenly felt akin to Naruto. It's not difficult to deduce, is it? Chiya was quite astute. The reason he refrained from speaking further was that he knew, after his departure, this group would undoubtedly discuss him. And regarding the abilities they had already witnessed firsthand, their opinions would be far more favorable than his own. If he were to speak up, it might lead to a dispute with Niji, which would not be conducive to unity. Thus, it was better to allow the matter to ferment on its own. Time is always the best catalyst. His intention in gathering the Konoha team was to foster unity and mutual understanding. But there was an even more crucial reason. Through his sensory abilities, he discerned that Gaara had already assembled a group of people, presumably having identified a loophole in the rules. However, this was quite unusual, given Gaara's current disposition. He was not the type to unite with companions. Chiya believed that although their purpose in coming to Konoha was not solely for the exam, achieving good results could serve as a testament to their abilities, perhaps motivated by Temari's thoughts, for she was not inherently ill-natured. Yet, he overlooked the fact that the genin from Sunagakure, who came to Konoha for the exam, were unaware of the impending attack, at least. They did not know until after it occurred. This was a lapse in the narrative, considering the 720 episodes of Naruto, which predominantly consisted of flashbacks. making it challenging to retain all plot details. Familiar with Hinata's chakra, Chiya, while searching for her, quickly consumed a few bowls of ramen to stave off hunger. Otherwise, he would lack the energy to fly. Suddenly, he sensed that Hinata's chakra had begun to fluctuate erratically. Not only that, Gaara and his companion's chakra was also present in that vicinity. What could this mean? Could they have engaged in combat? Realizing this, Chiya hastily rushed in the direction where Hinata was located. He vaguely recalled that in the original storyline, Gaara had passed the exam shortly after it commenced. Could it be that due to alterations in the narrative, he had yet to arrive? No, that is not right. As Chiya drew closer, an overwhelming chakra, stronger than that of a Chunin, suddenly enveloped Gaara's team. This intensity was typically characteristic of a Jonin. Could it be that? No. A dreadful thought began to take root in Chiya's mind. Perhaps the intent of Sunagakure was to eliminate all participating teams. Hinata, Shino, flee. Flee at once. Inuzuka Kiba's desperate howl echoed throughout the forest, startling a multitude of birds into flight. No, we shall not abandon you. Hinata, her torn clothing fluttering, slowly rose from the ground, gazing at Kiba and Akamaru, ensnared in the sand. Before Kiba stood a group of ninjas adorned with the Sunagakure forehead protector, led by 4 individuals, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, and a notably robust man. They had all been discovered and defeated by this formidable figure. By the time they sought to escape, they had already been encircled by a throng of Sunagakure ninjas. As they attempted to break free, Akamaru was seized by one of them. Kiba rushed to rescue Akamaru, only to be captured by the strong man, who unleashed a flurry of blows, leaving him battered and bruised. Hinata and Shino rushed to assist, but were met with overwhelming opposition from a swarm of Sunagakure ninjas. Their fists could not withstand the multitude. The disparity in numbers was insurmountable, compounded by the fact that each adversary was nearly equal in strength to the 2 of them. They were swiftly overpowered, collapsing to the ground within mere minutes. When they regained their senses, they beheld Kiba and Akamaru ensnared by the terrifying man, who had just moments ago crushed a Rain Village ninja into a bloody pulp. They could not comprehend why Sunagakure would act in such a manner towards them. In their current state, they lacked the strength to flee, let alone resist. With so many adversaries and such a vast difference in power, their chances of survival were nearly non-existent. Hinata, I will cover you. Seize the opportunity to escape. Shino whispered urgently. What? No, I must stay and share in your fate. If you do not leave, we shall all perish here. But I cannot abandon you. Just as Shino was about to continue, a foot came crashing down upon his back. Ah! He cried out in pain, instinctively grasping the foot, causing a swarm of insects to pour from his sleeves and invade the intruder's clothing. What are these? The man panicked, hastily retreating while frantically swatting at his body. This unexpected scene momentarily stunned all the Sunagakure ninjas. Seizing the opportunity, Shino grasped Hinata's garment and hurled her out of the encirclement. Shino, no, you mustn't. Hinata screamed in protest. Hurry, Shino shouted with rare urgency, just as he attempted to extend his arms to release the insects. A series of sickening cracks echoed. Ah! Shino fell to his knees, blood streaming down his arms, which had been shattered. Before him stood the same robust Sunagakure ninja. Shino! Hinata cried out, horrified. After being thrown from the circle, she landed and witnessed the brutal scene unfold before her eyes. She yearned to rescue others, but the sand ninja offered her no opportunity. Charging directly at her, helpless and powerless, tears of anguish streamed down her face as she turned and fled into the depths of the forest. Yet, injured as she was, she could not outrun the relentless pursuers. Within mere moments, they caught up with her, surrounding her once again. In horror, Inuzuka Kiba and Shino watched as Hinata's petite figure was encircled by the hostile group, their hearts racing with dread, yet they could do nothing but witness her suffering. Realizing her escape was futile, Hinata resolved to fight back rather than succumb to despair. Activating her Byakugan, she assumed a combat stance, successfully deflecting the oncoming attackers. But it was only a temporary reprieve. Soon, exhaustion overtook her, and a shuriken struck her shoulder. Ah! Hinata cried out in pain, collapsing to her knees. The adversaries showed no mercy, launching a simultaneous wind technique. Was this the end? Lowering her head, a fleeting image of a child with golden hair flashed through her mind. She smiled, a bittersweet joy mingling with sorrow. Naruto-kun, it seems I shall see you again. Before her words could fade, The onslaught of wind techniques surged forth like a tidal wave. Naruto-kun, I hope to meet you again in the next life. Facing the impending attack from the Sand Ninja, she made the decision to mount one final defense. She could not bear the thought of Naruto arriving in that world only to find her gone. With renewed determination, she steadied her trembling body and stood firm, once more adopting the Bagua formation in preparation for the oncoming wind techniques. Just as they were about to strike her, suddenly, all the attacks dissipated. A soft voice whispered in her ear, "I'm sorry, I'm late." Startled, Hinata turned to see a figure clad in black effortlessly dispatching all the Sand Ninja before her. Naruto-kun? She asked in astonishment. How utterly exasperating, Chinya thought. A princess in distress, a Sakura, and all they think about is Naruto or Sasuke. Can't you see I'm not even wearing Naruto's attire? Apologies for disappointing you. I am not Naruto, Chinya said, turning back after eliminating the last Sand Ninja, offering a reassuring smile to Hinata. Finally recognizing him, Hinata gasped, Chinya-kun, it's you. Oh, you finally recognized me, he replied, scratching his head before asking, are you badly injured? Hinata quickly shook her head, only to suddenly remember her comrades Inuzuka Kiba and Shino, who were still suffering. She immediately pleaded with Chinya-kun, please save my companions. I beg you, they are on the brink. With that, she knelt before him. Observing her desperate gesture, Chinya's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he helped her to her feet and said solemnly, do not worry. I shall not let any of them escape. With that, he turned and made his way towards Gaara's location. Chinya-kun, be careful, she called out. Ah, he replied in acknowledgement. The appearance of Chinya immediately captured the attention of the formidable ninja, Gaara, as well as Temari and Kankuro, who all grew solemn. Temari was momentarily stunned. How could a jonin from Konoha be here? Kankuro, taken aback, exclaimed in astonishment at the realization that the person he had previously provoked was indeed a jonin. At that moment, the burly Sunigakure ninja inquired, what brings a jonin from Konoha to this place? Chinya responded with a cold smile, I am curious to know why a jonin from Sunigakure is here. This is our territory in Konoha. My presence here seems justified, yet your appearance raises questions about your intentions. Chinya, run. They are incredibly strong. You cannot defeat them. Inuzuka Kiba expressed his concern for Chinya's safety instead of joy at seeing him. Chinya, take Hinata and leave, Shino urged. Witnessing the predicament of Kiba and Shino ignited a fiery anger within Chinya, yet he reassured them, do not worry, I have my own methods. No, Chinya, you must leave. We cannot afford any further unnecessary sacrifices. Kiba shouted desperately. However, Chinya did not respond, his gaze fixed intently on the imposing Sunigakure ninja, asking, are they the ones you harmed? The Sunigakure ninja burst into laughter. Indeed, they are nothing but a bunch of weaklings. But from their words, it seems you are not truly a jonin from Konoha. That is correct. I am not, came Chinya's voice, startling the burly ninja. Just as he turned, he felt an impact akin to being struck by a boulder. With a resounding thud, he was sent flying, crashing into a large tree and continuing onward. What? The onlookers gasped, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Furious, the strong ninja grappled with the pain that nearly rendered him unconscious. He clung to a tree, expending all his strength to halt his momentum. Yet, before he could fully stop, Chinya appeared behind him, delivering a chilling proclamation. I had intended to end you with a single blow, but since you have subjected my comrades to such torment, you shall taste the consequences. Nanny? The strong ninja exclaimed, caught off guard. Before he could recover, an agonizing pain surged through him, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. With a thunderous impact, Chinya kicked him skyward. Once again, Chinya positioned himself above, his fists raised to strike the burly ninja's abdomen. With a deafening boom, a shockwave erupted in the sky. The strong ninja plummeted to the ground as if propelled by a cannon, his bones shattering upon impact, blood gushing from his mouth. Yet Chinya was relentless. In the next instant, he landed on the ground and unleashed another powerful kick, sending the strong ninja soaring like a ball. The assault continued with a flurry of punches in midair, the number of strikes unknown. At the moment when Chinya's final strike landed upon the robust ninja's form, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. The ninja's body shattered mid-flight, transforming into a torrential rain of crimson droplets that cascaded down upon Gaara and his companions. How could this be? They stood utterly defenseless, the earlier scene having profoundly shocked Gaara and the others. instilling a soul-deep astonishment that rendered them momentarily forgetful of their fears. In that instant, Shenyi appeared before them with a swift motion, inquiring, "Which of you three harmed my companion?" His voice, akin to a devil's whisper, penetrated their ears with a chilling effect. With two thuds, Temari and Kankuro fell to their knees, while Gaara, supported by the sands, remained upright yet shaken. What a deception! Shenya's prowess was astonishing, leaving Inuzuka Kiba in a state of shock, his expression frozen in disbelief. The trio, having failed to unite against him, could only retreat in disarray, while Shenyi effortlessly vanquished the sand shinobi that had instilled such dread in them. Beside him, Akamaru had already succumbed to slumber. Overwhelmed by Shenya's imposing presence, Akamaru was unconscious, and Shino followed suit. This was not to imply that Shino was inferior to Akamaru, but rather that upon Shenya's descent, all the insects within Shino's body emitted urgent warnings of danger. As Shenyi drew closer, the intensity of these warnings escalated. Animals, guided by instinct, possess a heightened awareness of their environment, and when confronted with an overwhelming sense of fear, they instinctively seek to flee. Failure to escape promptly may lead to shock, a physiological defense mechanism. Thus, the moment Shenyi emerged from the forest, Shino fainted. At that juncture, Hinata also emerged from the woods, having been a silent observer of the unfolding events. She, too, was astounded by Shenyi's strength, yet the specifics eluded her. All she grasped was that when she regained her senses, the sand shinobi lay defeated. "Hinata, please check on Shino's condition," Shenyi commanded suddenly. "Huh? Oh." Hinata finally snapped back to reality and hurried to assess Shino's state. Upon reaching him, she discovered he had already collapsed and exclaimed, "Ah? Shino, please wake up." Seeing no response, she turned to Shenyi, saying, "Shenyi-kun, this is dire. Shino has fainted from excessive blood loss. If we do not act swiftly, his life may be in jeopardy." "Understood," Shenyi replied, casting a cold gaze upon Gaara and the others. That deathly stare caused Kankuro to collapse, succumbing to unconsciousness. Shenyi, at a loss for words, thought, "Is your mental resilience truly so fragile? Look at Temari, a mere girl, who stands resolutely before me." As he pondered, Temari bowed deeply, her forehead touching the ground as she pleaded, "I beg your pardon. We were wronged. We had no choice. Throughout our journey, we did not kill a single soul, not even that boy from Konoha. Gaara merely confined him without taking his life. I implore you, spare us." Chiya gazed quietly at Temari, then cast a glance at Gaara, who was already drenched in sweat. She expressed her disbelief in Gaara's innocence. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Inuzuka Kiba shouted, "Chiya, don't trust her. That kid with the gourd just killed quite a few people. We all witnessed it. If you doubt me, ask Hinata. Indeed, we all saw it." Hinata immediately affirmed with a nod. "Oh." Chiya's lips curled into a slight smirk. Her icy gaze and the piercing aura of murderous intent completely stripped Gaara of his defenses. Even the sand that had always sheltered him disintegrated in that moment, and he collapsed to the ground. In that instant, Chiya observed the whites of Gaara's eyes as he fell. "We have not harmed a single leaf villager, truly. Please believe me. Trust us. We only strike at those who wish to harm us," Temari implored, repeatedly bowing her head until blood streamed down her face. She understood that her survival now hinged on her own efforts. "It seems there is no deceit," Chiya suddenly remarked, her voice startling all those still conscious in attendance with its unexpectedness. "I can allow you to depart, but I have a condition," Chiya continued. "That is unacceptable, Chiya. We cannot let them go. If we do, Sunagakure will surely seek revenge." Kiba exclaimed immediately. Chiya turned her head and smiled gently. "If they dare come, I shall annihilate the land of wind." "What?" Kiba was momentarily stunned. "Chiya, does she truly possess the power to obliterate a nation?" This was akin to possessing strength on par with a Kage. How could she have become so formidable? Was this still the same person who was once considered inferior to Naruto? Temari, upon hearing Chiya's words, felt no hint of exaggeration. From the battle earlier, she was acutely aware that the terror before her was indeed capable of exterminating them all. Perhaps not to the extent of annihilating a nation, but she could certainly handle Sunagakure, especially with several Kage-level shinobi still present in the leaf. "Why, please state your terms. We will certainly comply," Temari stammered. "Have you agreed so readily without knowing the conditions?" Chiya chuckled lightly. At that moment, Temari felt an urge to curse. How could she refuse? To deny would mean death. She knew that the terms would undoubtedly be harsh, perhaps demanding lives or wealth, or forcing them into conflict among themselves, or even something more grotesque. There was even the possibility of being violated here. Yet, she felt she had no choice. If sacrificing herself could ensure Gaara and Kankuro's survival, even if it left her utterly shattered, she would deem it worthwhile. As long as they could return, there would still be hope. My conditions are quite simple. Perhaps simpler than you might expect, Chiya stated. Let it be. Temari closed her eyes. Let my flesh be the means to save my comrades. Firstly, you are to refrain from harming leaf ninjas. If you see anyone from the leaf in peril, you must lend them your utmost assistance. Secondly, you shall strive for amicable relations with the leaf. Thirdly, and most importantly, kill less. Power is to be wielded for protection, not for invasion. With these 3 points in mind, you should take your team's scrolls and proceed to the central tower. After uttering these words, Chiya turned and walked away, in a state of bewilderment. Inazuka Kiba was abruptly pulled from the sand by Chiya. Upon seeing Kiba's perplexed expression, Chiya inquired, "What's wrong? What kind of face is that?" Kiba swallowed hard and asked, "Are you really planning to let them go? What else should I do?" Chiya retorted, But, Kiba began, only to be interrupted by Chiya. "Rest assured, I have it all under control." After saying this, she asked Kiba, "Can you walk?" "Huh, yes." Kiba nodded. "All right, carry Shino on your back. Let us return to the base first." "Oh." Kiba nodded again, then suddenly realized something was amiss, exclaiming, "Wait. The base. Are you trying to get us killed?" Chiya winced at the piercing sound. "Everyone is here, and they are all quite injured." They then approached Hinata, and Chiya assessed Shino's condition through his aura, determining that he was in relatively good shape. He had managed to stop the bleeding with insects immediately after his arm was broken, but that was merely a temporary measure, not a healing solution. After Kiba hoisted Shino onto his back, Hinata glanced at the sand shinobi lying on the ground and asked Chiya, "Are we just going to leave them like this?" "Indeed. We need not concern ourselves with them. Let us first search the corpses in the forest for scrolls and see if we can gather enough," Chiya replied. "All right," Hinata nodded. Temari knelt there, her expression vacant and bewildered. She truly did not expect the conditions laid out by this individual to be so simple. Despite the strained relations between Konoha and the sand, this person was merely seeking to improve the connection between the two villages. How could this be? With such immense power at his disposal, he could achieve anything, yet he only proposed these few conditions. Suddenly, the man's voice echoed in her ears once more. "Hey, what scrolls do you have in your hands?" Temari jolted, looking up to see a tall figure standing before her, cradling a pile of scrolls, all obtained from her comrades. We are from," Temari stammered. "Go, hurry to the central tower. If you leave now, you might even secure first place," Chiya said, tossing a scroll of earth to Temari before turning away. Temari was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that this man would offer them scrolls. He could have easily ignored them, yet he chose to lend a helping hand. This man. Why does he suddenly seem a bit dashing? He is truly unlike any man I have ever encountered. She silently watched this extraordinary man gradually fade into the distance, even forgetting that she was still kneeling there. In truth, Chiya's decision to allow Gaara and his companions to leave was based on the significant role these three would play in shaping the future of Konoha and the entire ninja world. After becoming the Kazekage, Gaara implemented a series of reforms in the Sand Village, winning the hearts of the people. This was undoubtedly beneficial for the world at large. As for Kankuro, he was of little consequence. His pardon was purely due to Gaara and Temari's influence. As for Shizune, she is destined to become Shikamaru's wife. One must appreciate this union. Shikamaru is exceptionally astute and will assist Naruto in governing the Hidden Leaf Village. Chiya pondered. Should there ever come a day when he harbors ambitions of ruling the ninja world, Shikamaru would undoubtedly be a formidable ally. In a certain sense, Chiya's contemplations stretch far into the future. Even if we were to entertain a hypothetical scenario in which events do not unfold as he envisions, he currently possesses the capability to avert such outcomes. The four companions and one dog were traversing the path back to their stronghold when Hinata suddenly recalled something and spoke up. Chiya-kun, she stammered, her cheeks flushing. I wish to know, did you not forfeit the exam? How is it that you are here?" That," Chiya scratched his head, not intending to divulge the entire truth. After a moment's reflection, he replied, "I initially did withdraw. But the third Hokage sought me out and requested my presence as an exam maintenance officer, hence my arrival. Due to my position, I must temper my emotions, no matter how frustrated I may feel. Oh, I see, Hinata nodded, finding his explanation entirely plausible. At that moment, Kiba, who was shouldering Shino, interjected, Chiya, why have you suddenly become so formidable? I was just worried about your safety. Ha ha ha, Chiya chuckled, donning a mysterious expression as if afraid of being overheard. He whispered, in truth, I am a member of the Umbu. Shoo, this is a secret. Do not disclose this to anyone else. Only the higher-ups in the leaf know of this. Ah, the Umbu. Hinata gasped, her jaw dropping, and quickly covered her mouth with her hands, glancing around anxiously to ensure no one else had overheard. Kiba, though slightly slower to react, nodded thoughtfully. I see. So you are part of the Umbu. Suddenly realizing the gravity of this revelation, he widened his eyes and lowered his voice. You mean to say you are in the Umbu? Indeed, but please do not share this information. You are aware of the consequences should it be revealed. I confide in you because I trust you. Hinata nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I would never disclose it. Kiba proclaimed confidently. That is reassuring. We are nearing the location where Naruto and the others are waiting, Chiya remarked. Just then, Kiba sniffed the air intensely, a look of delight spreading across his face. Wow, it smells amazing. Someone must be cooking. As soon as he spoke, his stomach let out a loud growl, prompting him to chuckle awkwardly. I have some rice balls here. You can have a few, Hinata offered, rushing over to present the rice balls to Kiba. After expressing his gratitude, Kiba devoured them eagerly, and Hinata then retrieved another for Chiya. I'm fine, I can eat soon. I've already prepared meals for them as well as for you, Chiya stated. Hinata paused in surprise. Chiya-kun, did you bring cooking supplies with you? Yes, after all. It has been 5 days, that was the plan. In truth, Chiya had not prepared for this exam specifically. Such considerations had never crossed his mind. It is merely due to a prolonged existence in solitude that he finds himself utterly isolated, necessitating the preparation of essential supplies to prevent the absence of nourishment and medicine in the wilderness. Naruto is well aware of this. Thus, Chiya possesses the ability to concoct medicines. However, he cannot allow that group to remain idle without purpose, as they must contribute in some manner. Furthermore, in life and in actions, it is imperative to conceal certain aspects. It is Chiya, he has returned. When Ino, who was brewing medicine, spotted several figures emerging from the woods, her vigilance heightened. Upon recognizing the foremost silhouette as familiar, she quickly deduced it was Chiya. Niji, stationed nearby as a lookout, had already observed Chiya and his companions, yet he chose not to acknowledge them. This was partly due to seeing Hinata, as his long-standing biases and oppressive feelings rendered him contemptuous of the seemingly fragile heiress. Additionally, as a sentinel, his duty was to remain vigilant and observe his surroundings. Most crucially, his overwhelming pride and self-esteem prevented him from confronting Chiya. Chiya, you have returned, Ino exclaimed, waving her hand. I'm back, Chiya replied with a smile. Hurry and eat. The meal will be ready shortly, Sakura called out. Hey, Chiya responded. The sight of Hinata and Kiba emerging from the woods, observing the scene akin to a picnic, left them momentarily stunned. Shikamaru and Ino appeared to be brewing something. Sakura was preparing a meal, and Niji was on guard in the trees. It was astonishing that members from 3 different squads had gathered here. Chiya-kun, why are there so many people here? Hinata inquired. We'll discuss that later. Kiba, quickly place Shino in the tree hollow and let Shikamaru assess his condition, Chiya instructed. Okay. Kiba, still in a daze, snapped back to reality upon hearing Chiya's words and hurried over to Shikamaru, saying, Shikamaru, please check on Shino, he is injured. At Kiba's words, both Shikamaru and Ino exchanged glances of surprise before rushing over. The moment they saw Shino, both were taken aback. How terrible! Who could have inflicted such grievous wounds? Ino exclaimed angrily. We encountered Tsunade here and were ambushed. Luckily, Chiya arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire, Kiba explained, laying Shino on the ground. Shikamaru, with a serious demeanor, began examining Shino's injuries. Chiya, what exactly happened? Sakura demanded, visibly upset. Chiya sighed, stating, as I suspected, as soon as Tsunade entered the examination, they gathered with the intent to eliminate all other participants. But how could mere genin cause such serious injuries? Sakura queried further. Chiya glanced at her with exasperation. Do you honestly believe 3 individuals could contend against dozens? Actually, there is a jonin from Sunagate here among them. Which is why we were no match and stood no chance of retaliation, Hinata clarified. A jonin? How could this happen? Sakura was astounded. Hey, did you lose your memory? Didn't you encounter them as well? Chiya rubbed his forehead, unwilling to continue the discussion with Sakura. I'll check on Naruto and the others, he said, before stepping into the tree hollow. Naruto-kun, Hinata exclaimed in surprise and followed Chiya inside. Sakura, puzzled, wondered aloud. Could it be that Hinata has feelings for Naruto? No way, the heiress of the Hyuga clan is actually fond of someone from a modest background? I certainly cannot pretend I did not hear that. At that moment, Ino approached and continued. The greatness of love transcends wealth and status. Love is equal, and everyone is entitled to pursue it. Besides, isn't your beloved Sasuke in a similar position? Sakura shot her an annoyed glance and replied, as if you were any different. Ino shook her head and gazed at Chiya's silhouette. It seems I have lost my ardor for Sasuke. What? Sakura exclaimed in shock. Chiya and the others had been resting for half a day, during which Naruto, Sasuke, and Choji had awakened. Upon seeing so many people gathered, they were equally astonished. After Sakura explained the situation, they learned the full story. Are you saying Chiya saved everyone here? Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. Sakura nodded, indeed. Had it not been for Chiya, we all might have been in grave danger. But wait, didn't Chiya withdraw from the exam? How is he here? And where are the others? Naruto stood up, stretching his limbs. With Shikamaru's medicine and the power of the 9 tails, his injuries had nearly healed. He had gone to gather scrolls for about an hour, and it was rumored that the Hokage had permitted him to assist in maintaining the exam here. Though the specifics were unclear to Sakura, she then admonished Naruto, be careful, your injuries aren't fully healed. Oh, it's nothing. I'm fine now. I'll go take a look outside, Naruto said, bouncing out the door. Hinata, stationed outside, did not notice Naruto had approached her. He excitedly patted her shoulder. Hinata, thank you. If it weren't for you all guarding us outside, we might have been devoured by beasts. Hinata froze, turning to see Naruto's face so close to hers. Her thoughts racing, so close, so very close. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, and she fainted. Hinata, what's wrong? Hey, Naruto quickly caught her, gently laying her down on the ground. Observing Naruto's panicked demeanor, Kiba shook his head in resignation. Hinata still faints whenever she sees Naruto. He was here tending to Shino, while he was being cared for by Tenten. Ino was looking after Choji, and Neji and Shikamaru were on guard outside. Sasuke leaned against the tree roots, his expression troubled as he recalled the battle with a man named Orochimaru before losing consciousness. That man claimed he could grant him the power he desired and knew Itachi's whereabouts. Analyzing from this man's perspective, he could easily kill them, yet he refrained, as if waiting for them to grow stronger. In the current Konoha, Sasuke doubted he could attain any significant power. Even if he passed this exam and became a Chunin, he would still be constrained by the village and unable to achieve his revenge. His existence was solely for the purpose of killing Itachi, the one who annihilated his clan. If he could eliminate that person, he would be willing to do anything. Moreover, he was unexpectedly saved by Chiya once again. Although Chiya had grown remarkably strong, he felt himself still so weak. Even Naruto had matured to the point where he could confront formidable foes without flinching. In contrast, he found himself lacking. I must become stronger. This cannot continue. How infuriating. With these thoughts, he clenched his fists tightly. Just then, an excited voice from outside the tree hollow called out, Chiya, you are indeed here. Have you finally awakened? How does your body feel? Has everyone else awakened? I feel great. I am none other than the future Hokage of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki. Besides me, Sasuke and Choji have also awakened. That's good, Chiya replied. I have something to discuss with everyone. Before he could finish his sentence, his head popped into the tree hollow, and upon seeing Sasuke sitting there, he greeted him. Hey, how's your body? Humph. Sasuke scoffed disdainfully, yet he nodded slightly. Chiya smiled gently. It seems your spirit is quite good. He then turned to Sakura and said, Sakura, could you step out for a moment? Sasuke still needs to rest. Let us hold a small meeting. Oh, all right, Sakura replied, promptly standing up. Sasuke, upon hearing this, was quite indignant and stood up, exclaiming, Tsh. I don't need to rest. Then come along. I want to stop you. Chiya laughed heartily. Subsequently, Chiya gathered at least one member from each team in an open area and handed over the missing scrolls to their respective teams, saying, I just checked, and currently, Two teams have passed the exam, one from Sunigakure and one from Otogakure. Therefore, we must hasten our pace. At that moment, Shikamaru analyzed. We have a total of 4 teams with 8 scrolls. With 2 teams having passed, that leaves us with 4 scrolls, totaling 12 scrolls. However, from the information we have, many teams have encountered misfortunes. For safety's sake, I suggest we set off immediately. We are approximately 6 kilometers from the central tower. Yes, I think the same, Naruto nodded. The others were left speechless, thinking, what nonsense are you talking about? Among everyone, it was clear that his statement was the most absurd. Then it is decided. Does anyone have any objections? Chiya surveyed the group, and most shook their heads. Only Neji and Sasuke remained silent, neither affirming nor denying. All right, it's settled then. We will depart after lunch, Chiya declared. Good. Everyone nodded in agreement. While the group busily prepared meals and concocted medicine, Tintin suddenly approached Neji and said, Neji, have you noticed? You mean how Chiya has suddenly become the core of everyone? Neji replied succinctly. Tintin paused, then nodded. Yes, it feels as though everyone trusts him immensely. And what about you? Neji inquired. Me? Tintin hesitated, reflecting before saying, I can't shake the feeling that Chiya possesses an inexplicable strength, a peculiar sense of security. As if being near him feels exceptionally safe. To describe it precisely, it's akin to the feeling of being with Gai-sensei. Yes, that's the sensation. Neji was at a loss for words. Could you refrain from mentioning him? Just thinking of him sends chills down my spine. Ha ha ha, my apologies. Tintin chuckled lightly before returning to Li's side. Then, I noticed Xiao Li and Naruto laughing and joking together. However, there was no sign of Qianyi. A wave of curiosity washed over her. Where could Qianyi have gone? He mentioned he would first assess the situation ahead to avert any potential danger, Xiao Li replied. To her astonishment, this fellow proved to be remarkably reliable. Was he always like this at the Ninja Academy? As she mused, she glanced towards Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke merely shot a sidelong glance without uttering a word. Feeling quite knowledgeable about Qianyi, Naruto seized the opportunity to speak up, exclaiming, he was nothing like this at school. He never cared about anything and often skipped classes with me. Tian, at a loss for words, remarked. You seem rather proud of that. Of course. But he truly is a good person. He sometimes treats me to ramen and invites me over for dinner. By the way, Qianyi's cooking is delightful. Suddenly, Tian and Xiao Li were taken aback. Wait, he can cook? Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, and he does it exceedingly well. He claims it's Huaxia cuisine, though I don't quite understand it. I'll make sure he shows you all sometime. Just as Naruto finished speaking, Qianyi poked his head back through the tree hole, his face a canvas of disbelief. Hey, I've only just left. And you're already selling me out? Hee, I'm just speaking the truth. Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. Qianyi then stated, all right, enough idle chatter. There's no danger ahead. Let us finish our meal and set off. Hooray! Naruto leaped into the air with enthusiasm. After lunch, everyone departed simultaneously, heading towards the central tower. At this point, aside from Jinao, everyone else had awakened and could walk normally. The journey was exceptionally smooth. A distance of 6 kilometers would typically require about half an hour for ninjas. In truth, Qianyi had always pondered whether this 10-kilometer radius was rather small. The ninjas of the Naruto world possessed physical capabilities 5 times greater than those in his previous world. In his own realm, a 10-kilometer trek at a normal pace would take roughly 2 hours. Yet, traversing through a jungle, one could conservatively estimate a duration of 4 hours at most. However, for ninjas in the Naruto world, moving through the woods was as effortless as walking on flat ground, and with their enhanced physical attributes. He recalled his childhood days of hunting in the Konoha forest when he was destitute. That 10 kilometers generally took just a little over an hour. Even considering the heightened intensity of the exam, a 10-kilometer testing area seemed rather constricted. A radius of 20 kilometers would be more appropriate. Qianyi had already grumbled about this before the exam, clearly indicating that they did not regard ninjas as typical inhabitants of the Naruto world. A large group advanced with great momentum. Neji and Sasuke led the way, while Qianyi and Naruto brought up the rear, with the others situated in between. Qianyi, they say you can fly. Why don't you take to the skies? Naruto suddenly inquired. Wouldn't that be too ostentatious? Besides, if anything unusual occurs, I wouldn't be able to return immediately, Qianyi replied. Then show me how you fly. I've never seen anyone who can fly. By the way, how did you learn to fly? Can I learn it too? Naruto's voice swiftly drew the attention of most of the group ahead. Everyone was intrigued by the notion of Senya's ability to fly. After all, what an exhilarating skill that would be. Moreover, the battles of ninjas predominantly unfold upon the ground. If anyone were to take to the skies, it would be akin to a dimensional strike. Thus, upon Naruto's utterance, nearly everyone perked up in anticipation. Flying. Honestly, I speak the truth. You know I've never deceived you. Chiya began slowly. Having anticipated that someone would inevitably pose this question and already concocted a response. Naruto's face lit up with eager anticipation. I too am at a loss. One day, I simply awoke with the ability, and intriguingly, it was not through chakra, but rather sheer physical energy. So, when you inquire if you could master it, I genuinely cannot say. If I knew how, do you think I would withhold that knowledge from you? Allow me to ponder deeply. Should I discover a method, I will impart it to you. The crowd remained uncertain whether Chiya was being forthright. Yet his ambiguous words hinted that he truly did not possess the means to teach flight. After all, within this world, many phenomena defy explanation. Much like the bloodline limits, some individuals may possess two types of chakra, yet fail to merge them, illustrating a similar conundrum. Naruto's expression fell to one of disappointment as he exclaimed, "If you ever figure it out, you must teach me. Rest assured, given our bond, how could I refuse you?" Chiya replied with a smile. "And me? Don't forget about me, Chiya. Teach me too when the time comes." At that moment, Lee suddenly bounded forward from the front. "Absolutely. As fellow taijutsu practitioners, perhaps I can devise a method that suits you better," Chiya responded with an equally cheerful demeanor. "Chiya, you truly are a remarkable person. This is what youth embodies," Lee proclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears of emotion. Previously, he had been provocatively challenging Chiya, yet this generous spirit was incredibly youthful. "However, I have a favor to ask of everyone. Please refrain from sharing my newfound ability to fly with others. I earnestly beg you to keep it a secret, otherwise it may attract unwanted attention or harm towards me," Chiya said, adopting a pitiful expression. "Oh, fret not. No one will breathe a word of it. We are all good comrades of Konoha. Should anyone wish to harm you, I shall be the first to stand and defend you," Naruto vowed earnestly. "Indeed, I too shall remain silent. I swear it upon my ninja way," Lee affirmed. "Rest assured, none shall speak of it. After all, you have aided us immensely." "To divulge this would be inconsiderate and unjust," Kiba interjected. Yes. Choji nodded in agreement. "Precisely," Ino added. Hinata nodded affirmatively. "All right, do not worry. We are all united in purpose," Sakura reassured. Chiya surveyed the group. Although some remained silent, their lack of response was a tacit acknowledgement. For each individual possessed a distinct character. Speaking of which, is this the legendary act of playing the fool to catch the tiger? Tintin mused quietly. However, given Chiya's strength, I find it difficult to conceive of anyone capable of causing him harm. Shikamaru offered a high commendation. "Hey, Shikamaru, you are actually evaluating someone," Ino exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, how troublesome. I merely spoke offhandedly," Shikamaru replied with an exasperated expression. Just then, Sasuke, at the forefront, suddenly called out, "Stop! There is something amiss here." Everyone paused momentarily, halting in their tracks. "What is the matter, Sasuke?" Naruto hurriedly approached the front. "Hey, aren't you concerned about what is behind us?" Kiba shouted. "Oh, come on. You're here too, aren't you?" Naruto replied. At that moment, everyone thought that sometimes, Naruto could indeed be quite unreliable. "We seem to be going in circles." As if ensnared by an illusion. "I've attempted to break it, but to no avail," Sasuke remarked. "Indeed, there are numerous traps laid ahead, waiting for us to fall into their snare," Neji added, having activated his Byakugan to survey the area. "What?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. "I distinctly saw the tower was not far from us, yet no matter how we approach, we cannot reach it. It's as if the tower is moving," Sakura said. "So what do we do now?" Naruto inquired. "Generally speaking, as long as it's a ninjutsu, there must be a caster and a source point. If we can locate either, we can dispel the illusion," Shikamaru suggested. Neji nodded. "I'm searching for it." "Hinata, I'll assist as well," she said, rushing over and activating her Byakugan to scan for any suspicious individuals nearby. Neji noticed Hinata at his side, his brow furrowed in mild annoyance. However, given the crowd, he refrained from showing any further reaction. "Neji, Hinata, share with us the locations of the traps. Since we already know their positions, we might be able to turn the tables," Shikamaru proposed. "All right," Neji agreed, subsequently indicating several locations to Shikamaru. Chiyo remained at the back, not intending to involve himself. This trivial matter was best left to Shikamaru and the others. In truth, he had already discerned the issue at hand. Dispelling this illusion was straightforward. Detonation would suffice. He was also aware of the trap's locations and could obliterate them with ease. As for the three adversaries lurking in the shadows, if memory served him right, they were ninjas from the village hidden in rain, specifically from Nagato's village. He had locked onto their positions from the very beginning. Eliminating them would be as effortless as drinking water, yet he refrained from doing so. He understood that individuals like Neji and Sasuke, with their proud natures, would undoubtedly harbor resentment after receiving his assistance, stoking a fire within them. Thus, he needed to allow them to vent their frustrations, otherwise, it would bode ill for the upcoming examination. However, the thought of this left Chiyo somewhat frustrated. Are these three rain ninjas so audacious? What gives you the audacity to confront 13 of us? He pondered. Leave the traps to me. Naruto volunteered enthusiastically. Naruto, can you manage? Sakura voiced her concern. Yes. It's perilous. We need someone meticulous, Ino added. Don't worry, I've got this. Naruto confidently thumped his chest. At that moment, Shikamaru interjected, actually, Naruto is indeed the best choice. He can create multiple shadow clones to dismantle the traps, which is a clever strategy. Exactly, that is what I was thinking. Naruto grinned. With that in mind, I have a suggestion. Suddenly, Chiyo's voice resonated from behind the group. Chiyo, come to the front, Sakura said, glancing back. Only to see Chiyo standing on a branch, waving at her. Her voice abruptly ceased. Nani? Tian and Xiao Li were astonished to witness two versions of Qianyi, their eyes widening like eggs. But, Qianyi, you are a taijutsu ninja, right? How can you also perform shadow clones? Xiao Li blurted out. Oh, you didn't know? I can actually do a bit of ninjutsu. However, due to the limited chakra within me, I can't use it frequently, Qianyi explained. I learned this from Naruto. Naruto? A look of confusion adorned his face. When had he ever taught Qianyi this? Nevertheless, since Qianyi claimed it, he felt the urge to boast a little, placing his hands on his hips and grinning. Yes, that's right, I taught her. Oh, I see. My situation is quite similar. But I can only open the 8 gates through chakra, Xiao Li chuckled. Only Tian found it puzzling. Releasing shadow clones required substantial chakra. A normal ninja could typically create at most 3 shadow clones at a time, while Naruto's ability was exceedingly rare. This indicated that to create a single shadow clone, one must possess at least half the chakra of a standard ninja. If one already possessed that much chakra, how could they not utilize ninjutsu? It simply defied logic. How many secrets did this Qianyi possess? Flying was astonishing enough, and now shadow clones? This left not only Tian perplexed, but also Shikamaru, Neji, and Hinata, who were known for their analytical thinking. Sasuke and Sakura had grown accustomed to it, knowing well that Qianyi had many hidden talents yet to be revealed. So, what is your proposal? Shikamaru suddenly inquired, intrigued by this fascinating individual he did not yet fully understand. Before that, I want to ask Neji and Hinata if they have found the enemy. Qianyi turned to them. No, we haven't located them. Hinata shook her head. Neji remained silent, which was a form of acquiescence. That means they are likely not in this vicinity. Since both of you have not detected their presence, it is highly probable they are not nearby, Qianyi deduced. That makes some sense, Xiao Li nodded thoughtfully. Since Neji hasn't noticed anything, they surely aren't around. Qianyi continued. Therefore, we should turn the tables. However, we will need Naruto to transform into our likeness after creating shadow clones to achieve a deceptive effect, luring the enemy towards us. Hey, Naruto paused. That is a brilliant idea. As Naruto prepared to form the hand seals for shadow clones, he was interrupted by Tian. Wait. Naruto, can you use shadow clones and then apply transformation jutsu? Naruto blinked in confusion. Yes, what is the problem? Aren't you a human? Why does your team always surprise us? It feels so absurd. Generally, when creating so many shadow clones, one cannot subsequently use transformation jutsu due to insufficient chakra and the inability to coordinate chakra usage. Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Is that so? Naruto scratched his head and chuckled. I didn't realize I was this impressive. Upon concluding his words, he once again formed seals and proclaimed, Shadow Clone Technique. Bang! Bang 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 bang. In an instant, a multitude of Narutos materialized around everyone. This spectacle left Neji, Lee, and Tintin utterly astonished. Could it be? So many shadow clones. How much chakra must this require? Tintin exclaimed, then turned to Sakura and inquired, is this guy truly the bottom of your class? Sakura chuckled awkwardly. His academic performance indeed is. I am too. I am too. Chiya suddenly interjected. Huh, aren't you the top of the grade? Tintin questioned in confusion. Sakura, feeling embarrassed, replied, he has indeed been consistently competing with Naruto for the last 2 spots. What? Tintin was momentarily stunned. Such a formidable individual. Yet he is at the bottom. What on earth is happening in this class? Niji also felt a sense of bewilderment. How could Chiya, being at the bottom, possess such strength? How frustrating it was that he couldn't surpass someone deemed the underdog. Moreover, who is this Naruto, possessing such immense chakra? In that fleeting moment, his perception of Naruto shifted, no longer looking down upon him, and even suspecting that Naruto might be concealing considerable power. At this juncture, Naruto grinned and said, the top is Sasuke, ha ha, before beginning to transform. Bang bang bang. All of Naruto's shadow clones morphed into the likeness of everyone present, subsequently leaping down. This clever Naruto did not recklessly plunge into all the traps, but instead sent a few clones to venture in, struggling and calling for help. The remaining clones attempted to rescue them, only to find themselves ensnared as well. The concealed observers, witnessing this scene, felt as though it was not the true Naruto. Could Naruto be this astute? Ino tilted her head in confusion. It seems he has become quite clever, Kiba remarked. Naruto-kun, you are amazing, Hinata whispered, her cheeks flushed. Suddenly, Tintin asked, by the way, have you seen Naruto's real body? Huh. Upon hearing this, everyone hastily scanned their surroundings. Then, a sharp scream pierced the air, nearly deafening Chiya. Sasuke and Niji. Idiot. Keep your voice down. Sasuke exclaimed urgently. Only then did they realize they were hiding, quickly covering their mouths. Through his sensory perception, Chiya discerned that the others were still in different locations, and he sighed in relief. Niji, however, quickly surveyed the surroundings, worried that the sound would attract other foes. That fool, his real body actually went down too. Sakura remarked in disbelief. The others shared her sentiment. This colossal fool. Sasuke sighed in exasperation. So, should we go down to rescue him? Kiba inquired. Just then, Niji suddenly declared, don't go. They are coming. At this proclamation, everyone instantly heightened their vigilance, falling silent as they began to observe their surroundings. Soon, the sky darkened. Everyone froze. What is happening? Why has it become dark? Kiba whispered. It must be an enemy ninjutsu. Let us stay hidden, Lee advised. Suddenly, black liquid began oozing from the trees surrounding Naruto, resembling slime, with the quantity steadily increasing, appearing to number at least a dozen. Immediately, these dark liquids transformed into arms, followed by heads. How revolting. Such a grotesque ninjutsu. Witnessing this scene daily evokes a feeling of nausea. Indeed, it is utterly disgusting. What peculiar tastes these ninjas possess. Ino wore a bitter expression. However, how could there be so many? Is it a shadow clone or something else? Sakura, visibly disdainful, continued to ponder. Meanwhile, Hinata stood by, arms crossed. Her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Naruto, who was struggling below, murmuring, Naruto-kun. At that moment, Chiya's gentle voice drifted to her ear. Do not worry. With me here, he will be safe. Chiya-kun. Hinata forced a faint smile, yet her worry for Naruto lingered. What is all this? Naruto shouted in desperation below. Currently, nearly all of his shadow clones were ensnared in the enemy's traps. They were either trapped in pits, ensnared by vines, or caught in nets. Only 3 shadow clones of Sakura, Sasuke, and Lee remained unconfined. As for the original, he was dangling from a tree. Countless ninjas clad in black attire, their mouths clenching unknown objects, approached them from all directions. The numbers increased steadily, and their expressions grew grave. Why are there so many? They all look the same. It's somewhat repulsive. Naruto's shadow clones feigned retching, just as Naruto was besieged. Niji suddenly spotted 2 individuals concealed in the trees and remarked, there are 2 people over there. They must be their comrades. Moreover, there is another one in the bushes, poised to attack Naruto-kun. The ones below are merely illusions, phantoms. Hinata stated. In that case, we should proceed to subdue them. Kiba sniffed the air, having also detected the enemy hidden in the grass below. I'll handle one, Sasuke declared, turning to Hinata and instructing, tell me their positions. They are at 10 o'clock. 2 individuals, Hinata replied. Understood, Sasuke nodded lightly and stealthily approached. Niji remained silent, also advancing quietly, and even without speaking. It was clear to the others that he intended to take care of the other. So who will take the last one? Tintin inquired. Just as Lee was about to volunteer, Kiba interrupted. I'll go. My nose can pick up his scent, and you're a taijutsu ninja. It would be unwise for you to engage. What? You dare to underestimate me? Lee replied, somewhat irate. Lee, he has a point. Sensory ninjas are more suited for combat in this environment. And besides, your injuries have not fully healed, Tintin urged. After some hesitation, Lee, though slightly displeased, nodded in agreement to let Kiba go. Subsequently, Kiba entrusted the still sleeping Akamaru to Hinata and placed Shino on a branch, saying, Hinata, Chiya, I'll leave Akamaru and Shino in your care. With that, he leapt down and stealthily approached the enemy concealed in the grass. Capturing so many people is quite a bountiful harvest, the Rain Ninja encircling Naruto's shadow clones remarked. Are you the ones who captured us? Release us at once. Naruto shouted. Hee. The man sneered. You may leave, but hand over the scroll, and I shall release you. Impossible, exclaimed the shadow clone of Lee. Why waste words with him? Just let me down first. Naruto's original voice echoed from above. Indeed, the shadow clone of Sasuke affirmed, producing a kunai and hurling it towards the rope binding Naruto. However, the kunai was intercepted mid-flight by a shuriken that seemed to come from nowhere, tumbling to the ground. What? Naruto's original self gasped in shock. No choice. Let's charge together, commanded the shadow clone of Lee, as Sakura and Sasuke surged forward. Naruto, astonished, shouted, You three, let me down first. Yet, none of the shadow clones heeded his plea. With no alternative, Naruto resolved to devise a way to save himself. Onlookers, observing from above, were rendered speechless. How could this fool be so naive? Unbeknownst to Naruto, the figures he believed to be clones were mere illusions. Before long, the shadow clones of Sakura, Sasuke, and Lee were dispersed by foes lurking behind the thickets. The enemies below were momentarily taken aback. So, they were all shadow clones. Where are your originals? One demanded. Since you've uncovered my ruse, I shall cease pretending. Ha. Naruto laughed heartily, dispelling all shadow clones, leaving only himself suspended in the air. As his laughter subsided, he suddenly remembered his predicament, urgently calling out, Let me down. Let us fight honorably. The three Rain Shinobi, stunned by the vanishing of all captives, were momentarily at a loss. Just then, Niji, Sasuke, and Kiba, who had been lying in wait behind them, seized the opportunity and swiftly subdued the three foes, expending minimal effort, as their attention had been wholly captured by Naruto. Subsequently, Naruto observed the figures below gradually disappearing, his confusion mounting. Hey, what is happening? Where did everyone go? At that moment, the crowd realized that the illusion had been lifted and approached Naruto, gazing up at him suspended in the air. Those were mere phantoms. Their originals were defeated by Sasuke, Niji, and Kiba, causing them to vanish, Chiya explained with a smile. What? I haven't even had a chance to fight. Ark, Naruto lamented. However, your performance this time has certainly earned everyone's respect, Chiya remarked with a grin. Really? Sakura? Is that true? Yes, indeed, Sakura replied succinctly, lowering Naruto from his aerial confinement. At that moment, Niji, Sasuke, and Kiba emerged from the thicket, dragging the bound Rain Shinobi and unceremoniously tossing them to the ground. As Sasuke threw the captives down, he suddenly knelt, his expression contorted in pain. This sight alarmed everyone. Sakura rushed forward, asking, Sasuke, what's wrong? Sasuke grimaced, one hand pressed to the ground while the other shielded his neck. Sakura froze, noticing a dark three-tomo symbol beginning to manifest on Sasuke's neck. Sasuke, she gasped. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Sasuke slowly rose to his feet, panting heavily, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Sasuke, what on earth is happening? Naruto exclaimed in confusion, rushing over to witness the ominous black three-tomo symbol. I have no idea, Sasuke replied, taking a deep breath as he gradually made his way towards the central tower. Moments ago, he had been overwhelmed by a surge of energy that had left him in agony, his neck throbbing unbearably. Though he was unaware of the nature of this dark force, he could faintly sense it devouring his chakra. Sakura, concerned for Sasuke, followed closely behind. The others observed Sasuke's unsteady gait with growing unease. Sasuke, what is wrong with him? Naruto questioned, perplexed. They all shook their heads. Without Sasuke's explanation, none could fathom his plight. Only Chiya and Sakura possessed a fragment of understanding regarding the situation. Though Sakura was only partially aware, while Chiya held comprehensive knowledge. After disposing of the three ranged shinobi beneath a tree, the group pressed onward toward the central tower. Victory was within their grasp. However, as they departed, the enigmatic Yakushi Kabuto emerged from the shadows, adjusting his glasses with a slight smirk. His presence did not escape Chiya's keen perception, yet he deemed it unnecessary to engage with Kabuto at present. The unfolding narrative required his presence for progression. With no hindrances, the group swiftly arrived at the entrance of the central tower. It was merely the third day of the exam, yet it could almost be declared over. Naruto was the first to push open the grand doors, revealing a spacious hall before them. Wow, it's so vast, Naruto marveled. But where is everyone? Sakura pondered, her brow furrowed in confusion. Now that we are safe, we should locate our instructors. We need to report, Ino suggested. The others nodded in agreement, forming small teams to search for their teachers. Chiya approached Kiba and Hinata, and before he could speak, Hinata inquired, Chiya-kun, what is the matter? I'm here to check on Shino and Akamaru, Chiya responded. I'm not sure what happened, but Akamaru is unusually deep in slumber, unresponsive to calls. And Shino hasn't awakened either. Although his arm is temporarily stabilized, he requires urgent treatment. Otherwise, it may become permanently impaired, Kiba remarked, scratching his head. That is indeed peculiar, Chiya mused, perplexed. He was unaware that it was his own influence that had rendered Shino and Akamaru unconscious. The insects within Shino's body sensed a profound external threat and, in a protective instinct, prevented him from awakening. Akamaru, too, succumbed to a deep slumber, overwhelmed by an acute sense of danger and fear. Yet, Chiya's presence among them was not solely to inquire about Shino and Akamaru. He was also anxious about the upcoming preliminary matches of the third exam. If Kiba were to lose Akamaru, his strength would diminish significantly, making him susceptible to defeat by Naruto. In the original narrative, Naruto narrowly triumphed over Kiba. However, without Akamaru, Naruto would undoubtedly secure a decisive victory. Though the outcome would remain unchanged, the journey would be distinctly altered. Nevertheless, as long as Naruto emerged victorious, that was all that mattered. However, Shino recalled that in the preliminary matches, he had faced Saku, who had already been eliminated by him. So, would Shino triumph without a fight? It seemed implausible. Currently, Shino lay unconscious, and given the prevailing circumstances, it was highly likely that he would be directly disqualified. Even if he were to awaken just before the match, he would still be paired against another contender. The question lingered, who would he face? As Chiya pondered these thoughts, Naruto's voice suddenly resonated from ahead. Hey, everyone, come quick. Naruto's call gathered the entire Konoha team together. What is the matter? Lee inquired. Look, there's an inscription here, but I can't decipher its meaning. Naruto pointed to a piece of calligraphy hanging on the wall, adorned with elegant black characters written with a brush. Weave scoured the entire first floor and found no one. Yet curiously, there is no passage leading to the second floor. Hence, we believe this inscription holds the key to accessing it, Sakura explained. Indeed, we too have encountered no one, nor have we discovered a route to the second floor. Ino added. We are in the same predicament, Hinata chimed in. As are we, Tintin affirmed. Sakura gazed at the inscription and began to interpret. If there is no heaven, then wisdom prepares the means. If there is no earth, then pursue the source for profit. If both heaven and earth are engaged, then the perilous path returns to the righteous way. This is the ultimate principle, to become a leader of talents. After Sakura concluded, Naruto scratched his head. Perplexed, what does this even mean? I can't comprehend it. It likely refers to a scroll, I suppose, Sakura replied. If that is the case, it seems to suggest that we should open the scroll here, Ino remarked. Are you certain? Kiba questioned. If we make a mistake, we could lose everything. At that moment, hesitation enveloped the group. After all, prior to the initial examination, the examiner, Akane, had clearly stated that the purpose was to test the ninjas' composure and their ability to maintain confidentiality. A wrong judgment could lead to immediate disqualification. Seeing everyone bow their heads in uncertainty, Chiya spoke up. If that is the case, allow me to open it. The group was taken aback, astonished. Chiya, how can you open it? You're not even a participant. Ino exclaimed. Chiya smiled gently at their puzzled expressions. Well, I must confess. I have deceived you all. I am also a participant, but I came alone. I will explain the specifics later. You all have faced difficulties. So let me validate your judgment. What? The group was stunned. Chiya had entered the Chunin exams alone. How could that be? Yet, the reality stood before them, compelling their belief. At that moment, Lee interrupted Chiya as he began to unroll the scroll, saying, "No, you can't do this alone. You've already helped us so much. We can't let you take this risk by yourself. We should do it. Indeed, facing this alone is more daunting for you than for the three of us. Moreover, you've been caring for us these past few days. Every team has benefited from your kindness. How could we possibly allow you to jeopardize yourself?" Kiba added, glancing at Hinata, who nodded in agreement. "Oh dear. It is utterly exasperating. If we are to speak of assistance, Chiya has consistently been our comrade and remains our most cherished ally." Suddenly, Naruto exclaimed, promptly unfurling the two scrolls in his hands. Sakura intended to intervene, urging him to wait a moment, yet she was unable to do so in time. Sasuke, however, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, believing Naruto's actions to be justified. Though reluctant to admit it, Chiya had indeed been their companion, aiding them on numerous occasions. Before the astonished gazes of everyone present, Naruto's two scrolls erupted with a resounding bang, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. The crowd was immediately assailed by the thick mist, causing them to cough uncontrollably. "Naruto, quickly discard the scrolls," Sasuke urged urgently. Startled, Naruto hastily tossed the scrolls to the ground. As the smoke cleared, a figure, arms crossed, materialized before them. Upon recognizing the individual, their eyes widened in sheer disbelief. "What?" they gasped in unison. "Iruka-sensei, how did you emerge from the scroll?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Iruka chuckled. "I did not anticipate such a large gathering here. Nevertheless, congratulations to all of you for successfully passing the second phase of the exam. Is it true? Have we truly passed?" Sakura asked, her expression one of bewilderment. "Indeed, you all succeeded. My appearance here is due to the fact that, at the conclusion of the second exam, we Chunin were assigned to greet the candidates. And I happened to draw your group as your vital messenger," Iruka explained. "Oh, now I understand," Naruto replied, laughter bubbling forth. In his excitement, he lunged towards Iruka, embracing him tightly. "Hey, Naruto, let me finish what I was saying," Iruka remarked, somewhat exasperated, as Naruto had always been this affectionate towards him. Upon hearing that they had all passed, the tension that had gripped everyone suddenly dissipated, and they exhaled in relief. Sasuke, Sakura, Tenten, Ino, and Kiba all sank to the ground to recuperate. "However, I have a question, Sensei," Tenten suddenly inquired, for Iruka was also considered a teacher for their cohort, albeit not the homeroom instructor. "What is it?" Iruka asked. "What would happen if we peeked at the scrolls during the exam? Would you emerge in this manner?" Tenten queried. "Well," Iruka teased, "if that were the case, you would succumb to the fog within the scrolls and consequently be eliminated." Ah! Upon hearing this, Kiba inhaled sharply, for he had contemplated opening the scroll, but had been thwarted by Hinata and Shino. Thank goodness for that, he thought, a chill of perspiration breaking out across him. "Now, allow me to explain the meaning behind the inscriptions on the wall. This is part of my duty here," Iruka stated as he approached the wall adorned with characters. "This is a message from the Hokage regarding the insights of the Chunin." Iruka began slowly. "Chunin insights?" Naruto inquired, his eyes filled with confusion. "Precisely. The heaven mentioned in the text refers to the human mind, while earth pertains to the human body," Iruka continued. "Without heaven, there is no wisdom to prepare for opportunities. To illustrate this, let me provide an example." Iruka turned to Naruto and remarked, "For instance, if Naruto's weakness lies in his intellect, then he must acquire diverse knowledge to accomplish tasks." Upon hearing this, Sakura, Ino, and Kiba stifled their laughter. With a scoff, Naruto replied dismissively, "Mind your own business." However, what the teacher said does hold some truth, Ino chimed in with a grin. "Humph, what is so funny? It's not like I don't study," Naruto retorted, turning his head away. Iruka continued with a smile. "Then, if one lacks strength, they must strive for improvement to gain an advantage." He glanced at Sakura and Ino, stating, "If a girl's weakness is physical strength, she should engage in daily exercise." This made Sakura shyly scratch her head and stick out her tongue. Ino lowered her gaze, feeling a tad embarrassed. At that moment, Chiya was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, thinking, "Ah, it's you, Iruka-sensei. Your words have surely influenced Sakura to become a formidable woman." Iruka went on, "If one can balance both intellect and physical prowess, then regardless of how perilous the mission may be, they can tread the righteous path and safely complete their tasks. Excuse me, but what does that missing character signify? Sakura inquired. That represents the character for a chunin. Irika explained. The recent survival examination was designed to assess the fundamental capabilities of the candidates as chunin. However, he said, turning to Chiya, you have assisted them far too much. Chiya was taken aback. Although there were indeed issues with Sunagakure, you not only provided food but also pots, pans, and even an abundance of medical supplies. The Hokage has taken note of all this. Thanks to your efforts, everyone's injuries were minimized, and the Hokage will personally address this matter shortly. Chiya felt somewhat helpless, thinking, if it weren't for me, this group of little pests would have perished. In any case, everyone performed admirably, showcasing their resilience and possessing the essential qualities to become chunin, Irika remarked with a smile. Chunin are at the captain level, with the obligation to lead their teams. It is crucial to remember the significance of knowledge and the necessity of physical strength. Everyone, never forget this chunin wisdom as you continue to challenge yourselves in the next phase. This is the message I wish to convey. Understood, Naruto replied cheerfully, giving a salute. Ino raised an eyebrow, wondering, does this guy really comprehend it? Sakura chuckled lightly, it's hard to say. Subsequently, Irika instructed everyone to rest well until the conclusion of the exam. With 2 days remaining until the exam's end, all who had passed were resting there. During this time, Shino received effective treatment, but, unable to participate in the subsequent assessments, regrettably withdrew from the examination under the guidance of Kurenai. Kiba's Akamaru also regained consciousness and, having sustained no injuries, was fit to participate. The other candidates had mostly healed. While not in peak condition, they were determined to seize this opportunity. By the end of the 5th day, only 7 teams had successfully passed the examination. The Konoha teams consist of 5 groups: Chiya's team, Naruto's team, Hinata's team, Shikamaru's team, and Niji's team. The Sand Hidden team has 1 group, Gaara's team. The Sound Hidden team also has 1 group, Kabuto's team, totaling 18 individuals. On the 6th morning, all candidates who had passed the 2nd round of the exam gathered at the combat training ground. The Hokage stood on the platform, flanked by all the examiners and followed by the mentors of the Konoha teams. When Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro saw Chiya standing alone in a team, they were taken aback. A singular thought raced through their minds. Is this not a Jonin? How could he be here? With lingering doubt, Kankuro spoke up, Hokage-sama. Why is this Jonin standing with us? Oh. The Hokage turned his impassive gaze toward the sand-hidden ninja, Kankuro. The other instructors were equally bewildered, unable to comprehend his implication. Isn't he a Jonin from Konoha? Why is he participating in the exam with us? Kankuro pointed at Chiya, who stood alone on the far left of the line. Chiya glanced at him, his eyes brimming with displeasure. That fleeting glance made Kankuro break into a cold sweat, instantly deflating his earlier bravado, and he lowered his head, silenced. This scene astonished everyone present, including Orochimaru, who was disguised as a Konoha ninja standing behind the Hokage. They could not fathom why this sand-hidden ninja appeared so intimidated by Chiya. Orochimaru quietly observed the solitary figure standing at the edge of the group. He recalled that this individual had once captured one of his subordinates, Mizuki, and had investigated this small entity. Chiya, an unremarkable orphan. He understood Konoha's methods. Perhaps he had captured someone and found a puppet, as such orphans were typically the easiest to manipulate. Thus, he had investigated Chiya, but had not paid him much attention, as his true focus lay on the Sharingan. However, it now seemed that he might have misjudged. This young man had participated in the Chunin exam on his own, undoubtedly possessing extraordinary abilities. Could he possibly rival the likes of Minato Namikaze or Itachi Uchiha? Given the prowess of Minato and Itachi, or even Kakashi, they could have easily passed the Chunin exam at the age of 12. Orochimaru realized he must take this Chunin seriously, especially since he had been permitted by the 3rd Hokage to participate alone. Upon witnessing Kankuro's gesture toward Chiya, the 3rd Hokage understood everything. He had observed Chiya's actions throughout the exam and was already astonished by his ability to defeat a Jonin from the sand. At that moment, he had decided to promote Chiya to Chunin and to enlist him in the Umbu. Yet, the formalities still had to be followed. He took his pipe, smiled, and said, "He is not a Jonin from Konoha, but like you, he is a Chunin from Konoha, a fresh graduate this year." What? Upon hearing this, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro were utterly shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief. A mere genin possesses the astonishing ability to eliminate a jonin from Sunigakure with a single strike. Is it truly so terrifying to be a genin from Konohagakure? Having witnessed this dreadful power firsthand, even Gaara finds himself fervently hoping that whatever may transpire next, he will not find himself in opposition to this individual. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Before elucidating the third exam, I feel compelled to address a particular matter. The third Hokage stated, stepping forward with deliberate grace. We have a newcomer in our midst, who, with my consent, has chosen to participate in the Chunin exams alone. I trust you have all encountered this individual during the examination, Uchiha Chiya, a remarkably talented child. The reason I bring him up is that he was originally part of a 4-member team, yet, in light of the format of this exam, which requires groups of 3, this young lad selflessly opted to withdraw to ensure his companions could proceed. This spirit is commendable and has deeply moved me. Thus, I granted him permission to compete solo in this perilous exam, and, judging by the results, it has turned out quite well. The third S words carried a weighty endorsement of Chiya, leaving the audience in astonishment. The last recipient of such high praise from the third was none other than the fourth Hokage, a memory that dates back over a decade. Your student is rather impressive, Guy whispered to Kakashi. Others are not lacking either. Perhaps it is merely good fortune? However, regardless of the third's commendation, my students are evolving. And as long as my team stands, they will not surpass their limits, Guy proclaimed with pride, as the next phase will rely solely on strength. I acknowledge that this Chiya lad is indeed formidable, yet my students possess their own unique talents. Nonetheless, clarity can be both sweet and cruel, Kakashi, Guy mused, casting a triumphant glance at Kakashi. Kakashi, somewhat perplexed, turned back, inquiring, "Did you say something?" "Ah." Guy suddenly froze, clutching his head and gasping, "Oh my goodness." Yet, due to the presence of the third Hokage, he stifled his exclamation. He then clenched his fist in encouragement, thinking to himself, "You are quite impressive, my rival Kakashi. Your demeanor only enhances your appeal." How infuriating. Although Kakashi did not catch Guy's words clearly, he could surmise their content. He cast a resigned glance at Chiya, silently wishing for the latter to exercise restraint in the upcoming exam, hoping he would not inadvertently cause harm to these young ones. Only he understood the true extent of Chiya's abilities. Even the third Hokage had only observed through a crystal ball, lacking a concrete understanding until witnessing it firsthand. Meanwhile, Guy had entirely forgotten about Chiya's earlier battle with Rock Lee, for being near Kakashi ignited within him a singular desire to outshine Kakashi at all costs. Now, I have conveyed everything I wished to express. Before the commencement of the third exam, I must remind you of a crucial aspect. The third Hokage continued, the true purpose of this examination. The true purpose? The candidates looked on in confusion. Have you ever pondered why allied nations conduct examinations together? In the interest of fostering camaraderie among the allied nations and elevating the prowess of ninjas, misunderstanding its true significance would be troublesome. This examination, as the third Hokage articulated, is essentially a microcosm of the conflicts between allied nations. He paused, exhaling deeply to grant everyone a moment for contemplation. All candidates engaged in fervent brainstorming, yet many remained perplexed. What does this mean? They queried in bewilderment. Removing his pipe, the third Hokage elucidated. Historically, the current allied nations were once neighboring territories embroiled in territorial disputes. To mitigate soldier casualties, they intentionally selected this battleground, which is the genesis of the Chunin selection exam. But why must we engage in such endeavors? Isn't this merely a selection for Chunin? Naruto inquired, his confusion mirrored by nearly all the Konoha candidates. Chiya sighed, lamenting that such peace and stability could be a double-edged sword. Observing the neighboring Sunigakure and Amigakure, whose villages and nations were not as stable as the land of fire and Konoha, he noted the incessant turmoil and warfare they endured. In contrast, the harmony within the land of fire and Konoha allowed ninjas to exist in a serene environment, devoid of a profound sense of impending crisis. Thus, it was only natural that the Konoha ninjas did not comprehend the gravity of their situation. This led to catastrophic consequences during the Pain Invasion, where many fell victim, with only a fraction able to respond effectively while the majority succumbed to oversight. The adage to remain vigilant in times of peace was a lesson Konoha had yet to impart. Indeed, the third Hokage mused. Casting a glance at Naruto and taking a puff from his pipe, It is undeniable that this examination serves to select capable ninjas for the rank of Chunin. However, it also embodies a battleground where ninjas stake their lives in defense of national prestige. You have likely grasped this concept during the second stage of the exam. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the candidates, particularly the Konoha participants, whose expressions reflected a growing sense of disheartenment. The third Hokage's assertion resonated with them. The second stage of the exam, upon reflection, indeed mirrored the nature of warfare. Without Chiya's assistance, they might have perished at the hands of Sunigakure, having signed a life-and-death pact, rendering death a conceivable outcome. Contemplating this, gratitude for Chiya surged within them, akin to that for a savior. Even Neji and Sasuke felt a newfound respect for him. Yet, what does this have to do with national prestige? Ino inquired. The third Hokage continued, regarding this matter. During the third stage of the exam, numerous dignitaries and renowned figures from various nations will be invited as guests. The lords and leaders of these nations will observe your battles, and the strength of your nation will become abundantly clear. A powerful nation will attract numerous commissions, while a perceived weak nation will see a decline in such opportunities. Simultaneously, it serves to demonstrate to neighboring countries that our ninja village possesses formidable combat capabilities, thereby exerting diplomatic pressure. This is why we must fight with our lives at stake. Inuzuka Akiba questioned, still struggling to comprehend the rationale behind their perilous endeavors. The strength of a nation derives from the strength of its villages, and the strength of these villages is rooted in the prowess of their ninjas. However, the true power of a ninja can only be revealed in the throes of desperate combat. This examination serves as a platform to showcase the might of a nation's ninjas and is a stage for ostentation. It is precisely because lives are at stake that this examination holds significance. The third Hokage patiently elucidated. Our ancestors once harbored dreams of challenge, battling in the Chunin exams. But why assert friendship? Ten pressed on with her inquiry. Did I not mention it earlier? The third Hokage, now somewhat exasperated, replied, it would be troublesome if misunderstood. The friendship in the ninja world is maintained through life-risking battles, fought for one's dreams, and the honor of the ninja village. Naruto, though only partially comprehending, nodded in agreement. Regardless, let's swiftly discuss the details of this life-risking examination. Gaara, seething with unexpressed anger, merely hoped to avoid that demon. Yet, he would show no mercy to others. Although that individual had advised him not to harm the leaf ninjas, as long as he did not kill them, it should not pose much of a problem. Chiya marveled at the third Hokage's magnanimity. Despite the children's inquiries and their disgruntled attitudes, he maintained a patient and amiable demeanor, undeniably approachable. The third Hokage sensed that it was time to move on and declared, time is of the essence. I shall now explain the content of the third examination. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before the third Hokage, kneeling on one knee. It was the swift wind of the moonlight. Upon seeing him, Chiya couldn't help but ponder. As the saying goes, the swift wind heralds death. So who shall the next generation herald? However, since the swift wind had perished before the next generation, the saying seemed moot. Pardon my intrusion, Lord Hokage. I, the judge, shall now elucidate. The swift wind of the moonlight stated. Very well, I entrust this to you. The third Hokage nodded in agreement. Once granted permission, the swift wind rose and addressed the candidates. Greetings, esteemed participants. Before the commencement of the third examination, there is a matter that requires your attention, the preliminaries that will determine your eligibility for the third round. Before he could finish, Shikamaru could no longer contain himself and blurted out, what do you mean by preliminaries? Sakura, too, tilted her head in confusion, asking Sensei, I don't understand what preliminaries mean. Why can't the remaining candidates proceed directly to the third examination? The swift wind of the moonlight calmly explained. Perhaps it is because the first and second rounds were too simple. Before he could continue, Chiya nearly burst into laughter. Too simple, you say? These individuals were on the brink of death. Had it not been for me, they would have perished in the second round. And you call that simple? Encountering Orochimaru and being besieged by the sand-hidden village? Listening to the swift wind continued, he remarked, the number of survivors is a bit excessive. Upon hearing this, everyone inwardly cursed, especially the young ninjas from the Leaf Village, who understood all too well the danger they had faced. They had narrowly escaped death. And had it not been for Chiya, they would have indeed perished. And this was deemed simple? However, It is thanks to Chenya's assistance that they were able to successfully pass the second round and participate in the third preliminary. Moonlight Gale continued to explain. According to the rules of the Chunin exam, a preliminary round is necessary to reduce the number of participants in the third exam. What? How could this be? Sakura felt utterly helpless. The Hokage had just mentioned that many guests would be attending the third exam, so the competition could not be prolonged, and time was indeed limited. Moonlight Gale stated, however, those who are unwell. Suddenly, he coughed a few times. Ino was momentarily taken aback, thinking to herself, is this teacher all right? Hinata inwardly lamented, it seems that this teacher is the one who is unwell. Ino silently scoffed, with those dark circles under your eyes. How can you accuse others of being unwell? I apologize, Moonlight Gale continued. After hearing the earlier explanation, those who wish to withdraw should speak up now, as the preliminary round is about to commence. What? It's starting already. Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed in shock, after barely getting through the second round. Can't we have a few days to rest? Ino's face fell, feeling exhausted from the 3 days of testing. Oh, what a hassle, Shikamaru sighed. I'm hungry, Choji said, patting his stomach. At this moment, everyone was fully alert. No one wanted to be eliminated. Having persevered until now, none wished to give up. I forgot to mention. The next round is an individual battle, Moonlight Gale added. Please make your own judgment, and raise your hand if you wish to withdraw. Sasuke disdainfully thought, who would withdraw? Just as he finished his thought, a sharp pain surged through the cursed seal on his neck, contorting his face in agony. Sakura, standing behind Sasuke, was deeply concerned, knowing that this was undoubtedly the work of that curse. Holding his neck, Sasuke noticed that the intervals between the pains were becoming increasingly brief. Unable to bear seeing Sasuke in pain, Sakura urged after a moment's thought, Sasuke, you should withdraw from this preliminary round. Your health is paramount. I'm terrified something might happen to you. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Though Naruto was unaware of the specifics, he sensed that the situation was dire. This predicament was also observed by the third Hokage and Anko. Indeed, the third Hokage remarked, he should be encouraged to withdraw from the exam, Anko added. But this fellow is not the type to heed such advice, Kakashi suddenly interjected. After all, he is a member of the Uchiha clan. What foolishness are you uttering? Anko retorted angrily. Even if it means forcing him, he must be made to withdraw. Just the act of refining chakra will trigger the curse seal. Attempting to forcibly unleash his power could endanger him, Anko said, touching the curse seal on her own neck, then looking at Sasuke. It is already astonishing that this child has endured to this point. Most would have perished by now. Listening to Anko's words, the third Hokage gazed gravely at Sasuke, then glanced at Senya, pondering the whims of fate. Yet, he could not comprehend why Senya had not intervened to prevent Orochimaru from attacking Naruto's team, especially when there was ample time and they were nearby. However, he could not directly inquire about the matter. If Chiya claimed ignorance or said he was unprepared, or offered any other excuse, he would have no grounds to contest it, as it would be entirely reasonable. At that moment, Sakura was still persuading Sasuke. Yet, Sasuke paid her no heed and brusquely told her to be silent. Sakura persisted in her attempts. Regardless of what Sasuke said, she continued speaking. Had this been in the past, Sasuke would have dismissed her entirely. However, their prolonged companionship through shared experiences and adventures had forged a profound bond of friendship between them. Seeing that Sasuke was determined to participate, Sakura felt compelled to raise her hand and inform the teacher of Sasuke's situation. Just as she was about to do so, someone beside her suddenly raised their hand and declared, I forfeit. The crowd was taken aback, not expecting the first person to withdraw so swiftly. Naruto glanced at the individual next to him, recognizing him as Kabuto, who had previously assisted him before the first exam and had shared much about the test. Naruto held a favorable impression of Kabuto, whom he regarded as a warm-hearted older brother. Kabuto, right? Kabuto nodded, and Naruto continued, why are you withdrawing? Kabuto turned and replied, I'm sorry, Naruto, but my body is already battered. You know how the exams can be. During my battle with the sound ninjas, I lost hearing in my left ear, and I simply cannot fight right now. Moreover, the stakes are life-threatening. Hearing this, Naruto hung his head, realizing that this was indeed an unavoidable situation. Chiya quietly observed the unfolding events. When he spoke of the sound, he was not referring to Toes and his companions, but rather to Kabuto and the two leaf ninjas standing behind him. In truth, all three were affiliated with the sound, serving under Orochimaru. Kabuto's withdrawal was strategically aimed at scouting for promising new candidates for Orochimaru during the Chunin exams. Many newcomers from various ninja villages had fallen prey to Orochimaru's experiments, often leading to their demise. The third Hokage watched Kabuto's departing figure with a trace of confusion. I feel like I've encountered this individual several times before. If I recall correctly, he also forfeited midway through the formal selection process. What could he possibly be thinking? Hanabi, he called. Yes? Hanabi quickly rifled through the roster and responded, Kabuto. According to the records, he has failed to pass 6 consecutive times. The third Hokage was perplexed. Considering the Chunin exams were not insurmountably difficult, it's improbable for someone to fail so many times. What is his background? During his student years, he was not particularly outstanding. His grades were average. It took him 3 attempts to finally pass his graduation exam. His completed missions include 3 C rank and 14 D rank. With no notable combat experience, Hanabi elaborated. Just as she finished, a thought struck her, and she continued, however, before he enrolled. Do you remember that boy we brought back from Kikyo Mountain? Without hesitation, the third Hokage replied, I remember. He was a surviving enemy combatant, taken in by our medical forces Jonin. Is he that child? Senya had little inclination to listen to the conversations around him. Ever since his combat abilities had enhanced, his hearing had become remarkably acute, allowing him to discern the discussions among the third Hokage and others. Moreover, he could even overhear the exchange between Kabuto and the Sound Ninja. How dreadfully mundane. When will you meet your demise, Mizuki? I am still awaiting the chance to rescue you and fulfill my mission. After Kabuto departed, Mizuki granted everyone a few moments to contemplate. Noticing that no one else intended to withdraw, he cleared his throat to draw attention and then declared, So, no one else wishes to back out, correct? At that moment, Sakura was still conflicted. Feeling a sense of responsibility for Sasuke's well-being, she resolved to inform their teachers about his condition. Just as she prepared to raise her hand, Sasuke grasped her wrist firmly and implored, Do not speak of this injury. Sakura's eyes brimmed with tears as she retorted, Why must you be so stubborn? Before Sasuke could respond, Shinya's voice resonated from nearby. Each individual possesses their own will and dignity, along with desires and obligations that must be honored. Having chosen the path of a ninja, one ought to take responsibility for their choices. Have you genuinely considered what is best for Sasuke? Do you truly understand him? You frequently profess your affection for him, yet how well do you know him? You remain oblivious to his innermost aspirations, blindly imposing your desires upon him. Upon hearing these words, both Sasuke and Sakura were taken aback. Turning their heads, they beheld an ethereal, translucent figure lingering beside them. Sakura lowered her gaze. Realizing that Shinya's words rang true, her affections often stemmed from selfishness, and at times, she was even more obstinate than Naruto. In fact, Naruto understood Sasuke better than she did, while she knew almost nothing about him. Sasuke glanced towards the left where Shinya stood, noting the faint smile on his face. Although he did not comprehend how Shinya managed to appear and speak before vanishing again, he felt a sense of gratitude towards him. Seeing that Sakura no longer intended to divulge her concerns to the teachers, he chose to disregard her as well. In truth, even without Shinya's intervention, he had planned to ask Sakura not to meddle, as it was not her affair. Nevertheless, Shinya had taken on the role of the villain, and for that, he was appreciative. Shinya recognized that he had perhaps overstepped, but allowing Sakura to continue would only leave her feeling disheartened regarding Sasuke. As comrades, any assistance he could provide was worthwhile, especially since he had already played the heavy on numerous occasions. Meanwhile, the third Hokage and his council were still deliberating over Sasuke's situation. Unable to ascertain Orochimaru's intentions, they decided not to impede Sasuke's participation in the exam, opting instead to observe the developments for the time being. After a brief pause, Mizuki noted the silence and announced, Then, let the preliminary round commence. The subsequent preliminaries will consist of one-on-one battles, a practical combat format. There are currently 17 participants, meaning one will inevitably be exempt from a match. In total, there will be 8 bouts, so please approach this with the right mindset. As soon as he finished speaking, most of the candidates hoped to be the one exempted, as that would imply direct advancement to the third examination. Whoever that fortunate individual was would truly be the chosen one. Suddenly, Tian inquired, Teacher, I have a question. Are only 9 individuals allowed to enter the third round of the examination? Indeed, that is the current situation, replied Yueguang Jifeng. However, if there are only 9 participants, Won't the third round also end up being forfeit? Asked Dino. The third round will employ a random selection process. After the first round of competition, another drawing will take place to ensure fairness, Yueguang Jifeng elucidated. Once he noticed that no one had further inquiries, he continued. The budget match and the official match are identical, devoid of any rules, continuing until one party meets their demise, collapses, or concedes. Therefore, if you wish to avoid death, I advise you to surrender promptly. However, should I determine that a victor has been established, I will intervene to prevent unnecessary loss of life. As he spoke, Yueguang Jifeng cast a glance at Hongdo, who understood immediately and produced a remote control, pressing a button. Gradually, a stone slab in the upper left corner of the examination area opened. This screen will randomly display the names of the two combatants, and shortly thereafter, the results will be announced. Please bear with us, Yueguang Jifeng concluded, as the screen began to illuminate. At that moment, the tension among the candidates escalated, each embroiled in their own thoughts. The trio from Gaara's team fervently hoped not to be matched against the formidable Senya, feeling confident of victory against anyone else. Conversely, the majority of others wished for a forfeit. Senya, however, remained fixated on Yueguang Jifeng, curious about when something would transpire. It had been 4 days since he dispatched 2 shadow clones for surveillance, replacing them each afternoon. Since Orochimaru's departure from the Konoha encampment, one clone had been discreetly trailing him, currently monitoring Orochimaru from above through sensory perception. The other clone remained at the Suna residence in Konoha, surveilling Maki. Soon, the battle roster appeared on the screen. In an instant, reactions varied. Some rejoiced, others despaired, while a few seemed on the verge of mental collapse. The matchups were as follows. First round, Uchiha Sasuke vs Akatsuki. Second round, Kanjuro vs Guiche Chinya. Third round, Haruno Sakura vs Yamanaka Ino. Fourth round, Temari vs Tian. Fifth round, Uzumaki Naruto vs Inuzuka Kiba. Sixth round, Hyuga Hinata vs Hyuga Niji. Seventh round, Gaara vs Rock Lee. Eighth round, Akimichi Choji vs Ken Mitsuki. Nara Shikamaru received a bye. Ah, what splendid luck. Shikamaru sighed in relief. Oh, how I envy you for having a bye. Ino exclaimed. I can't believe I'm in the last match. It seems I'll finally have the chance to eat something, Choji remarked, rubbing his belly, having been famished for quite some time. Just as their voices faded, a frantic, piercing scream erupted nearby. Damn it, why is this happening? The cry startled everyone present. Drawing their attention to its source, they beheld a member of the Suna team, a figure burdened with a puppet, kneeling on the ground, clutching their head and trembling uncontrollably. Confusion spread among the onlookers. What is wrong with him? Naruto asked in bewilderment. It might be due to the encounter with Chiya that despair set in. Inuzuka Kiba proclaimed. I never imagined I would face you in battle. I absolutely refuse to be defeated. Neither will I. I am certain I can overcome you. Naruto replied with a confident smile. Let us wait and see, Kiba said, equally brimming with confidence. Naruto-kun, do your best. Hinata silently cheered for Naruto in her heart. Kiba, you must also strive hard. As a teammate, Hinata naturally leaned towards Naruto, but she felt the need to encourage everyone. However, she never anticipated that she would be pitted against her brother Niji. Aware of Niji's formidable strength, she feared she might falter. Yet, upon seeing Naruto, her heart swelled with courage and strength. She had to prove herself, demonstrating her growth and dedication to training, not merely a delicate lady. Oh, I can truly empathize with the feelings of this person at this moment. Those who understand Chiya's power likely wish to avoid him, Ino remarked. I certainly do not want to encounter him. He is utterly terrifying. Shikamaru shook his head. They had all witnessed Chiya's cruel side, merciless in his actions. Such a person is an ideal ally, yet a daunting adversary indeed. Teacher, is it possible to rearrange the matchups? Temari understood the torment that Kankuro was experiencing. This outrageous matchmaking system had forced them to confront such a formidable opponent, leaving them with no hope of victory. Moreover, Chiya had previously harmed those from Konoha. If he sought revenge, Kankuro would surely perish. She did not believe that the teachers present could effectively thwart him, perhaps even lacking time to surrender. No, it cannot be changed, Tsukuyami said, shaking his head. Then, can we withdraw now? Temari asked again. If there is no chance of winning, it would be wise to exit early to avoid any unforeseen calamities. That is also not permissible, but one can concede after the match begins, Tsukuyami replied. With a deep sigh, Temari reassured Kankuro. It seems the only option is to concede at the outset. Kankuro's mind was consumed by the terrifying image of Chiya, and upon hearing this suggestion, he nodded without hesitation. After all, no one desires to meet their demise here. Even Gaara, typically fierce and ruthless, found himself at a loss for words. In the presence of Chiya, his cruelty seemed trivial, yet he felt a sense of relief that Chiya was merely an inexperienced fighter, ensuring his advancement as long as he avoided facing this foe in the next round. At this moment, Chiya felt equally helpless, wishing he could be spared from the matches. Alas, he still had to restrain himself from confronting Kankuro. However, seeing Kankuro's despondent demeanor suggested he was prepared to concede once the match commenced. This was advantageous for Chiya, as it would save him considerable effort. Oh, this outrageous matchmaking system. Kankuro had witnessed the entirety of his village's shinobi being swiftly eliminated. Who could remain unafraid upon witnessing such a scene? Poor Kankuro, my heart truly aches for your suffering. Ha ha ha. It is truly amusing to witness someone trembling in fear. Orochimaru displayed an intriguing smile, recalling the days when the renowned golden flash of Konoha instilled terror throughout the ninja world, compelling every village to flee at the mere mention of his name. Since the passing of Minato Namikaze, it has been rare to encounter anyone whose name alone incites such dread. It seems that this Onichiri Chiya indeed possesses remarkable abilities. At this moment, Sasuke was elated, unexpectedly finding himself in the first round. He feared that the longer the wait, the more unbearable the pain in his neck would become. Now, I ask the two contestants of the first round to step forward, said Tsukikid Shippu. As Sasuke and Akaji stood opposite each other, Tsukikid Shippu announced, "The competitors for the first match are Akaji and Uchiha Sasuke. Is there any objection?" "None," they replied in unison. Sakura could only cheer for Sasuke silently in her heart, while Lee also encouraged him, having acknowledged Sasuke's prowess. Neji had now relinquished his obsession with Chiya, realizing that continuing to dwell on an insurmountable opponent would only lead to unnecessary distress. Instead, he eagerly anticipated witnessing the strength of Uchiha Sasuke, who had long held the title of top of their class. Naruto and Ino began to sense that Sasuke's situation was becoming increasingly peculiar. Once the two were prepared, Tsukikid Shippu declared, "Let the first match begin. All others, except the two contestants, please proceed to the upper level to await." The examinees rustled as they departed, ascending the staircase to the viewing platform on the second floor. Chiya passed by, still trembling on the ground, while Kankuro, with vacant eyes, looked on anxiously. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Kankuro. Approaching them, he reassured, "Do not worry. If you wish to forfeit, I shall not strike first. However, if you desire to struggle, I can entertain you for a while, though I want to take it seriously. So fret not." With that, he ascended to the second level. Chiya's words astonished the Sand trio. They had not anticipated such leniency from this formidable individual. Previously, they had been concerned that Chiya might not allow Kankuro the opportunity to concede. But now, Chiya had provided them with a sense of relief, and Kankuro felt less afraid. Watching Chiya's slow ascent, Temari murmured, "Perhaps he is not as terrifying as we imagined. He might even be a good person." To this, Gaara and Kankuro remained silent, fully aware that such a matter was beyond rebuttal. Just as Chiya reached the bottom of the staircase, he heard Naruto calling out to him, "Chiya, come here." He looked up to see Naruto waving from the second floor. "I'm coming," he replied with a smile. Then, he overheard Kakashi whispering to Sasuke, "Do not use the Sharingan in battle." Sasuke paused, retorting, "You knew?" Kakashi replied, "If the curse mark spirals out of control, it could cost you your life." Sasuke regained his composure and said, "I thought as much. Ultimately, if the match must be interrupted, I will intervene. Good luck." Upon Kakashi's concluding remarks, he made his way towards the staircase, heading to the second floor to observe. It was then that Sasuke realized the curse mark would elicit a profound response from his chakra during his ambush against the Rain Village ninja. As he began to gather chakra in his feet, an excruciating pain struck his neck. Soon, Sasuke's match commenced, with the unfolding events closely mirroring the original storyline. However, he stumbled several times due to the pain from the curse mark, narrowly escaping life-threatening situations. Ultimately, he triumphed over the Crimson Armor using the Lion's Roar technique, though he exhausted all his strength and collapsed to the ground, only to be carried away by Kakashi. After Sasuke was taken away, Moonlight Gale promptly announced the readiness of the participants for the second round. Chiya patted Naruto on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not worry, everything will be fine." Naruto nodded in response. Chiya, feeling slightly exasperated, remarked, "You're not even going to wish me luck? Do you still need encouragement? That opponent is no match for you." Naruto suddenly chuckled. "Indeed, let us go," Chiya said, leaping down from the second floor to the center of the dueling arena. Suddenly, he heard Ino shouting from above, "Chiya, you can do it." He smiled and waved at her, although he was puzzled as to why Ino was cheering for him. Shikamaru, observing from the side, sighed in resignation. There's really no need for encouragement. No one can defeat him. Ino huffed softly. "This is heartfelt encouragement. Do you not understand?" "Huh." Shikamaru replied, utterly bewildered, unable to grasp Ino's sentiments. It seemed a captivating spectacle was about to unfold. One could only wonder how Chiya would engage in battle. It's impossible for a fight to occur. That Sand Ninja is already prepared to concede, Tintin stated. "Huh." Lee was taken aback. "Just look. He clearly does not wish to fight." Tintin pointed at Kankuro, who was moving languidly, as though devoid of spirit. Guy shook his head in disapproval. "He shows no signs of youthful vigor. Youth should be about striving with all one's might." Kakashi shot him a disapproving glance, silently thinking that he was unaware of Kankuro's ability to fly. If he were to take to the air, combat would be impossible. As Chiya observed Kankuro approach in a swaying manner, he inquired, "Didn't you receive reassurance?" "Ah, the pressure is overwhelming," Kankuro replied, his spirit visibly deflated. Once a confident individual, he now felt demoralized, burdened by the village's expectations that forbade him from conceding, leaving him utterly exhausted. Without even engaging in battle, he was already resigned to defeat, yet could not surrender. He was at a loss for what to do. "What? They won't permit you to surrender?" Chiya's words caught Kankuro off guard, his eyes widening in disbelief as he asked, "How did you know?" Chiya chuckled softly. "I guessed. It's quite simple. I'll just knock you out. You wouldn't kill me, would you?" Kankuro stammered. Chiya, exasperated, replied, "Do I seem like that kind of person? Then, please, go easy on me. Rest assured, you won't feel any pain." Have you two finished your conversation?" Moonlight Gale, having listened for quite some time, finally intervened. "It's time to begin, teacher," Chiya stated, stepping back. Kankuro took a deep breath, steeling himself mentally, and also retreated a step. Now, the second round of the competition begins. As the voice of Moonlight Gale faded, a gentle breeze swept across his face. In the next instant, a resounding thud echoed through the air. To everyone's astonishment, Kankuro had collapsed to the ground. This scene left the entire audience in shock, rendering them momentarily speechless. The atmosphere was so silent that one could hear the clarity of their own breath. What just transpired? Daily questions arose. No, it was unclear. That Sand Ninja had simply fallen to the floor. Little Lee rubbed his eyes, fearing he had misperceived the event, for Chiya remained standing, utterly still. The third Hokage and the other instructors were equally bewildered, unable to discern what had just occurred. It was not until Chiya spoke. "Teacher, you may announce the results now." "Rest assured, he has merely fainted," that Moonlight Gale regained his composure. He approached to assess Kankuro's condition and confirmed that he was indeed only unconscious. Thus, he declared, "In the second round of the competition, Chiya Kitty emerges victorious and secures a place in the next round." Upon hearing this proclamation, the entire venue erupted in a frenzy.